Ning Busan woke up and found himself inexplicably lying in a forest surrounded on all sides by lush towering trees. Yet this was not the worst part. The worst part was that directly in front of him stood a gigantic monster drooling as it stared at him. Without the slightest hesitation, Ning Busan scrambled to his feet and bolted his will to live surging to the extreme. As the monster drew closer and closer, Ning Busan felt as if he could see death itself beckoning to him. Suddenly a young knight clad in silver armor with golden hair and blue eyes descended from the sky. Without the slightest hesitation, he drew the long sword at his waist and thrust it straight into the monster's vital point. The monster collapsed powerlessly to the ground and lay still. Ning Busan braced himself against a nearby tree, gasping for breath. The knight, dismounted, sword in hand, walked over to Ning Busan and asked, "Are you all right?" Though the knight spoke in another language, Ning Busan oddly understood every word and even knew how to answer, as if a language pack had been automatically downloaded into his mind. "I'm fine. Thank you for stepping in to save me," Ning Busan replied, still shaken and incredulous. "What exactly is this place?" "This is the Shadow Forest near the Dawn Empire. My name is Kaelan, a paladin," the knight replied. Ning Busan's eyes widened. The Dawn Empire. That name sounded strangely familiar. The Dawn Empire. Wasn't that the very empire he had founded while playing the game Alien Invasion? Could it be that he had crossed over into the world of the game? Kaelan said, "The Shadow Forest is fraught with peril and alien species often appear here. Why are you wandering around here alone?" Ning Busan fell silent. The key issue was that he himself had no idea why he was here. Seeing his tattered, barely decent attire, Kaelan's gaze softened with a faint trace of pity. "I understand. You must be a refugee who fled from another territory to the Dawn Empire and accidentally strayed into the Shadow Forest," Kaelan said. The rich second generation, Ning Busan glanced at Kaelan's elegant, formidable knightly attire, then at his own summer pajamas, and nodded in humiliation. "Yes, that's right. I'm a refugee." Right now he did not have a single coin on him. Or wasn't that exactly what a refugee was? Kaelan said, "You definitely can't walk out of this Shadow Forest alone. As it happens, I am heading back to the Dawn Empire. Why don't I take you with me?" Ning Busan was overjoyed. "Brother Kaelan, you are a good man." "Brother?" Kaelan's expression turned slightly odd. "You look only around 20, whereas I am already 326 years old. Little one, you should call me uncle." Ning Busan stared at the youthful-looking Kaelan, the corner of his mouth twitching, and called out, "Uncle Kaelan." He suddenly remembered that humans on the Yadalan continent had an average lifespan of 1,000 years. "By the way, what is your name?" "Ning Busan." "What a strange name," Kaelan remarked. "Where are you from? I have never seen anyone with black hair and black eyes like yours." "I come from a distant eastern land," Ning Busan replied. The pity in Kaelan's eyes deepened. Not long ago, hordes of alien species had appeared in the east, and many territories had been brutally slaughtered. It seemed this poor refugee had escaped from there. Through his conversations with Kaelan along the way, Ning Busan finally confirmed that this world was indeed the very same Alien Invasion he had once played. He had obsessed over this game for a full year, and only the previous night had he finally achieved the perfect ending, successfully driving the alien species out of the Landia continent. Yet he had crossed over to 10,000 years after the game's conclusion. The alien species had returned in force, and the world had once again been plunged into war. No wonder the game's level of freedom had been so high. This was a real world. Faced with this, Ning Busan could only ask himself, as a fragile university student who was lazy and clueless about even basic survival, how was he supposed to live in such a brutal world? The Dawn Empire. The city gate was built from colossal blocks of bluish stone flanked on both sides by towering, majestic watchtowers. Bright flags fluttered in the wind, each embroidered with a golden sun. Between the towers, a broad road led straight into the city. Armored soldiers stood on either side of the road, as straight as pines, their gazes firm and razor-sharp. Yet what truly shocked Ning Busan was not the towering architecture nor the regimented soldiers, but the refugees gathered outside the city gate. A dense throng of refugees, sallow and emaciated, clad in rags, clustered outside the city walls like a horde of the living dead besieging the city. Had Ning Busan not met the kind-hearted Uncle Kaelan, he might never have set foot inside the gates of the Dawn Empire. Once inside the city, it was only natural for Kaelan and Ning Busan to part ways. In Kaelan's eyes, Ning Busan's refined speech suggested he was a pampered noble from childhood who had been cast down into refugee status by sudden misfortune. Moreover, he was so young and inexperienced that surviving in the Dawn Empire would be difficult. Kaelan sighed, fished 3 silver coins from his pocket, and handed them to Ning Busan. "Take this money for now. No matter what happens, staying alive is the most important thing." Ning Busan was moved yet again. "Uncle, you truly are a good man." His luck was simply unbelievable, crossing into another world and encountering such a kind-hearted person as the very first soul he met. At this moment, Kaelan had no idea that the youth he had rescued would one day overturn the rule of the Dawn Empire and even reshape the entire order of the Landia continent. Meanwhile, Ning Busan sat in a cheap rented room gnawing on a dry, hard piece of black bread. He muttered to himself in complaint, "Other people who cross into another world all get systems, all get cheat like golden fingers. And me? What do I have? All I've got is this lousy life." This was not soul transmigration, but bodily transmigration. If he died, he would truly be dead. Ning Busan raged helplessly. "To clear this game, I spent so much money. I was a distinguished VIP player. Can anyone explain why I ended up crossing over? Where is my VIP exclusive customer service? I want to lodge a complaint about this trash game." With a whooshing sound and a flash of golden light, 7 gleaming character cards appeared before Ning Busan, each corresponding to one of his former max-level accounts. Human race, the hero. Dragon race, the betrayer. Siren race, the Siren. Demon race, Satan. Elf race, the Kingslayer. Undead race, the First King. Celestial race, Phoenix. In the depths of his mind, Ning Busan keenly sensed that so long as he wished it, he could switch accounts at any time. Ning Busan instantly snapped upright, as if jolted by an electric current. These 7 were all max-level accounts, beings almost akin to gods on the Landia continent. However, when he had played the game, he had never imagined he would one day cross over into it. To achieve his goals back, then he had stopped at nothing. Each of these cards had either made far too many enemies or was entangled in complex interpersonal relationships. Once used, they would draw down endless trouble upon him. Fortunately, humans were not a long-lived race. Their average lifespan was only 1,000 years. Now 10,000 years had already passed, and any acquaintances of the hero were long in their graves. Just as Ning Busan was about to use the hero account and savor the power of a max-level character, a line of blood-red text appeared before his eyes. Kind reminder: using a card will trigger irreversible consequences. Please proceed with caution. After a moment's hesitation, Ning Busan chose to forego it. Forget it. He decided he would only switch accounts when he truly encountered life-threatening danger. With the most pressing problem of survival tentatively resolved, Ning Busan unexpectedly felt a wave of melancholy. He missed his nagging mother. He missed his loving father. He missed his adorable little sister. He did not know why he had come to this world, nor whether he would ever be able to return home. Tilting his head, Ning Busan gazed toward the east, as though he wished to see through the mottled wall to something beyond. First day in another world, and I'm already homesick. The central plaza, at the very heart of the Dawn Empire, stood 2 solemn and imposing statues. As Ning Busan passed by, he halted, lifting his head to gaze up at the pair of sculptures. The statue on the left was a king. He wore a magnificent robe and a crown inlaid with gemstones. A book rested in his left hand while his right clenched a scepter. His gaze was deep and far-reaching, as though envisioning a grand future. He was the founding emperor of the Dawn Empire, Lao. Staring at Lao's statue, Ning Busan's mind drifted back to how the Dawn Empire had first been established. 10,000 years ago, when alien species invaded the human race, splintered into factions, and slaughtered one another for resources. In order to clear the game, Ning Busan had to unite humanity against the invaders, so he resolved to unify the entire continent by force. Later, he encountered Lao. Lao was in charge of devising strategies, while he followed those plans into battle, and together they swiftly conquered the continent. After the Dawn Empire was founded, he still had 6 other accounts to grind levels on, and had no time to govern the empire. Thus, he supported Lao's ascent to the throne, and simply walked away from it all. He had always believed Lao was merely a quest-giving NPC. Feeling a guilty twinge, Ning Busan averted his eyes and turned to the statue on the right. It was a general clad in heavy armor. The general gripped a long spear in his right hand, its tip thrust toward the heavens, while his left rested upon the sword at his waist. His features were resolute and unyielding, and his stone-carved eyes seemed to gleam with an icy light. The base of the statue recorded the many battles he had fought and the illustrious merits he had earned. And there too was the general's name, Luis. Ning Busan almost choked on his own saliva. Luis. Was that not the very heroic identity he had once assumed? What was more, he realized his own face bore a 7 or 8-inch resemblance to that of the statue. This was truly not good. Ning Busan hurried away from the plaza, consoling himself inwardly. Nothing will happen. Nothing at all. There were so many similar faces in the world. Oh, as long as he kept a low profile, no one would ever connect him to Luis. At the same time, within the royal palace and the tombs. At the deepest part of the tomb lay an enormous ancient coffin. Thick chains coiled tightly around it, and murky black runes flickered faintly along their length, emitting a dim, eerie glow. Suddenly from within the coffin came a series of rasping, crazed, grotesquely distorted cracking sounds. Luis, long time no see. In the southern district of the Dawn Empire rose a towering spire-shaped building that pierced straight into the clouds. Ning Busan stepped into the Magicians Association, his heart brimming with bright expectations for the future. He intended to become a top-tier magician. That way he could construct a magic array to connect different worlds and perhaps discover a way back home. This time the class he chose was Magician. The hall bustled with people, yet Ning Busan seemed thoroughly out of place. He wore a newly bought linen shirt and cotton trousers, neat and clean. However, compared to the exquisitely dressed nobles, his appearance drew more than a few amused looks. Ning Busan walked up to the male receptionist and said, "Hello, I'd like to join the Magicians Association." The receptionist first noticed his handsome features, but upon seeing his attire curled his lips in disdain. Just a commoner, he thought. With polite, yet distant courtesy, the receptionist said, "Sir, if you wish to study magic within the Magicians Association, you must pay 1 gold coin per day." Ning Busan was taken aback. On the Landia continent, the only circulating currencies were copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins. 1 gold equaled 100 silver, and 1 silver equaled 100 copper. Paying 1 gold coin a day was the equivalent in modern terms of paying an exorbitant tuition fee every single day, practically daylight robbery. Let alone commoners, even ordinary nobles could hardly afford such a cost. If he remembered correctly, the Magicians Association had originally been founded so magicians could share their knowledge of magic. Yet after 10,000 years magic had become a luxury accessible only to nobles. Considering his strained finances, Ning Busan decided he should first find a job to support himself. Just as he was about to leave, a mocking voice sounded behind him. You don't even have a wand, yet you dare dream of learning magic. How utterly laughable. Ning Busan turned to see a man with a face full of disdain. The man wore an expensive long robe, fine leather boots, and held an ornate wand. He was the very picture of a noble. The male receptionist greeted him with an ingratiating smile. Viscount Fei, have you come to advance to intermediate magician? On the Landia continent, noble ranks from highest to lowest were Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. No one dared slight such a young noble with such promising prospects. Fei lifted his chin arrogantly. That's right. I am about to become an intermediate magician. Then he looked at Ning Busan, his tone sharp and caustic. Commoners should behave like commoners. Do you think this is a place you can casually set foot in? Ning Busan frowned and retorted, who decreed that commoners cannot learn magic? Fei sneered. No one decreed that commoners cannot learn magic, but commoners are unworthy of magic. And what exactly is wrong with commoners? A cold, hoarse voice rang out. Following the sound, Ning Busan looked up to see an old man slowly descending the staircase. His hair was silver white, and he wore a deep blue robe embroidered with golden magic runes, a magic pendant resting upon his chest. Time had etched deep wrinkles into his face, only adding to his steadiness and imposing presence. Everyone in the hall save for Ning Busan bent at the waist simultaneously and called out respectfully, Your Excellency Saiji. Magicians were divided into 6 ranks: Magic Apprentice, Junior Magician, Intermediate Magician, Advanced Magician, Magister, and Grand Magister. Saiji was one of only 2 Grand Magisters on the Adilan continent. He too had been born a commoner. Walking up to Fei, Saiji asked again in a chilling tone, And what is wrong with commoners? Fei's face turned deathly pale. His lips moved, but not a single word came out. Saiji was the object of every magician's reverence, and the man every noble longed to befriend. Yet he always stayed on the top floor of the Magicians' Association, eccentric and averse to socializing. Fei had never imagined he would encounter him, much less in such an embarrassing situation. Pointing at Ning Busan, Fei tried to explain, Your Excellency, Saiji, I was only speaking of this commoner who came to the Magicians' Association to cause trouble. I meant nothing else. Ning Busan let out a short, incredulous laugh. I am causing trouble. What exactly did I do? You were the one who picked a fight first. Saiji carefully studied Ning Busan, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in his eyes. His divination for the day had said it was a good day to go out, and that an unexpected gain awaited him. His intuition told him that this young man, clear-eyed, full of vitality and brimming with passion for magic, might very well be that unexpected gain. Pointing to the table in the center of the hall, Saiji said to Ning Busan, Do you see that crystal ball? If someone can make it glow, he may enter the Magicians' Association to study without paying any price. A massive magic crystal ball rested on the table, clear and lustrous. After a brief hesitation, Ning Busan walked over and laid his hand upon it. The crystal ball remained utterly motionless, showing no reaction at all. Fei sneered. That is a crystal ball used to test magical talent. Anyone who can make it glow possesses a remarkable talent for magic. The last person who made it glow was none other than Sir Saiji. Do you think you can be compared to Sir Saiji? Ning Busan revealed an awkward yet polite smile. In the game, he could spend money to max out his talent points. But here he had neither talent nor money to spend. How unfortunate. Sir Saiji immediately noticed his predicament and said calmly, Calm your mind and meditate. Feel the fluctuations of the magical elements around you and guide them into the crystal ball. Ning Busan closed his eyes, trying to find the so-called magical elements. He vaguely felt as if colorful particles of light surrounded him. These particles seemed to compete for his attention, gathering around him. In that moment, he suddenly felt a connection to this world, as if he truly belonged here. Under Ning Busan's control, these particles obediently entered the crystal ball. The crystal ball emitted a dazzling array of colors, but after a few seconds it flickered, as if experiencing a malfunction, and finally shattered with a crack. Ning Busan was startled and took 2 steps back. Fei scolded, You dare? It would be one thing to lack magical talent, but you actually destroyed the crystal ball on purpose. Ning Busan felt extremely wronged. That's not how you play the blame game. The gazes of those around him turned instantly hostile. How dare he run rampant in their mage association? However, Sir Saiji was filled with excitement. It seemed that his divination today was indeed not mistaken. Hadn't he just encountered an unexpected harvest? He hadn't even left the mage association when he met such a promising talent born for magic. Feeling like he had caused an immense trouble, Ning Busan tentatively asked while pointing at the shattered crystal ball, How about I compensate? Fei let out a cold laugh. There are only 3 of these crystal balls that test magical talent throughout the land of Landia. Thanks to you now, there are only 2 left. Ning Busan understood. It meant he couldn't afford to compensate for this. Just as Ning Busan pondered how to slip away, Sir Saiji burst into laughter. It's a good thing that it broke. What does a broken crystal ball matter? If a talent with magical potential like you were buried, that would be the real loss. Sir Saiji grabbed Ning Busan's shoulder, his eyes filled with fervor. Are you willing to become my student? The crowd gasped. Sir Saiji actually wanted to take on a disciple. Everyone looked at Ning Busan with envious and jealous eyes. This commoner's luck was simply too good. Ning Busan understood very well that the old man referred to as Sir Saiji must be a powerful magician, otherwise the people here wouldn't show him such respect. If he became Saiji's student, he could not only learn magic, but also gain a powerful backing, making his future situation far better than it is now. He had no reason to refuse. Ning Busan bowed without hesitation. "Hello, Teacher Saiji." Saiji laughed heartily and tossed Ning Busan a golden badge. "From now on you are my student." A flicker of resentment flashed in Feier's eyes. He had tried hard to get Sir Saiji to guide his magic, yet he had never even met him. But a lowly commoner he looked down on had actually become Sir Saiji's student. That was absurd. Ning Busan didn't care what these people were thinking. He followed Saiji to the top of the Mage Association. The entire floor at the top of the tower was Sir Saiji's residence. Saiji first took Ning Busan to a room filled with wands and grandly said, "Pick one, consider it a welcome gift from me." Ning Busan was stunned by the scene before him. The walls of the room were lined with shelves full of wands, each layer arranged in an orderly fashion with wands of various colors and shapes. At a glance there were at least 1,000 of them. He suspected his teacher had a wand-collecting obsession. Saiji suddenly shook his head. No, these wands are not suitable for you. I must make one for you myself." Ning Busan asked in surprise. "None of these wands are suitable for me." Saiji explained, "Our world is filled with various magical elemental particles. Those who can sense these elemental particles can become magicians. And the talent of a magician refers to the affinity these magical elements have for you. When I made the crystal ball emit a red light, it indicated a high affinity with the fire element for me. Therefore I mostly use fire magic, and my wand is also fire attribute. But you are special. You made the crystal ball emit a myriad of colors, which means you can easily manipulate any element. It also means you are an element magician. This is simply a miracle." Ning Busan asked, "Has there never been a case like this before?" "Of course not," Saiji replied. "All things are interdependent, they cannot coexist. The most extreme example is that if the dark element chooses you, the light element will surely reject you, and vice versa. But if they all have an affinity for you, then it means." Saiji seemed to realize something, and his expression changed slightly. Ning Busan couldn't help but ask, "What does it mean?" Saiji looked at him with a face full of affection. "It means you are too outstanding. The light element symbolizes the divine race, while the dark element symbolizes the demonic race. Being favored by both the divine and the demonic, one cannot tell if this is a blessing or a curse." Ning Busan, however, didn't think too much about it. He believed his so-called magical talent was likely related to his crossing into this world. Perhaps this is the legendary protagonist's aura. Saiji continued, "These wands are too ordinary. They are all primarily of one magical element. I will make you a wand that can accommodate multiple elements, which will take about a week." Ning Busan bent down and sincerely said, "Thank you, Teacher Saiji." Saiji was exceptionally patient with his new student and gently asked, "What kind of wand would you like?" Ning Busan blurted out, "No other requirements. Just a bit heavier would be fine." "That might not work." Saiji rejected his request. "The lighter the wand, the more time you save when casting spells." Ning Busan scratched his head. He imagined a wand that could serve both as a casting tool and a close combat weapon. As a ranged magician, if he got too close, a wand that was too light would make it hard to hit someone with it. Suddenly Ning Busan's eyes lit up as an excellent idea surfaced in his mind. He excitedly described his concept to Saiji. After listening, Saiji fell into silence. Was this kid planning to be a magician or an assassin? In the end, Saiji pinched his nose and admitted, "All right, I understand." After finalizing the wand details, Saiji took Ning Busan to a library. Saiji asked, "How old are you this year?" "Just turned 20. "Youth is truly wonderful." Saiji's gaze revealed a hint of nostalgia as he chuckled lightly and asked, "Have you ever had any exposure to magic?" Ning Busan shook his head. "No." Saiji pondered as if to himself. "Then it seems I need to teach you some fundamental knowledge first." Ning Busan saw him pull out a book as thick as a brick from the shelf and thought a lesson was about to start. Instead, he heard Saiji say, "Memorize all the contents inside when you go back." Ning Busan's pupils shook, and even his voice stuttered. "Memorize it all." Saiji confirmed Ning Busan's words. "That's right, memorize it all. After you finish memorizing, come find me. In the meantime, I will prepare your wand." Ning Busan took the thick Encyclopedia of Magic and put on a mask of agony. "Okay, teacher." The science enthusiast Ning Busan silently complained in his heart, "From now on I will abandon the evil of science and embrace the embrace of magic." But Ning Busan did not know that Saiji had already planned the learning schedule for the next 100 years in his heart. If he had known, he would have been even more distraught. Until Ning Busan was about to go downstairs with the book, Saiji finally remembered to ask an important question. "By the way, I almost forgot to ask, what is your name?" "Ning Busan." The young man with black hair and black eyes repeated, "Teacher Saiji, my name is Ning Busan." In the near future, this name would become a new legend in the Italian continent. How exalted is the rank of Archmage? One might say that even if an Archmage were to strike a king across the face, the monarch could do nothing more than endure it. After all, the entire empire's magical defense array depends entirely upon Saiji's maintenance. Yet such a figure, untouchable and revered, had taken a commoner as his apprentice. The news spread like wildfire across the Dawn Empire, igniting a storm of astonishment. Invitations flooded the Mages Guild, mountains of them snowfall thick, while numerous nobles vied to meet Ning Busan, extending lavish invitations for him to visit their estates. They extended olive branches, certain he would fall to his knees in gratitude, flattering and fawning over them. Yet 5 days passed, and not a single reply came from Ning Busan, not even a courteous refusal. Such silence had already offended many nobles. In the royal palace, within a sumptuous bedchamber adorned with exquisite tapestries and stained glass windows that fractured sunlight into mesmerizing hues, a youth clad in opulent robes stood before the window, golden hair cascading like liquid silk, features delicately carved, yet marred by a simmering aura of cruelty, lending him an unsettling, defiant air. He was the king's youngest and only son, Prince William. His expression darkened. He refused my invitation to the palace. To be spurned so brazenly wounded his pride deeply. Behind him stood Viscount Fair. Viscount Fair spoke with deference. Your Highness, that commoner is utterly ungrateful. Shall I teach him a lesson? Enough, Prince William sighed, disinterested. After all, Seiji stands behind him. Precisely, Fair murmured with a faint smile. He has only just become Seiji's apprentice. How deep could such a bond truly run? Would Seiji truly oppose you for his sake? You're right, William declared, lifting his chin with arrogant grace. If he won't come willingly, bring him by force. Fair's eyes dimmed with quiet malice. As you command, Your Highness. Offending Prince William meant Ning Busan's future would be bleak indeed. Had Ning Busan known he'd drawn such calamity, without lifting a finger he'd surely cry injustice. Could it be, just possibly, that he hadn't even seen those invitations? For 5 full days he'd remained locked inside his shabby, rented room, memorizing texts relentlessly. The opening chapters of the Encyclopedia of Arcane Arts laid out foundational magical theory. After reading it cover to cover, Ning Busan gained a coherent understanding of this world's arcane framework. Mages must attune themselves to ambient magical elements, channeling them through wands as conduits, shaping raw particles into precise sigils or intricate patterns via incantation. The latter half of the book brimmed with labyrinthine spells and esoteric glyphs, so dense and tongue-twisting that Ning Busan's head throbbed. Worse still, though now an official apprentice, he remained destitute. He tried seeking honest work, but no reputable establishment would hire someone his age. Ning Busan brushed his own handsome cheek, sighing mournfully. If all else fails, perhaps I'll sell my charm. Woo a wealthy, beautiful patroness for sponsorship. Just then, knock knock knock, at the door. Ning Busan did not rush to answer. Instead, he slid a small knife from beneath his blanket into his palm. He lived in the West District slums, a lawless quarter where men killed for a loaf of bread. With no friends in this world, a midnight visitor could only mean robbery or murder. Clutching the blade deep within his wide sleeve, he opened the door cautiously. Outside stood 7 or 8 soldiers, swords at their hips, and at their head Viscount Fair, who had mocked him at the Mages Guild. Ning Busan tightened his grip on the knife and asked, voice low and steady, "What do you want?" Fair sneered, "How bold you are. Prince William invited you to the palace, and you dared refuse." 3 question marks hovered invisible above Ning Busan's brow. Who was Prince William? When exactly had he been invited? It matters not what you think. His Highness commands your presence. You will obey. Fair waved a hand, signaling his men forward. Take him now. Ning Busan swiftly assessed the odds and chose surrender without resistance. Being dragged away was far preferable to being beaten first, then dragged away. Still, his impression of the never-before-met Prince William had plummeted to utter contempt. A tall woman in gleaming silver armor approached, graceful as a willow yet radiating an unassailable hauteur. Her beauty was intoxicating, yet her gaze held no warmth. Only the sharp, coiling menace of thorns, not roses, fierce, unyielding, and lethally precise. Fair paled, as if confronting a specter, trembling too violently to speak. His soldiers, recognizing her, instantly dared not raise a hand. She strode forward, calm, unhurried, and with one fluid motion dislocated Fair's arm. A crisp snap echoed. The sound alone raised gooseflesh on Ning Busan's arms. Fair clenched his teeth, refusing even a whimper, as if any sound might summon worse torment. The woman's voice cut like frost. Return to William. Tell him lay no claim upon this man, or his arms shall follow Fair's. Fair's lips quivered. He nodded, meek and terrified, utterly obedient. She scoffed softly, "Begone." As the retreating figures scattered in panic, she seized Ning Busan by the collar, like lifting a chick, and carried him back inside, shutting the door behind them. En route, she plucked the hidden knife from his sleeve and tossed it onto the table. You are Ning Busan. Yes, that's me. Seated rigidly on a stool, terrified she might dislocate his arm next, he offered a stiff, polite bow. Greetings, elder sister. Elder sister. Her crimson lips curled. Little one, I am 200 years old. Does that title truly suit? Ning Busan fell silent. How in this world did one discern another's age? To his eyes, 20 and 200 looked indistinguishable. I nearly forgot to introduce myself. Her smile lingered as she enunciated each syllable. I am Novaria. She knew her reputation in the Dawn Empire was fiercely polarized. People reacted to her in only a few ways. Adoration, sycophancy, terror, or revulsion. Ning Busan had no idea who she was. Only that she defied royalty outright, meaning her status must be extraordinary. Yet since she'd just saved him, her motives were clear, either recruitment or a request, not assassination. Relief softened his voice as he asked, calm and courteous, might I inquire, most beautiful and formidable lady, what brings you to me today? Novaria blinked, then laughed, intrigued. You truly don't know who I am. Ning Busan frowned, cautious. Should I? Calling me elder sister isn't inaccurate after all. I too am Seiji's student. Did he not mention me? Ning Busan blinked in surprise, then explained, I've met Seiji only once. He likely hadn't time to tell me. A pause, And then he corrected himself, senior sister. Noveria arched a brow, finding the boy increasingly fascinating. A commoner, suddenly elevated to Seiji's personal apprentice. Nobles clamored for his favor, yet he dwelled in a cramped, cluttered room studying by the dim, flickering glow of an oil lamp. A true mage, passionate, unswayed by power or wealth, humble in spirit, and gifted beyond measure. The revolution Noveria envisioned required precisely such a soul. Noveria said, "Pack your things. We leave now." "Where?" "The North District." Ning Busan looked startled. The Dawn Empire was divided into 5 districts. The central citadel housed the royal family. The East District belonged to the nobility. The West District was the slum. The South District centered on the Mages Guild, teeming with arcane practitioners. The North District, however, was unique. It served as the Imperial Army's garrison. Ning Busan asked, "Why go there?" Noveria smiled faintly. "First meeting, I'm unsure of your tastes. Fortunately, I own a residence in the North District. Consider it a welcome gift." Ning Busan reeled. A house, given on first sight. Was such fortune real? Could it truly exist? It seemed yes. It truly could. In the Northern District Roman Alley. The residential buildings here are massive and sturdy, adorned with exquisite reliefs, and the doors and windows are arched, showcasing typical Romanesque style. Thus Ning Busan moved in with his bags, establishing a home of his own in this foreign world. It is well known how deep the obsession of Chinese people is with owning their own house. Ning Busan was intoxicated by it all, suddenly feeling that this world was so beautiful. Seeing Ning Busan so excited, Novelia couldn't help but chuckle and jest. "If you go to William, he will give you far more than I can offer. It's not too late to change your mind and turn to him now." Ning Busan replied decisively, "Senior, you can rest assured I am yours." Just by observing Prince William's coercive demeanor in dealing with people, it is clear he is not someone easy to get along with. Moreover, Novelia shares a bond of sisterhood with her, and having offended Prince William, she would naturally choose to stand by Novelia's side. Ning Busan said earnestly, "From now on, if you need my assistance, feel free to command me. The favor of providing a house is greater than the heavens." Novelia pondered for a long time and said, "Tomorrow is my birthday banquet, and I need a male companion. Would you accompany me?" "No problem, senior. That title is a bit strange. You can just call me by my name," Novelia replied. "I will pick you up tomorrow to attend the banquet together." "All right. The security in the Northern District is strict, and they won't let outsiders in easily, so you can stay with peace of mind," Novelia said with a smile. "I'm right next door. Feel free to find me if you need anything." Ning Busan was immensely touched, saying, "Novelia, you are truly kind to me. I treat you well because you are Master Saiji's student." "Another reason is..." Novelia gazed at his face, letting out a faint sigh. "You look very much like someone else. Not only do you resemble him, but like him you also have black hair and black eyes." Ning Busan fell silent. Is this some sort of substitute literature? The next moment Novelia coldly stated, "But you can never become him. No one can become him, not even me." That person was her idol, the target she pursued. He ended the chaos of the continent, drove the foreign races out of the Landia continent, and had never known defeat in his life. No one can become him. Furthermore, no one can surpass him. Louis, he is a legend. Unfortunately, he is already dead. Ning Busan sensed Novelia's low spirits and comforted her. Actually, there is no need to become someone else, nor is there a need to compare with others. You just being yourself is enough. Novelia shook her head, her expression extremely complex. "You don't understand. The once mighty empire is now on the verge of collapse. The decaying rule needs to be overthrown, and the crisis of foreign races needs to be resolved." Novelia believed that if Louis faced this situation, he would definitely find a way to resolve it. But she is powerful, but not powerful enough. Ning Busan was taken aback by her words. "You don't understand." But he truly had no idea that Novelia was actually an admirer of his brave persona. Novelia seemed to recall something and casually said, "By the way, at my birthday banquet, all the guests will be nobles. Since you ignored their invitations earlier, many might make things difficult for you." Ning Busan still couldn't figure out when he had been invited. However, since it was Novelia's birthday banquet, he didn't want to cause her trouble, so he asked, "Is there anything I need to do?" Novelia shook her head, her smile peculiar. "You don't need to do anything. Just stand beside me and let them know you are mine, and then no one will trouble you in the future." Ning Busan was slightly taken aback. What exactly is Novelia's background? The next day at the palace, Ning Busan gazed at the magnificent castle before him, lost in thought. Even if he used his toes to think, he could guess who Novelia truly was. She is the princess of the Dawn Empire, the leader of the Thorn Legion, known for her ruthless nature as the Jade-Faced Shura. Various rumors about her circulate in the streets, yet no one dares to call her by her name, only referring to her as Your Highness. Soldiers in silver-white armor on both sides knelt on one knee, their voices loud. "We have seen Your Highness." Ning Busan looked at the woman beside him, who had not revealed that she was the princess of the Dawn Empire. Novelia raised an eyebrow. "Are you scared?" Ning Busan shook his head. Having come this far, he would just have to grit his teeth and go through with it. To be honest, he was also quite curious about what the legendary palace looked like. Novelia linked her arm with Ning Busan's and walked into the banquet hall together. In the center of the grand hall hung a massive magical crystal ball, radiating brilliant light, illuminating the hall as bright as day. The gentlemen wore noble attire while the ladies donned luxurious court dresses, gathering together, laughing and enjoying each other's company, until the arrival of the two brought the atmosphere of the entire banquet to a freezing point. Unlike other women, Novelia did not wear an elaborate ball gown, but rather donned knight's armor. However, just by standing there, the aura she exuded was enough to make everyone feel inferior. The gazes of the crowd were exceedingly complex. This is their princess. As always, she was proud and noble. As always, she exuded powerful aura. As always, she was off-putting. However, upon seeing the male companion of the princess, the crowd's gazes turned uncertain. He was a stranger with rare black hair and black eyes, handsome features, and a confident and composed smile on his face. Although he was dressed in very ordinary shirts and trousers, standing beside the princess, he did not lose any of his momentum. Instead, he became the center of attention. The princess has never shown interest in men. How could she suddenly bring a man with her today? Moreover, he is such a young man. Novalia performed a knight's salute to the two on the throne. Your Majesty the Queen, good day. Ning Busan followed suit, his right fist on his chest, bowing. Your Majesty the Queen, good day. The king's eyes filled with intense disgust upon seeing Novalia, but he quickly masked it. The king furrowed his brows and asked, Novalia, who is this person beside you? Novalia introduced him. He is a new student of Master Saiji, Ning Busan. The crowd was in an uproar. Is this the commoner who rejected all noble invitations? So he stands by the princess. The king forced a hypocritical smile and said to Ning Busan, so you are the new student of Master Saiji, huh? Not bad, not bad. The future of the empire still relies on young people like you. Ning Busan, unperturbed by praise or scorn, replied, Your Majesty, you flatter me. The queen beside them smiled and said, Since Novalia has arrived, Your Majesty, why not start the banquet now? The king slightly nodded. The banquet begins. The band played a cheerful yet soothing dance tune as the elegant noble gentleman invited the ladies beside them to step into the dance floor and sway gracefully to the music. However, not a single person invited Novalia. To be precise, no one dared to approach her. Although it was her birthday banquet, she found herself isolated. Novalia was accustomed to this, calmly picking up a delicate and delicious small cake from the banquet. In contrast to the surrounding ladies who smiled demurely and moved gracefully, her actions seemed abrupt and out of place. A golden-haired young man walked up to Novalia and smiled, saying, Sister, aren't you going to dance with your partner? Ning Busan speculated that he must be Prince William. Novalia replied coldly, Who are you calling sister? I am the first heir to the empire. You should address me as your highness. The king had only two children, Novalia and William. Only the future heir of the empire could be addressed as your highness, so William could only be called prince. William's expression twisted momentarily as he coldly shouted, Princess. Ignoring him, Novalia beckoned to Ning Busan, Feel free to eat, don't be polite. It was only then that William noticed Ning Busan and smiled slightly. Lord Ning Busan, I was rude last time. I merely asked Fei Heir to invite you over, but I didn't expect him to use such means. But rest assured, I have taught him a lesson and will ensure he comes to apologize soon. The apology was sufficiently perfunctory, and Ning Busan replied with a forced smile, There's no need. William frowned in displeasure. In his view, although Ning Busan was a student of Lord Saiji before he matured, he was ultimately still a commoner. He felt that being willing to apologize to Ning Busan was already giving him face, yet this lowly commoner did not appreciate it. A commoner is just a commoner. Only Novalia would be willing to accept one. William looked at Novalia with pity and mocked, Princess, it's your birthday banquet, yet no one is willing to invite you to dance. Don't you feel sorry for yourself? Novalia replied impatiently, What exactly do you want to say? William's smile widened as he cheerfully called out, Zagan, come over. Not far away, a man with a round face and large ears heard the call and hurried over, wearing a fawning expression. When he smiled, even the flesh on his face quivered. Prince William, did you call for me? William introduced with a smile, Princess, this is the eldest son of Duke Negan, the future heir of the Leonardo family. Zagan stared at Novalia's face with a lewd expression, extending his hand, Princess, may I invite you to dance? Novalia looked at his outstretched arm, took a deep breath, and seethed with anger. She never expected William would stoop to such methods to disgust her. Just as Novalia was about to twist his arm off, Ning Busan also extended his hand towards Novalia. Noble Princess, may I invite you to dance? Novalia raised an eyebrow and placed her hand in Ning Busan's. William scoffed. He did not believe that a commoner like Ning Busan would know how to dance the noble social dance. However, the two moved gracefully on the dance floor, their movements perfectly in sync. The crowd watched with various expressions, unsure of what was brewing in their hearts. In reality, as Ning Busan and Novalia danced, they whispered to each other. Novalia asked, Have you learned the noble social dance? Ning Busan smiled and replied, I picked it up after watching it a couple of times. After all, he was once a rich second generation, had danced in clubs and attended high society gatherings. Such simple dance steps were not challenging for him. Ning Busan was also curious about one thing, Novalia, why do they all harbor animosity toward you? In such occasions, even if relationships were strained, they usually maintained a facade of harmony. However, their lack of pretense was indeed strange. It's nothing significant, Novalia said dismissively. I merely proposed abolishing the hereditary nobility system, which made me the public enemy of all nobles. Ning Busan couldn't help but gasp. Abolishing the hereditary nobility system was probably more serious than digging up the ancestral graves of these nobles. He felt as if he had boarded a formidable pirate ship. Novalia said when the Dawn Empire was first established, those granted titles were all meritorious ministers of the founding. To consolidate the dynasty's rule, Emperor Leo granted them titles and lands, thus forming the current noble class through generations of hereditary succession. Unfortunately, this system is no longer applicable today. Ning Busan, having studied politics, quickly understood her meaning. As long as social class divisions exist and resources are unevenly distributed, class contradictions will arise. For instance, the slums in the city of the Dawn Empire and the noble quarters. Faced with external invasions, nobles could not fulfill their responsibilities to protect their subjects within their territories, just like the refugees outside the city gates. When contradictions accumulate to a certain extent, they will erupt. The king and nobles only wish to maintain their rule, oppressing the living space of commoners, while Novalia aims to fundamentally change this social status quo. In other words, Novalia stands on the side of the commoners. Ning Busan spoke gently. Novalia, those who win the hearts of the people will gain the world. What you wish to accomplish will succeed one day. Novalia smiled. Those who win the hearts of the people will gain the world. I like this saying. After the dance ended, Novalia went to the ladies' side while Ning Busan found a quiet corner at the men's table to sit. Now everyone knew he was on Novalia's side, and no one dared to confront him. It was Prince William who approached him, handing Ning Busan a glass of wine, and saying softly, "You are new to the Dawn Empire, and may not know what my sister has done right." "What has she done?" William lowered his voice, saying she committed regicide. Oh, William was taken aback. Was that all? No further reaction. Ning Busan suddenly recalled a meme from the internet. It could just as well apply to Novalia: a cruel father, a deceased mother, a scheming brother, and a shattered self. No wonder Novalia preferred to live in the northern district rather than the palace. For her, it was not a home, but a den of demons. At that moment, the round-faced Zagan suddenly dashed out, kneeling before the king and saying, "Your Majesty, I have long admired Princess Novalia and wish to marry her. I hope you will grant your consent." The queen chimed in, "Your Majesty, now that Novalia has reached this age, she should marry. She was William's mother, but not Novalia's. She would love for Novalia to die, allowing her son to inherit the empire without obstacle." The king looked at Novalia, his voice filled with authority. "Zagan will inherit the title of Duke Negan. His status is worthy of you. I decide to betroth you to him." In fact, this was something they had long planned. It was merely a formality now. Ning Busan shivered at the sight. To marry off one's daughter to someone like that, how deep must the hatred and grievances run? Novalia showed no anger or other emotions, only calmness. Yet it was precisely because of her calmness that she appeared all the more terrifying. Novalia walked up to Zagan, her tone oppressive. "You wish to marry me?" Zagan leered at her, hastily nodding. Yes, I have liked you for a long time, Your Highness." Everyone looked on coldly at the scene, taking delight in Novalia's humiliation. Novalia's lips curled into a slight cold smile, a smile that held both arrogance and disdain. "You think you are worthy of liking me?" Novalia stated slowly. "Have you ever been to battle? Have you killed any invaders? Do you know how many people are displaced outside the imperial capital? The person I wish to marry can be ordinary, but they must not be a waste who only seeks pleasure in the imperial capital." As she said this, she scanned the crowd, including the king. This included everyone in the realm of waste. The king's voice was filled with anger. Novalia met the king's gaze without any respect. The king even felt that her gaze was like a sword that could pierce his heart. Novalia surveyed everyone present, her voice cold. "After the Black Sun passes, I will lead troops away from the imperial capital. During this period, you all better behave and not provoke me, otherwise I won't mind getting my hands a little bloody." With that, she left, taking Ning Busan with her. After returning to Roman alley, Ning Busan asked with some confusion, "What is Black Sunday?" Novalia looked at him with an incredulous expression, saying, "You don't even know what Black Sunday is, eh? 1,000 years ago, Emperor Leo and General Louis drove the aberrations out of the continent. However, every 100 years new aberrations descend upon the continent, and we call that day Black Sunday." Ning Busan frowned, recalling the monsters he had seen upon arriving. He couldn't help but ask, "What exactly are aberrations? Why do you use the term descend?" Novalia shook her head. "No one knows what aberrations truly are, nor where those monsters come from. You haven't experienced the cruelty of Black Sunday, so you cannot imagine what that scene is like." Ning Busan asked, "Is Black Sunday approaching?" Novalia's face turned solemn. "Indeed, in 1 month Black Sunday will descend." She then asked, "Ning Busan, Master Saji chose you. Do you know what that means?" "It means I have great talent." "Exactly. Do not squander this talent. Do not forget your original intention, and strive to become an excellent magician." Ning Busan nodded. But after pondering for a moment, he realized that all he could do was, I should go back and study. In this unfamiliar and dangerous world, when danger truly arrives only by having strong enough strength, can one survive. He needed to grow quickly. At the Magicians Association, Ning Busan finally finished memorizing the Encyclopedia of Magic. In just 7 days, he recorded thousands of magical runes and incantations. This level of difficulty was comparable to memorizing all level 6 English vocabulary in 7 days. When Ning Busan went to the Magicians Association, he saw the male receptionist from before in the hall again. However, this time his attitude was exceptionally respectful, even slightly fearful, as if afraid of causing trouble. Ning Busan didn't have the time to pay him any mind and headed straight to the top of the tower to find Saji. "Teacher, I have memorized the entire book." Saji said cheerfully, "Just in time, the wand you wanted is ready. Although I don't understand why you want such a wand, I still respect your choice." It was a wand meticulously crafted from rare obsidian, faintly reflecting a cold light. At the top of the wand, a sapphire was embedded. Ning Busan gently pressed it, and a sharp sword slid out from the wand. The sword shimmered with a faint blue light exuding a chilling aura. Ning Busan was enamored with it, a sincere smile appearing on his face. Thank you, teacher. An undeveloped magician of course feared being caught by an assassin. Having a sword hidden within the wand felt much safer. Saji couldn't help but say magicians are not strong in close combat. If you encounter an enemy, never think about confronting them hidden. If you want to learn self-defense techniques, you can go find Novalia. Ning Busan nodded. I understand, teacher. Saji said, now that you have the wand, you can start practicing casting spells. Start with the simplest fire spell. Use the wand to control the red magical elemental particles forming the magical rune diagram of the fire spell, then recite the incantation. Give it a try. Ning Busan held the wand, recalling the rune diagram and incantation of the fire spell in his mind. The surrounding red magical elements quickly gathered together and then erupted suddenly. Boom! Ning Busan was knocked back by the recoil, crashing hard into the wall. The flames raged and the bookshelves that were affected caught fire. Saji's eyelids twitched and he quickly cast a restoration spell. The flames disappeared and everything around returned to normal. Ning Busan had almost ended up injuring himself, and he silently got up from the ground feeling like crying without tears. Teacher, I didn't mean to. Saji grabbed Ning Busan's hand excitedly asking, you released the fire without chanting the incantation. How did you do that? I chanted it. Impossible. I didn't hear it. Ning Busan suddenly realized, I think I was chanting it in my mind. Saji burst into laughter. You are more talented than I imagined. Even as a grand sorcerer, I cannot skip the chanting step when controlling magical elemental particles. Yet Ning Busan achieved this on his first attempt. Ning Busan asked, now that I can cast the fire spell, does that make me a junior magician? Saji shook his head. Although you released the fire spell just now, it doesn't count as successful. For ordinary magicians, it is difficult to release magic because they cannot control the magical elements around them. You, on the other hand, have the opposite issue. These magical elements are too obedient to you, and you cannot control the force, which is why it went out of control, like just now. Ning Busan understood immediately. It's like giving you a high-level account, but your proficiency is at the bronze level. Ning Busan said, teacher, I get it. Practice makes perfect. As long as I practice a few more times, I won't lose control. This principle of practice is universally applicable in any world. Saji nodded. That's correct, but don't practice offensive magic for now. Let's start with healing spells. Okay, teacher. 2 days later, early in the morning, Ning Busan knocked on Novalia's door. Novalia was practicing swordsmanship in the yard, wearing armor with fine beads of sweat on her face, looking like she had been training for a while. Novalia asked, what do you need me for? Ning Busan smiled shyly. Novalia, I'd like to ask you for 2 favors. Seeing him holding a large box, Novalia asked, what's inside? Ning Busan opened the box, which was filled to the brim with protective talismans. There were many talismans, enough to surprise even Novalia. Light-type magicians are quite rare, so these healing talismans have skyrocketed in price. Ning Busan, where did you get so many protective talismans? I've been practicing healing spells these past 2 days, so I made a lot of protective talismans. At this point, Ning Busan felt a little embarrassed. To be honest, I'm a bit short on money right now, so I was wondering if you have any way to sell these. Novalia said, these talismans can sell for at least 10 gold coins each. Ning Busan swallowed hard, nearly overwhelmed by the sudden happiness. Are they really that expensive? Then isn't he going to get rich? Novalia asked, what price do you plan to set? Ning Busan considered for a long time, slowly and hesitantly saying, 1 silver coin. Novalia raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? I am sure, Ning Busan whispered. 1 silver coin selling to those who truly need it, this price is just right. Novalia smiled. No problem, leave it to me. Ning Busan was kinder and smarter than she had imagined. Novalia asked, what is the other thing? Ning Busan said, I want to learn both magic and swordsmanship like you. Can you guide me in learning swordsmanship? Novalia's expression suddenly became very complex. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but suddenly hesitated. She then asked, why do you want to learn swordsmanship? Ning Busan pondered for a moment and said, I feel that my physical fitness is too poor and needs improvement. He had never liked exercise before, and his frail physique could barely manage to run 1,000 meters in 5 minutes during physical tests. The more skills one possesses, the greater the space for survival in the future. Ultimately, he was just afraid of dying. After a moment of silence, Novalia agreed to Ning Busan's request. All right, come and train with me every morning from now on. Ning Busan cheerfully replied, no problem. The slums. In a small hut made of worn wooden boards and iron sheets, a ragged man lay on a narrow wooden bed, breathing heavily and rapidly, occasionally accompanied by coughing. He was John, an ordinary commoner. His job was to build houses for the nobles. Although his pay was low, it barely allowed him and his wife to cover their daily expenses. However, he had fallen gravely ill. In this world, there was no profession of doctors, but there were alchemists. The potions prepared by alchemists could help eliminate diseases, but herbs were not cheap, so most alchemists chose to serve the nobles. There were hardly any competent alchemists in the slums. For commoners, even a slight fever could cost them their lives, because they could not afford the expensive magical potions. To treat him, his wife nearly depleted all their savings, but his condition still showed no signs of improvement. He loved his wife dearly, so he chose to let her take the remaining money and leave him. The roof was covered with uneven tiles and rainwater dripped down from the broken tiles, making it unbearably damp and cold. John suddenly coughed violently. He thought that perhaps it would not be long before he died. In a daze he heard his wife's joyful voice, "John, I bought a talisman." John strained to open his eyes, and weakly asked, "Where did you get so much money to buy a talisman?" The woman replied, "John, I bought this talisman at the market for just 1 silver coin." John thought she had been deceived. How could that be? The talisman contained the healing power of the light element, which was far more precious than magical potions. The woman tightly grasped the talisman and softly said, "Let's give it a try. What if it works?" The talisman emitted a gentle and sacred white light, instantly healing John's wounds. In that moment, John felt an overwhelming surge of energy throughout his body. He jumped up from the bed, disbelief etched on his face. "I'm healed. I really am healed." His wife held him tightly, weeping with joy. In fact, when the talisman was first sold at the market for just 1 silver coin, no one dared to buy it. 1 silver coin was merely a week's expenses for a commoner. The price was too low, so they all believed it was a scam. However, there were always those like John's wife who in desperation turned to any remedy. They verified the talisman's authenticity, and soon everyone rushed to buy it. The box of talismans made by Ning Busan saved many families like John's. Even Ning Busan himself was unaware that he had already begun to make a faint impact on this world. This impact was small and weak, but when he truly grew up, this influence might become significant. A month later, Ning Busan officially reported Novalia is a devil. The physical training plan Novalia set for him was precisely at his limits. Each session left him utterly exhausted, yet he still had the energy to study magic. The effects were not visible, his muscles ached terribly, his arms couldn't be raised, and his body felt completely drained. Compared to swordsmanship, magic was simply too charming. On this day, Saiji was teaching Ning Busan how to use magic to attack enemies. But suddenly the sky was stained as if dipped in ink, devoid of any light. The entire world was shrouded in a suffocating and profound darkness, as if foretelling impending disaster. Ning Busan was stunned by this sudden change, and couldn't help but look at Saiji and ask, "Teacher, what happened?" Saiji opened the window, his expression grim. "Black Sunday." Ning Busan looked outside through the window. What shrouded the sky was not dark clouds, but a swarm of monsters blotting out the sun like a natural disaster. Outside the city walls, the monstrous army surged like a tide. The thunderous sound of footsteps mingled with roars, shaking the earth, as if to swallow this majestic empire whole. Ning Busan was shaken by this scene. He licked his lips and asked, "Teacher, can the empire withstand so many monsters?" Saiji scoffed, his eyes filled with mockery and malice. "What can the empire use to defend itself? Those noble mages. They will only send knights and commoners to go out and die for nothing. They cannot withstand it." Ning Busan asked, "What about the empire's magical defense array?" Saiji shook his head. "It cannot withstand it either." Seeing his calm expression, Ning Busan knew the empire must have a countermeasure and asked, "What should we do then?" Saiji sighed softly. "The empire is not worried about Black Sunday because of the presence of summoners." Ning Busan's eyes flickered. Summoners are a branch of mages who can form contracts with mythical beings, summoning them to assist in critical moments. Ning Busan felt relieved and asked, "Are we summoning the archangels of the divine race?" In his impression, the light god had always maintained a friendly attitude towards humans and would likely be willing to send archangels to assist humanity through the crisis of Black Sunday. However, Saiji said the divine race has not responded to human summons for nearly 1,000 years. The other mythical beings are even more arrogant and would never care about the lives of humans. On the contrary, the only ones who might respond to the summons are demons. Demons? Ning Busan was shocked, but summoning demons requires an enormous price. Saiji said 100 years ago there was also a Black Sunday like today, and the monstrous army charged in, threatening the gates of the Dawn Empire. At that time, Novalia had no choice but to use the summoning spell. Ning Busan asked, "What price did she pay?" Saiji's eyes flashed with pain. She lost her magical talent and could no longer sense magical elements. She had already become a mage at just 80 years old and was destined to become the youngest archmage. Ning Busan fell silent. It turned out that Novalia practiced swordsmanship because she had lost her magical talent. Losing her most proud talent at the peak of her glory must have been incredibly difficult for her. Ning Busan asked who was the demon she summoned. Saiji replied it was the Demon King, who governs the power of greed. Ning Busan was slightly taken aback, wanting to say the name, but was stopped by Saiji. One must not speak the names of mythical beings directly, or they will be targeted by them. The sky split open and a chilling aura surged forth from the rift. On the city walls, Novalia softly chanted an ancient incantation, and a massive summoning array emerged beneath her feet. As the summoning array gradually took shape, the rift in the sky grew larger. A gigantic demon slowly emerged from the rift, its face obscured by black smoke. All that could be discerned was its towering figure blocking out the sun, with wings as dark as storm clouds unfurling behind it. The demon appeared on the battlefield, doing nothing but snapping its fingers lightly. Countless reed bats flew out of the rift, their overwhelming numbers sending shivers down spines. The reed bats devoured the aberrations and engaged in fierce combat with them. The myriad of aberrations fell apart in an instant. A cold and cunning smile curled at the corners of the demon's mouth. "Novalia, what about my payment? Even if a contract is established, there are still costs to be paid for commanding him." Novalia's voice was icy. "I have already sent what you requested through the sacrificial array. You will see it upon your return. That is the foundation and wealth accumulated by the empire over the past century. Making a deal with a demon is akin to seeking a tiger's skin, yet they have no other choice." The demon chuckled with delight. "Pleasure doing business With the transaction concluded, he prepared to leave. On the top floor of the Mage Association, Ning Busan gazed at the demon and silently uttered 2 words. Mammon. The demon king of greed in hell, Mammon. He was the most favored subordinate during his time as Satan in hell. No one dislikes a subordinate who knows how to make money. As Mammon stepped into the rift intending to return to hell, he seemed to sense something and tilted his head slightly. His crimson pupils scanned through the crowd, fixating directly on the top of the Mage Association's tower. In the next moment, the summoning array vanished and Mammon returned to hell. He sat atop a mountain of gold and silver, twisting his lips into a distorted and manic smile. Were you calling for me, Master? Ning Busan was unaware that Mammon had almost discovered his presence just moments ago. Every word spoken will be known. In this magical world, this is not merely a saying. But now he finally understood why Novalia wanted to abolish the hereditary system, while the nobles merely spread rumors to tarnish her reputation rather than unite against her. They needed Novalia, yet they also feared her. How ironic. Saiji looked at Ning Busan, his expression serious. Ning Busan, remember what I am about to say. Ning Busan straightened up. Master, please speak. Do not become a summoner, or do not attempt to summon any mythical beings. Unless absolutely necessary, never trade with demons. Ning Busan promised. Master, I promise you. The future is unpredictable, no one knows what will happen. Promises are the most fragile and pale things. The day after Black Sunday, when Ning Busan came to find Novalia, she was already packing her belongings. Novalia said, I am leaving the Dawn Empire soon. You must take good care of the master. Are you in such a hurry? Ning Busan knew she was leaving, but he did not expect it to be so soon. Novalia said every Black Sunday hordes of aberrations descend upon the land of Landia. The Dawn Empire is safe now, but the territories outside the Empire are under threat from the aberrations. If you leave the Dawn Empire, you will find that simply living is the greatest luxury. I am the heir of the Dawn Empire, the leader of the Thorn Legion, while I have an obligation to protect my people. Ning Busan gazed at her beautiful yet determined face softly, saying, Novalia, you must return alive. Of course. Novalia proudly lifted her chin. Even if she lost her magical talent, she was still the strongest knight of the Empire. Ning Busan felt a bit dejected. If I could be stronger, perhaps I could help you. If it weren't for meeting Saiji and Novalia, he would be in an utterly miserable state in this foreign world. To him, Novalia was both a teacher and a friend. Now that Novalia was heading to the battlefield, he felt not only worry, but also a pressing desire to grow stronger. Novalia patted Ning Busan's shoulder, her voice unusually gentle. Both I and the master believe that one day you will become a powerful mage. With great power comes great responsibility. You have chosen this path. Your future is destined to be intertwined with it. Ning Busan, I look forward to the day you undergo a complete transformation. Ning Busan said, I also look forward to the day the Thorn Legion drives the aberrations out of the land of Landia. Novalia laughed heartily. It will definitely happen. When Novalia left, Ning Busan did not see her off. He simply stood atop the city walls watching the troops march out. The Thorn Legion surged out of the city gates like a mighty tide, their momentum unstoppable. Clad in heavy armor, wielding sharp blades, and embracing a death-defying resolve, their steps were firm and powerful. With flesh and blood we defend every inch of land until the dawn's light dispels the darkness. Their oath resounded through the heavens and the earth. However, Ning Busan was stunned, because the oath was written by him. When the Dawn Empire was first established, he had led armies to battle against the aberrations in the game. Men tend to have a bit of a delusional complex, and he was no exception, thus he came up with such a slogan. But this was not a game, it was reality. Someone would inevitably die. It was not nameless NPCs, but living, breathing people. Ning Busan felt an unprecedented pang of bitterness and heaviness in his heart, as if fine sharp threads were tightening around his heart. The unknown aberrations, the ragged refugees, the noblemen reveling in songs and dances, the soldiers embracing death. These scenes intertwined and appeared in Ning Busan's mind. He clearly understood that he was just an ordinary person who enjoyed playing games without the ability to save the world nor the courage and determination to change it. At first he only wanted to live well, and then find a way back home. So he always remained on the periphery, observing this world as a bystander. But at this moment, Ning Busan suddenly felt a sense of empathy. This was the empire he had built with his own hands. Whether he wished it or not, he was already a part of this world. As he had this thought, the magical elemental particles of the world began to stir, as if celebrating joyfully. This change was so subtle that even a grand mage would find it hard to detect. However, in the paradise suffused with light and divine aura, a faint smile appeared at the corner of the golden-eyed deity's mouth. This world is your true home. 5 years later in Roman Lane, Ning Busan waved the wand in his hand, and a complex magical array appeared beneath his feet. The surrounding air began to ripple gently, and at that moment the space became soft and elastic, forming a dazzling portal. Ning Busan pushed open the door, and almost in the blink of an eye he found himself at the top of the Wizard Association's tower. Saiji, wearing reading glasses, was studying a letter in his hands, stunned by the sudden appearance of a living person. Ning Busan eagerly shared his joy with Saiji. Master, I did it. After countless failures, he finally succeeded in casting the high-level spell Spatial Displacement. Spatial Displacement was the greatest challenge he encountered during his magical studies. Any slight deviation could prevent him from reaching his destination, and he himself didn't know what lay on the other side of the portal. The most embarrassing incident was when he opened the door and ended up in someone else's home right in the middle of an affair between a man and a woman. To keep Ning Busan quiet, they even offered him a bribe. In short, the hardships he endured could not be summed up in a few words. Fortunately, he succeeded, which meant that he was now an advanced wizard. Seiji set down the letter in his hands, looked at the beaming Ning Busan, and said gently, "Congratulations on your promotion to advanced wizard." Ning Busan becoming an advanced wizard was within Seiji's expectations. However, 5 years was indeed too short, and he felt a deep sense of awe at Ning Busan's significant progress in such a brief time. Indeed, a diligent and talented person will never go unnoticed no matter where they are. Ning Busan was extraordinarily excited. Having become an advanced wizard meant that he could now engage with more complex magical arrays. As Ning Busan delved deeper into the study of magic, he realized that if his abilities were stronger, it was indeed feasible to establish a magical array that connected to another world. This meant that his desire to return home could potentially be realized. However, Seiji's next words doused his excitement like a bucket of cold water, bringing him back to reality. Seiji said, "Ning Busan, although I don't know what you intend to do, I must remind you that time and space are taboos for wizards. Those who seek to alter time and space will ultimately be consumed by it." Ning Busan's smile faltered, and after a moment of silence he replied, "Master, I understand." Returning home was his obsession, but Seiji's words also served as a wake-up call. Ning Busan was acutely aware of how difficult and dangerous magic related to time and space could be, so he would not attempt it lightly, without absolute certainty. However, the doubts that had long been buried in his heart continued to unsettle him. How exactly did he come to this world? Who exactly created the game invasion of other species? If this was a conspiracy, what role did he play in it? In the slums, Ning Busan walked straight into a secluded little shop and closed the door. A girl with braided hair and freckles approached him, saying, "Lord Ning Busan, you finally came." Ning Busan handed the girl a ring embedded with a ruby, saying, "Vanilla, everything is inside. I've sorted it out and asked someone to deliver it to Novalia." The ring was enchanted, containing a 1 square meter space now filled to the brim with protective charms. Over the past 5 years, Ning Busan had no social activities outside of studying magic at the Wizard Association. He had been too low-key so much so that almost everyone overlooked him, even those nobles gradually forgetting his existence. No one would have thought that he had been secretly providing medical logistics for Novalia all along. Novalia had achieved remarkable military success, and the protective charms he crafted had saved countless lives. He told Vanilla, "Tell Novalia that I plan to find her. I have been promoted to advanced wizard, and I can protect myself even on the battlefield now." Healing mages are exceptionally rare, and any faction is willing to offer them generous treatment, which is why they generally do not wish to follow armies into battle. However, Ning Busan was more than willing. "I'm afraid you won't be able to go," Vanilla whispered. "The princess has sent word that she is about to return to the empire." Ning Busan was surprised. "Aren't they currently resisting the invasion from the south? Why has she suddenly decided to return now?" Vanilla replied indignantly, "It was the king who summoned her back suddenly. We don't know what he intends to do." Ning Busan frowned. Why would the king make such a sudden decision? Ning Busan said, "I understand now. You should deliver the items to Novalia first." Leaving the little shop, Ning Busan heard sounds of fighting coming from the alley, but he had no intention of getting involved. In the slums, all kinds of people exist, and anything happening there is not surprising. He could not concern himself with everything. His world was small, and he only cared about a few people he valued. Perhaps deep down he was inherently a cold person. The moonlight barely penetrated the dense eaves, casting a mottled light in the alley. Ning Busan inadvertently caught sight of the two individuals grappling with each other. One was an assassin clad in black tight-fitting attire, and the other was a knight in armor. The knight was Kaelan, the one who had saved his life when Ning Busan first crossed into this world. Ning Busan paused in his steps. Without hesitation, Ning Busan cast a binding spell. The assassin was frozen in place. Ning Busan walked over. Suddenly, another assassin approached swiftly like a ghost, the dagger tracing a silver arc in the air, aiming straight for Ning Busan's vital point. Kaelan reacted quickly, swinging his sword to accurately block the assassin's attack meant for Ning Busan. At this point, Ning Busan had no intention of leaving any survivors. Complex magical runes harnessed the power of flames, and in an instant the assassin was engulfed in roaring flames. He let out a chilling scream before quickly turning to ashes, leaving no trace behind. This was Ning Busan's first real act of killing, and he himself was surprised at how calm he was. Someone wanted to kill him, and he had to retaliate, otherwise he would die. Perhaps it was because he had witnessed so many dead over these 5 years that he felt no emotional fluctuations while killing. However, soon after, several more assassins surrounded the alley. Ning Busan grabbed Kaelan and used spatial displacement to return home. Kaelan's lips were purple, clearly having been poisoned, and one of his shoulders was pierced, blood flowing down his armor. Ning Busan used healing magic, and soon Kaelan's wounds healed. Ning Busan asked, "Uncle Kaelan, are you alright?" Kaelan felt that the person before him seemed somewhat familiar, but for a moment he could not remember who he was. It was only after a long while that he recognized him. "You are Ning Busan." "Yes, it's me." Kaelan's feelings were quite complex. He never expected that the refugee he had saved in the Shadow Forest would become a powerful wizard. Kaelan sincerely "Thank you for saving me." He was poisoned, and without encountering Ning Busan, he might not have survived the ambush by the assassins. Ning Busan intervened to save him because he owed Kaelan his life, but it was not possible to simply shelter him without clarification. Ning Busan asked, "What happened? Why were you poisoned? Who sent the assassins after you?" Kaelan clenched his fists, his eyes filled with hatred and anger. It was Prince William. Ning Busan did not expect to hear such a familiar name. Why would Prince William pursue you? To be honest, I am a knight of the Leonardo family sworn to Duke Negan. Ning Busan frowned. Leonardo family. He recalled that the king had intended to betroth Novalia to the eldest son of Duke Negan. Kaelan continued, the princess' reputation is too high now, and Prince William fears that if this continues, she will become increasingly difficult to deal with, so he plans to conspire with Duke Negan to murder the princess. I stumbled upon their conspiracy, so they want to kill me to silence me. Ning Busan's gaze turned cold, assassinating Novalia, who gave them the audacity. Aren't they afraid that during the next Black Day the aberrants will breach the Dawn Empire? But Ning Busan quickly realized the answer. By the time of the next Black Day, it would be 100 years later. By then Novalia might already be on the throne, and they could not possibly allow such a thing to happen. Ning Busan asked, Kaelan, how do they plan to murder Novalia? They have a summoner who has made a pact with a demon intending to use the demon to assassinate the princess. Kaelan said earnestly, I need to go to the palace to meet the king and inform him of this matter so he can protect the princess. You stay here and don't go anywhere. Ning Busan frowned. It was the king who summoned Novalia back to the empire. William and Nigen's actions are likely under his orders. Kaelan shook his head. I can't stay here, or it will implicate you. If Prince William discovers I am here, he will surely eradicate the roots and kill you too. Ning Busan calmly replied, he wouldn't dare kill me. I am a student of Master Saiji. Kaelan was astonished. So you are the student of Master Saiji. The fact that Master Saiji had taken on a student had once caused quite a stir, but he did not know that the student was Ning Busan. Ning Busan said, this is Roman Alley in the northern district. There are magical arrays around my residence, and not just anyone can intrude. Stay here and recuperate. He won't discover you. Kaelan worriedly asked, that summoner may have already begun his actions. How do you plan to warn the princess? Ning Busan's eyes flickered. Don't worry, leave this matter to me. Outside the Dawn Empire night fell, and the silver moon hung high. The army camped on a vast expanse of grassland, campfires flickering, illuminating the weary faces of the soldiers. In the deep darkness, a demon with green scales on his hand lay silently in the shadows, his eyes dark and abyss-like, exuding a chilling aura. He was Barfent, a greedy demon who preferred to roam the human world rather than hell. However, to live freely in the human world, one needed a fortune. Thus Barfent accepted a summoning from a human and made a pact with him. The reward was substantial, with the condition of killing a person. Inside the tent, Novalia was taking a short rest. Suddenly the tent's curtain was violently swept aside by an invisible force, and Barfent appeared before her, like a ghost, his sharp claws gleaming coldly in the moonlight. Novalia sensed danger, instantly opened her eyes, and swiftly drew the long sword hanging by her bedside to block. But Barfenti's speed exceeded her imagination. His claws were like shadows slicing through her armor and leaving a deep wound. Barfent was somewhat puzzled as he vaguely sensed the aura of the greedy demon from this woman. But what did that matter? Among demons there are no companions, especially among demons of the same attribute. Meeting would surely result in a fight. Novalia recognized that the creature before her exuded an evil aura and became grave. The two most powerful races in this world are the celestial race and the demon race. They represent the two sides of light and darkness, existing as immortal beings since their inception, yet are inherently opposed. Only demons and celestial beings can kill demons. Novalia and Barfent engaged in a fierce struggle, creating a commotion that alarmed the surrounding soldiers. At this critical moment, a dazzling light suddenly erupted in the sky, illuminating the entire camp as if it were daytime. A 12-winged angel clad in golden armor and wielding a holy sword descended. His gaze was piercing, staring directly at Barfent, exuding a sacred and radiant aura. Barfent, seeing the imposing figure floating in midair, was filled with terror. Archangel. He didn't think twice and directly abandoned the idea of assassinating Novalia, scrambling to escape, fearful that if he was slow, he would say goodbye to this world. After Barfent ran far away, Novalia looked at the so-called 12-winged archangel and smirked. Ning Busan, why are you here? As the light faded, the wings disappeared, the armor vanished, and even the holy sword disappeared, leaving only Ning Busan with an awkward yet polite smile on his face. In fact, it was just a disguise made with light magic. No demon would fear a 12-winged archangel, as it was equivalent to a god of light. The surrounding soldiers were dumbfounded. All right, everything is fine now, you may disperse, Novalia told the soldiers surrounding the tent. Not a word of today's events should be leaked. Yes, your highness. The soldiers present were those who had fought alongside Novalia, and they would never betray her. Thus, only Ning Busan and Novalia remained in the tent. Ning Busan used healing magic to mend the wound on Novalia's shoulder and sighed in relief. I'm glad I didn't arrive late. Novalia asked, how did you come? Did you know a demon would attempt to assassinate me? Ning Busan recounted his encounter with Kaelan. Ning Busan frowned tightly. Prince William wants to kill you, and Duke Negan is also involved. The king must know and has tacitly allowed it. The nobles in the Dawn Empire all want you dead. They will certainly not let you go easily upon your return this time. Novalia showed no fear, her gaze still firm and powerful. They will not let me go, and I will not let them go either. Ning Busan softly called her name, Novalia. but he suddenly paused, seemingly hesitating over whether to say what came next. Novalia stared at him, waiting for him to choose his words. After a long while, Ning Busan calmly said, "Novalia seized the throne." Novalia was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter, as if she had heard a most amusing joke. She had always thought that Ning Busan was a gentle person, but she never expected to hear the words usurpation from his lips. Ning Busan did not find anything amusing about it. "You are the eldest daughter, your claim to the throne is rightful. The Thorn's Legion is loyal to you, you command soldiers. The common people respect and adore you, you have their hearts. Novalia, if you wish to change all of this, you must seize power, or you will always be constrained." Ning Busan chose Novalia, believing she would become a king who cared for her subjects, bringing about a transformation for the Dawn Empire. However, Novalia shook her head. "You are too naive, Ning Busan. There are 13 dukes within the Dawn Empire. They have their own territories and knights to fight. Trust me, as soon as their interests are threatened, they will unite, like starving wolves, viciously attacking you until they bring you down. If I were to usurp, the empire would surely be drenched in blood. Revolution requires bloodshed." Ning Busan's voice was gentle, yet bore an air of indifference. 10,000 years ago, the same type of invasion threatened the land of Landia. His Majesty Leo and General Lewis killed as many humans as they did invaders to establish the Dawn Empire. Novalia, only by excising the rotten flesh can the wound truly heal. Novalia scrutinized the young man before her, feeling that although he seemed unchanged after 5 years, he also appeared to have transformed in many ways. She suddenly felt a moment of disorientation, as if Ning Busan's face overlapped with that of another person. If it were General Lewis, he would likely make the same choice as Ning Busan, right? Novalia's voice was low. "I do not wish for the Thorn's Legion, which I have nurtured, to perish in internal strife, but if it truly comes to an irreparable point, I will consider your words." Ning Busan appeared contemplative. If reforms were implemented gradually, unnecessary sacrifices could be minimized. He could understand Novalia's thoughts and respected her choices, but that did not stop him from subtly nudging events from behind the scenes. In the palace, William's face was contorted with rage. "What did you say? You didn't kill Novalia?" Making a deal with a demon was the quickest and most reliable way William could think of to eliminate Novalia. To his surprise, even the demon couldn't kill Novalia. Barfent roared in frustration. "You didn't tell me there was a great angel by her side." William frowned. "You must have been deceived. She has a contract with the greed demon. Oh, how could she possibly have a great angel with her?" "What did you say?" Barfent squinted. "She has a contract with the greed demon. Why didn't you mention such an important matter sooner?" No wonder he caught the scent of mammon on that woman. Oh, it all makes sense now. But that was something he discovered on his own, not something William had said in advance. This human had sent him to kill, yet failed to inform him that the target had a contract with mammon. Such an oversight was utterly unforgivable. William at that moment had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation, arrogantly stating, "We have already formed a contract, and I have paid the initial price, so you must fulfill my request. You cannot violate the contract, otherwise you will face backlash." Barfent smirked slyly. "Didn't anyone tell you that when dealing with demons, you shouldn't pay up front? Do not use contracts to bind demons. Hell has its own laws, and no one can surpass Satan's punishment, not even the god of light. The demons of hell only worship Satan." His tone was reverent and fervent as he spoke those last words. In truth, besides William and Barfent, there was another person lurking in the corners of the palace fair. At this moment his expression was as dark as could be, for it was Prince William who had forced him to summon this demon. If the contract does not bind the demon, then at any moment this demon could kill him. Barfent noticed the fear in Fair's eyes, and mockingly said, "I won't kill you just yet. Because I am also curious as to why a great angel has suddenly appeared in the Dawn Empire. Heaven has the god of light, so the light attribute has always suppressed the dark attribute, making life in hell difficult. They even dare not spread their faith in the human world." But just then Satan appeared. No one knew where he had come from. They only knew that he led his 7 demon lords unstoppable and invincible, becoming the king of hell. While Satan ruled hell, he sent demons into the human world to fervently promote the faith of hell, such that during that period there were far more humans who believed in darkness than in light. Humans referred to that period as the Dark Age. However, ever since Satan disappeared, hell lost its backbone, and the Dark Age came to a complete end. The god of light could have taken this opportunity to attack hell, but he did not. Instead, he intentionally kept the angels out of sight, maintaining the balance between heaven and hell. What exactly did the great angel suddenly appearing in the Dawn Empire intend to do? Could it be that the god of light was planning some action? The more Barfent thought about it, the more alarmed he felt, sensing the depths of the issue. No, he had to investigate this matter thoroughly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Novalia had safely returned to the empire. Colorful banners flew atop the city walls, and the sound of trumpets was both stirring and solemn. Novalia, clad in silver armor and riding a magnificent white horse, led a brave troop of soldiers as they made their way slowly toward the gates of the empire. The soldiers, dressed in matching battle attire, marched in orderly and powerful strides, the clinking of armor and the thundering of hooves intertwining to create a victorious symphony. As the procession approached the city gates, waves of welcoming cheers surged forth like a tide. The eyes of the crowd on the city walls were filled with adoration and reverence, their cheers echoing to the heavens. A faint smile curved at the corners of Novalia's lips. In that moment, she clearly realized the profound meaning behind Ning Busan's words. To win the hearts of the people is to gain the world. No matter how the nobles attempted to tarnish her reputation, it was in vain. She had led the Thorns Legion to help weaker territories fend off the invaders, achieving great merit. Whether within the empire or beyond its borders, there were those who supported and cherished her. At the very center of the city gates, the nobles were dressed in formal attire, holding scepters and swords. The princess returned in triumph, and as ministers they were obliged to come out to greet her, as was the custom of the Dawn Empire. However, Novalia did not pause at the gates as she rode straight to the palace. The nobles' faces turned ashen. They had shown Novalia enough respect, yet she had given them none in return. This princess truly despised them just as they despised her. In the palace, the king wore a hypocritical smile and said, "Novalia, congratulations on your safe return." Novalia, unwilling to engage in his games, directly asked, "Why did your majesty suddenly summon me back?" The king's gaze turned slightly cold. He was fully aware that William had made a pact with the demon to assassinate Novalia. If the demon succeeded in killing Novalia on her way back to the empire, they could blame the murder on the demon and absolve themselves of any responsibility. But now that Novalia had returned, if an attack were to happen within the empire, the Thorn Legion would certainly not sit idly by. Therefore, Novalia could not die, at least not now. The king smiled and said, "You have fought outside for many years. It is time for you to come back and rest. Soon the empire will hold a mage exchange conference, and I need you to maintain order in the empire." Novalia scoffed. "Very well." In the central square, coincidentally, the day Novalia returned was the day of dawn, the anniversary of the empire's founding. Emperor Leo and General Louis established the Dawn Empire, and on this day, countless pedestrians come bearing flowers to place around the two sculptures. This is both a memorial and a show of respect. It was not until night fell that the area gradually fell silent. Ning Busan held a bouquet of white flowers and approached Leo's statue to lay it down, letting out a deep sigh. "The nobility of this world is dreadful. Your descendants, aside from Novalia, are all quite worthless. They say the predecessors plant trees for the future generations to enjoy, but if the descendants destroy the forest, millions will suffer." In the depths of his heart, Ning Busan had a premonition that soon the empire would descend into chaos. At that moment, a familiar voice came from behind. "I told you that you resemble someone. You should know who I'm talking about, right?" Ning Busan turned around to see Novalia approaching with two bouquets of white flowers, one placed in front of Leo's statue and the other in front of Louis. Ning Busan smirked. So she was referring to her resemblance to Louis. Louis was the most powerful warrior in history. He never suffered a defeat in his life, and even the proud dragon tribe bowed to his strength, willing to become his steed. As Novalia spoke these words, her eyes sparkled with brilliance, as if she were showing off her idol to others. However, Ning Busan felt embarrassed to the point of wanting to dig his toes into the ground. The reason he never suffered a defeat was that the game had a save feature. If he failed, he could simply restart. As for the so-called dragon steed, it was merely another persona of his created to build up Louis' reputation by linking two accounts together. Novalia fixed her piercing gaze on Ning Busan's face and remarked again, "Ning Busan, you truly resemble him." Ning Busan dryly replied, "What an honor that is." He did not want to hear any more of Louis' glorious deeds from Novalia. It made him feel a shame akin to public execution. So Ning Busan began to change the subject. Did Emperor Leo, a wise man with divination abilities, not foresee what would happen 10,000 years later? With Leo's intelligence, he surely could recognize the flaws of hereditary titles. How could he not think of a solution? He truly could not understand this matter. Novalia's subsequent words answered his doubts. The year after General Louis went missing, Emperor Leo passed away. Ning Busan was taken aback. He passed away. How could he have passed away? It was absurd for an emperor to die of illness in a magical world. In the palace tomb, the coffin bound by chains began to shake violently, emitting a thunderous roar as if venting its anger. "Louis, you only passed away. If it weren't for you, would I have ended up like this? Just wait for me. Once I get out, you're done for." The dark runes on the coffin were gradually dimming, as if it would not be long before whatever lay inside would break free. Realistic version, the ancestor's coffin lid was almost unable to contain what was inside. Mage Association. Seiji said the Mage Exchange Conference will soon be held in the Dawn Empire. As my student, you certainly cannot miss it. Ning Busan was somewhat puzzled. The Mage Exchange Conference. It's a gathering where young mages come together to exchange experiences and insights. These are secondary. The main focus is that there will be competitions and duels during this process. Seiji paused for a moment before continuing. Another great mage's student will also be coming, and all the mages are looking forward to seeing you two compete to determine who is the most outstanding mage of the new generation. Ning Busan had not anticipated this matter. He did not care much for such superficial fame, but he could not tarnish his teacher's reputation. "Don't worry, teacher, I will definitely win. Oh, I forgot to tell you, your opponent is already a great mage. Then I will try not to lose too embarrassingly." "No." Seiji grasped Ning Busan's hand with a serious expression and said, "You must win." Ning Busan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Teacher, are you joking?" He had just been promoted to great mage. Or was he really serious about facing off against a great mage directly? Seiji sighed and began to recount his own bitter past. In the land of Landia, there were two great mages. One was him, and the other was Mauen. Do not think they were all serene and indifferent to fame and fortune. They could also be competitive, especially when it came to comparing their students. Back in the day when Seiji took Novalia as his student, he was filled with pride whenever he wrote to Mauen. Later, when Novalia made a pact with the demon and lost her magical talent, Seiji fell into a deep depression for a long time. Yet it was during that time that Mauen took in a remarkably talented student, Isabella. She was a woman with talent on par with Novalia, and she had already become a great mage. Ever since Isabella appeared, Mauen had been boasting in his letters to Seiji about having someone to carry on his legacy. Until Seiji took Ning Busan as his student, the two of them became embroiled in a heated argument over whose student was the best. Seiji gritted his teeth and said with disdain, "In any case, you must give me some face. You absolutely cannot be outdone." Ning Busan chuckled, "Understood, teacher." However, Ning Busan was curious about one thing. "Teacher, what kind of person is that great mage Mauen?" Since Seiji often wrote letters to her, their relationship should be quite good. Her. Seiji's eyes filled with nostalgia, and even his tone softened. "She was my former lover." In Roman alley, Ning Busan had just returned home when he discovered that the magical defense array he had set up had been breached. His expression suddenly turned cold as he gripped his wand tightly and stepped into the courtyard. In an instant, Ning Busan doubted whether he had gone to the wrong place. His courtyard had transformed into a pastoral style with soft green grass underfoot and vibrant flowers blooming in a riot of colors. In the center of the courtyard, there was a swing made of vines. Sitting on the swing was a young girl dressed in a pink and white puffy skirt with soft curly golden hair and bright blue eyes that were pure and sweet, resembling a fairy that had fallen into the mortal realm. However, Ning Busan only felt troubled. He had probably already guessed who the person before him was. The girl stood up from the swing, lifted her skirt, and gracefully bowed. "Hello, Sir Ning Busan. My name is Isabella. It's a pleasure to meet you," Ning Busan said bluntly. "It's not ladylike to trespass into someone else's home and bind my people." "Is that so?" Isabella blinked innocently. Ning Busan suddenly remembered that there was another person in his house and frowned as he asked, "Where is Kaelan?" "You mean that paladin?" Isabella tilted her head. "I think he and Alwyn should get along well." Ning Busan walked into the room and saw Kaelan tightly bound, and beside him stood a tall and slender elf. With green eyes, silver hair, pointed ears, and a bow and arrow on his back, these were all quintessential features of the elven race. Elves typically resided in the Elven Valley, and Ning Busan never expected to see an elf in the human world. The elf extended his hand towards Ning Busan and greeted him amicably. "Alwyn, would you like to be friends?" Upon seeing this, Isabella stamped her foot and said unhappily, "Alwyn, come here." Alwyn, looking somewhat regretful, said, "It seems my dear Isabella doesn't want us to be too close, so I guess we can't be friends after all." With that, he unhesitatingly walked over to Isabella while Ning Busan untied Kaelan. Kaelan looked ashamed and said, "I'm sorry, I couldn't stop those two." Ning Busan reassured him, "As long as you're not hurt, that's what matters." It's normal for Kaelan to be unable to defeat both a mage and an elf. However, Ning Busan did not have a pleasant expression towards Isabella. "While it said that guests are to be welcomed, you barged into my home and bound my people. What exactly do you intend to do?" Isabella placed her hands on her hips and said loudly, "I'm here to declare war." Ning Busan frowned. "Declare war?" Isabella exclaimed angrily. "Sister Novalia actually said you are the most talented mage she has ever seen." Her eyes were filled with fighting spirit. "I will defeat you fairly at the Mage Exchange Conference and prove to Sister Novalia that I am the best mage." Ning Busan smirked, feeling speechless. So she was just a little fan of Novalia. He replied flatly, "I accept your declaration of war." Isabella huffed, "Alwyn, let's go." After the two left, Ning Busan and Kaelan gazed at the swing and the flowers in the courtyard, lost in thought. Ning Busan truly couldn't understand Isabella's thoughts and couldn't help but ask Kaelan, "Why does she have to make such a fuss about declaring war?" Kaelan explained, "Isabella comes from the Holy Light territory and is the only daughter of Lord Phrygia. She later became a student of the great mage Mauen. Don't be fooled by her sweet and lovely appearance. She is actually quite spoiled and willful, and she does things in a very ostentatious manner." Ning Busan rubbed his forehead. "So she has the legendary princess syndrome." On the other side, Isabella angrily asked Alwyn, "Why do you want to be friends with Ning Busan?" Aside from her, Alwyn usually ignored humans, so she couldn't understand what was so special about Ning Busan. Alwyn said, "Because he has a familiar scent about him." "What scent?" "He carries the scent of the mother tree." A hint of nostalgia flickered in Alwyn's eyes. "I was born from the mother tree, but I have been away from the Elven Valley for too long enough to nearly forget the scent of the mother tree." "Alwyn, do you want to return to the Elven Valley?" "No. The Elven Valley is no longer the Elven Valley it once was. In the royal palace." Ning Busan knew that the Mage Exchange Conference was very important, but he never expected that the king would summon him because of it. "Ning Busan, this Mage Exchange Conference is under the watch of many factions." The king said seriously, "There will certainly be a competition between you and Isabella. And in this competition, you can only win, not lose." Ning Busan had a strange expression. What did his winning or losing have to do with His Majesty the King? The king explained, "The Dawn Empire holds a Mage Exchange Conference every 200 years to select the strongest mage. As king, I will fulfill one request from the strongest mage. The territories outside the Dawn Empire must pay tribute to the Empire every year, and the Holy Light territory, where Isabella is from, is no exception. She is the daughter of Lord Phrygia. If she achieves victory, she will certainly make a request to stop the tributes from the Holy Light territory." Ning Busan's brow furrowed. If the Holy Light territory no longer paid tribute, other territories would certainly follow suit, so this precedent cannot be set. In other words, he must defeat Isabella and become the strongest mage no matter what. The pressure suddenly mounted. After contemplating for a long time, Ning Busan said, even if Isabella becomes the strongest mage and makes a request to you, won't there be no restrictions on that request? If it involves political matters, can't you refuse directly? The king chuckled wryly. If she makes a request that I can fulfill, but refuse, where would that leave the empire's reputation? Ning Busan nodded in understanding. Rest assured, your majesty, I will win. Hearing Ning Busan's promise, the king smiled with satisfaction. I believe in the judgment of Sir Seiji, and also in your abilities. I hope you won't disappoint me. If you win, whether you want a title or wealth, I can fulfill your requests. Ning Busan smiled meaningfully. Then I thank your majesty in advance. After Ning Busan left, William stepped out from behind the curtain. Ning Busan has only studied magic for 5 years, but Isabella is already a mage, and she is accompanied by an elf. Father, do you really think Ning Busan can win? William, you only need to know one thing. What? The king said. Seiji and Novalia both have high regard for Ning Busan. Being favored by those two means Ning Busan is definitely not as simple as they imagine. The king chuckled. Even if he cannot win, we can find a way to ensure he does. William hesitated for a moment and asked, but what if he makes an unreasonable request in the end? The king said, is there anything more outrageous than the Holy Light territory stopping its tribute? The precious white crystal, or is only produced in the Holy Light territory. If they cease to pay tribute, it would be a significant loss for the empire. William contemplated and said, Father, you are wise. The father and son exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes filled with scheming. If they knew what requests Ning Busan would make in the future and what consequences would arise from them, they would probably regret it deeply. The Mage Association. With an increasing number of mages flocking to the Dawn Empire, the southern district has recently become quite lively. When Ning Busan entered the Mage Association, he could clearly feel many curious gazes upon him. Everyone knows that the students taken in by Sir Seiji have black hair and black eyes, a trait that is simply too evident. Thus Ning Busan later chose to use spatial displacement to reach Saji's residence, directly avoiding the main entrance of the Mage Association. Since his promotion to a high-level mage, Ning Busan has encountered a bottleneck. His control over magical elements is already quite high, and he wields various spells with remarkable proficiency. To wield magic, one must rely on magical runes, but the magical runes on the land of Landia are limited. For instance, without a corresponding cleaning spell rune, Ning Busan cannot use magic to clean up trash. In simple terms, Ning Busan's talent has been restricted by the magical runes. So he asked Saji Master who created those magical runes. Some were imparted by the celestial beings through the archangels, while others were gradually discovered through the experiences of predecessors, Saji replied. To convert the magical particles around us into a force usable by humans requires stringent conditions. So far, the system we have formed relies on one's magical runes and incantations to achieve this conversion. Ning Busan asked, what if I want to create new magic? Saji frowned. Creating new magic means you have to create new magical runes, and this process is very dangerous. He did not expect that Ning Busan, having just become a high-level mage, would harbor such great ambition. After all, as a grand mage, he only dared to attempt to modify the direction of magical runes to unleash greater power. Ning Busan did not want to give up easily, so he asked, what dangers will I face in creating magical runes? Saji took out a piece of paper, sketched a few lines, and asked, what is this? Ning Busan examined it closely for a moment and replied, this is an inverted pentagram. Saji nodded. Yes, it is currently just an inverted pentagram. But if you arrange the dark elemental magical particles in the shape of an inverted pentagram, it becomes a totem symbolizing the Lord of Hell. Ning Busan tugged at his lips. The Lord of Hell. Isn't that one of his accounts, Satan? It's quite amusing that he himself did not realize that his symbolic totem is an inverted pentagram. Saji continued, there are many known and unknown terrifying existences in this world, and their symbolic totems are often extremely simple symbols. Magical runes are akin to totems imbued with magical power. A pattern you casually sketch may point to those taboo existences. At this point, Saji solemnly warned Ning Busan, do not attempt to create magical runes on your own. If you inadvertently disturb those taboo existences, the consequences will be unimaginable. Ning Busan readily replied, Master, I promise I won't casually study magical runes. Despite his assurances, once he returned to Roman Alley, Ning Busan decisively began to create new magical runes. With the Mage Exchange Conference approaching, he wondered how he and Isabella would determine the victor. His opponent was a grand mage, so he had to prepare his trump card. As for whether he would disturb terrifying existences, Ning Busan was not worried at all. He muttered to himself, since the inverted pentagram symbolizes Satan, why not base my design on the inverted pentagram? After all, I am Satan and Satan is me. Whether I succeed or fail won't affect me at all. Ning Busan rolled up his sleeves and began his research. Held the Palace of Purgatory. Within the lavish and eerie palace, the walls are adorned with various strange runes and patterns. A massive black candlestick burns with an eternal ghostly flame illuminating the entire palace. On a throne carved from a pile of skulls sits a handsome demon with 12 wings. On the table before him lies a heap of various documents and scrolls recording the affairs of hell, from disputes among demons to conspiracies against the human world. He is the proud demon king who governs the authority of pride, the current lord of hell, Lucifer. Lucifer holds a black feather quill in his hand as he reviews the documents. The feathers that fell from his wings when fashioned into a pin glide smoothly in his hand. However, his movements suddenly came to a halt. He heard a familiar voice that lasted barely a second before vanishing almost as if it were an illusion. Yet it wasn't long before the voice sounded again, cheerfully humming a tune, suggesting a pleasant mood. Lucifer crushed the feather quill in his hand, his eyes filled with deep shock and joy. Indeed, it was him, Satan. At this moment, Ning Busan, after numerous repeated experiments, successfully drew a magical rune diagram based on the inverted pentagram. Moreover, he attempted a grand heist, trying to usurp the authority of the Lord of Hell. If successful, he could directly wield the power of hell equivalent to a pseudo-demon. However, at that moment, a surge of extremely wicked power emerged from the magical rune diagram he had drawn. Ning Busan felt an ominous premonition. It seemed he had overplayed his hand. He attempted to disrupt the arrangement of the dark elements, but despite exhausting all methods, the magical rune diagram remained unmoved. Ning Busan did not notice that a huge black vortex had silently appeared behind him. Suddenly feeling a weight on his shoulder, Ning Busan's body stiffened, cold sweat pouring down as his heart raced like a drum. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a pale, slender hand resting on his shoulder, its long, sharp black nails glinting ominously. Ning Busan swallowed hard, unsure whether to turn around or flee. The voice behind him was filled with confusion. Satan, how did you become human? Ning Busan had already recognized who this demon was. The only demon who has ever called him by name without referring to him as king is the proud demon King Lucifer. But why did Lucifer recognize him? Ning Busan took a deep breath, striving to keep his thoughts calm and clear before turning around. Lucifer stood tall and imposing, his long silver hair cascading down to his waist like a waterfall, his red eyes deep and blood-like. 12 massive black wings slowly unfurled from his back, each feather glimmering with a dark sheen, exuding an air of nobility and inviolability. Ning Busan calmly greeted him. Lucifer, long time no see. 10,000 years ago, Satan suddenly vanished without a trace. No demon knew where he had gone or what had happened. However, Lucifer had a faint suspicion of the truth. Before Satan's disappearance, he had seen the god of light and hell. He was certain that Satan's disappearance was closely related to the god of light. Lucifer gazed at the familiar yet strange Satan before him, puzzled by what had transpired over the past 10,000 years that had transformed him from the powerful Lord of Hell into a mere human. Lucifer asked darkly, what did the god of light do to you? Ning Busan replied. He was now contemplating whether he should don Satan's mantle. If he became Satan, he would have to abandon his current identity and return to hell, and he would need to come up with an excuse for his 10th absence. If he did not become Satan, Lucifer had already recognized him, and he would have to think of a reason to explain his situation. However, it seemed that Lucifer believed his transformation into a human was related to the god of light. Therefore, he didn't need to deal with Lucifer. As long as he maintained his composure, Lucifer would fill in all the gaps himself. The reality was much like what Ning Busan had imagined. Lucifer, seeing that he remained silent, became even more convinced of his earlier speculation. Indeed, it was the god of light's doing. What does the god of light want? Lucifer exclaimed in exasperation, his eyes nearly shooting fire. Satan, what do you plan to do next? I will remain in the human world, seeking a way to restore my powers. Ning Busan said, his expression unchanged. Lucifer frowned. If you stay in the human world, I won't be able to protect you. Hell cannot be without a master for even a day, otherwise the demons below will go into revolt. Therefore, I must return to hell to hold the fort. Ning Busan wished for him to leave quickly. I do not need protection. No way, Lucifer said unhappily. You've turned into this, why put on a brave face? Compared to the powerful angels and demons, humans were indeed too fragile. Satan had lost his powers, leaving him alone in the human world, which made Lucifer uneasy. He said, I will have the other 6 demon kings guard you. Ning Busan's eyelids twitched, and he quickly stopped him. I do not want to expose my identity until my powers are restored. Lucifer scoffed lightly and pointed at the magical rune diagram drawn by Ning Busan, asking, if you do not want to expose your identity, why did you summon me? Ning Busan remained silent. At that moment, he finally realized that the Lord of Hell referred to by Saiji was not Satan, but Lucifer. The inverted pentagram actually pointed to Lucifer. Ning Busan could not reveal the truth, but being well-versed in the capitalist PUA tactics, he sincerely said to Lucifer, because I only trust you. This was not entirely a lie. To unify hell, the other 6 demon kings were either subdued by him or conquered by him. But Lucifer was different. He had been by his side since the moment Satan was established, and his loyalty was at 100. He thought Lucifer was a sidekick gifted by the system, but this was a real world, meaning there were pre-existing plots between Satan and Lucifer that he was unaware of. Upon hearing Ning Busan's PUA, Lucifer's expression softened slightly. In fact, if he informed the other 6 demon kings about finding Satan, given their paranoid and impulsive nature, they might stir up some trouble, and it would not be good if the god of light's attention was drawn back. After pondering for a moment, Lucifer decided to randomly summon a powerful nearby demon to guard Satan's safety. Coincidentally, Barfant became the lucky demon that was summoned. Barfant knelt on one knee, his right hand placed on his chest with an extremely respectful attitude. Great Lord Lucifer, your loyal servant salutes you. After Satan's disappearance, Lucifer had subdued many demons and claimed the position of Lord of Hell. In front of Lucifer, Barfant was entirely convinced and did not dare to act out. However, he was very puzzled. Why was Lucifer not staying in hell, but had come to the human world? I have a task for you. Protect this human before you and obey all his commands. Lucifer did not waste words, his tone arrogant and cold. If he gets hurt, you're finished. Barfant shivered and hurriedly replied, I will definitely protect him. Suddenly Barfant recalled something and said, Lord Lucifer, I saw a 12-winged archangel in the Dawn Empire. At that time he only saw the 12 grand wings radiating holy light and did not see Ning Busan's face. Suddenly being called out, Ning Busan said, Goodness, so you are the demon who assassinated Novalia. Ning Busan's toes dug into the ground, feeling guilty as he pretended not to know anything. After hearing Barfant's words, Lucifer's expression suddenly turned cold. Are you certain you saw a 12-winged archangel? Barfant nodded affirmatively. Absolutely. Lucifer sneered. There is only one 12-winged archangel in the world, and that is the god of light's eldest son, Lucifer. He guards heaven, spreads light, guides all beings, and upholds justice. He is undoubtedly the leader of angels. But Lucifer knew all too well that Lucifer had long since fallen, and the position of the leader of angels had been vacant for thousands of years. Could it be that the god of light created another archangel? He did not wish to speculate on what the god of light was thinking. Plucking a feather from his own wing, he handed it to Ning Bu, saying, No matter what happens, you can use this to contact me at any time and summon me directly in case of danger. Ning Busan gently acknowledged. Barfant's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. It is known that the Greed Demon King was once severely punished by Lord Lucifer for stealing a feather that had fallen from him. Yet now Lord Lucifer directly plucked a feather for this human. I must take my leave. Lucifer looked at Satan, his gaze complex, and said, No matter what choice you make, I will be by your side. After saying this, Lucifer departed. Ning Busan finally let out a sigh of relief. Barfant did not know the relationship between this human and Lord Lucifer, but since he could gain Lord Lucifer's favor, he surely had a special identity. Barfant slightly bent over, his attitude respectful. I am Barfant, a demon of greed. I will obey Lord Lucifer's commands and protect your safety with my life. The promises of demons are often untrustworthy, but their loyalty and fear of the Lord of Hell are ingrained in their bones. They will execute commands from the Lord of Hell unconditionally. Ning Busan said indifferently, You do not need to follow me around all the time. Oh, just tell me how to summon you, and I will call you when I need you. Barfant nodded, obediently understood. After Barfant left, Ning Busan looked at his palm, which bore an inverted pentagram mark. Although it had attracted Lucifer, he had also successfully stolen the authority of Hell. He could now use the power of dark elements like a demon without the need for magical rune diagrams or wands. Ning Busan's mind stirred, and 7 golden cards appeared around him. Kind reminder, using the cards will produce irreversible consequences. Please use with caution. Ning Busan stared at the blood-red words, lost in thought. Why did Lucifer recognize him at a glance, even though he had not used Satan's cards? What did the irreversible consequences really refer to? If he truly used these cards, would he still be himself? The Mage Association. Ning Busan arrived at the top of the tower through the spatial gate, but instead of finding Master Saiji, he discovered Novalia and Isabella there. The moment he appeared, Isabella waved her hand near her nose with a look of disgust. You carry a strong scent of dark magic, it's unbearable. As a light element mage, she was extremely sensitive to dark elements. Just a short while ago when she saw Ning Busan, he seemed perfectly normal. How could he now appear as if he had been soaking in a vat of dark elements? Ning Busan was not one to indulge her. He mocked. You certainly know how to turn the tables. If you really can't stand me, you can leave here any time. Isabella clung to Novalia's arm, acting coyly. Sister Novalia, did I say something wrong? But I am all alone here, only knowing you, sister. Sister wouldn't kick me out just because brother Ning Busan doesn't welcome me, would she? Her sweet voice made Ning Busan clench his fists in irritation. It seemed that this woman not only had a princess syndrome, but was also a manipulative little vixen. Novalia coughed lightly and said, Actually, Ning Busan is younger than you. Isabella's expression twisted for a moment, but she quickly smiled and said, Sister Novalia, don't worry, during the competition, I will definitely go easy on brother Ning Busan. No need for that. Ning Busan chuckled twice, retorting, Just don't cry too badly when you lose. Isabella instantly exploded with anger, but before she could argue with Ning Busan, Novalia intervened to stop their verbal sparring. Isabella, I have matters to discuss with Ning Busan. Vania made some delicious cookies, you can go back and try them first. Isabella appeared somewhat unhappy, but she still obediently replied to Novalia's command. All right, Sister Novalia. After Isabella left, Ning Busan looked at Novalia with a complex expression and asked, What's the deal with that woman? Novalia smiled helplessly. Previously, when the alien invasion occurred in the Holy Light territory, I led the Thorn Legion to help them defend the territory. Because I used magic to save her and her father, she greatly admires me and wants to become a mage like me. I taught her magic for a period of time. I was her first magic mentor. Later, her magical talent was revealed, and she became a student of the Grand Mage Maoan. However, by that time, I was no longer a mage. Ning Busan couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. He hadn't expected there to be such a backstory between the two. He softly asked, Novalia, when you see Isabella, do you ever think of your former self? Novalia chuckled lightly. If I hadn't lost my magical talent, I would probably be even more arrogant than she is now. I will help you regain your magical talent. That day is not far off. Ning Busan's voice was gentle, yet carried an undeniable certainty. Novalia frowned slightly. What do you intend to do? Unless the greedy Demon King is willing to return her magical talent, she would forever be unable to sense the existence of magical elements. Novalia knew that Ning Busan's words were not to be taken lightly, and solemnly warned, Ning Busan, making a deal with the greedy Demon King is my own choice, it has nothing to do with you. If you want to retrieve what was traded from the demon, it will come at a much greater cost. Ning Busan had his own plans in mind, and he merely acknowledged her without further explanation, shifting the topic to ask, where's Master Saiji? Novalia replied, mages from all over are gathering in the Empire, some old friends of his have also come. So he is catching up with old friends, and no wonder I couldn't find him these past few days. Ning Busan said, with the Mage Exchange Conference approaching, I actually wanted to ask Master what the competition would entail. I know about that. Novalia said, the competition will be held in the Shadow Forest, and any mage under 400 years old can participate. The format is a contest for nameplates. Each mage will carry a nameplate into the Shadow Forest, and after 7 days whoever has the most nameplates will win. Ning Busan contemplated, no restrictions on methods. Novalia nodded, no restrictions on methods. Ning Busan asked, who do you think will win? Novalia replied, whether in the Noble District or the slums, betting pools have been established for this competition. Currently Isabella has the lowest odds. Isabella is a mage master, and she can summon her contract spirit to fight alongside her. For the spirits, the forest is their home ground, so they have a natural advantage. Ning Busan asked, do you also think Isabella will win? No, Novalia replied. Ning Busan, I bet on you to win. Why? Novalia shrugged. No reason, oh I just hope you win. Ning Busan smiled. If I win, will you agree to one thing for me? Novalia raised an eyebrow. What do you want me to do? Ning Busan smiled slightly. You'll find out then. He was afraid that if he said it now, Novalia would hit him. Not long after the Mage Exchange Conference commenced located near the Shadow Forest. The adorable girl who resembled an angel and the elegant, powerful, handsome elf formed a combination that many mages sought after. On one hand, Isabella was a mage master who could guide their magic. On the other hand, they also wanted to see what the legendary elves looked like. In contrast, Ning Busan attracted little attention. Though he was Saiji's student, his time studying magic had been too short, leading everyone to believe he was a novice. No one knew that he had already become a high-level mage, and even fewer knew that he was actually an allumet mage. Coupled with Ning Busan's low profile, most mages didn't regard him highly. 3 days later, these young mages had all gotten to know each other and had become familiar. The contest for the nameplates was about to begin. A total of 300 mages participated in the badge competition, entering the Shadow Forest in batches throughout the day. Ning Busan encountered Isabella while collecting his badge. Isabella provocatively made a face at Ning Busan. Ning Busan responded with an international friendly gesture. Isabella blinked in confusion. What does it mean to give someone the middle finger? Ning Busan entered the Shadow Forest alone. This forest is perpetually shrouded in a hazy twilight, lacking the brightness of day and the depth of night. Ning Busan suddenly felt a moment of daze. When he first crossed into this foreign world, he had awakened in the Shadow Forest. Now 5 years had passed, and returning to the Shadow Forest, his entire state of mind had changed. Holding his wand, Ning Busan smiled elegantly. The hunting game begins. Let us see who will be the first fortunate one. However, the Shadow Forest was simply too vast, or perhaps it was due to his bad luck. After wandering for half a day, he had not encountered a single person. Ning Busan stopped to rest under a large tree, frowning slightly. If everyone is hiding away, there won't be anything fun about this. The branches and leaves intertwined to form an impenetrable canopy, with a few pale beams of light occasionally filtering through the gaps, resembling ghostly fingers gently touching the earth. Suddenly, a faint magical fluctuation rippled through the air, almost imperceptible. Flames arrow. A deep incantation resounded, followed by a blazing fire arrow shooting out from the depths of the woods, aimed directly at Ning Busan's chest. Ning Busan quickly rolled to the side as the fire arrow struck the tree trunk behind him, exploding instantly into a fireball that sent sparks flying. From the depths of the woods, a mage clad in a deep purple robe slowly emerged, gripping a wand embedded with jewels, his gaze cold. Quick reaction, Ning Busan. Ning Busan slightly curled his lips. I thought it was someone else, it turns out it was you. The mage who ambushed him was Fei Er. To prevent Isabella from achieving the final victory, His Majesty the King sent Fei Er and 7 others to assist Ning Busan. However, Fei Er saw Ning Busan as nothing but a waste. Rather than placing hope in him, it would be better to deal with Isabella themselves. Fei Er raised his wand and began to cast a spell. However, Ning Busan's figure suddenly vanished. Before Fei Er could react, someone kicked his wand away from behind. Ning Busan grabbed Fei Er's head, pressing him to the ground, and asked fiercely, "Where is your badge? You ambushed me." Fei Er struggled, saying, "If you have the ability, let me go, and we can fight fairly." "Oh please, you were clearly the one who ambushed first." Ning Busan slid out the sword hidden in his wand, placing it across Fei Er's neck. "Hand over the badge, or I will kill you." Fei Er stammered, "The badge. It was taken." Ning Busan pointed his wand at Fei Er's forehead, and a green glowing circular pattern appeared before him. Ning Busan said, "This is a lie detection spell. Once you lie, this pattern will turn red, understand?" Fei Er's brain short-circuited. What is a lie detection spell? Why had he never heard of such magic? Ning Busan asked, "Was your badge really taken?" Fei Er nodded. "Really." The pattern emitted a blinding red light. Ning Busan's gaze turned cold. "You lied." Before Fei Er could react, he decisively punched him. Fei Er was beaten black and blue, pulling out his badge from his pocket, wanting to cry without tears. "I will hand it over." Is that alright? Ning Busan used the lie detection spell again, asking, do you have anyone else's badge on you? Fei Er denied vehemently, no. Since entering the Shadow Forest, I haven't encountered anyone else apart from you. The pattern turned red once again. Ning Busan smiled slightly, raising his fist. Fei Er covered his head and cried, his sobs pitiful. I really have no badges left. Even if you beat me to death, I can't conjure a badge for you. Ning Busan punched Fei Er a bit more to ensure that even his mother wouldn't recognize him, and when he saw that Fei Er still wouldn't budge, he finally stopped. Ning Busan said reluctantly, fine, if you say there isn't one, then there isn't, I believe you. Fei Er climbed up from the ground trembling as he asked, this isn't really a lie detection spell, right? He had just spoken the truth. Why did the pattern still turn red? Ning Busan knocked him down with a punch, clicking his tongue. I just wanted to hit you because I found you annoying. With the badge in hand, Ning Busan cast a binding spell, trapping Fei Er in place, preventing him from leaving the magically sealed area at will. After all, they would have to stay in the Shadow Forest for 7 days. These mages surely brought space rings containing food, so they wouldn't easily starve. Thus Ning Busan left with peace of mind. The badge competition had no rules. For instance, even if Ning Busan took Fei Er's badge, Fei Er would not be eliminated and could still take others' badges. In the end, whoever had the most badges would win. Ning Busan's strategy was to seize anyone he encountered, and after taking their badges, use magic to trap them to avoid any retaliation. With 300 mages in the Shadow Forest, as long as he seized 151 badges, he would find a place to hide and wait until the end. Coincidentally, Isabella had the same plan as Ning Busan. However, Ning Busan's speed was no match for Isabella's, as she had a contract spirit assisting her. For days later, Ning Busan rubbed his space ring, his gaze cold and vigilant. He now had 99 badges, apart from a small number of hiding mages. The remaining badges should all be with Isabella. This meant that Isabella likely had over 150 badges in her possession. To win, he must find Isabella and seize the badges from her. If Isabella chose to withdraw and hide until the 7th day, when the competition ended, he might not be able to find her. However, Ning Busan believed that with Isabella's temperament, she would never choose to evade. She might be actively looking for him, wanting to teach him a good lesson. Ning Busan's lips curled into a sinister smile. Since that is the case, he only needed to wait patiently for the rabbit to come. On the other side, Isabella was also hunting. Anyone who had stolen her nameplate was thrown out of the Shadow Forest by Elven. Along the way, she encountered several mages trapped by magic arrays. Not hard to guess that this was the handiwork of Ning Busan. Though their methods differed, their goal was the same, to eliminate others from the competition. After counting the nameplates, Elven smiled joyfully. Dear Isabella, we have already collected 163 nameplates. Isabella's eyes sparkled with cunning light. Elven, let's go find Ning Busan. Elven held an opposing opinion. Even if we do nothing now, we will definitely win. There's no need to stir up trouble. Isabella pouted, but I just dislike him and want to teach him a lesson. Elven indulgently replied, as you wish. Elven soared high into the sky, surveying the entire forest for Ning Busan's whereabouts. Found him. Elven spotted Ning Busan. He is southeast, about 700 meters away from us. Isabella's lips curled into a smile. Great. Elven, let's go find him now. She and Elven moved swiftly, soon arriving at the location where Ning Busan was. It was a marshland thick with humidity and the stench of decay. At the edge of the marsh, the tree roots were exposed, resembling twisted black tentacles. Come out, Ning Busan, Isabella shouted loudly. I know you are here. The shadows of the trees stirred slightly. Isabella waved her wand, launching a golden beam of light towards the source of the disturbance. Ning Busan tumbled out of the bushes narrowly, avoiding Isabella's attack, and fled deeper into the marsh. Isabella was exhilarated. Ning Busan, don't run. However, as she pursued Ning Busan's escape route, the surrounding scenery changed instantly. She found herself in an endless maze surrounded by towering walls with no visible end. Isabella's heart sank. This place was ensnared by a magic array, severing connection with the outside world. If Elven attempted to break into this maze, it would likely take a long time. Isabella was furious. Ning Busan, you are truly despicable. Ning Busan emerged, smiling slightly. This is called deception in warfare. Isabella's magic was formidable, and the Elven combat power was also quite aggressive, so Ning Busan had to separate the two of them and take them down one by one. I don't need Elven to deal with you. Isabella snorted coldly, her eyes glimmering with confidence, as if victory was already within reach. Isabella raised her wand high, holy light swirling around her, suffusing the air with the essence of light magic. A brilliant beam of light descended from the sky, aimed directly at Ning Busan standing opposite her. Ning Busan's figure appeared especially frail under the illumination of the light beam, as if he could be consumed by the radiance at any moment. However, a mocking curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just as the light beam was about to strike him, his body suddenly enveloped in a layer of pitch black mist, causing the beam to vanish without a trace. Seeing this, Isabella furrowed her brow, slightly a hint of unease rising within her. Unconvinced, she waved her wand again, chanting a more powerful spell, the wand in her hand radiating dazzling light. Countless arrows of light condensed in the air, shooting towards Ning Busan like a torrential downpour. However, Ning Busan simply raised his hand lightly, revealing a pitch-black vortex in his palm. As the arrows of light approached him, they were unexpectedly swallowed by the vortex without a trace. Isabella's expression finally changed as she realized she had underestimated Ning Busan's power. How is this possible? Isabella murmured, light counters darkness. The two cannot coexist. How could it be absorbed? Ning Busan's voice was deep. Light and dark have never been opposites. You are too arrogant, Isabella. Ning Busan raised his hand, causing the ground to tremble violently as countless black chains surged from the earth, instantly wrapping around Isabella's body. These chains were covered in eerie runes, exuding a suffocating aura of darkness. Isabella's light magic rapidly dissipated under the encroaching darkness as if it were being drained by those chains. Isabella was horrified. You can harness the power of hell. Ning Busan stepped closer to her, looking down at her, his eyes devoid of pity, only filled with a desire for victory. You lost. Hand over the nameplate. Isabella's expression was one of unwillingness. She struggled desperately, but the more she struggled, the tighter the chains became. At that moment, an arrow shot through the air, aimed directly at Ning Busan's back. Ning Busan's palm was covered in armor formed from dark elements, and he simply reached out to catch the arrow. Let Isabella go. Elven quickly drew 3 arrows from his quiver, knocking them on his bowstring, quietly reciting the Elven incantation. The arrows were immediately enveloped in green light, as if containing the power of the forest. Ning Busan pressed the arrowhead against Isabella's neck, coldly gazing at Elven. Elven's heart sank, hastily lowering his bow, and arrows don't harm her. Ning Busan said, give me the nameplate, and I will let her go. Without hesitation, Elven took off his necklace and threw it to Ning Busan. Ning Busan opened the magical space of the necklace, seeing it filled to the brim with nameplates. Having achieved his goal, Ning Busan's stern expression instantly softened, and he released the chains binding Isabella. He offered Isabella a gentle smile. Thank you for your hospitality. After saying this, Ning Busan used spatial teleportation to leave the area. He hid in a secluded underground cave and dumped out all the nameplates. The sound of the nameplates clattering brought him immense joy. I now have 262 nameplates. After counting, Ning Busan stroked his chin. As long as nothing unexpected happens in the next 3 days, I will be the final winner. He planned to hide here until the competition ended. Surely nothing would happen. On Isabella's side, due to Ning Busan's departure, the maze magic array abruptly vanished, causing Isabella to fall directly into the marsh. Although Elven quickly rescued her, her dress was still covered in mud. This was the first time Isabella had suffered such humiliation, her eyes reddening with anger. Ning Busan, that detestable guy? I will definitely kill him. Elven's face was filled with pity. Isabella, you are hurt. It's just a small injury, but it's nothing. Isabella's eyes burned with fierce determination. I was just careless, which is why I fell for Ning Busan's trap. With 3 days left, I still have a chance to turn the tide. Elven unconditionally supported all her decisions. What do you plan to do? Isabella narrowed her eyes. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. She released all the mages trapped by Ning Busan. Dozens of battered mages gathered together, accusing Ning Busan of his violent actions. Their experiences were very similar to Fei heirs. Having handed over all their nameplates, they were still beaten up by Ning Busan out of suspicion that they were hiding some. It could be said that everyone present had suffered under Ning Busan's ruthless hand. Once everyone calmed down, Isabella, with just a few gentle words, reignited their emotions, uniting them for a common cause. Friends, do you want revenge? Everyone's eyes burned with fierce anger. Yes. Isabella smirked. Then let us join forces and deliver a grand gift to him. Without Ning Busan's awareness, a coalition of Avengers was quietly formed. Only 1 day remains until the end of the competition. Ning Busan is meditating, and the air around the cave gradually becomes thick. He suddenly awakens, sensing a frantic warning. A pervasive threat looms like an invisible net, closing in on this area. Ning Busan frowned. Something's not right. His fingers unconsciously stroked his wand, feeling the fluctuations of magical energy around him. Suddenly, Ning Busan's pupils constricted slightly. At least 30 different magical fluctuations radiating obvious hostility formed a magical network covering the entire underground cave. These magical fluctuations came from the mages he had previously beaten. It must be that woman Isabella who set them loose. Ning Busan was speechless. Can't they accept defeat? Why resort to group attacks and ambushes? Now his escape route was completely blocked. Dozens of high-level mages joining forces against him was no joke. I can't just sit here and wait. Ning Busan muttered. I need to find a way to get out of here. The entire cave was surrounded. At least a dozen people were lurking outside, and more footsteps could be heard approaching, as if others were gathering here. Ning Busan held his breath, dark elements gathering at his fingertips, forming a tiny black hole that could temporarily distort space. He hoped to use this to disrupt the magical network surrounding the cave and sneak away. However, as soon as he used dark magic, he was discovered by Isabella. Isabella shouted, Ning Busan is over there. Dozens of magical attacks came simultaneously. Fireballs, ice spikes, wind blades, earth spikes. Various elemental magics ruthlessly bombarded Ning Busan. Ning Busan cast a shield in front of himself, which trembled under the bombardment of the mages, looking as if it would collapse at any moment. Ning Busan cursed softly, and his body instantly transformed into a shadow passing through the cave's stone wall. This was an advanced application of dark magic, allowing him to move endlessly within shadows. But just as he emerged from the cave, he found himself caught in an even larger encirclement. Do you think you can escape? Isabella crossed her arms, looking smug. We have long set up a net of heaven and earth. Dozens of mages were positioned around, each of their wands glowing. With brilliance as a cage, we trap your mind in the blazing prison. With the sacred pact as a blade, we slice your lies in the crown of light. With the celestial orbits as a scale, we measure your sins from time immemorial. As their incantations echoed, frost crept up from Ning Busan's ankles, and the ice layer revealed a multitude of radiant forbidden spell runes. This was a high-level magic formation known as the Threshold of Ashes, which was particularly effective against dark magic and had been used to combat demons. However, Ning Busan merely snapped his fingers, and a vertical eye that pierced through reality and hell suddenly opened before him. Ethereal chains extended from beneath all the attackers' feet, with the other ends clearly in Ning Busan's right hand. They looked incredulously at the young man with black hair and black eyes at the center of the formation, hearing him softly say, "If the preparation takes too long, practice more." The violet-black vortex from hell collided with the holy flames of the Threshold of Ashes, erupting in a dazzling brilliance. The surrounding trees fell under the force of this power, and the ground cracked with countless fissures. The mages were also affected, their curses mingling with the sounds of magical explosions, creating a scene of utter chaos. By the time they regained their senses, Ning Busan had already vanished. Isabella, as the central pillar of the Threshold of Ashes formation, was seriously injured when the formation was broken. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. There was no sign of defeat in her bright blue eyes, only in excitement, eager for the challenge. It seemed she would not be bored for some time to come. She had encountered a formidable opponent. Elven supported Isabella and directly led her out of the Shadow Forest. Compared to the competition, he was more worried about Isabella's safety. Without the pillar of support that Isabella provided, the other mages scattered in disarray. The outcome of this competition was already sealed. Ning Busan, who had only been learning magic for 5 years, not only defeated Isabella, who was already a mage master, but also stood his ground against dozens of mages. After this battle, Ning Busan had gained considerable fame. The mages he had beaten in the Shadow Forest sought him out for revenge, while those with no grudges against him wished to befriend him. However, after the competition ended, Ning Busan quietly returned to Roman Alley and did not go out for several days. It wasn't that he didn't want to go out, but rather that his current condition was dire. Ning Busan lay in bed, his face as pale as paper. He had overexerted the powers of hell, and the human body could not withstand the erosion of hell, resulting in a backlash. His right hand was covered in dark purple veins swollen into a web-like pattern between his joints. These veins pumped out bubbling dark green liquid, dripping onto the ground and etching out charred marks. Kaelan entered with iodine and gauze, tending to his hand injuries with a worried expression. "If this continues, you'll become increasingly weak. Otherwise, you should seek out Sir Seiji and ask if he has any solutions." Ning Busan shook his head, telling the teacher would only add to his worries. "The powers of hell are corroding my body. Only the holy water from heaven can eliminate this negative effect. I can temporarily suppress this erosion with light healing magic, but it will leave me somewhat weakened." Kaelan said, "Although the Archangel has not descended to the human world for 1,000 years, he previously bestowed holy water, and the palace should still have some reserves." At this point, Kaelan's eyes lit up. "You won the medallion competition, and you can make a request to His Majesty the King. If you request holy water, the king will surely grant it." Ning Busan's eyes flickered. "No, that won't do. I have already thought of what to request from the king." Fighting tooth and nail for first place was indeed for that purpose. Since the palace might have holy water, couldn't he find a way to steal it? Ning Busan asked, "Is there any news from the king?" Kaelan replied, "In 2 days the king will hold a banquet at the palace, inviting many nobles and mages. It seems to be a conclusion to the Mage Exchange Conference." Ning Busan nodded, "I understand." 2 days later, in the royal palace, Ning Busan was accompanied by Novalia, and the two conversed joyfully along the way. Novalia teased, "I heard that you almost offended all the mages participating in the nameplate competition. Are you hiding to avoid retaliation?" Ning Busan shrugged innocently. "I may have been a bit harsh, but no one was killed. They just can't handle losing." Novalia sighed. "I never noticed before how strong your competitive spirit is." Ning Busan touched his nose. Actually, it wasn't that bad. The banquet hall was bustling with excitement, the crystal chandeliers casting rainbow reflections that danced across the carpet, while a harp suspended in midair automatically played hymns. Ning Busan asked Novalia, "Is Master Seiji not coming?" Novalia chuckled lightly. "After all, he is a grand mage, but it's better to maintain some air of mystery. He generally wouldn't attend gatherings like this." Ning Busan nodded, "I see." Nobles began to gather around Ning Busan, enthusiastically conversing with him as if they shared a deep bond. "Lord Ning Busan, congratulations. The hero emerges in youth, and at such a young age you have achieved such extraordinary accomplishments. Your future is boundless. In the future Mage Association, you will be the leader of the new generation." The nobles raised their amber wine glasses, their silk sleeves embroidered with family crests swirling before Ning Busan. The banquet was attended not only by nobles, but also by mages from various regions, so the nobles were courteous to Novalia and Ning Busan, and after all, they had to maintain the appearance of harmony. Ning Busan responded politely to everyone, but his demeanor was not particularly warm. His seat was adjacent to Isabella while Elven was diligently peeling grapes for her. Ning Busan couldn't understand why this elf who seemed blind to the obvious would be interested in Isabella. "You're not right. You have traces of being corrupted by dark elements." Isabella leaned closer to Ning Busan and whispered, "You can borrow the power of hell, you must have paid a hefty price. You wouldn't be suffering from backlash, would you?" Ning Busan's expression was a bit strange. He originally thought Isabella would harbor resentment towards him, but unexpectedly, she took the initiative to talk to him. What kind of look is that? Isabella exclaimed. If it weren't for Sister Novalia, do you think I would care about you? Ning Busan forced a smile. I find no need for your concern. Isabella scoffed. Then she keenly noticed that William had blocked Novalia's path, and they seemed to be discussing something with Novalia, looking quite impatient. What is that little brat William trying to pull this time? Isabella stood up abruptly, lifting her skirt as she rushed over. Ning Busan. This woman is quite difficult to evaluate. He turned his head and saw Elven resting his chin on his hand, his eyes glued to Isabella, the pink bubbles in his eyes nearly overflowing. This elf is also quite hard to assess. Ning Busan rubbed the sun emblem pinned at his collar, the star horn, made of mithril, glinting coldly in the candlelight. That was the symbol of victory in the nameplate competition. Ning Busan approached the king, his voice neither loud nor soft, just enough for everyone to hear. Your Majesty, I have won first place in the nameplate competition and would like to make a request. Is that right? The banquet fell silent for a moment. The king with a beaming smile said, Ning Busan, what do you desire? Everyone turned their eyes to Ning Busan, curious about what kind of request he was so eager to make to the king. A title, a territory, power, or wealth. Ning Busan lifted his eyelids, his gaze slowly sweeping over all the mages and nobles present, lingering on Novalia for a few seconds before finally settling on the king. A sense of ominous premonition arose in Novalia's heart. She felt that Ning Busan was about to cause trouble. Ning Busan stared fixedly at the king, took 2 steps forward, his voice resonant enough for everyone to hear. I hope your Majesty will grant commoners the opportunity to learn magic for free. Novalia's pupils contracted sharply. She didn't expect Ning Busan to make such a request. To enter the Mage Association for studies, one had to pay a gold coin daily as tuition. This is actually a method for the nobles to solidify their rule. They monopolize knowledge, depriving commoners of their right to learn magic and stripping them of their ability to resist. Now, by wanting to break this situation, Ning Busan was effectively shaking the foundations of noble rule. Impossible. The king flatly rejected. Ning Busan proposed another request. The king was all too aware of the consequences of allowing commoners to learn magic, so he could not possibly agree. All the nobles' gazes towards Ning Busan instantly turned cold. Ning Busan's request touched upon their interests, making him their public enemy in that moment. Ning Busan sensed several icy killing intents, but he remained undeterred, calmly and clearly analyzing. Mages are different from other professions. Talent is the most important. However, the threshold for learning magic is too high and commoners cannot afford it, which leads to many talented mages being buried. It is precisely because of this that the empire has so few mages. If commoners could learn magic for free, the number of mages would increase dramatically. To resist the invasion of other species, countless warriors sacrifice themselves each year. If the number of mages is sufficient, they can go to the battlefield to assist, thus avoiding more sacrifices of warriors. The king's eyes bulged with rage, his body shaking with fury. He shouted loudly, Enough! Ning Busan, be quiet. Ning Busan fearlessly met his gaze, articulating clearly, allowing commoners to access and learn magic is a benefit to the empire without any harm. Why does your Majesty refuse? Or do you have other concerns? The mages present had varied expressions. Although most of them were nobles, from the perspective of mages, Ning Busan's request would bring about tremendous changes in the magic realm. And such changes would undoubtedly be positive. The king's lips moved, his face flushed red, yet he could not utter a word. On an emotional level, Ning Busan had won the nameplate competition, though under the circumstances he could manage. He indeed needed to satisfy Ning Busan's request. Rationally, Ning Busan had just outlined the numerous benefits of commoners learning magic. Placing himself on the moral high ground, he momentarily found it difficult to rebut. In other words, he could only agree now. Everyone's gaze was now focused on the king and Ning Busan. The hall was silent, quiet enough that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. After a long pause, Ning Busan calmly asked, Your Majesty, have you considered it? The king's face was pale with anger as he said, I can agree to your request. However, popularizing magic knowledge among commoners is not an overnight task. This matter requires careful long-term planning. Ning Busan chuckled lightly. No need to worry, Your Majesty. The Mage Association is professional in this regard. Once the king relented today, commoners would surely be scrambling to learn magic. Moreover, he had already written a plan on how to guide commoners in learning magic. As long as Novalia and Master Saiji were willing to cooperate, it could be executed quickly. The king wanted to delay. Impossible. Ning Busan elegantly performed a knightly salute, saying, On behalf of all commoners, I thank Your Majesty for your mercy. The nobles present cast cold, resentful glances at Ning Busan, wishing they could flay him alive. Ning Busan responded with a radiant smile, filled with provocation. Since the facade had already been torn apart, garnering a bit more hatred was of no consequence. Ning Busan initially planned to return to his seat, but Novalia stepped forward. Your Majesty, I am feeling unwell and may need to leave the banquet early. Before the king could respond, Novalia added, Ning Busan, I need you to take care of me, come with me. Thus Novalia left the banquet with Ning Busan under the guise of her perfunctory reason. After they left, the nobles exchanged glances, whispering to their subordinates. Even the king instructed the guards beside him to take action. Once outside the palace, Novalia calmly said, Ning Busan, over the years I have gathered quite a bit of power in my territories. Tonight you must leave the imperial capital, and I will personally escort you to safety. Ning Busan replied. I have no intention of leaving the imperial capital. Novalaya frowned, her expression a mix of concealed anger and deep concern. Do you understand the consequences of your actions today, eh? The nobles would spare no effort to send assassins after Ning Busan, for only with his death could they suppress the demands he had raised. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Ning Busan asked. Do you remember the demon that attempted to assassinate you on your way back to the empire? I do. What about it? For certain reasons that demon will ensure my safety, so you need not be concerned. Novalaya growled. Ning Busan, what were you thinking? You actually made a deal with a demon. What had Ning Busan done without her knowing? Calm down. Calm down. I did not make a deal with him, Ning Busan said. This matter is somewhat complicated, but rest assured I would never gamble with my life. Novalaya was exasperated, saying, why did I ever think you were the obedient and sensible type? Ning Busan scratched his nose. Perhaps it's because I look like a good person. Forget it, I'll escort you back to Roman Alley first, Novalaya said. The northern district is heavily guarded, and I will send more people to patrol. You must be careful. All right, Ning Busan nodded. After returning to Roman Alley, he smiled. Didn't I say before that if I win the trophy contest you would promise me one thing? Novalaya asked. What do you want me to do? Ning Busan replied. Previously Kaelan exposed the conspiracy between William and Negan, and I sheltered him. For the time being my home is not safe, so I hope you can incorporate him into your army. Novalaya scoffed. Ning Busan, it seems you had already planned this back then. She questioned. Why didn't you discuss it with me beforehand? Because I knew you would not agree, Ning Busan replied gently. You wouldn't put me in danger. Novalaya had no retort. Ning Busan, but you. Novalaya, Ning Busan interrupted her. I know you have been cultivating power outside the empire to counterbalance those nobles, forcing them to gradually compromise. I won't interfere with your plans, so don't obstruct my actions, as our goals are ultimately the same. After a moment of silence, Novalaya slowly said, since the king has agreed, I and teacher Saiji will draft regulations at the Mage Association to allow commoners to come and learn magic. You have already accomplished this much, AI will handle the rest. Ning Busan took out a thick stack of papers from the drawer. This is the plan, you may refer to it. Novalaya's gaze was complex. Take care of yourself. Ning Busan assured her, don't worry, I value my life. By the way, Ning Busan paused, asking awkwardly, could you help me draw a map of the palace? Novalaya felt overwhelmed. What are you planning? Ning Busan replied, I plan to visit the palace's secret treasury. There are things I need inside. Novalaya inquired, what do you need? I can get it for you. Ning Busan shook his head, saying, I'll go myself. Novalaya had lost her magical aptitude and could not sense the presence of the holy water. He had to go alone. Novalaya drew the topographical map of the palace for Ning Busan, detailing what he needed to pay attention to, and finally reminded him, there are only 4 great swordsmen on the land of Landia, and among them great swordsman Elian is loyal to the royal family and has always guarded the palace's safety. Even teacher Saiji is quite wary of him. If you are discovered, flee immediately and do not linger. Ning Busan nodded, I understand. After Novalaya took Kaelan away, Ning Busan immediately summoned Bafengta. I go. Bafengta trembled upon seeing Ning Busan, his lips quivering. You. Ning Busan felt bewildered. What's wrong? Bafengta emitted a sharp shriek. What have you done? The powers of hell are corroding your body. Didn't you say you would summon me if you encountered danger? What happened? It's over. It's over. If Lord Lucifer finds out you are injured, he will definitely kill me. Don't panic. Stay calm. Stay calm. Ning Busan patted Bafengta's shoulder. Help me with a favor. In the next period, many assassins will come to my home to kill me. You help me deal with them. Bafengta asked, but the powers of hell are corroding your body. What do you plan to do? I'll visit the palace. There may be holy water in the treasury. Bafengta was hesitant to let him go alone, saying, I will go with you. Having a demon with you is too conspicuous. You need not follow me. Ning Busan refused. When I need you, I will call for you. Bafengta was indignant. You said the same thing last time. Ning Busan looked puzzled. Did I really say that? Bafengta couldn't help but complain internally. What a live father. The royal palace, the secret vault. Ning Busan, cloaked in black and face concealed, slipped into the palace under cover of night. Today the king hosted a grand banquet. Most guards had been deployed to the banquet hall, leaving the vault's perimeter unusually lightly guarded. No one could have imagined that having just made such a shocking demand at the banquet, he would dare return to steal from the palace. Ning Busan vaulted over the wall, with feline grace, landing without a whisper. A patrolling guard approached from the corner, torch held high. Ning Busan held his breath and slid silently along the wall. As the guard's footsteps faded into the distance, Ning Busan darted across the courtyard and halted before a gilded door. He withdrew a copper key and inserted it into the lock. Intricate runes shimmered across its surface. This was no ordinary key, but a masterwork of arcane engineering known as the Universal Key. The door swung open soundlessly. Ning Busan slipped inside and closed it behind him with a soft, deliberate click. Beyond lay a narrow, winding passage, littered with magical traps. With meticulous precision, he stepped only upon the safe flagstones, avoiding calamity at every turn. At the passage's end loomed a massive bronze door etched with labyrinthine arcane sigils. It bore a fusion of 12 high-tier enchantments, a complex warding array. Ning Busan patiently unraveled each layer until its luminous glow dimmed into silence. With a deep, resonant groan of turning hinges, the bronze door yielded to his gentle push, opening without a sound. Inside stretched the royal vault. Treasures glittered under dim light, radiant and seductive like stars fallen into mortal hands. Ning Busan's gaze swept the chamber and locked instantly upon a crystal vial nestled in the far corner, pulsing with an exceptionally dense aura of light elemental energy. He strode forward, just as his fingers neared the vial. The silver chain suspended from the vault's dome chimed like wind bells, clear and piercing. Ning Busan hurled himself sideways behind a display cabinet. A vine arrow whistled past his ear and slammed into the stone wall, spraying crimson droplets. Its feathered tail trembled violently. He whirled around to see a figure emerge from the shadows, bow drawn and steady in hand. Moonlight streamed through a high window, gilding their silvery hair and illuminating eyes the vivid green of polished jade. It was Elwin. His voice cut like frost. What an unfortunate coincidence. We seek the same prize. The crystal vial rested between them. In unison they lunged. Elwin drove his elbow hard toward Ning Busan's throat. He barely arched backward, only to take a crushing knee to the abdomen. Agony wrenched a choked gasp from him. His wand nearly slipped from his grasp. Ning Busan rolled sharply, the black robe scraping harshly against the stone floor. Though elves dwelled deep within forests and mastered the bow, their close combat prowess was no less formidable. Elwin's assault came like a blizzard, relentless and unceasing. No sooner had Ning Busan regained his footing than a whip-like leg lashed toward his temple. He raised his arm to block. Bone met bone with a sickening thud. Suddenly Ning Busan released his wand, then caught it mid-fall by the shaft. A gleaming blade snapped forth from its tip, thrusting straight for Elwin's heart. Elwin moved with preternatural speed, tilting his torso just enough for the blade to graze his ribs, drawing a spray of scarlet. Yet that split-second evasion left him exposed. Ning Busan twisted the blade mid-thrust, driving it deep into Elwin's chest. Warm blood spattered across his face, carrying the crisp forest-born scent unique to elves. Yet even as the blade pierced flesh, Elwin's arrow, already knocked and drawn, pressed cold against Ning Busan's right shoulder. At the very instant the steel sank home, the arrow buried itself deep, blood welling from both wounds mingling on the stone. Just as tension reached its breaking point, a thunderous explosion shattered the silence. The vault's bronze door crumpled inward, revealing a towering figure framed in the doorway, gripping a greatsword that blazed with molten gold light. A wave of searing heat surged forward, trailing golden sword energy. Dragon crystals atop nearby shelves detonated in unison. Watch out! Elwin lunged, tackling Ning Busan aside, barely evading the lethal arc. Even the sword energy's aftershock sent them tumbling across the floor, rolling again and again. No respite was granted. Another killing stroke, thick with murderous intent, sliced through the air. Ning Busan wrenched open a hidden door behind a tapestry, seized Elwin by the collar, and plunged them both into the subterranean passage, snatching the crystal vial of holy water as they vanished. Glancing back, Ning Busan saw molten gold sword energy seeping beneath the doorframe, stone walls parting like butter beneath a hot knife. Such overwhelming sword intent. Could it truly be Arion, the great swordsman? The very one Novaria had warned of. Stay close. Ning Busan barked low, then vanished with Elwin into the maze-like depths of the underground passage. A broad-shouldered man 6 feet tall and wielding a greatsword entered the hidden doorway, but faced with the labyrinthine network of tunnels, he could not discern which path they had taken. They escaped. Arion murmured, his blade tip tapping softly against the floor. Whoever breached the vault knew of the hidden door and navigated the royal catacombs with uncanny familiarity. This thief bore the mark of imperial patronage. Arion returned to the vault, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, locking onto 2 unusual stains upon the floor, 2 dry drops of blood. One drop was crystalline, shimmering with the vitality and grace of ancient forests. The other was dark, viscous, radiating an aura of chilling, infernal corruption. One is an elf, and the other. Countless possibilities flickered through Arion's mind. Before settling upon the truth he dreaded most, the other bears the taint of hell. Whatever they sought within the vault, if it linked to hell, then a vast shadowed conspiracy lay coiled beneath. As guardian of the royal palace, it fell to him to unearth the truth. Meanwhile, Ning Busan and Elwin, fleeing Arion's pursuit, reached the passage's terminus. Ning Busan wrenched the arrow from his shoulder, shuddering with pain. Elwin's chest had ceased bleeding, yet his silver hair clung damply to his pale cheeks, soaked in cold sweat. Elwin asked Ning Busan, "Why do you need holy water?" Ning Busan frowned. "How did you recognize me?" Elwin gave a quiet laugh. "Your irises are black. There may not be another soul in the entire empire with eyes like yours." Ning Busan pulled off his mask, mortified. He had committed such a glaring mistake. His first attempt at thievery, and already his craft was embarrassingly amateurish. That mask had been utterly futile. "I need the holy water to resist the corrosive power of hell," Ning Busan said. "And you? What do you require it for?" Elwin replied, "A fellow elf, corrupted by a demon, has become a shadow-fallen elf." Ning Busan paused, startled. Elves were born blessed with light's grace and kinship with Flora, devoted to the light god and the elven mother tree. Their existence was woven into heaven's fabric. To forsake light was unthinkable. Once shadow-fallen, they endured ceaseless torment, the searing agony of sacred light burning their very souls. Elwin offered a bitter smile. Holy water cannot save him, only ease his suffering. Since you needed to save your life, I yield it to you. Ning Busan wasted no time. He uncorked the crystal vial and poured its contents over his right hand. Instantly, brilliant light erupted, woven with golden, incandescent runes. His right hand convulsed violently. Violet-black veins beneath his skin writhed as if scoured by fire, hissing like steam on hot iron. Yet the process brought no pain. Instead, a warmth both pure and profound flooded his being, ushering in a stillness deeper than any silence he had ever known. Soon the radiance subsided. His right hand regained its natural hue. By then Elwin had risen and stood surveying their surroundings. Behind them rose a colossal stone door covered in archaic glyphs arranged in a spiraling pattern. Though some inscriptions had faded, key words remained legible: seal, eternity, and curse. Elwin asked, "Where are we?" Ning Busan answered casually, "Oh, this is the royal mausoleum." Elwin asked, "Aren't the royal tombs located in the Soul Mountains? Why are we here?" Ning Busan shrugged. "How should I know? Nova Lia's floor plan clearly marks this location as the tomb. How do we get out?" Elwin asked. "I'm afraid every exit is now tightly sealed, waiting for us to walk straight into their trap." Each step echoed with a crisp metallic ding against the stone floor, reverberating through the silent tomb. Ning Busan cursed his ill fortune. How had that great swordsman caught up so swiftly? He slammed his short staff hard into the ground. The instant its tip struck the stone, an intricate magical array flared outward from beneath his feet. "Hold on tight," Ning Busan murmured softly. Before Elwin could even react, the array transformed into a towering golden gate. Their figures seemed pulled by some invisible force and vanished within the gate. When Arion arrived, all he saw was a blinding flash of light and two indistinct silhouettes. Once the radiance faded, both figures were gone, leaving behind only a translucent crystal vial. Arion picked up the vial and whispered, "Holy water." From behind the stone door came a deafening crash, the snapping of iron chains, and faintly the grating scrape of claws against stone. Arion's face paled. How long can the seal of the sacred remains hold? Truly these are turbulent times. Meanwhile, Ning Busan and Elwin had already returned via teleportation to Roman Alley. The courtyard was strewn with assassins' corpses, the air thick with the coppery stench of blood. Before even stepping inside, he heard Baforth's voice, seductive, fervent, and utterly unhinged. "Why does light demand sacrifice while darkness grants you the right to take?" "Because light is a shackle. Darkness is true freedom. Rage, envy, desire. These are your authentic self. Light forces you to suppress who you are, but Lord Satan embraces all of you, including your darkness. Faith in Lord Satan will grant you immeasurable power and everything your heart craves." Ning Busan pushed open the door and entered, only to find Baforth standing there alongside Isabella. No wonder he's a demon. Every time he encounters a follower of the God of Light, he tries to convert them. Ning Busan couldn't help but ask, "Does hell have performance quotas too?" Baforth didn't understand the question, but the moment his eyes fell upon Elwin beside Ning Busan, they lit up. He immediately asked, "Would you consider pledging faith to Lord Satan?" To lure a devotee of the God of Light into darkness is among the most formidable trials any demon can undertake, yet they relish it tirelessly. Ning Busan rubbed his temples. "Baforth, dispose of the bodies." "Where to?" "At the palace gates." "Right away." As Baforth strode off, he boomed over his shoulder, "Think it over carefully. Faith in Lord Satan brings great rewards." Isabella and Elwin stared in silence. Ning Busan nearly spat blood. What on earth was that? Was this how demons propagated the worship of Satan? No wonder Satan has no followers. Ning Busan turned to Isabella. "What are you doing here? After you and Sister Novalia left, I saw many assassins following you, so I came to see whether you were dead." Isabella paused, then wrapped her arm possessively around Elwin's and asked sullenly, "Why are you with him?" Elwin had never told Isabella about his plan to steal holy water from the royal vault. He'd acted alone. Now he felt torn. If Isabella learned he'd concealed the theft, she'd surely be furious, but he refused to lie to her. Ning Busan replied coolly, "We met by chance along the way." Isabella gave a soft, disdainful hum. "Since you're not dead, I'll be going." Before departing, she cast a lingering glance back. "Beware, allying with demons may leave you devoured down to the last bone fragment." Ning Busan opened his mouth, then closed it again. Is hell's reputation really that poor? Faith in the God of Light demands adherence to truth, virtue, and compassion. Only through diligent deeds may one hope for heavenly reward after death. Faith in Satan follows the principle of equitable exchange: give what is required, and receive all you desire. Heaven embodies the idealized essence of light, hell the tangible manifestation of darkness. Only by preserving the equilibrium between the two does the magical world's cosmic order remain intact. The next morning at dawn, a maid's scream pierced the heavens. The king awoke in alarm, dressed hastily, and rushed outside, only to find his palace courtyard littered with corpses. Blood flowed in deliberate channels across the floor, forming a stark, unmistakable character death. The king cried out in panic, "Arion! Arion!" Arion entered, not bowing, but asking calmly, "Your Majesty, what is wrong?" "TT this." "What is this?" The king stammered, pointing trembling fingers at the corpses and the blood-written glyph. "A demon delivered them," Arion replied. "How dare you let a demon infiltrate the palace?" Arion responded coldly. He departed immediately after delivering the corpses. His intent was not murder. Moreover, your majesty seems to have forgotten. This demon was summoned by Prince William. Arion had known of Baffirth ever since William ordered him to assassinate Novalia. Wait, the king recognized the corpses as those of his own agents and noble allies sent to kill Ning Busan. He swallowed hard. Could this demon be serving Ning Busan? Would he dare assassinate me? Arion frowned. He held no affection for this foolish monarch, but protecting the royal family remained his sworn duty. Your majesty, should this demon truly threaten your life, I will stop him. But first, I must report something far more urgent. What is it? Arion recounted the previous night's events in full detail. The king turned ashen. How could the seal of the sacred remains have weakened? Recently, I sensed an overwhelming demonic presence, one that vanished almost as soon as it appeared, Arion said. Your majesty, perhaps it is time to reopen the Holy Spirit altar. But heaven has not sent an angel bearing the God of Light's divine edict in 1,000 years, the king hesitated. Reopening the altar may prove futile. The theft of holy water likely originates in hell. And if the seal of the sacred remains falters, if that being awakens, it too shall belong to darkness. Should hell mount a grand offensive upon the mortal realm, the God of Light will not stand idly by. After all, he is the God of Light. How could he permit darkness to eclipse his dominion? After a moment's reflection, the king nodded. Then so be it. Reopen the Holy Spirit altar. Half a month later. During this time, many assassins attempted to kill Ning Busan, and he had Barfin to deliver all the bodies to the royal palace. Although this exposed the fact that a demon was by Ning Busan's side. However, the king was also troubled and directly ordered that no more nobles be allowed to send assassins after him. Thus, Ning Busan's troubles were significantly reduced. Meanwhile, the Mage Association began to recruit commoners to learn magic. When Ning Busan stepped through the doors of the Mage Association, the students surged towards him like a tide, their eyes filled with respect and admiration. Most of them came from commoner families and understood that it was because of Ning Busan that they had the opportunity to enter this once unattainable place. Ning Busan smiled and nodded at them. You all came quite early, huh? Previously, the Mage Association only offered unknown teaching. Since commoners could now learn magic, the association specifically opened large classrooms capable of accommodating hundreds of students. The teachers took turns giving lessons with only 2 or 3 classes a week, covering some basic magical knowledge. Ning Busan was one of the teachers. He patiently answered the questions posed by the students, unlike those noble mages who looked down on others with extreme arrogance. Therefore, his classes were always full, and all the commoner mages greatly admired him. After a class ended, a young student blocked Ning Busan's path. He tightly clutched a worn-out book on basic magic, likely having saved up for a long time to buy it. The student cautiously handed the book to Ning Busan, his eyes shining with excitement as he stammered, Ning. Teacher Ning, could you sign this for me? Ning Busan smiled, of course. He suddenly recalled his university days. No matter how passionate the professors were, the students below still managed to muddle through. When it came time for finals, they would start cramming, trying to master an entire semester's worth of courses in just 7 days. Looking back now, it felt like a lifetime ago. Ning Busan handed the signed book back to the young student. There you go. The student was overjoyed. Teacher Ning, I will definitely study hard. Ning Busan's voice was gentle. I look forward to your growth. The surrounding students whispered, Teacher Ning is really so gentle. Holding the book, Ning Busan walked calmly towards the tower's peak, although his ears were slightly flushed. The students were too enthusiastic, making it a bit overwhelming. Saiji sat on a wooden bench in the library, waving at Ning Busan. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Come here quickly. Teacher Saiji, do you need something from me? The Holy Spirit altar is going to reopen. Have you heard? Ning Busan nodded. I have indeed heard something about it. What does His Majesty intend to do? Saiji said His Majesty wishes to hold a Holy Spirit festival to pray to the God of Light, asking him to send angels to enlighten the masses. Ning Busan shook his head. This king really does go all out. He thought the king would find a way to deal with him. Wait. Ning Busan's expression suddenly turned alert. This Holy Spirit festival shouldn't have anything to do with me, right? It has a lot to do with you. Ning Busan asked, what does it have to do with me? News from the palace has appointed you as the priest for the Holy Spirit festival. Saiji explained the priest is the host of the Holy Spirit festival and will represent the believers in prayer to the divine. Ning Busan was puzzled. Why me? Generally, the position of priest is held by a mage. Ning Busan asked in confusion, if that's the case, shouldn't it be you, teacher, who takes on the role of priest? After all, you are a grand mage, and the most powerful mage in the empire. Saiji sighed. Silly child, have you forgotten? I believe in the elemental dragon. The elemental dragon is the deity of the dragon race, controlling the natural elements, and capable of manipulating fire, frost, lightning, earth, and storms. Both Saiji and Novalia are followers of the elemental dragon. If someone believes in a specific deity, they cannot pray to other deities, or else they would provoke the wrath of both. But Ning Busan still couldn't understand, even if you can't serve as priest, there are so many senior predecessors in the Mage Association, how could it possibly fall to me? Because you are too prestigious. Saiji said with a smile, you defeated the mage Isabella, and you are undoubtedly the top among the younger generation. Furthermore, because of you, commoners can now learn magic, which has completely changed the current situation in the magical world. Thus you have earned the respect of those commoners and the recognition of the mages. In short, you are the people's choice. This high priest position is yours for the taking. Ning Busan frowned. Is His Majesty out of his mind? He knows there's a demon by my side, and yet he wants me to be the high priest. Doesn't he fear angering the god of light and invoking divine punishment? Actually, this high priest position wasn't chosen by the king. Saiji said the Mage Association has considerable power. It was our unanimous decision to have you take on this high priest role. This sudden backstab caught Ning Busan off guard, and he widened his eyes. Teacher, what are you saying? Saiji said you are a mage of all elements and your affinity with the light element is exceptionally high. We believe that if you become this high priest, there is a great chance you will be able to summon angels. Ning Busan was nearly in tears. Teacher, I really can't be this high priest. Why not? Saiji pondered for a moment and tentatively asked, you've never told me what's going on with the demon by your side. Have you already started to believe in Satan? I do not believe in Satan. Ning Busan replied with a pained expression, but I also do not believe in the god of light. Please, if Lucifer can recognize him, then surely that god of light can too. The random pentagram magic array he casually fiddles with could attract Lucifer. Who knows what might happen during the Holy Spirit Festival? As long as you do not believe in Satan, then everything else will not be an issue. Saiji said somewhat nervously, averting his gaze. Anyway, the palace's appointment has already been made. You have to go whether you want to or not. He guessed that Ning Busan would not agree, which is why he hadn't told him beforehand. Ning Busan sighed with a bitter smile. I guess it can only be this way. Saiji sighed deeply. The seal of the sacred corpse was loosening, and Elian had informed him of this. Emperor Leo was already dead. What was sealed inside was a monster. If it broke free, the empire would face a huge disaster. They needed help from heaven. According to his divination results, Ning Busan was the most likely person to summon the divine beings. The royal palace. Fail asked nervously, Prince William, can Ning Busan truly summon an angel? I have no idea what His Majesty was thinking, appointing him high priest instead. William frowned. If he actually summons one, he'll be even harder to oppose. Ning Busan was Novelia's man. The higher his prestige among the people, the more perilous it became for William. Thus, under no circumstances could the Holy Spirit ritual succeed. What shall we do, Your Highness? Fail asked. A flash of ruthless cunning lit William's eyes. He had conceived a brilliant scheme. He whispered a few words into Fail's ear. Fail paled instantly. He hadn't imagined William would dare go so far, to sabotage the Holy Spirit ritual itself. Mimi Prince, this is impossible. If His Majesty discovers it, he'll have me executed. William arched a brow and sneered. Are you more afraid of Father killing you, or of me killing you? A flicker of inner conflict crossed Fail's gaze. Then he bowed his head. I shall obey Your Highness in all things. He had served Prince William for years, and held many of the prince's darkest secrets in his grasp. Should the plot unravel, he doubted William would abandon him. At worst, they'd drag each other down together. Neither would walk away unscathed. Roman alley. Ning Busan hadn't expected Isabella's sudden visit. His brow twitched. What brings you here? She snorted. Only because Sister Novelia sent me to assist you. I wouldn't waste a moment on you otherwise. Not just anyone can earn the light god's response. In the past 1,000 years, the Holy Spirit altar has been activated 5 times. Never once successfully. Ning Busan ventured cautiously. So, that's precisely why I'm here, to tell you what preparations you must make before the ritual. Wait, why you? Ning Busan asked, puzzled. I hail from the Holy Light Dominion, where every soul worships the light god, and where an annual rite of praise is held without fail. Isabella's voice swelled with pride. For over a decade I've served as chief priestess. No one knows the rites better than I do. Then why weren't you chosen high priest for the Holy Spirit ritual? Are you deliberately provoking me? Isabella's temper flared. Had you not appeared, I might well have been named high priest. The Magicians Guild's decree was irrevocable. Having selected Ning Busan, they had deemed him the most suitable candidate. Thus, though Isabella felt a pang of envy, she bore no resentment. Ning Busan wore an expression of pure innocence. Truth be told, he had no desire whatsoever to serve as high priest. In any case, now that you hold the office, you must complete all preliminary preparations. First, Isabella pointed toward Balfate, who loitered in the corner of the room, and said, Keep that demon far from you. Your aura reeks of the abyss. Balfate gazed at Ning Busan, his voice thick with grievance. How can you pray to the light god? Do you truly believe such an act is fitting? Is this human not a devoted vassal of Lord Lucifer? After a thoughtful pause, Ning Busan said, Balfate, perhaps you should return to the abyss for now. Balfate's voice turned icy. I shall report this matter directly to him. Lord Lucifer held Ning Busan in highest regard. How could he betray his master by pledging allegiance to the light? Fuming, Balfate stormed out, yet Ning Busan only grew more troubled. No, this ritual was already enough of a headache. If Lord Lucifer himself intervened, matters would grow infinitely more complicated. Isabella narrowed her eyes. Who exactly is that lord you speak of? Ning Busan smiled faintly. That, I believe, is none of your concern. Isabella nearly choked with fury. Were it not for the absence of a demonic brand upon you, I'd swear you belong to the abyssal faction. Ning Busan shrugged. One could never be certain. There's one more thing. I've composed a prayer for you. Isabella said. Recite it daily with utmost devotion. Maintain your spiritual connection with the deity, so he may witness your sincerity. Though I appreciate your effort. Ning Busan replied diplomatically, I don't believe I require such things. Isabella exploded. Do you honestly imagine yourself the chosen one, standing idly upon the Holy Spirit altar, doing nothing, preparing nothing, yet expecting the light god to answer your prayers on mere whim? Ning Busan fell silent. One of his avatars, Phoenix, was the light god's most beloved youngest son. Fine, I'm done caring. With a sharp slap, Isabella slammed the prayer scroll onto the table and stormed out. Ning Busan glanced at the prayer's text. O great light god, creator of all things, source of life and hope. You are eternal radiance, embodiment of justice and truth. May your light flood the earth, dispelling all darkness and gloom. May your wisdom guide my path, shielding me from doubt and confusion. May. Ning Busan crumpled the parchment and tossed it into the wastebasket. Recite this. Hardly. He feared being recognized by the light god during the ritual, but refusing outright would place his mentor in an untenable position. Yet upon reflection, even if the light god did recognize him as Phoenix, the consequences would hardly be dire. After all, he had long since maxed out the light god's favor. The most exalted deity of heaven yearned for reunion with his youngest son. The abyssal Archduke of Pride schemed to brand the weakened Satan with the mark of hell. The Empire's treacherous prince plotted to sabotage the Holy Spirit ritual. And Ning Busan, the very eye of this gathering storm, remained blissfully unaware. The Holy Spirit ritual arrived as foretold. Ning Busan donned a flowing white robe embroidered with golden motifs. Upon his head rested a towering silver crown, its center bearing a radiant golden sun insignia, encircled by 7 luminous gems aligned with the 7 virtues: humility, generosity, chastity, forgiveness, temperance, patience, and diligence. Crowds surged around the altar like living tides. Countless citizens gathered clad in either sumptuous silks or humble linens, yet all wore the same expression: reverent, expectant. Ning Busan drew a deep breath, silently pleading within, let nothing go awry. Under countless watchful eyes he ascended the winding stone steps, slow, solemn, deliberate, toward the altar. At the altar's heart, etched with shimmering golden runes, stood a colossal statue. Carved from flawless crystal, it glowed with a soft internal radiance, each beam dancing, refracting, scattering into countless glittering motes that bathed every inch of the altar in gentle light. Yet what stunned all who beheld it was its face, or rather its lack thereof, a smooth, featureless expanse where countenance should have been. No mortal had ever witnessed the light god's true visage, so the sculptor dared not render divine features in mortal form, lest he profane that supreme, ineffable sanctity. Sunlight poured down like golden silk, bathing the entire altar in resplendent glory. Ning Busan knelt before the statue, his voice low and reverent. Great God of light, you, who preside over all incarnation of radiance and hope, please hear the supplications of your most faithful servant. The common folk likewise bowed, hands clasped, whispering prayers. As time flowed on, the altar began to tremble faintly, as if some latent power were stirring within. The people believed the God of light answered their pleas. Delight lit their faces, and their devotion deepened. The runes carved upon the altar shivered into a pale luminescence, drawing toward the statue in a slow convergence. Ning Busan kept his head bowed, yet an instinct told him that a pair of august, tender golden eyes watched him silently. Suddenly the 12 stone pillars surrounding the altar began to hum, the inscriptions along their shafts flickered with an uncanny red light. Ning Busan's brow tightened as a prickling unease rose within him. He saw the peasants and nobles alike step back, their gazes full of terror and disgust. Nuawalia shouted, Ning Busan, remove the crown from your head at once. Instinctively Ning Busan reached up to touch the crown, only to have his fingertips met by a searing, burning pain. The 7 gems on the crown underwent a dreadful metamorphosis. Humble amethyst turned to arrogant, deep violet. The sapphire of temperance warped into a covetous, dark green. The ruby of benevolence was replaced by furious scarlet. The topaz of diligence stained into a listless, jaundiced yellow. The emerald of forbearance befouled into envious ink green. The moonstone of chastity fell into lustful pink. And the diamond of generosity was consumed by a gluttonous, pitch-black void. Ning Busan clenched his hand against the burning pain and tore the crown from his head. But it was too late. 7 bands of dark light shot from the gems and wove together into a vast net in the air. The sacred spirit rite had been interrupted. At that moment Fayer stepped forward from the crowd and cried out, Ning Busan is in truth a servant of demons. I have seen him wield dark magic with my own eyes. He must be acting under a demon's command, deliberately sabotaging the sacred spirit rite. Your Majesty the King, Lord Aliong, Lord Saiji, I beseech you to execute Ning Busan on the spot to appease the deity's wrath. When Fayer first accused him, Ning Busan already understood what had transpired. Someone had tampered with the crown. The light element crystals had been swapped for dark element crystals. Needless to say, this deed was surely the work of Wylian and Fayer. Ning Busan turned his gaze to Wylian. A small smile curled the corner of Wylian's lips as he mouthed without sound, You are finished. Ning Busan's fingers traced the gems on the crown, his eyes darkened with smoldering intent. Now he was truly enraged. To conspire for his death, and even dare to ruin the sacred spirit rite. Fine. So this is how they would play it. If Wylian and Fayer survived today, then he would no longer be called Ning Busan. Fayer kept clamoring, execute Ning Busan. Appease the deity's wrath. The crowd took up the cry in echoes, execute Ning Busan. Execute Ning Busan. Most remained sober-minded, sensing some trickery at work. Yet a number of ignorant townsfolk joined the denunciation, their eyes full of hatred and revulsion toward Ning Busan. Saiji and Nuawalia exchanged a glance, faces drained of color. They had inspected everything thoroughly. No item bearing dark elements should have appeared at the sacred spirit rite. How could such a calamity occur? A Liang narrowed his eyes, his look at Ning Busan brimmed with lethal intent. He knew there was a demon in Ning Busan's company, and so he had vehemently opposed the Mages Association when it recommended Ning Busan for the position of High Priest. Sure enough, now an unforeseen disaster had arisen. The king's mind twisted with suspicion. He suspected Wei Lian and was furious at Wei Lian's presumptuous deeds. Yet the sacred spirit rite had been broken and Ning Busan had become a scapegoat. It was an opportune moment to rid themselves of him. The king cleared his throat to speak, but Ning Busan interrupted first. Your Majesty. At once the assembly fell into silence, all eyes fixed on Ning Busan at the center of the altar to hear what he would say. Your Majesty, are you certain you wish to spill blood before the statue of the God of Light? Ning Busan asked with a half-smile. Besides, the ceremony has only been interrupted, not concluded. Do you not intend to proceed? The king frowned, his visage flickering with unreadable emotion. After a long hesitation, he replied, Very well. The rite shall continue. Ning Busan was about to fling the crown aside when a tide of darkness surged from the 7 crystals, pouring forth without end and instantly shrouding the entire altar. The runes on the altar twisted and deformed, patterns that once symbolized light contorted into grotesque, malevolent shapes. Feyer cried out, What is this? This was not his doing. He had only secretly swapped the gems on the crown. What manner of calamity was this now? A cold, sonorous laugh sounded above the altar like whispers from the abyss of hell, making every hearer shudder. The crowd looked up in terror to see a towering silhouette slowly coalesce above the altar. Cloaked in black, his face was devastatingly handsome, yet suffused with insolent pride. 6 pairs of black wings beat gently in the air, the dark currents they raised sweeping the assembly like a storm. None had seen him before, yet all recognized who he was. There is but one 12-winged demon in hell, the pride demon King Lucifer, the present lord of hell. Everyone recoiled, eyes filled with abject fear as they beheld the demon in the sky. Lucifer descended before Ning Busan and pressed a fingertip to his brow. A jet-black brand bloomed instantly, exuding a chilling, malevolent aura that set hearts racing. When heaven and earth collapse and all returns to chaos, you shall stand upon hell's pinnacle, looking down on the annihilation of all beings, Lucifer intoned. Unquenchable karmic fire will bow to you, a seas of blood and heaps of bones shall pave your throne. Your fate shall be bound to hell until all falls into nothingness. Lucifer's voice was low and icy, reverberating through heaven and earth and lingering long. Ning Busan felt as if he could not breathe. What was this madness? Brother, what on earth are you doing? The crowd stood slack-jawed, stunned by the scene before them. Yet an even more startling sight followed. A blinding radiance poured from the heavens like an inverted Milky Way, the world bathed in a sudden, dazzling splendor. The God of Light had descended. An intangible aura of divine pressure saturated the air, making even breathing a laborious act. Before the altar, the crowd lay prostrate, foreheads pressed firmly to the ground, too awestruck to dare lift their eyes toward the deity. Their bodies trembled faintly, hearts brimming with reverence and dread. Even those who once boasted of unrivaled strength now felt as insignificant as dust motes before the divine. While all others knelt in submission, only Ning Busan and Lucifer remained standing. Ning Busan not only upright, but openly surveying the God of Light with unflinching gaze. His face resembled a snow-capped mountain veiled in morning mist, frost-laced with austerity, yet gilded at its edges by the tender gold of dawn. Compassion and majesty flowed through him as seamlessly as light and shadow. Twin miniature suns rested beneath his brow bones, while galaxies swirled deep within his pupils. Lucifer's eyes burned with seething resentment and hostility as he glared at the God of Light. His voice, icy and laced with disdain, cut through the silence. He bears my hell brand. I arrived first. You are too late. At the God of Light's gaze, space itself tore open, a vast fissure yawning wide, exuding an irresistible suction that drew Lucifer inward. Lucifer writhed, straining against the invisible force, but his resistance was as futile as an ant attempting to topple a mountain. That same trick again. His voice erupted, raw and unrefined, stripped of its former elegance. As Lucifer's form began dissolving into the rift, Ning Busan could not help but ask, What have you done with him? The God of Light turned his gaze upon Ning Busan, eyes crinkling with quiet amusement. I have simply sealed him within my own eye. Ning Busan struggled to comprehend such a notion. Though he knew a god's eye bore no resemblance to mortal sight, still, he couldn't help but wonder, must it truly be the eye? Yet he felt little concern for Lucifer. From their exchange, it was clear these two were ancient adversaries, long acquainted, deeply entangled. With a gentle uplift of his hand, the God of Light bathed the assembly in soft, luminous radiance, a breeze of springtime dispelling fear and trembling from every heart. The overwhelming pressure receded. Heads rose in unison, gazes lifted toward the deity's true visage. I know the purpose that brings you here. Placing a hand upon Ning Busan's shoulder, the God of Light spoke, his voice both celestial harmony and thunderous decree. He is my chosen divine envoy, the living embodiment of my will. His voice is mine, his guidance mine. Heed his sacred words, follow his path, and through darkness you shall find light, through despair hope. The onlookers froze in stunned silence, disbelief ringing in their ears like distant, dissonant chimes. Divine envoys had always been archangels, Yet this time the god of light descended in person to appoint a mortal as his envoy. Ning Busan was certain the god of light had recognized him as Phoenix. Only then could such an honor be bestowed. This benevolent father figure truly knew how to grant face. The god of light raised his hand once more. The sky parted and a cascade of blinding golden light poured down like molten sunlight settling directly upon Ning Busan's crown. You are heaven's favored child, born of light itself. Wherever your feet tread, thorns bloom into blossoms and darkness yields to radiance. Wherever your hand touches, wastelands awaken as emerald oases and wildfire transmutes into auspicious light. Wherever your thoughts linger, storms still and gloom lifts into serenity. Wherever you walk, evil flees unseen and justice stands unveiled. As the god of light murmured these words, a colossal halo materialized above Ning Busan, woven from countless shimmering stars. The golden halo rotated slowly, bathing Ning Busan's face in warm, sacred luminescence. All present lifted their eyes, not as observers, but as witnesses to the miraculous. Was this the legendary blessing of a god? Only Ning Busan knew the truth behind that radiant circlet hovering above his head. Every newborn angel bore an innate halo. Just as Lucifer had branded him with the mark of hell, so too had the god of light inscribed upon him the sigil of heaven. Good heavens, these two deities shared the same twisted logic. Ning Busan ventured cautiously, what must I do? Surely being named divine envoy came with commands. Yet the god of light replied softly, follow the compass of your own heart. Do what your soul compels. I shall watch over you always. From the first blush of dawn to the hush of twilight, from the glitter of stars to the slumber of cosmos, from the birth of heaven and earth to the quiet return of all things to stillness. Had those words been spoken to any faithful devotee, they would have wept with gratitude, overcome with ecstatic rapture. But Ning Busan's sole thought was, is this deity unhinged? What did I shall watch over you always truly mean? The notion that every action might be observed chilled him to the bone. Before Ning Busan could fully absorb the weight of those words, the god of light gently brushed his fingers across Ning Busan's crown and whispered, do not resist their power. Do not fear your own transformation. They are all you, and you shall in time become them. Ning Busan's breath caught. What did that mean? Was there deeper meaning hidden beneath the surface? Could the god of light already know of his 7 other avatars? Ning Busan seized the deity's sleeve, voice trembling with sudden urgency. I seek the truth. Why was I brought to this world? What is invasive species truly? And what consequence does that crimson warning signify? One irreversible, absolute, final. Seek the answers yourself. The god of light intoned, each word resonating like a struck bell. I await you in heaven. His form dissolved into translucence, fading until only the memory of light remained. Ning Busan ran a hand through his hair, frustration prickling his scalp. His intuition whispered plainly every question he carried, every mystery, could have been answered by that vanishing god. Yet the god of light was a master enigma, obscure, evasive, maddening. With the deity gone, however, Ning Busan had pressing matters to attend. The sacred spirit rite could not end thus. A reckoning still awaited. Ning Busan swept his gaze across the crowd. Every pair of eyes reflected awe, veneration, and profound trepidation. Whosoever dares defy the divine majesty shall suffer heavenly retribution. Those harboring irreverence toward the gods shall be purified by holy fire. Having received both the sigil of heaven and the mark of hell, he now wielded their powers freely, unshackled from backlash or corruption. William and Fair's eyes widened in terror, their pupils reflecting leaping tongues of flame, their hair curling and blackening under unbearable heat. Agony contorted their faces, they longed to writhe, to scream, but their bodies were locked in place, frozen in eternal prostration. Crimson serpents of fire coiled around them, licking at flesh that cracked and charred, sizzling as blood and muscle surrendered to incineration, until bones themselves vaporized into wisps of azure smoke. It happened too swiftly for anyone to react, and even had they reacted, no force on earth could quench that holy fire. The king lunged forward, voice cracking with grief, William. But beneath the holy fire's wrath, not even ash remained of his son. Ning Busan, you murdered my son. The king's glare burned with pure hatred. I will see you pay with your life. Ning Busan smiled faintly. Holy fire consumes the guilty. That is the god of light's decree. Your majesty, do you intend to defy the will of a god? The king's eyes bulged with fury, veins pulsing like serpents beneath his skin, yet he dared utter nothing more. No one, not king nor sage, could oppose the divine will. Ning Busan pondered silently. If wielded wisely, the title of divine envoy was quite simply absolute. Facing the people gathered around the altar, his voice rang forth, clear, commanding, fervent. People of the empire, the grace of the god of light walks among you. Honor him with unwavering faith. Defend justice with fearless resolve. Conquer all evil, all injustice. Though darkness lurks in shadowed corners, light shall never fade. His words faded, and golden light rained from the heavens, as if the god of light himself affirmed the proclamation. From the crowd rose prayers, hymns, and cries of exultation. The king's chest heaved violently, thick veins snaked across his forehead, throbbing like serpents beneath taut skin, yet he stood powerless. He could only watch as Ning Busan stood before the god of light statue, surrounded, revered, elevated. In this age where kings ruled by divine mandate, Ning Busan's word was truth. what lies within the eyes of the God of Light. The faithful see their lifelong ideals reflected in his gaze while sinners stand before him laid bare, as if exposed to the mirror of truth. Yet at times that gaze can also become a cage. However, this cage is adorned with purple and white blossoms, and the long table is laden with various delicacies and fragrant fruit wines. Golden runes swirl around, emanating a gentle and pure power that does not harm the demons. This place does not feel like a prison, rather it resembles an afternoon tea gathering. Lucifer felt no sense of being a prisoner and indulged in the delicacies on the table without guilt. He knew the God of Light would soon release him. The Lord of Hell cannot be away from hell for too long lest it fall into chaos, a scenario the God of Light would surely wish to avoid. As he had anticipated, it was not long before the God of Light arrived. Lucifer scowled and said, "Surya, let me out." Surya is the name of the God of Light. Few know his true name. Surya softly replied, "We haven't seen each other in a long time, Lucifer. Do not call me that name." Lucifer clenched his fists, his voice somewhat hoarse. "Lucifer has fallen. I am now Lucifer." Surya said, "Then I remain your father God." The divine gaze was filled with love and compassion enough to soothe even the dying young beast into slumber. Yet Lucifer felt only anger since the moment Phoenix fell from grace. "You are no longer our father God." Surya calmly replied that was his own choice. His own choice. Lucifer mocked with a twisted smile, "My brother Phoenix is purer than holy water, kinder than dawn, and more brilliant than the stars. Dear Father God, how could he have chosen to fall without your guidance?" Surya fell silent. This was a question he could not answer. The admiration Lucifer once held for Surya turned into hatred after learning of Phoenix's fall. Lucifer continued after being exiled to hell. Phoenix lost his memory and took on the name Satan. He became the ruler of hell, achieving what you call a balance of light and dark. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. You turned him into a human to bring him back to heaven. But did you consider his will? Did you consider my will? Lucifer's eyes brimmed with fury as if burning with the hellfire that could consume all fierce and grotesque. The door of the cage opened and Surya said, "It is time for you to return to hell." This meeting was once again unpleasant. Lucifer's gaze was cold and dark and he scoffed dismissively. "You want me to return to hell, and I shall. Why should I listen to you? I refuse to go back." After Lucifer departed, Surya stood alone in the flower-filled cage, his figure lonely and desolate. He was a deity, yet still possessed human emotions. With Phoenix's fall, Lucifer had also succumbed. His most cherished youngest son and most proud eldest son had both left him in succession. At this moment, a pitch-black shadow appeared behind Surya. The shadow already possessed half a complete body, with the remaining part still an irregular outline. Perhaps in the near future it would take on a complete form. But there is a saying in heaven, under the illumination of the holy light, all darkness and shadows have nowhere to hide. The God of Light was not supposed to cast a shadow. Ning Busan sat in the middle with Novalia and Saiji sitting on either side, their eyes fixed on him like hawks. Ning Busan shifted uncomfortably. "Why are you looking at me like that? I have found out that Fayer bribed an officiant, which is why the gems on the crown were successfully replaced." Novalia said, "I truly did not expect you to kill William in plain sight." Ning Busan replied, "He tampered with the crown, interrupting the Holy Spirit ceremony merely to provoke public outrage and subsequently execute me. If he wants to kill me, I cannot simply stand by and do nothing, can I?" Ning Busan believed he generally had a good temper, but when it involved life and death, he would not spare anyone who wished him harm. Moreover, isn't it good that William is dead? This way you become the only royal heir. Ning Busan smiled. "By divine right, I am the messenger appointed by the deity. As long as I acknowledge your existence, those nobles will not be foolish enough to oppose you again. By then, even if you wish to abolish the hereditary system, they can only compromise. Perhaps they are already thinking about how to align with you now." Novalia said, "Regardless of what those nobles think, the king and queen will not let you off." Ning Busan smiled slightly, "Then let them come. If I have already killed William, those two will be mere trifles. Don't you have anything to say to me?" Saiji said quietly. "When those two prominent figures appeared, you seemed unfazed." Ning Busan chuckled dryly. "I do not know what makes you so special that both the forces of hell and heaven are vying for you." Saiji said, "But I want to know, which side will you choose?" Ning Busan answered without hesitation, "Naturally the side of light." Saiji and Novalia both breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it is the side of light. They were both very worried that Ning Busan would side with hell. After all, that group of demons is indeed far too ruthless compared to the side of light. In fact, the reason Ning Busan answered this way was quite simple. The God of Light had said that he would always watch over him. So he knows what to say and what not to say, right? In the palace shrouded in dark clouds, the heavy tolling of bells echoed in every corner, announcing the death of Prince William. The king's fists were tightly clenched, knuckles turning white as a tumultuous sea of anger and sorrow surged within him. He summoned the great swordsman Elian. The king's voice was laden with suppressed hatred. "Elian, Ning Busan has taken my son's life. I demand you bring me his head." Elian knelt on one knee, pausing in silence before raising his head, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his eyes. He was loyal to the royal family, but he was not blindly loyal. "Your Majesty, Ning Busan cannot be killed. He is the divine envoy of the God of Light. If I act rashly, not only will I fail, but I may also provoke divine wrath, endangering the kingdom." The king's expression darkened instantly, flames of rage igniting in his eyes. He slammed his hand on the armrest of the throne, his voice booming like thunder. "You dare refuse me? How dare you defy my command?" Your Majesty, do not forget that I am also a believer in the God of Light, Elian said calmly. Prince William instructed the priest to disrupt the Holy Spirit ceremony. He deserved his fate. To say such words before the king was indeed an act of treason, but Elian was a great swordsman, and the king could do nothing to him. Elian continued, the seal of the holy remains is about to break. We need the envoy's power. I hope your Majesty does not let hatred cloud your judgment and commit some irrational act. This statement carried an implicit warning. The king's fury simmered for a long time, and he could only wave his hand, signaling Elian to withdraw. In the palace chambers, the queen's eyes were already red and swollen, yet she continued to weep. Your Majesty, our son cannot have died in vain. The king's gaze was dark and profound as he whispered, this grudge cannot go unavenged. He summoned a messenger and issued an urgent command, relay to the dukes of other territories to return to the empire immediately. The messengers swiftly set off, racing to all corners of the land of Landia with the king's orders. There were 13 dukes in the empire, aside from Duke Negan, who was within the empire. The others resided in their own territories. Upon receiving the orders, the dukes hurriedly set out for Dawn City. They all knew that a colossal storm was brewing within the empire. The king stood by the window, gazing at the dark clouds gathering in the distance, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. He had already devised a new plan, one that would make Ning Busan pay the price. Neither gods nor demons could deter his determination for revenge for William. In Roman Lane, Lucifer visited uninvited and asked, after you die, do you wish to go to heaven or descend to hell? Ning Busan fell silent. He could claim to Seiji and Novalia that he chose the side of light. However, he could not say to Lucifer that he wanted to go to heaven. What if the God of Light was watching him? If he said he wanted to descend to hell, what if that father figure got angry? After a moment of contemplation, Ning Busan earnestly asked, do I really have to die, eh? That's not what I meant, Lucifer replied. I just want to know, do you prefer heaven or hell? Ning Busan's eyes turned as he said, why must I choose between the two? I could also enter the realm of the dead after I died. In the scientific world, when a person dies, they truly die, the cells decay and decompose, becoming part of the ecosystem, participating in the material cycle. But this is not a scientific world, it is a magical world. Those who possess true goodness and beauty, who have done great deeds, will be guided to heaven, becoming angels or attendants of angels. Conversely, those who have committed heinous acts may enter hell and become demons. As for the ordinary people, after their deaths, their spiritual remnants will linger, only finding true peace through cremation. If their remains are left unattended, they may undergo corpse transformation, becoming abominable minions that attack humanity. 10,000 years ago, there was an invasion of abominations, and the human race fought among themselves, leaving countless warriors' corpses scattered in the wilderness. Those corpses were not dealt with in time, undergoing corpse transformation and becoming one of humanity's greatest threats. To address this issue, Ning Busan, under the guidance of the game system, established a place called the Realm of the Dead. When a person dies, if they cannot ascend to heaven or descend to hell, their spiritual remnants will automatically proceed to the realm of the dead, becoming newly born spirits. Thus, the race of the dead was established. Do you wish to become a spirit? Lucifer's expression became difficult to describe. That group of skeletons had absolutely no aesthetic appeal. Just the thought of Satan turning into a skeleton made Lucifer feel as if the sky were collapsing. Anyway, the spirit race is also a branch of demons. You should think it over carefully. Ning Busan questioned in disbelief. What did you say? The spirit race is a branch of demons. That's right, Lucifer replied assertively. All dark creatures belong to the hell camp. Although the spirits are not beautiful, we demons are willing to acknowledge their existence. Ning Busan was too exhausted to retort. Are spirits dark creatures? Where did this rumor come from? A bunch of little skeletons who enjoy basking in the sun and are fair-skinned dark creatures. What nonsense. Ning Busan smirked and said to Lucifer, why don't you just go back to hell? Lucifer looked at him with a resentful expression. Aren't you coming back with me? Do you really want to be the envoy of the God of Light? Ning Busan replied. I have some matters to attend to in the human world. Once I resolve them, I will come find you in hell. Once Novalia ascends to the throne, he will leave the human world. He plans to visit both heaven and hell. Ning Busan reminded. In hell, remember to keep it from them. Lucifer smiled pleasantly, understood. In the purgatory palace, lava flowed like blood, and the scorching wind stirred up ashes, permeating the endless darkness. Apart from the sloth demon King Belphegor and the gluttony demon King Beelzebub, the other 4 demon kings gathered in the purgatory palace. Lucifer sat on his throne, his gaze cold and filled with disdain. What are you all here for? The jealousy demon King Leviathan croaked in a hoarse voice. Of course we are here to see a joke. He was an ugly monster resembling a snake, massive in size, covered in black scales. Lucifer, we have all heard the news. Leviathan laughed heartily, dripping with sarcasm. You tried to steal someone from the God of Light, but not only failed, but were also severely punished by him. Don't you feel you've embarrassed hell? Lucifer snorted lightly. His attitude towards demons like Leviathan, who were not only ugly, but also had loose tongues, remained consistent. Lucifer said nothing, merely twisting his wrist to loosen his muscles and joints. Leviathan took 2 steps back. Wait, what are you going to do? You cannot. Lucifer brutally beat Leviathan, making him flee with his head in his hands. The lust demon Asmodeus chuckled, his laughter ringing like clear silver bells. Her figure was enchanting and graceful, with a dress made of fine black silk clinging to her body, outlining her perfect curves. Asmodeus said no matter why the god of light suddenly intervened in the affairs of the human world, as long as we kill that messenger the god of light's scheme will not succeed. The furious demon King Samuel was engulfed in intense flames as he roared, I will go kill him right now. That is a human I have my eyes on already marked with the seal of hell. Lucifer's voice carried an inexplicable danger. You want to kill him? Have you consulted my opinion? Asmodeus' lips curled into a slight smile, his lips as red as blood. Lucifer, you actually take an interest in a human. Lucifer replied coldly, I am interested in anyone the god of light is interested in. Since this is a conflict between you and that individual, we will not interfere. Asmodeus shrugged. Samuel, let's go. Leviathan also left in a dejected manner. Only the greed demon Mammon remained in place. Lucifer lifted an eyelid and asked, do you have any other business? Mammon replied with a smile, I am just curious, who is it that can make both you and the god of light interested? Lucifer narrowed his eyes, a hint of chill emanating from him. Since you are so curious, why not go see for yourself? Mammon stared at him for a moment, then pouted, the financial power of hell is in my hands. If I really run to the human world, won't you be overwhelmed with work? Besides, what if after I leave you empty my treasury? I cannot bear to part with my palace full of gold and silver treasures. Lucifer scoffed at this. Mammon also left the infernal palace, though his expression seemed contemplative. Ever since Satan went missing, Lucifer had become the new ruler of hell and had never left. Although Lucifer despised the god of light, he would not leave hell twice just because of a messenger chosen by the god of light, unless that messenger's identity was not simple. This arrogant demon king had never regarded anyone highly, the only exception being. Mammon grinned maniacally, feeling he had guessed the truth. Whether it's true or not, wouldn't it be clear after seeing for oneself? The Mage Association. Ning Busan asked, teacher, I would like to ask you a question. Seiji teased, does the esteemed messenger still need to consult me? Ning Busan replied, whether esteemed or humble, I am still the teacher's student. Seiji felt warmth in his heart upon hearing this. What do you want to ask? Ning Busan said, I have recently been studying divination magic and discovered a strange phenomenon. As he spoke, he took out a silver coin from his pocket. Will I get sick today? After asking this, Ning Busan tossed the coin high into the air. The silver coin spun in the air a few times before slowly falling. It did not land face up or face down, but miraculously stood upright, balancing steadily on the table. Ning Busan said, I have tried various methods of divination, and whenever the question pertains to myself, the divination never succeeds, even for such a straightforward inquiry. Let me try. Seiji picked up the coin and asked, will Ning Busan get sick? He tossed the coin, but the result was the same. The coin still stood upright. Ning Busan asked, teacher, why does this situation occur? Seiji pondered for a moment before saying, there are three possibilities. The first possibility is a rule barrier. For example, if we use divination magic to inquire about matters concerning deities, it is bound to fail because their fate is determined by higher rules. The second possibility is fate isolation. Certain existences are not bound by conventional fate. Their destinies are blank and do not belong to any causal chain, making divination ineffective. However, you belong to the third category. A powerful being has sealed your fate trajectory. Unless the diviner is more formidable than the one who sealed it, no divination will work on you. Ning Busan asked, why does the teacher think I am the third type? Seiji asked, do you remember our first meeting? At that time, I did a divination for myself, and the result indicated that it was auspicious to travel and I would have unexpected gains. Then I encountered you. You appeared in my divination, which meant that at that time you were still subject to divination. Now that you have become a messenger, perhaps the god of light sealed your fate trajectory to protect you. Ning Busan thought for a moment and found that what teacher Seiji said made a lot of sense. However, this meant that he could not infer his own identity through divination. But Ning Busan remained optimistic. This is pretty good. Although I cannot divine myself, if I eventually have an unbeatable enemy, he will also be unable to determine where I am through divination. Seiji couldn't help but say, actually, there's no need for us to provoke some enemies we cannot defeat, right? Ning Busan looked innocent. Teacher, what are you saying? I love being kind to others. Saigi's lips twitched. Yes, you are right about everything. If he were to describe Ning Busan in one word, black sesame Tengyuan would be quite fitting. White on the outside, black on the inside. Roman alley. There were rarely guests at Ning Busan's home, but today someone visited. It was an elderly man dressed in a deep blue suit. Though his temples were slightly white, his back remained as straight as a pine, showing no lessening of his authority. A shining family crest was pinned to his chest, belonging to none of the noble families Ning Busan knew. I hope my sudden visit does not offend you. The old man took off his hat and bowed politely. I am Duke Grayson. Ning Busan was taken aback. Duke. To his knowledge, there was only one Duke Negan in the empire, while the other dukes resided within their territories. Grayson's deep-set eyes were paired with sharp blue eyes that seemed to see through everything. He smiled and said His Majesty sent a messenger with a secret order for all dukes to return to the empire as quickly as possible. Ning Busan sighed inwardly. It seemed the king was up to no good again. He wondered if Novalia had received the news. This duke immediately divulged such important information to him, which did not seem like a provocation, leaving him uncertain of his intentions. Ning Busan slightly turned to the side. Please come in. He turned towards the tea table, took out some tea leaves from the jar, placed them in a teapot, and poured hot water over them. As the tea leaves swirled in the water, the fragrance filled the air. He picked up a teacup and poured one for Grayson. Please enjoy the tea. Grayson accepted the cup and took a sip, curiously asking, aren't you a messenger? Why is there no servant attending to you? Ning Busan replied, I prefer to be alone. After living in modern society for 20 years, some thoughts and habits had become deeply ingrained and could not be easily changed. Ning Busan asked straightforwardly, what brings you to visit today, your grace? Grayson said, His Majesty mentioned in the secret order that the empire is on the brink of collapse and hopes we can lend a helping hand. I guess like me, the other dukes brought a considerable number of troops when they came to the empire. Most importantly, I received intelligence that 2 great swordsmen have also secretly come to the empire. Ning Busan asked, so what? Grayson's gaze deepened. I know that His Majesty too well. He is a person who will repay every slight. You killed Prince William, and he will never let you live in peace. Putting aside whether the empire is truly facing collapse, those 2 great swordsmen are definitely coming for you. Ning Busan frowned. He did not fully believe Grayson's words, but since Grayson mentioned the 2 great swordsmen, he still needed to prepare early. Grayson took out a golden orb and placed it on the table. This is the heavenly light orb. When crushed, it will emit a signal. My army is stationed outside the empire, and if needed, you can use this to summon soldiers. Ning Busan raised an eyebrow. Why are you helping me, your grace? Grayson replied lightly, because I am different from those old-fashioned nobles who I strongly support the abolition of hereditary titles. When the incompetent hold power and the capable are buried, this country cannot see a future and will eventually be destroyed by the hereditary system. Pausing, Grayson elegantly picked up his teacup and took a sip. With all the dukes gathered in the empire, why not take this opportunity to issue a divine decree to abolish the hereditary title system, your excellency? Ning Busan felt that this world was truly fantastical. Grayson is a duke. Abolishing the hereditary title system brings him no benefits, yet he dares to say such things. However, Duke Grayson appeared to be very sincere, not at all like someone who was testing him. Ning Busan, unable to read his intentions, remained cautious. Your grace, such matters as divine decrees are not for me to decide. Grayson burst into hearty laughter. As soon as I returned to the empire, I heard many rumors about you, your excellency. They say you are compassionate and kind, an outstanding person with exceptional talent and wisdom, and now it seems those words are not false. Ning Busan merely smiled politely. The more Grayson looked at him, the more satisfied he became, and asked, You are so young, you should not be married yet, right? Ning Busan was taken aback for a moment, then alarm bells rang in his heart. Marriage? Why the sudden question? Could it be that he wants to win him over through a marriage alliance? Ning Busan quickly said, My career is my priority, though I will not consider marriage for the time being. Grayson's tone carried a hint of probing. It is good for young people to have aspirations, but starting a family and establishing oneself is also a major aspect of life. To quash Grayson's thoughts, Ning Busan said with a serious expression, As a divine envoy, I must maintain the purity of body and mind. I have no intention of marrying at all. Grayson found it difficult to respond to this. He awkwardly said, That's good. That's good. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while. I enjoyed our conversation today, and I believe we will meet often in the future. Grayson stood up, then I will take my leave. Ning Busan also stood up, Mr. Grayson, let me see you off. Grayson waved his hand. No need, no need. I am just next door to you. Ning Busan suddenly realized something. What is your relationship with Novalia? I am her grandfather. It seems she hasn't mentioned me to you at all. Grayson snorted. After so many years without seeing her, she has probably completely forgotten about me, this old man. Ning Busan chuckled awkwardly. She has mentioned you. It's my poor memory that caused me to forget. Grayson said with a smile. You are quite good at making excuses for her. Ning Busan touched his nose. All right, I'm leaving, no need to see me off. Grayson said. You can come find me anytime if you have matters to discuss. Ning Busan could only say take care. Given how close they were, there was indeed no need to send him off. No wonder Duke Grayson agreed to abolish the hereditary title system. It turns out Novalia is his granddaughter. In this case, Ning Busan found the king even more peculiar. Novalia is his daughter, the heir to the empire, diligent and outstanding, far superior in character to William. Yet the king stands with the noble class, despising and hating her. On the other hand, although Novalia's grandfather is a duke, he supports her ideas and assists her wholeheartedly. In comparison, the king is truly despicable. However, why did Grayson ask him about marriage? Meanwhile, after leaving Ning Busan's residence, Grayson went to meet Novalia. Grandfather, did you meet him? Novalia asked with a smile. I told you he is a good person. Oh, what do you think? Grayson shook his head, sighing. Novalia, why don't you find someone else to like? He is extremely career-oriented and intends to dedicate his life to the God of Light. If you like him, you might end up sad for a lifetime. Grandfather. Novalia's forehead twitched with 3 black lines as she gritted her teeth. What are you saying? How old is he? I do not like him. Grayson said. If you don't like him, would you let him live next door? If you don't like him, would you mention him in every letter you send me? If you don't like him, would you worry so much about his safety? I consider him a like-minded friend. Novalia felt a bit of a headache. Grandfather, please don't matchmake us randomly. Grayson glared at her. How can this be called random matchmaking? I am just caring about your lifelong affairs. Novalia helplessly facepalmed. This kind of concern should be less frequent. The city gate of the imperial capital slowly closed in the dusk, and the heavy iron gate fell with a deafening crash. On the city walls, the guards gripped their spears tightly, their vigilant eyes scanning the sprawling military camps outside the city. The flickering light of torches illuminated the cold armor. 12 dukes successively brought their troops to the empire, Now the stationed soldiers outside the city extended for dozens of miles, outnumbering those within the empire. The citizens of the empire were unaware of what had happened, and for a time, they were filled with panic. In fact, those dukes were also unaware of what was happening. What exactly does the impending collapse of the empire refer to? After all 12 dukes arrived in the empire, the king summoned them. To Ning Busan's surprise, he was also among those invited. In a small conference hall, 13 earls gathered. On either side of the king stood Elian and Seiji. Novalia and Ning Busan exchanged a glance, both with a hint of gravity in their eyes. The simultaneous appearance of the empire's strongest great swordsman and archmage indicated that something significant was about to unfold. Your Majesty has summoned us, but for what purpose? What do you mean by the calamity of overturning? One duke could not help but ask. The king's face turned pale as he said, Gentlemen, I have gathered you here today to confess something important. Do you all remember the day of bloodbands? The faces of the dukes changed dramatically, and they collectively gasped. Ning Busan, confused, asked, What is the day of bloodbands? Grayson explained, 6,000 years ago, for some unknown reason, the realm of the undead suddenly descended upon the empire. Countless undead crawled from the ground, attacking the populace, plunging the entire empire into a calamity of blood and fire. But just one day later, the undead vanished. He continued, On that day, many innocent lives were lost, and the glory of the empire was nearly destroyed. Hence, it was called the Day of Bloodbands. Why did the realm of the undead suddenly appear? Ning Busan inquired. This is what I want to discuss with you. The king said, In fact, the realm of the undead did not descend. That was merely a facade. The truths you know are all false. He continued, The truth is that a revived monster has attracted the undead. Fortunately, at that time, there was a powerful mage who sacrificed his life to seal that monster in the palace's underground chamber. Now the seal has begun to weaken, and the monster's power is gradually awakening. It is about to break free from the underground chamber once more. If that monster reappears in the world, the empire will once again fall into the calamity of the Day of Bloodbands. The dukes were left speechless, shocked by the king's words. This disaster was far more serious than they had imagined. Your Majesty, it seems you haven't mentioned the most crucial part, Ning Busan asked with a hint of a smile. Who exactly is this revived monster? Novalia also felt puzzled. There's a monster sealed in the underground chamber. Why wasn't I aware of this? The king asked Novalia, Do you remember that there is a tomb in the underground chamber? Ning Busan thought to himself, Isn't that the place where he and Elven hid when they stole the holy water last time? Novalia replied, I know there is a tomb in the underground chamber, but I don't know to which emperor it belongs. That is the tomb of the first emperor of the Dawn Empire, Emperor Leo. Ning Busan choked on his own saliva and began to cough violently. What on earth? Leo didn't truly die. Another old acquaintance. The crowd was in an uproar. Wasn't Emperor Leo supposed to have passed away from illness? The king replied, That was merely a facade. In reality, he fell under the curse of the undead, becoming an immortal monster. Only I, Elian, and Seiji know of this matter. If the seal hadn't weakened, I wouldn't have disclosed this secret. The crowd suddenly realized a problem. History books often recorded things that may not represent the truth. Ning Busan was very curious about one thing. How was Emperor Leo cursed? The king shook his head. I do not know how Emperor Leo was cursed, but I do know that if he breaks the seal, the empire will once again suffer calamity. Pausing, the king looked at Ning Busan, feigning a look of concern for the nation. Ning Busan, the empire faces such a crisis. I believe the light god will not stand idly by. Can you find a way to help us reseal Emperor Leo? Ning Busan, filled with righteous spirit, said, The mission bestowed upon me by the light god is to guide all beings and protect faith, not to forcibly intervene in every disaster. However, rest assured, Your Majesty, the radiance of the light god always shines upon this land. He has never neglected the safety of the empire, and he will protect every citizen. This was a truly chaotic situation. Teacher Seiji had long known about the seal. If even Teacher Seiji couldn't handle it, why would they throw this mess at him? That would be wonderful. Ning Busan is right. I believe the light god will protect us, Novalia said. Since the seal is weakening, why not find a way to reinforce it? Seiji, with a worried expression, said, That type of seal is called the sacred bond, an ancient sealing technique lost for millennia. After my research during this time, I believe there is a problem with the source of the seal. The core of the seal is a powerful magical source that provides continuous energy support for the entire seal. It may be that due to the passage of time, the power of this magical source is about to be depleted. Why not just find a new magical source? Ning Busan suggested. It's easy for you to say, Seiji sighed. If finding a magical source were that easy, would we still be worried about the seal? The magical source must possess strong energy and divine attributes, such as the scales of a holy dragon, the horn of a unicorn, the wings of an angel, or an artifact of a deity. How could these things possibly be obtained easily? Just as Ning Busan was contemplating a solution, Duke Negan stood up and spoke. I have heard that in the far north of the Shadow Forest, there is a lake covered in ice and snow called the Frozen Lake. At the bottom of the frozen lake lies an energy crystal with powerful purifying powers. Legend has it that it is formed from the tears of the Archangel during their travels on Earth. Perhaps it could serve as a magical source. Ning Busan couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Was this a fairy tale? Duke Negan continued, However, to enter the frozen lake, one must be proficient in light magic, and it would be best to have the light god's blessing. Ning Busan glanced at him and chuckled. If you want me to go, you should just say so. Why not directly give me my identification number? Duke Negan bowed. If the divine envoy can truly help us retrieve that energy crystal, you will be the savior who rescues the Dawn Empire from peril. Ning Busan sensed a hint of conspiracy, but he was not afraid. He was merely curious about what tricks they had prepared for him. Ning Busan nodded and said, "All right, I can give it a try, but I can't guarantee success. All lords must also be prepared. If I fail, you will need to lead your forces to defend the empire." The dukes clasped their hands and said, "Of course." After leaving the palace, Seiji said to Ning Busan, "I have only informed the king and Elian about the magical source. How could it be such a coincidence?" As soon as I mentioned the magical source, Duke Negan knew where to find something that could serve as a magical source. "I have never heard of any energy crystals in the Shadow Forest. Perhaps that is a trap set up for you. You should not go. But what if the energy crystal really exists? Since there is such a possibility, we should go take a look." Ning Busan smiled confidently. "Teacher, are you still not at ease with me? I am now an archmage, and with the blessing of the light god, there are few who can truly harm me. Moreover, even if I do encounter danger, can't I just use spatial teleportation to escape?" Seiji, seeing his determination, sighed in resignation. "Then I wish you good luck." However, no matter how confident Ning Busan was at that moment, once he arrived at the Shadow Forest, he would face a harsh reality. In the Shadow Forest, the extreme northern region, a vast lake covered in ice and snow was embedded within the depths of the forest. The surface of the lake was thickly coated with ice and snow, glimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. The frozen lake has been found, but where is the energy crystal? I seem to sense a powerful energy fluctuation. Ning Busan murmured to himself as he walked towards the center of the lake, finally locating the source of that energy wave. Deep beneath the ice at the center of the lake, there was a crystal emitting a faint blue light. Ning Busan stroked his chin, coming up with a brilliant idea. He set up a flame array with a radius of 1 meter centered on the location of that crystal. No matter how thick the ice was, a small fire simmering would eventually turn the icy water into boiling water. 15 minutes later, Ning Busan had the crystal in his hands. The entire process was simple and easy without any obstacles. But sometimes too smooth a journey is the greatest danger. Ning Busan did not intend to linger here and turned to leave. However, suddenly the crystal in his hand transformed into strands of blue silk flowing back into the ice. Underneath the ice, intricate runes were engraved, and in an instant these patterns glowed blue simultaneously. Cold sweat trickled down Ning Busan's forehead as he felt his magical power rapidly draining away, as if something were devouring it. He could even no longer sense the surrounding magical elements. What kind of strange thing was this? Heavy footsteps approached from behind, and 2 heavily armored men appeared in his view, their massive swords gleaming with a chilling light. Ning Busan recalled what Grayson had warned him and instantly guessed who they were. He asked, "You two are great swordsmen, but what has the Emperor promised you to serve him?" "We brothers do not serve him," said the swordsman on the right. "The Emperor promised us weapons forged from dragon blood steel. We kill for him, it is just a transaction." "Enough with the nonsense," the swordsman on the left said coldly. "The Emperor has ordered you to die." With that, he drew his massive sword and charged at Ning Busan. Ning Busan smiled bitterly, his fingers trembling slightly. The magical power that once obeyed him now felt as if it were locked deep within an abyss. He could not even cast the simplest fire spell. Sweat trickled down his cheeks, and he could hear his own rapid heartbeat. At that moment, a golden light suddenly erupted before him. A golden card appeared out of thin air, hovering in front of him. The card was engraved with intricate patterns, and at its center was the silhouette of a swordsman. Without thinking, Ning Busan reached out to touch it, and the card instantly transformed into countless light particles, merging into his body. A strange power surged through his blood. Ning Busan felt a faint cracking sound from his bones, and his muscles became firmer. His previously slightly slender frame became erect, and beneath the loose mage robe the contours of solid muscles were vaguely visible. His finger joints grew thicker, and calluses formed in his palms, as if left behind from years of wielding a sword. The most noticeable change was in his gaze. Those eyes, which always carried a hint of gentleness and wisdom, were now sharp as blades, radiating the unique brilliance of a swordsman. His posture unconsciously changed, with his center of gravity sinking and his feet slightly apart, adopting a standard ready stance. Facing the great swordsman's attack, Ning Busan instinctively sidestepped, and a massive sword appeared in his hand. The sword was entirely black, with only the edge glinting with a silver light. He had never held a sword before, yet at this moment he felt as if this sword were part of his body. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, sparks flying. Ning Busan firmly parried the first strike, spinning around as the massive sword traced a perfect arc. The previously refined and gentle aura of the mage vanished, replaced by the sharpness and brilliance unique to a swordsman. Ning Busan gripped the hilt, feeling the vibrations transmitted through the sword. It was an entirely new experience, completely different from the feeling of channeling magical power. Muscle memory awakened in his blood, and every cell rejoiced. The two great swordsmen clearly sensed the anomaly. They exchanged a glance and surrounded him from both sides, their sword edges slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Ning Busan's pupils slightly contracted as time seemed to slow down at that moment. He could clearly see the trajectory of the sword blades and feel the changes in airflow. His body instinctively reacted, the massive sword sweeping across, accurately deflecting the attack from the left, while he shifted his feet just enough to evade the right side blade. Ning Busan began to counterattack. His movements were astonishingly swift, the massive sword feeling weightless in his hands. With a twist of the blade, he aimed directly for the throat of the left swordsman. The man hastily raised his sword to block, but felt a tremendous force surge through, numbing his palms and forcing him to retreat repeatedly, causing even the massive sword to fly out of his grasp. Ning Busan seized the opportunity to kick him in the chest, sending him flying several meters and crashing heavily against the ice. Seeing this, the right swordsman immediately swung his sword to rescue his comrade. But Ning Busan seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He turned, and the massive sword shot out like lightning, precisely knocking away his weapon. The blade grazed the other's armor, leaving a deep gash. The battle ended in the blink of an eye. The two great swordsmen lay on the ground, their faces filled with disbelief. At that moment, no one would doubt that standing before them was a top-tier great swordsman. That innate swordsman aura, that flowing swordplay, made it impossible for anyone to connect him with the former mage. The swordsman on the left recognized the sword in Ning Busan's hand and trembled, saying, Who are you? How did General Lewis' sword end up in your hands? Brother, how does he look so much like General Lewis' statue? Murmured the great swordsman on the right. To defeat them in a single round, resembling General Lewis and wielding General Lewis' sword. Could it be that he is the missing General Lewis? The two brothers exchanged glances as if they had discovered a secret capable of shocking the entire Landia continent. Ning Busan pointed the sword at them, his voice cold. Do you wish to live? Yes, the two brothers replied in unison. I won't kill you because the Empire has only 4 great swordsmen. It would be a waste for you to die by my hand. Now the Empire is facing a crisis. Follow me back to protect the citizens of the Dawn Empire. Ning Busan's voice was filled with authority, instilling no thoughts of defiance in them. The two brothers exchanged glances and said, We vow to follow the general to the death. General? What general? Ning Busan raised an eyebrow, revealing a bloodthirsty grin. Keep my secret, or I will kill you. In the royal palace at the conference room, the participants from the last meeting were still present, but Ning Busan had brought along 2 individuals this time. Those 2 great swordsman brothers, Damon and Dark. Ning Busan looked at the king and asked, Are you surprised that I am still alive? These 2 great swordsmen are now under my command. Surprised? The king's face turned grim. I do not know what you are talking about. He did not expect Damon and Dark to betray him and stand by Ning Busan's side. You don't know? Ning Busan smiled at the king. All right, if you say you don't know, then so be it. It doesn't matter to me anyway. What do you want? The king sensed a foreboding feeling, knowing that Ning Busan harbored a strong desire for revenge. I went to the frozen lake in the Shadow Forest and did not find the energy crystal needed for the source of magic, but I have good news for everyone. The God of Light has already learned that Emperor Leo is about to break the seal of the sacred remains, and thus has sent a divine revelation informing me of how to deal with this crisis. It is merely a false divine revelation. He believes the God of Light would not blame him for such a trivial matter. The dukes murmured among themselves, unable to refrain from asking, What method? Ning Busan smiled playfully. The seal is loosening. Perhaps Emperor Leo cannot stand to see his descendants ruin their ancestral heritage. If your majesty abdicates and issues a self-criticism decree admitting that he is unworthy of being an emperor, perhaps Emperor Leo could die in peace. The king slammed his hand on the table. You want me to abdicate? Are you plotting rebellion? A giant sword was drawn across his neck, and Damon scolded. Who are you raising your voice to? Show some respect. The king's face flushed red with rage, resembling a boiled shrimp. He was the emperor of the Dawn Empire, the ruler of the entire Landia continent, and everyone should bow down to him. What was his status? What was Ning Busan's status? Why should he respect such an inexperienced brat? The king shouted, You are outrageous. Are you still unconvinced? Did I say something wrong? Ning Busan's gaze turned cold, his voice laced with suppressed anger. 10,000 years ago, the Landia continent was filled with great swordsmen. Everyone could learn magic, and many chose to cultivate both martial and magical skills, making everyone a warrior. Back then, the aberrations were 100 times stronger than now, with black days arriving every day and aberrations continuously invading. Yet in the end, through their efforts, they expelled the aberrations from the Landia continent. But what about now, eh? Black days only come once every 100 years, yet we need a little girl to stand in front of everyone summoning demons to resist the aberrations. As the king of the empire, you cannot protect your own people. You are nothing but an incompetent fool. What right do you have to sit on this throne? Ning Busan grew more agitated, feeling a sense of frustration, even wanting to directly slay this king. He knew he was influenced by that Lewis card, but he could not suppress the anger within. The king, with his neck strained, asked, What right do you have to question me? What right? Whoever has the bigger fist has the right. Ning Busan sneered lightly, impatiently asking, Just tell me, do you plan to abdicate, or do you plan to die? Damon moved his sword closer to the king. Saiji was dumbfounded. In just 5 years, Ning Busan had transformed from a naive and inexperienced magic apprentice into a powerful mage who could influence the empire's situation. As his teacher, should he feel proud? Or should he be proud? Or perhaps he should feel proud. The king turned to Novalia, his eyes filled with anger. Did you instigate him to do this? Novalia, are you attempting a coup? Ning Busan also looked at Novalia, raising an eyebrow. Your Highness, you wouldn't blame me for taking the initiative, would you? Novalia's expression was complicated. Today's Ning Busan felt completely different from before, but she couldn't quite articulate what that feeling was. However, one thing was undeniable: Ning Busan had become crazier than before. Regardless of why Ning Busan suddenly took a stand against the king in the end, if his majesty abdicated, she would be the beneficiary. With Ning Busan paving the way for her, how could she possibly betray him? Novalia slowly addressed the king. Your majesty, since the divine messenger has said it is a divine revelation, you should abdicate and let someone more suitable take the throne. You are conspiring against me. The king's face turned from green to white as he roared, Erlen, kill them. However, Erlen did not heed him, but instead asked Ning Busan, Divine messenger, do you really have a way to deal with the loosening of the seal? Ning Busan nodded naturally. The king was furious. Erlen, what do you mean? You exist to guard the royal family, are you also going to betray me? Erlen replied, Your majesty, guarding the royal family is my duty, but supervising the royal family is also my responsibility. Erlen admitted he was moved by Ning Busan's earlier words. He was loyal to the royal family, but safeguarding the citizens of the empire was equally his mission. Erlen saluted Ning Busan like a knight. When the princess ascends the throne, I hope the divine messenger will keep your promise and resolve the seal issue, sparing the empire from this disaster. Ning Busan replied, I promise you. He suddenly thought of something, looked around, and asked, Does anyone here have any opinions? The dukes quickly shook their heads, no. With the three great swordsmen supporting Ning Busan, they would be crazy to oppose him at this moment. Ning Busan was extremely satisfied. In that case, let us begin preparations for the coronation ceremony. After speaking, he winked at Novalia, conveying a look of, I have faith in you. Novalia's heart was filled with mixed feelings. She thought inheriting the throne would be a difficult process. Perhaps she would have to confront the entire nobility, or maybe she would die in this process. But now a single person had cleared all obstacles and directly handed the throne to her. At first she regarded Ning Busan as a promising junior, later viewing him as a peer and friend, but now, how should she put it? She was someone who admired strength. The king was imprisoned in his own palace. He swept all the papers and pens on the table to the floor, screaming hysterically, I will not issue a self-criticism decree, and I will never pass the throne to that little wretch. Suddenly a thick black mist appeared beside him, and a handsome and enchanting youth emerged from within. The youth had a pair of gigantic black wings behind him. The newcomer was none other than Mammon, who had secretly escaped from hell. Upon seeing him, the king roared, Did you not say he cannot use magic within the anti-magic formation? I even sent 2 great swordsmen to kill him. Why is he still alive? Is there a problem with the formation you provided? Mammon raised his hand, and a surge of black mist instantly wrapped around the king's neck. He asked with displeasure, Are you questioning me? The king immediately cowered. I dare not. Mammon recalled the scene he had seen at the frozen lake, narrowing his long eyes. This human Ning Busan bore a resemblance to Satan, but the divine power emanating from him was too strong, and his character differed greatly from Satan's. Mammon suspected this was a scheme set by the god of light, which is why he tested him with the anti-magic formation. If Ning Busan truly was Satan, he would not be unable to break the anti-magic formation. However, since the anti-magic formation had bound his magic, it indicated he was not Satan. Yet even though he could not use magic within the anti-magic formation, he had suddenly gained other powers. This human is indeed peculiar. The king knelt before Mammon, his eyes shimmering with hatred. I do not want to lose my throne. If you help me kill Ning Busan, I am willing to do anything for you. Such extreme greed. Mammon's crimson eyes brimmed with disdain, looking at the king as if he were an ant that could be crushed at any moment. Being too greedy is not good, as it can lead to being controlled by the powers of greed. Mammon taunted, You have no more value to me, why should I help you? The king pleaded, You can ask me to do anything as long as it helps me keep my throne. Mammon smirked, Did Ning Busan not say he has a way to resolve that seal? Why not? I send you to the tomb right now, and you personally release your ancestor. The king's face turned pale. What exactly do you want to do? Mammon chuckled softly. Have you forgotten who I am? I am a demon, inciting war, spreading disease, creating chaos, bringing disaster. Demons enjoy finding some fun when they have nothing to do. Ever since that one left has the demon clan not turned into a group of lawless madmen. Ning Busan did not leave the palace. He intended to pray to the god of light here, asking him to bestow a divine artifact to serve as a source of magic, thus resolving the sealing issue of the holy corpse. Just as he was about to pray, a wave of intense headache surged over him. He saw his familiar home, the warm smiles of his parents, and the tender face of his younger sister. These memories felt so real, yet at this moment they became hazy. Soon after, another set of images forcibly intruded into his mind, as if being crammed in by an invisible force. It was a vast battlefield, the sky stained blood-red by the fires of war. Countless soldiers clashed on the battlefield, swords and blades intersecting, blood splattering everywhere. He saw himself clad in heavy armor, wielding a golden spear sword, standing at the forefront of the battlefield. He heard the roar that escaped his mouth, a voice filled with murderous intent, starkly different from his usual gentle tone. No, this is not my memory. Ning Busan breathed heavily, his heartbeat pounding like a drum. He struggled to keep himself awake, but his consciousness was being pulled, part of him resisting these memories that did not belong to him, while another part was drawn to those images. Scenes flashed through his mind, memories that clearly belonged to Lewis, yet felt so real, as if they were his own experiences. His mind was in chaos, his own memories intertwined with unfamiliar ones, leaving him unable to distinguish what was real and what was illusion. If he had used Lewis' card when he first arrived in this world, he might have truly lost himself in Lewis' memories. However, after 5 years of growth, his mind was much more resolute than when he first arrived in this world. I am merely a bystander, I am merely a bystander. Ning Busan repeatedly recited this phrase in his heart, trying to remind himself. His vision blurred and his ears filled with a deafening roar as memories began to become disordered. Finally, he lost consciousness. When he awoke again, he saw Novelia's worried face. Ning Busan, what happened? Why did you suddenly faint? Hearing her call his name, Ning Busan sluggishly asked, Who am I? You are Ning Busan. That's right. I am Ning Busan. A sense of dread filled Ning Busan's heart. He now understood the irreversible consequences of using the card. It was the memories. His life experience spanned just 25 short years, but both Lewis and the other identity cards had existed for centuries and millennia. Just a slight misstep, and Ning Busan could lose himself getting lost in Lewis' memories. Ning Busan tightly grasped Novelia's hand. Novelia, help me with a favor. No matter what I become in the future, I will always be Ning Busan. But perhaps one day I will forget who I am, and at that time I will need you to awaken me. Although Novelia did not know what had happened, she agreed without hesitation. What do you want me to do? If one day I must leave, I will leave an anchor before I go. You help me keep it safe, and when I return, give it back to me. I promise you. Novelia asked, so what exactly happened? It's all fine now. Ning Busan licked his cracked lips. Can you help me pour a glass of water? Novelia got up to pour him a glass of water, then sat beside him staring at him intently. Ning Busan cleared his throat awkwardly. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me? I was just a bit emotional. Novelia propped her chin on her hand and said, 5 years ago when I first met you, you were like a blank sheet of paper. But now you have many secrets. Ning Busan smiled bitterly. If possible, he would rather remain a blank sheet of paper leisurely attending university under the protection of his parents rather than being forced to grow up in this cruel world. Novelia was indeed curious about Ning Busan's secrets, but she also knew that even the closest friends should maintain some privacy. So Novelia changed the topic. Teacher Saiji said that the seal of the Holy Corpse cannot hold for too long. Leave the sealing matter to me, you don't need to worry, just prepare for the coronation ceremony with peace of mind. You must tell me how you plan to handle the sealing issue. I plan to release him. What? Novelia frowned. You plan to release Emperor Leo? What if the undead descend? Ning Busan said, if Leo's awakening truly brings the undead, then I will take him to the realm of the undead. Are you crazy? I disagree. Novelia spoke rapidly. The existence of the realm of the undead is just a legend. No one knows where the entrance is nor what dangers lie within. Novelia, there's no need to persuade me further. I have already made my decision. No. Novelia suddenly realized something. As long as we can find a source of magic, we can complete the seal. Why not pray to the god of light? Perhaps he is willing to bestow a divine artifact that can serve as a source of magic. Ning Busan remained silent for a long time, pinching his brow. I admit I did have this plan before, as it would save me time and effort. Novelia asked, then why do you choose to lift the seal now? Ning Busan answered honestly, because I want to release him. Huh. Novelia couldn't understand what he was thinking. Are you talking about Emperor Leo? Yes. Ning Busan admitted. I want to know what exactly happened 10,000 years ago, how he became a monster. If possible, I also want to help him lift the curse. Novelia looked at him strangely. You are not someone who likes to meddle in others' affairs, and this is such a big trouble. As a distant descendant of Emperor Leo, she did not intend to lift the curse for this ancestor. Why was Ning Busan so concerned about it? Ning Busan smiled helplessly. Just consider that I have long had a spiritual connection with him. When playing games, he could treat Leo as an NPC. When he first arrived in this other world, seeing the 2 statues in the central square, he only felt a bit sentimental. But now with Lewis' abilities, he inherited Lewis' memories and emotions as the price. Leo was a brother who built the Dawn Empire alongside him. They once fought side by side, supporting each other through various life and death trials. Leo had been sealed for 10,000 years. Did he really have to seal Leo again with his own hands? The tomb. Flickering candlelight cast swaying shadows on the walls as if ghosts were silently dancing. Countless heavy chains coiled around the coffin, the dark runes engraved upon them now faded and devoid of luster. A scratching sound like nails scraping emerged from within the coffin, sending chills down one's spine. The king stood before the stone coffin, his breath quick and heavy. He slowly approached the coffin, seeing a massive golden scale embedded in the coffin lid. Take the holy dragon scale, release him, and I shall grant you eternal dominion. Don't you wish to preserve your throne? The demon's whispers echoed in his ear, its voice slithering into his mind like a venomous snake, eroding his sanity. The king's heartbeat quickened abruptly, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins as he forcefully extracted the golden scale. The black runes on the chains vanished one by one, and the chains began to loosen. A low, ominous scraping sound emanated from within the coffin, akin to the clash of bones against wood. As the coffin lid slid open, a chilling aura of death seeped forth as if the temperature of the entire tomb plummeted to freezing point. The king's throat tightened, as if an invisible hand was strangling his breath. His eyes fixated on the coffin, cold sweat trickling down his temples, leaving behind nothing but endless fear. The moment the coffin lid fully opened, a pale skeletal hand emerged from within, its fingers elongated and sharp, covered in a thin layer of decaying flesh that seemed ready to peel off at any moment. That hand rested on the edge of the coffin, fingers slightly curled as if probing for something. Soon after, another hand emerged. Both skeletal hands exerted force simultaneously as a towering skeleton slowly sat up from the stone coffin. Its bones glowed a ghostly white with black mist coiling around its joints, exuding an icy, putrid aura. The skeleton's skull turned slowly, and 2 points of ghostly green flames ignited in its hollow eye sockets, directly staring at the king. Unable to endure any longer, the king let out a heart-wrenching scream and fled toward the tomb's exit. The skeleton's hand gripped the edge of the coffin, gradually dragging its body out of the stone sarcophagus. Its movements were slow and rigid. The sound of bones scraping echoed ominously in the quiet tomb. At last it stood fully upright. The ghostly green flames in its eyes continued to fixate on the direction the king had fled. The king sprinted, desperately terrified of being pursued by the creature behind him. After running for a long while, silence still prevailed behind him, and he leaned against the wall, panting heavily. Just as he exhaled a sigh of relief, a skeletal figure silently appeared before him, its eye sockets glowing with ghostly green flames, staring intently at him. The skeleton rasped, "Little brat, why are you running?" The candlelight flickered behind the skeleton, casting a giant shadow that resembled a demon crawling out from hell. The king's legs buckled, and he dropped to his knees, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Lord Leo, no ancestor. I am your descendant. I have no descendants like you." Leo's tone was filled with disdain as he disowned him. Then, gripping the king's collar, he asked through gritted teeth, "Where's Louis?" "General Louis. He has been missing for 10,000 years, I suppose. I suppose he is no longer in this world." "What the hell?" Leo exploded. "I awoke because I sensed his presence. You say he is no longer in this world. Do you think I am that easy to fool?" The king, on the verge of tears, replied, "I truly do not know. Good news, the ancestor could communicate normally. Bad news, the ancestor had a terrible temper." "Forget it, asking you is pointless," Leo said. "The realm of the dead will soon send someone over. First tell me about the current situation of the empire." Meanwhile, in the realm of the dead, a death knight riding a skeletal horse slowly raised his hand, pointing into the void, his deep voice resonating throughout the realm. "The aura of the soul core has reappeared. Find him, reclaim the soul core." Countless skeletal figures crawled out from the ground, their eye sockets ignited with ghostly green flames. Their footsteps thundered, and the sound of bones scraping sent chills down one's spine. The skeletal army surged like a tide toward the boundaries of the human world. On the other side, "What did you say?" "The king is missing," Ning Busan asked. "Wasn't he placed under house arrest?" "Has he been rescued?" "I don't know," Novalia said, a serious look flashing in her eyes. "But in his palace, I sense the presence of the greedy demon king." "What is going on?" Ning Busan frowned. "How could he come to the empire?" Ning Busan suddenly recalled the magic circle that prevented him from using magic. He had wondered if there was a powerful ally behind the king, only to discover it was Mammon. So Mammon is helping the king deal with him. But Mammon never acts without profit. If he really rescued the king, he must have some ulterior motives. What could they be? "I've got it." Ning Busan turned and left. "There may be changes in the underground palace. I need to check the situation first." At this time in the underground palace, the king recounted the current state of the empire in extremely concise language. Naturally, he only mentioned the good parts, omitting all the bad. He even sold himself short, revealing his current situation of being under house arrest. Then, he got hit. Leo was furious. "A mere divine messenger forced you to abdicate. Useless. Couldn't you just kill him directly?" "How coincidental." This statement was overheard by Ning Busan, who had just arrived. The king, spotting Ning Busan, clung to Leo's leg bone, excitedly reporting, "Ancestor, it's him. It's him. He is Ning Busan. He is the one who forced me to abdicate." The king was filled with joy, thinking the ancestor would take revenge for him. To his surprise, after Leo glanced at Ning Busan, he directly kicked him in the chest. "He made you abdicate, so why not just abdicate? Why all the unnecessary chatter?" The king was incredulous that he would say such a thing, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Ancestor, you didn't say that just now." "Shut up." Leo slapped him unconscious. Ning Busan looked at the skeletal figure before him, finding it hard to connect it with the Leo from his memories. Ning Busan was very curious about what he had experienced to become like this. "Shall we chat?" "Chat my ass." Leo's right arm bone suddenly shot off like a pale meteor, aiming directly at Ning Busan's brow. As Ning Busan tilted his head to evade, Leo's shin bone swept toward his temple. Ning Busan summoned his golden spear to block Leo's fierce assault. Leo gripped the flowered pattern of the sword's guard with his knuckles, while his leg bone wrapped around Ning Busan's right wrist. Ning Busan released his right hand, catching the sword with his left. The back of the giant sword hovered against Leo's third rib. Simultaneously, 3 pristine, white, bony fingers pressed against Ning Busan's throat. Leo spoke in a deep voice. "If you really want to chat, you need to explain why you suddenly disappeared 10,000 years ago." Ning Busan spoke candidly. "I truly do not know." In the final fragments of Louis' memory, he beheld the god of light. Then, his recollection ended abruptly. Had Louis struck a bargain with the god of light? Or had the deity forcibly taken him away? None of this remained certain. By then, the aberrants had already been driven from the continent of Landia, and the Dawn Empire was steadily ascending in power. Even if I had truly intended to depart, I would have told you. I would never vanish without a word. Leo's eye sockets flickered with ghostly green flames, dimming, flaring as though lost in deep contemplation. Ning Busan wrapped the flat of his sword against Leo's ribs. "What I truly wish to know is how you came to be like this." If I hadn't spent centuries searching for you, do you think I'd have become this wretched specter? Leo bared a chilling smile, his bony finger pressed hard against Ning Busan's throat, then scraped upward, 3 deep crimson gashes blooming across his jawline. Ning Busan hissed in pain. What happened? Leo's voice rasped like dry bone on stone. You vanished without warning. Not a single word left behind. I sensed danger looming over you, so I cast a divination to trace your whereabouts. To my horror, the omen declared you dead, the last trace of your presence registered in the realm of the dead. So you went there? Ning Busan sighed deeply. Weren't you always the one who insisted on consulting omens before every journey? Did you not foresee that such a venture would bring you 9 steps from death, and only 1 back? Does it matter? Leo replied unflinching. Alive, I would see you face-to-face. Dead, I would claim your remains, to bury you with honor and uncover the truth behind your end. What happened next? Ning Busan asked. I discovered a way into the realm of the dead, Leo said, but I had not foreseen its suffocating aura of decay. The curse clung to me, and slowly inexorably twisted me into one of the undead. Strangely, though I followed the divination's guidance, I found no trace of you, only stumbled by accident into the sacred forbidden grounds of the Necroclan. There I stole an artifact of the Necroclan, pursued relentlessly ever since. What did you steal, eh? Ning Busan asked. A soul core, or rather a heart. Leo raised his pallid hand bone, and a light stroke of his fingertip traced across his chest, ribs parting silently to reveal hollow, fathomless darkness within. From that void, he withdrew a heart, not flesh nor blood, but coalesced from emerald green flame pulsing with slow, solemn rhythm. Ning Busan felt an odd, unsettling familiarity, and asked instinctively, whose heart is this? The first sovereign of the undead, Leo replied. Ning Busan fell utterly silent. No wonder it felt familiar. It was his own heart. Why did you steal his heart? All undead are born with a soul core, their very source of life. But I was cursed into undeath. At my core, I remain human. I stood upon the precipice of annihilation, and before me lay an unclaimed soul core. Tell me, would you wait for death, or seize it as your own? Ning Busan's temples throbbed instantly. He held a card bearing the first sovereign's likeness, yet the soul core rested in Leo's grasp. What sorcery was this? Leo continued. After stealing the first sovereign's soul core, the entire realm of the dead mobilized, hunting me without mercy. They could sense the soul core's resonance. Outmatched alone, I chose self-entombment, slumbering deep, sealing its presence from detection. Did you awaken once mid-sleep? After millennia of slumber, a grave robber, a pitiful wretch, somehow breached the royal vault. Leo said he nearly freed me, had I not reacted in time. Ning Busan sensed something faintly off about that statement. Yet even in slumber, the soul core's resonance leaked, summoning the Necrolegions. When they failed to locate it within the Empire, and found the Dawn Empire far from defenseless, they withdrew, leaving the matter unresolved. But this time, Leo disdainfully kicked the unconscious king beside him. The Empire commands only 4 grand swordsmen, 3 of whom refuse to obey orders. Is the Dawn Empire truly doomed to fall? Ning Busan gave 2 hollow mocking laughs. Leo snapped back. What's so amusing? Are you pleased? Ning Busan's mirth vanished instantly. Surrender the soul core, and Leo would perish. Withhold it, and the skeletal legions would descend upon the Empire in slaughter. Upon reflection, the dilemma proved profoundly dire. Ning Busan asked, what makes this soul core so vital? Why does the realm of the dead pursue it at any cost? I suspect the first sovereign has fallen, but his will endures anchored to the soul core capable of swaying the entire realm of the dead. For instance, Ning Busan murmured thoughtfully. At Leo's gesture, the soul core blazed, projecting a vast luminous screen before them, a miniature, fully navigable map of the realm of the dead zoomable at will. Across the screen, legions of awakened undead converged upon the crimson wastelands. Skeletal warriors stood in flawless formation, radiating grim resolve. Dread knights rode skeletal steeds, their very presence exuding lethal intent. This soul core preserves my life, but I am no master of it. Its true power lies beyond my reach. I can only use it as a map. Ning Busan smiled faintly. Leo might not know how to wield it, but he did. It was after all a tactical interface. Touch any location and teleport instantly, draw a boundary and broadcast precisely within it. Ning Busan placed his palm upon the soul core and commanded, voice cold as frozen void, return, now. Realm of the dead, crimson wastelands. This desolate expanse had lain dormant for eons. Since the first sovereign's departure, the skeletal legions had fallen utterly still, never again raising blade or banner in war. Yet a thief had stolen the sole relic the sovereign left behind, and hidden for 10,000 years. Unforgivable. This time they would find him, and reclaim the sovereign's soul core. As the legions assembled poised to invade the mortal world, a crushing, suffocating pressure descended from the heavens. Every undead being froze mid-motion, bones trembling uncontrollably. Return now. That voice shook the wastelands to their foundations. It thundered within every soul core, resonating with ancient, unmistakable authority. It stirred joy, reverence, awe, so deeply familiar, so long awaited. The sovereign's decree was law, absolute, irrevocable. The entire Necrolegion collapsed to the earth, prostrate in obedience, meekly burying themselves once more beneath the scarlet soil. The crimson wastelands sank back into eternal silence. Watching the vision fade from the luminous screen, Leo turned slowly toward the man beside him, his gaze unervingly serene. Lewis, care to explain? Ning Busan looked utterly innocent. I truly do not know. Before the words had fully left his lips, 3 fresh claw marks seared across his cheek. Ning Busan exploded. Leo, have you no shame? Do you scratch in combat? Are you truly foolish? The undead possess no nails. Leo drew his 5 finger bones together, grinding them with a sound that set teeth on edge. These are phalanges. Do you even know what a phalanx is? Ning Busan glared at him, voice sharp with warning. Do not overstep your bounds. Leo let out a jagged cackling laugh. It's been ages. Let's spar, shall we? At that very moment, Ning Busan found himself strangely envious of the uncomplicated camaraderie between women. When your best friend gets her nails done and tells you about it, you needn't overthink. Just praise her unreservedly. But if your closest brother suddenly becomes a skeletal frame, he'll devote himself entirely to raking his bony fingers across your face, leaving crimson jagged scratches in their wake. In return, Ning Busan drew his golden sword Jinj and cleanly severed every finger bone from Leo's hands. Leo cursed under his breath as he squatted on the ground, painstakingly gathering his scattered bones. Ning Busan withdrew a wand from his spatial ring and cast a healing spell upon himself. The wounds on his face vanished instantly. I recall you had no magical aptitude whatsoever before. And yet now, you've become a mage. Leo spoke with mocking sardonic inflection. All right, you've renamed yourself Ning Busan, and even ascended to become the divine envoy of the God of Light. Yet I distinctly remember someone who once held the God of Light in utter contempt. Ning Busan's eyelid twitched. I did not. I never did. Stop fabricating. Leo clicked his tongue. That same person once declared that leaders of the light-aligned factions are invariably the greatest villains behind the curtain, and urged me never to place my faith in him. Have you forgotten already? Ning Busan nearly choked on his fury. Just shut up. Seriously, don't say it. Don't even think it. Absolutely do not utter it aloud. Indeed, that was precisely what churned through Ning Busan's mind at that moment. Ever since inheriting Lewis's memories, and learning that Lewis's disappearance was tied to the God of Light, he had grown profoundly wary of the deity. He felt like a mere pawn in the God of Light's grand design, yet remained utterly ignorant of the true nature of that scheme. Ning Busan still recalled the God of Light's quiet pronouncement, I shall watch over you, always. One might interpret such words as an expression of favor, but viewed another way they carried the unmistakable weight of a warning. Whether or not the God of Light truly observed him at this very instant, Ning Busan folded his hands in prayer and murmured with feigned reverence, Praise be to the God of Light. May I forever bask in your sacred radiance. Leo tilted his skull slightly, the emerald flames flickering wildly within his eye sockets. Though he conceded his temper ran hot, he had, 10,000 years ago, been hailed across the world as a sage. His intellect was unquestionably formidable. Even without Lewis speaking plainly, Leo had deduced the truth through his actions alone. The God of Light watched them, not them in general, but Lewis specifically. Why did he never suspect Lewis genuinely worshipped the God of Light? Because he knew beyond any doubt that Lewis possessed no faith at all. Leo asked, How did you endure these 10,000 years? Ning Busan replied, I retain no memory of them whatsoever. I awoke as an ordinary man, and soon after discovered the alien invaders had once again descended upon the continent of Landia. Leaving aside the fact that he concealed his origin from another world, he summarized 5 years of his life in just a few terse sentences. Leo stroked his chin in deep contemplation, then asked gravely, Then you wield light-affiliated magic now? Ning Busan nodded. Yes, what of it? Leo seized him by the shoulders and shook him frantically. Hurry, hurry, grant me some holy light. It's been 10,000 years since I felt the sun's warmth. Such is the paradoxical nature of the undead. They bury themselves deep in soil to sleep, yet upon awakening they crave sunlight with feverish desperation. Ning Busan said coolly, Beg me for it. In the next instant 3 fresh gashes bloomed across his face. Ning Busan roared, I'll snap every last bone in your body, one by one. You said by hand. So sheath your sword first, Leo taunted gleefully. I won't even draw a weapon. Dare you do the same? Ning Busan actually lowered his blade and scoffed. You never bested me in your human days. Do you truly believe becoming undead grants you victory now? One must try to know. Fists crashed against brittle bone, a living flesh collided with decayed sinew. The deafening impact tore through the darkness. Just as their battle reached its fever pitch, Noveria arrived. She saw Ning Busan locked in brutal struggle with a skeletal figure, and instantly unsheathed her greatsword, charging forward with a thunderous cry, Release him, now. Leo, reeling from the blow, seethed. I am your ancestor, not your quarry. Why aid him? Noveria turned to Ning Busan. Are you unharmed? Ning Busan, his face still streaked with raw bleeding claw marks, found the word, unharmed, impossible to utter. Noveria stepped protectively before him, eyes locked warily on Leo. Emperor Leo, you are my elder and I hold you in the highest esteem. Yet even so I cannot permit you to sow chaos within the empire. What precisely is your intent? I wish only to bathe, and to bask beneath the sun. Leo's voice brimmed with indignant frustration. What are you staring at? Is such a simple request beyond your reach? Ning Busan whispered quietly into Noveria's ear, the matter of the netherworld has been resolved. Your sole task now is to pacify your esteemed forebear. Noveria paused startled, then immediately bowed to Leo. Name your wishes. I shall dispatch attendants at once to fulfill them. Leo demanded, then bind that fellow behind you, and let me have my turn. Ning Busan retorted, might you at least preserve a shred of dignity? Dignity? All I have left is bone. Leo sneered. Whereas you? Do you possess any shame at all? Do you intend to simply offload me onto this young lady? Ning Busan met his gaze without flinching. Offload. He is your elder. Her duty to care for you is both natural and rightful. Undeniably, bringing Leo home would guarantee domestic turmoil. To preserve peace, it would be far wiser to house Leo within the royal palace. If you're unafraid of the trouble I'll cause, then by all means proceed. Leo called out mockingly, Your Holiness, the divine envoy. He knew Louis shrank from complications. Louis now answered to Ning Busan, and wore the mantle of divine envoy with practiced ease. He had no desire for anyone to uncover his identity as the legendary Louis of 10 millennia past. Ning Busan recognized the veiled threat, and sighed in resignation. Very well, Noveria. I shall take responsibility for your illustrious ancestor. Pausing briefly, he added, this time assign more guards to monitor the king. Ensure he does not escape again lest it disrupt your coronation ceremony. Noveria sensed something unspoken in the air. The dynamic between the two men bore none of the stiffness of strangers. It resonated instead with the easy familiarity of ancient comrades. Yet, if Ning Busan truly knew Emperor Leo from long ago, then he too must have lived 10,000 years ago. How then could he stand here now alive and unchanged? After returning to Roman alley, Leo asked, what is your relationship with the king of the undead? Ning Busan replied, is there still a need to ask such a question? Think about it, and you'll know, Leo said, lifting his skull and pointing at his empty hollow head. I currently have no brain. Understand? Ning Busan rolled his eyes. If you can command them to retreat with the soul core, I guess you must be the first king of the undead, Leo suddenly thought. So once you die, I can follow you and dominate the undead realm. Do I really have to die? Ning Busan asked helplessly, can't you wish for something good for me? Speaking of which, how did you end up with my descendant? Louis, you really know how to pick the young grass. Leo exclaimed, but this means that you will have to call me your great-great-great-great-great-grandfather in the future. Don't talk nonsense, we're just friends. You should care about yourself. Ning Busan mocked. Once the Emperor Leo, now you bear a skeleton frame, it seems you won't have any romantic prospects in the future. What's wrong with a skeleton frame? Even as a skeleton, I am still the most handsome. Leo never engaged in internal conflict. Is there a way to remove the curse on you? Given that I'm in this state, do you really think I can turn back into a humanoid? Leo said nonchalantly. At least we are both still alive, aren't we? Ning Busan nodded slightly. You have a point. So what are your plans next? Leo replied, isn't the empress you selected about to ascend the throne? Since she is my descendant as her elder, I have decided to impart some governance experience to her before she ascends the throne, Ning Busan said. As long as you don't reveal my identity, feel free. Leo scoffed at this. How long do you think you can hide it, Louis? The night was as dark as ink. The moonlight elongated the shadows of the two statues, casting them onto the cold ground, resembling two silent guardians watching over the quiet square. A figure cloaked in black approached the two statues, slowly exclaiming, as expected of the ones I carved myself, they truly possess grandeur. The visitor was indeed Leo. He stood before his statue, softly reciting a spell, and a small black vortex appeared on the statue's chest. From within, he pulled out a red crystal. To be precise, it was a heart wrapped in crystal, vivid and intact. Leo's jaw slightly opened, revealing his neat and cold teeth, as if silently mocking. He placed the heart along with the soul core into his chest cavity. After completing all this, Leo slowly turned around. He seemed to sense something, tilting his head slightly, as the green flames in his eyes suddenly blazed more fiercely. But he did nothing, merely lowering the brim of his hat and quietly leaving like a ghost. The central square was once again empty, with only the wind stirring a few fallen leaves swirling at the feet of the statues. Ning Busan emerged from the shadows, his dark eyes as calm and indifferent as a deep well. If he were Louis, he would believe every word Leo said without reservation. But he was Ning Busan. He did not fully trust this undead who had slept for 10,000 years. The palace. News of Novelia's impending ascension had spread throughout the empire, with even the timing confirmed. Ning Busan, worried about any unforeseen circumstances, made a special trip to the palace. Novelia seemed surprised. What brings you here? Just came to see you, Ning Busan asked. Has anything unexpected happened in the palace? No, she replied. What about the king? Is there any other situation on his end? Has the greedy demon king reappeared? He hasn't reappeared. As for the king. Novelia paused before saying, the queen sent someone to rescue him once, but it was unsuccessful. Now the entire palace is under my control. That's good. By the way, has Leo been frequently coming over to guide you lately? Yes. Emperor Leo is truly deserving of his title as a sage. His insights and wisdom far exceed my own. As she said this, there was a gleam in Novelia's eyes, clearly showing her genuine admiration for Leo. It seems you two are getting along quite well, Ning Busan smiled. There's one more thing. I previously mentioned having the king write a self-accusation edict. Has he done so? Not yet. What about the abdication edict? Also not yet. Ning Busan said, since I'm already here, let's go together and resolve this matter. It's not that Novelia was soft-hearted. After all, she was the king's biological daughter. Surely she couldn't hold a sword to her father's neck, right? People in this world still placed great importance on filial piety. The candlelight flickered in the palace, illuminating the king's pale and twisted face. He sat on the throne, his gaze fixed on the blank edict before him, as if it were a sword hanging over his head ready to sever his dignity and power at any moment. Upon seeing Ning Busan and Novalia, the king gripped the armrests tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. The king roared, "I will never agree to abdication. If you have the ability, just kill me." Ning Busan slowly stepped forward, smiling as he asked, "You think I wouldn't dare?" The king turned to Novalia, his voice sharp enough to almost pierce the air. "Novalia, not only did you kill your mother, but you also intend to kill your father." Ning Busan paused. He remembered that William seemed to have mentioned this matter and felt that the next scene was about to become a spectacle. "Shut up. You have no right to mention her." Novalia, like an enraged lion, rushed forward and grabbed the king by his collar. "You are unworthy to speak of her. Haven't you always wanted to know how your mother was poisoned?" the king said. "If you are willing to kill Ning Busan, I will tell you." "Was it you who poisoned my mother?" Novalia asked through gritted teeth. "If it were truly me, would you have found nothing back then?" The king leaned forward slightly, speaking urgently. "I am not lying. If you kill Ning Busan, I am not only willing to tell you the truth, but can also immediately write the abdication edict." Novalia released her grip, her voice filled with suppressed anger. "I don't need you. I will find out the truth myself." The king's eyes were bloodshot. "Novalia, Ning Busan is the one who killed your brother. Not only are you not seeking revenge for William, but you are also mingling with his murderer. How can you face your brother?" Novalia retorted coldly. "When William sent demons to kill me, did he consider me his sister?" She was very clear about how biased this father was, so her emotions showed no fluctuation, not even disappointment. She had long stopped holding expectations, so how could there be disappointment? "Forget it, Ning Busan, let's go." Novalia said, "It's just a decree of abdication. It doesn't matter if he doesn't write it now." "Forget it. How can it just be forgotten?" Ning Busan replied, "If you are to ascend the throne, you must do so with dignity and legitimacy." Novalia summoned Leo. "I want both the abdication decree and the self-reproach decree. Oh, let him figure it out." Novalia cannot commit regicide, nor can Ning Busan, otherwise Novalia would bear the infamous title of illegitimate ruler. The king is well aware of this, which is why he is so unafraid. But he forgets that Leo can act. Ning Busan sneered, "Whether you write it or not is up to you, but if you provoke Leo, he really will kill you." After speaking, he took Novalia away. The king's hands drooped helplessly as his gaze fixated blankly on the blank decree. He seemed to see his own demise. "Ha ha 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 ha." The king suddenly burst into laughter, his voice filled with venom as he shouted, "Ning Busan, I will definitely kill you." On the other side, Ning Busan wanted to ask Novalia about your mother. "I don't want to talk about it." Novalia interrupted him, her tone somewhat stiff. Ning Busan refrained from pressing further and shifted the topic. "There are only 7 days until your coronation." Novalia responded with an softly, saying, "I will become a good emperor. I believe in you." Ning Busan said, "For these few days, let Damon and Dak accompany you. They are great swordsmen and can protect you if danger arises." Novalia smiled and asked, "Why do you seem so strange today? It's me who is to ascend, yet you appear more nervous than I am." "I don't know." Ning Busan sighed. "I feel uneasy these days, as if something bad is going to happen." Seeing Ning Busan's furrowed brow, Novalia comforted him. "Don't worry, no matter what happens, I will be by your side." The wind howled, bringing with it a biting chill that slightly lifted the corners of Ning Busan's cloak. Ning Busan tightened his coat and murmured, "The wind is rising." 7 days later, as dawn broke, the Dawn Empire was shrouded in a hazy golden light. Ning Busan stood atop the Mage Association's tower, overlooking the grand scene of the central plaza. In the center of the plaza, a high platform was erected, surrounded by countless flags that adorned the scene with solemnity. Soldiers scurried across the plaza like ants, placing pots of golden irises along the sides of the red carpet. Crowds gathered from all directions. Nobles wore formal attire while commoners donned their finest garments, all with eager eyes awaiting the prince's coronation. "The time is approaching." A voice from below called, "Ning Busan, you should go now." Ning Busan acknowledged, "I understand, master." Today is the day of Novalia's ascension. As the divine envoy, he is the one to crown Novalia. Ning Busan tilted his head and asked, "Are you sure you don't want to come with me?" "It's boring." Leo lounged lazily, fully allowing his bones to bask in the sunlight. "Sunning myself at the highest point of the empire is just too comfortable. I can't be bothered to move." Ning Busan helplessly said, "All right, you enjoy your sunbathing, I'm off then." Leo called out Louis. Ning Busan turned back. "What's wrong?" "This empire is rotten to the core." Leo asked, "Why do you want to change it instead of destroying it?" He believes that tearing down and rebuilding is more effective than slow repairs. With Louis' abilities, he could completely overturn the kingdom rather than subtly change the empire in the role of a divine envoy. After a moment of silence, Ning Busan replied calmly, "It's still a souvenir." "Souvenir?" Leo pondered the word's meaning and couldn't help but laugh. In Louis' eyes, the Dawn Empire is merely a souvenir. Leo asked, "Should I call you arrogant, or should I say you are sentimental?" Ning Busan replied, "Neither. I simply believe that Novalia will become a good emperor and change the current situation of the Dawn Empire." Leo laughed enigmatically. "I also believe that after today, the Dawn Empire will undergo unprecedented changes." "Hiss, enough chatting, I still have to crown Novalia." Feeling pressed for time, Ning Busan abandoned walking and activated a spatial teleportation. After he left, Leo sat up and surveyed the world beneath him. The Empire's flags fluttered in the wind, yet they were no longer as he remembered. In this era where swordsmanship wanes and magic withers, what needs change is not only the system, but also the hearts of the people. What can inspire the complacent to strive? What can enlighten the ignorant? What can guide the lost? What can empower the weak to raise their weapons? Leo softly said, blood, fear, and death. Only after experiencing the powerlessness of a desperate situation can this empire undergo a qualitative change. Ning Busan stood upon the high platform surrounded by 13 dukes and ministers, while the common folk gathered on either side to witness. Nova Leah rode in on a tall horse galloping towards them. Today she wore a deep purple robe embroidered with a phoenix in flight, with a golden cape draped over her shoulders, solemn and magnificent. The crowd's cheers surged like a tide, one wave after another. Nova Leah dismounted and slowly walked towards the high platform along the red carpet, her steps firm and composed. Yet Ning Busan noticed that her fingers were unconsciously caressing the sword at her waist. It seemed she was not as calm as she appeared. As Nova Leah reached Ning Busan, he raised the staff in his hand, golden light bursting forth from its tip. In the name of the divine, today Nova Leah ascends as the 12th emperor of the Dawn Empire. Ning Busan took a crown made of pure gold from a nearby maid. He held the crown with both hands and declared loudly, people of the Dawn Empire, today we gather here to witness the birth of a great monarch. The crowd erupted in cheers once more. Ning Busan gently placed the crown atop Nova Leah's head, sincerely wishing, may the divine be with you, may dawn accompany you. May your reign be eternal as the morning light, and may your empire be immortal as the stars. At the moment the crown settled on Nova Leah's head, a golden beam of light descended from the heavens, illuminating her. Within the beam a golden sun could be faintly seen. The divine revelation appears. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Nobles knelt in reverence while commoners shouted Nova Leah's name. Ning Busan's lips curled slightly. What nonsense divine revelation. Do gods care about such things? Gods do not care at all. It's just his little magic. The wind swept past Ning Busan's white robe as the distant clock tower's long echoes rang melodiously. Nova Leah looked at Ning Busan, her azure eyes reflecting the morning light, and all her unspoken words condensed into 2 words, thank you. Ning Busan's mouth curved upward as he silently mouthed 3 words, you're welcome. Nova Leah's coronation ceremony was successfully completed, and the entire Dawn Empire was engulfed in jubilation and delight. This was supposed to be a day of national celebration. Yet unexpectedly, the once-in-a-century Black Day suddenly descended without warning. At noon, the blazing sun hung high in the sky. The heavens seemed to be torn apart by an invisible hand, with dark fissures spreading like a spider's web swallowing the sunlight. Ning Busan finally understood what the unease he had felt all along truly was. Black Day? It is the Black Day, he murmured. Hasn't it only been 5 years since it last occurred? Why has it suddenly returned? The grand celebration instantly turned into hell, panic spreading like wildfire. The people around the high platform knelt down crying, Your Majesty, save us. Your Majesty, please save us. Although Nova Leah was also astonished that the Black Day would appear today, she could not be thrown into disarray. For she was now the sovereign, the backbone of the entire Dawn Empire. Nova Leah declared loudly, I vow to protect your safety with my life. As long as I am here, the aberrants will never breach the city. The people began to praise Nova Leah, their eyes filled with trust. However, after witnessing this scene, Ning Busan felt no emotion stir within him. Instead, he found it somewhat absurd. His lips moved, yet in the end he said nothing. Now it was Nova Leah's stage. Even if he had something to say, he would have to wait until today's calamity had passed. Grayson knelt on one knee, saying, Your Majesty, our soldiers are outside the city. We will become the first line of defense for the Empire. Nova Leah nodded. Grandfather, then I leave it to you. She turned around and commanded, Teacher Saiji, please activate the magical defensive formation with the members of the Mage Association. Vania, gather the Thorn Legion soldiers. Come with me to confront the enemies outside the city. Elian reassigned some palace guards to maintain order within the Empire. After arranging everything, Nova Leah looked at Ning Busan. They say a gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall, but I know, Your Majesty, you will charge to the forefront. Ning Busan said. Nova Leah's gaze was resolute. If it were General Lewis and Emperor Leo, I believe they would make the same choice. Perhaps. Ning Busan chuckled softly. Let's go, I will accompany you to the front lines. Outside the city, on the distant horizon, a swarm of aberrants surged forth, pressing toward the Empire's borders. Their footsteps shook the ground, causing cracks to form with clouds of dust rising. In the sky, flying aberrants circled like dark clouds, their piercing shrieks shattering eardrums, and the gust from their wings carried a foul stench. In contrast, the Empire's army hastily assembled. Some soldiers had not even donned their armor properly, and the weapons in their hands appeared somewhat disordered. Ning Busan sighed softly. The Empire had been too comfortable for too long. The Black Day descended once every 100 years, and most aberrants were dealt with by mythical creatures summoned by summoners. The remaining few aberrants were slowly eliminated by the royal family's troops, so the pressure was not too great. But now Nova Leah could no longer summon Mammon. Mammon demanded too much in rewards. The Empire's accumulated foundation over 100 years was barely sufficient to satisfy his immense appetite. It had only been 5 years since the last summoning of Mammon, far too short to pay for his demands. This was the first time the Empire faced the true terror of the Black Day without a summoner. On the city walls, Ning Busan meticulously commanded the archers to combat the flying aberrants, even taking the time to instruct the assisting mages on how to coordinate with the archers. Below the city walls, Nova Leah raised her silver sword, leading the cavalry charge. Yet against the tide-like army of aberrants, humanity's resistance seemed so small. The sharp claws of the aberrants tore apart the first line of defense, dyeing the surface of the moat blood red, with floating corpses and severed limbs drifting along. Nova Leah led her soldiers back into the city. The hideous aberrants pursued relentlessly, but were blocked outside the city walls by the Empire's magical defensive formation. The magical defensive formation resembled a massive net enveloping every inch of the Empire's land, preventing the aberrants from advancing even a step. Nova Leah's armor was stained with blood. She gasped for breath and said to Ning Busan, "These aberrants are more powerful than they were 5 years ago. The defensive formation won't hold for long." "Ning Busan, I need you to promise me something." "Speak," he replied. "Once the Empire falls, I will send a team of soldiers with you to escort the members of the Mage Association to safety." Nova Leah said, "And you?" "Today is my first day as Empress, and it may also be my last." Nova Leah chuckled bitterly. "But regardless, I will not abandon my people to survive alone." Nova Leah tightened her grip on her sword, her gaze fearless and resolute. "I live and die with the Empire." Ning Busan gently reassured, "Don't think of it as so dire. Perhaps there are other opportunities." "Ha ha ha." A voice filled with mockery suddenly rang out. Nova Leah and Ning Busan turned to see a handsome man with red eyes hovering in midair, his black wings fluttering gently behind him. Nova Leah's gaze was filled with vigilance. "I did not summon you, greedy demon king. A trade, perhaps?" Mammon looked down at Nova Leah. "I can help the Dawn Empire through this crisis of the Black Day. In return, you only need to hand Ning Busan over to me." Ning Busan's expression turned cold as he glared at Mammon. Human hearts are the most difficult to test. Mammon's actions were truly a stab to the heart. Yet Nova Leah did not disappoint him, refusing outright. "Impossible. Your Majesty, have you not considered it further?" Mammon's eyes brimmed with sarcasm. "Which is more important, a single life or the survival of an empire?" Nova Leah's heart was indeed in turmoil. As the Empress of the Dawn Empire, she could not watch her people die at the hands of the aberrants. Yet to betray her own moral convictions, she could not do that either. After a moment of silence, Nova Leah shook her head. "Ning Busan is my friend. He cannot be used as leverage in a trade." "You truly are." Mammon pondered for a long time and finally found a word to describe Nova Leah: hypocritical. Ning Busan finally spoke up. He stared into Mammon's eyes coldly, asking, "Have I offended you?" "No, but seeing your face makes me extremely uncomfortable." Mammon grinned, displaying an almost torn smile. "What are you to look exactly like the king? You are merely a clumsy, despicable imitator. You had better pray not to fall into my hands, or I will certainly make your life worse than death." Ning Busan's lips twitched. He really wanted to ask, "Are you seriously sick? I guess Lucifer doesn't know you came to the human world." Ning Busan took out the feather Lucifer had given him, forcing a smile as he asked, "Do you want me to call him here?" "Don't use Lucifer to scare me. Do you think I'm afraid of him?" Mammon scoffed. "No matter what Lucifer wants to do, I won't allow the existence of someone like you to tarnish the king." Ning Busan was nearly having a heart attack. He could tolerate toxic fandom, but to treat the real deal as a substitute was something he could not accept. Since the deal was rejected, Mammon directly grabbed Ning Busan's arm and flew away. He intended to take Ning Busan back to hell. Ning Busan no longer hesitated and directly snapped off Lucifer's feather. 2 seconds later, Lucifer appeared and snatched Ning Busan from Mammon's grasp. Ning Busan pointed at Mammon eagerly, saying, "Quickly take this guy away and don't let him appear in front of me again." Lucifer nodded. "All right. I'll lock him in the abyss, ensuring he won't come out to bother you." "Lucifer, can't you see he's a counterfeit?" Mammon's face twisted with anger. "Are you really going to protect him?" Lucifer slowly raised his hand, a ball of pitch-black flame gathering at his fingertips. The black flame transformed into countless tiny chains wrapping around Mammon's limbs and torso. The flame did not scorch Mammon's flesh, but directly eroded his soul. The pain felt as if countless blades were slicing his soul into pieces. Yet Mammon erupted with sharp laughter, his laughter laced with a chilling tremor. "Lucifer, don't you think the king won't return, so you brought out a subpar counterfeit?" However, his body was dragged into the abyss of hell by the chains, and even his questioning voice vanished into the endless darkness. Lucifer incisively commented, "Blind fool." Ning Busan tugged at his lips, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. He just refuses to believe that the king who once seemed invincible in his mind has now turned into a weak human. Pausing for a moment, Ning Busan tentatively asked, "Lucifer, if I cannot revert to the Satan you remember, will you still follow me?" "I follow you not because of your strength," Lucifer chuckled lightly. "Even if you remain human, I will not betray you." Lucifer would forever protect Phoenix. This promise remained in effect. At that moment, the light of the magical defense array gradually dimmed and fragments of magic filled the air, falling like stars. Crack, crack. The cracks in the defense array multiplied, ultimately collapsing with a deafening roar. On the streets, people shoved and fled, some knocked to the ground, the sounds of trampling and screams mingling together. "Having stayed so long in the Dawn Empire, you must like it here, right?" Lucifer asked with great interest. "Shall I help them?" At this moment, he did not forget to belittle. The one in heaven prides himself on fairness. He never intervenes in such matters. "But I am different, and I can break the rules." Ning Busan felt as if he was listening to a cold joke. In this day and age have demons started doing good deeds. Neither heaven nor hell is a choice for humanity. As long as the other species do not disappear, relying on others is not a long-term strategy. Humanity must become strong on its own. Ning Busan said, with other species descending into the human world, it must not be easy on the hell side either. Lucifer, you should go back. The descent of other species was not limited to the human world but encompassed the entire Landia continent. Hell must be in chaos as well. Alright, I'll listen to you. Lucifer plucked another feather from his own wing. Call me whenever you need. Ning Busan looked down at the situation below. The horde of other species surged like a dark torrent, mercilessly pushing towards the Empire's city gates, causing the very earth to tremble under their march. The soldiers of the Empire stood on the city walls, their faces filled with despair and fear. Behind us are our homes and loved ones. We cannot retreat. Novalia shouted, kill. The soldiers tightened their grips on their weapons, collectively shouting, kill. Even knowing it was a dead end ahead, they were determined to fight to the death. Just as Novalia said, they could not retreat. However, just then they saw a figure. A person standing outside the city gates. The figure was not particularly tall, and standing against the dark horde of other species, he appeared even more frail. Novalia's pupils constricted. Ning Busan. Ning Busan slowly raised his giant sword, its blade pointing towards the sky. His voice was deep and powerful, as if it cut through the raging winds and dark clouds. This city is off limits. Before his words fell, his figure dashed into the enemy ranks like lightning. As he swung the giant sword, a sword chi akin to mountains crashing down erupted. Wherever it passed, the other species fell like wheat stalks. The blood of the other species stained the earth red, but their numbers seemed endless, rushing forward one after another. Novalia's body trembled slightly as she murmured, golden spear sword. In that moment, her doubts were finally confirmed. He is a person who avoids trouble. I thought he wouldn't reveal his identity. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Novalia looked at Leo, who had appeared on the city wall at some point. He is still too soft-hearted. Leo, wrapped in a black cloak, said coldly, not enough people have died. He shouldn't have revealed himself so soon. Novalia felt a chill rise in her heart. What do you mean by that? You knew what would happen today, didn't you? Leo replied, divination and prophecy are innate gifts of mine, even if I have become a being of the undead now. Though he did not answer directly, was that not an answer in itself? Novalia was somewhat angry. Since you knew all along, why didn't you tell me? That is what I am here to teach you today. Leo chuckled. Do you find Black Sunday frightening? Novalia nodded. Leo continued, you can think positively. This time Black Sunday just arrived early. But is that really the case? Perhaps in the future Black Sunday will come every 5 years, then every year, every month, and eventually every day will be like this. However, to be honest, you may not live to see that day. Novalia still did not understand. What exactly are you trying to say? Leo decided to be more straightforward. Why do you protect your people? Novalia replied, it is only right for the strong to protect the weak. But no one is born weak. If you truly wish to protect them, you should provide them with weapons and force them to grow. Otherwise, they will ultimately die. Leo spoke slowly. 10,000 years ago, when the other species were not expelled from the Landia continent, Black Sunday was our daily life. Do you guess how we survived? It was an era where everyone was a soldier, everyone was a warrior. Even 3-year-old children learned to wield knives before they learned to walk. You have been living in comfort for too long enough that you naively believe that hiding behind the strong is not a sin. Novalia listened in silence. Outside the city gate, Ning Busan stood in a robe whiter than snow, his long sword angled toward the earth. The snarls of the aberrant horde mingled with the ringing of steel blood mist hanging in the air. Though their blood wove nets into the sky, it could not stain Ning Busan in the least. To say one man guarded a whole city sounded like a fable, yet Ning Busan had indeed done it. He was like an unconquerable mountain of bulwark shielding the city at his back. Suddenly, the aberrant horde ceased their assault. They parted to either side, leaving a corridor. Ning Busan felt a mighty pressure roll toward him. A humanoid aberrant advanced slowly, each step making the ground tremble. Its features approximated those of a man, yet its body was sheathed in jet-black scales, and 3 pairs of translucent wings unfurled from its back. It was in all likelihood the leader of this pack. Click, crack, rattle. From its throat burst a shrill metallic howl, like metal scraping glass, like countless tiny insects writhing under a carapace mingled with the gurgle of boiling liquid. Those sounds were not syllables of any human tongue, yet they rearranged within Ning Busan's mind until a meaning emerged he could understand. At last I have found you. Ning Busan's pupils constricted. What did it mean? Before he could unravel it, the leader's form vanished from where it stood. Ning Busan raised his sword to parry as a tremendous force coursed along the blade, numbing the muscles of his hand and nearly wrenching the hilt free. The leader moved with inconceivable speed. Ning Busan survived only by instinctive evasion, yet even so several bloody gashes marked his body. He inhaled deeply and steadied his spirit. The great sword in his hand trembled faintly and gave out a crisp chime as if answering his will. He lowered the tip lightly. His being seemed to merge with heaven and earth, his breath calm as still water. The leader's assault returned fierce and lightning fast. But this time Ning Busan did not dodge. His sword moved. A flash of blade beyond words, as though it had gathered all the world's light and darkness into a single streak. Where the blade passed, space itself seemed to warp. The leader's pupils snapped tight. It tried to recoil only to find itself gripped by an invisible sword intent. The blade arced like a rainbow slashing through the sky. The leader froze moments later. A fine line ran straight from its brow down to its abdomen. Its body slowly split open and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Black blood spurted like a wellspring, exuding a choking metallic stench. Ning Busan stood with sword in hand, the tip trembling. A drop of black blood slid down the edge and refracted an unnatural light in the sun. Silence steeped the aberrant horde. The twisted creatures could not comprehend what had occurred. Their crimson compound eyes reflected their leader's corpse, and the once orderly ranks began to falter. Suddenly an aberrant near the leader's corpse issued a piercing shriek and fled. That cry seemed to flip a switch. The entire horde collapsed in instant chaos. Smaller aberrants were crushed to pulp, green ichor and entrails splattering in all directions. The ground trembled as countless creatures stampeded backward in frantic retreat. Ning Busan did not give chase. He simply stood and watched the tide of aberrants ebb away. They trampled one another, some even turned on their own kind. The larger aberrants lashed out with ruinous claws, tearing any who blocked them into pieces. The air was thick with the stench of blood and the peculiar rot of their kind. On the battlements the soldiers taught, nerves finally eased, cheers exploded like thunder and rose to the heavens. Yet Ning Busan's sword arm trembled faintly. At last I have found you. The words coiled around his heart like a venomous snake, making breath labor and cold sweat bead on his skin. Fate felt like an invisible hand pushing him toward an unknown abyss. The aberrants had withdrawn, and the city gates hung open. Many soldiers surged forward to greet Ning Busan, their eyes burning as they fixed on the sword he held. The blade was slightly longer than a common longsword, gently curved, its edge paper-thin like a new moon. A lifelike golden dragon wound around the hilt, and a vein of crimson crystal ran along the spine. Its peculiar design was unmistakable, and they had all seen it countless times carved on the statue in the central plaza. At a single glance the crowd recognized it as the legendary Jingu sword that had accompanied General Liu Isi into countless battles. An excited soldier cried out, "Are you General Liu Isi?" "Of course not. I have not a copper coin's relation to General Liu Isi," Ning Busan replied calmly. "General Liu Isi is a legend 10,000 years old. How could he possibly still be alive?" A commander who had seen Ning Busan before introduced him. "This is a disciple of Lord Sai Ji, the divine envoy of the Li Ming Empire." The soldier who insisted Ning Busan was Liu Isi refused to be placated and produced his evidence. The divine envoy and General Liu Isi both have black hair and black eyes, up close. He even bears a resemblance to General Liu Yisa's statue. If the divine envoy is not General Liu Isi, then why does he possess the Jingu sword? Seeing he could no longer conceal the truth, Ning Busan smiled wryly. "To be honest, I know," the soldier suddenly exclaimed, eyes brightening. "Divine envoy, you are in fact a descendant of General Liu Isi, aren't you?" Ning Busan, who had briefly toyed with admitting he was Liu Isi, stood speechless for a few seconds, and then gave a perfunctory nod. "Yes, you are right. You truly are clever." The soldier mistook the remark for praise and puffed up with pride. Voices around them rose in adulation. "One man with one sword guarding a city. Divine envoy, you are unparalleled. This must be a miracle of the God of Light. May the God forever bless us. Praise the God of Light. Praise the divine envoy." Ning Busan smiled ruefully. "Do not rejoice too soon. No one knew when the next Heiyao Ri would descend. Perhaps then the aberrants would be many times more numerous and stronger." The soldiers' faces darkened, fear seeping back in. Ning Busan said mildly, "Rather than rely on divine favor, rely on the sword in your hand. No one will protect you forever. Only by becoming strong yourselves can you survive." Nual Walia descended from the battlements, and upon hearing this glanced at Lao. The two were true friends. Their thoughts were remarkably alike. Nual Walia called, "Ning Busan. Your Majesty, although the Empire has held, you must make preparations. This is only the beginning," Ning Busan said. Nual Walia hummed in assent. "I understand your meaning." Ning Busan noticed Lao wrapped tightly behind her and suspected he had whispered something into her ear. Ning Busan said, "Come with me. Oh, I have something to ask you." Lao nodded. "Good timing. I have something to tell you as well." Romanelli. Leo loosened his black robe, crossing his legs as he said, "In my original plan you would only act after the city fell. Today is Novalia's coronation day. There has been enough bloodshed," Ning Busan said. "What can truly bring about change is not just blood and death, but also faith and love. In any case, I believe that after this black day the humans of the Empire will undergo some change," Leo remarked, stroking his jaw. "Louis, you have become softer than before. People cannot remain unchanged. I will change, and so will you." Ning Busan replied, his gaze slightly shifting. "Louis, your words carry some implication." Leo chuckled. "I've turned into a wraith, not a villain. Even if we are all changing, there are some things in this world that remain constant." "Like what?" Ning Busan asked. "For instance, even if I have something to hide, I wouldn't harm you," Leo said, grimacing. "All right, stop being suspicious. Oh, what do you really want to ask?" Ning Busan frowned tightly. When Louis encountered difficulties, he would always consult Leo. Surprisingly, he had inherited this habit of Louis instinctively seeking out Leo first. Yet he had too many questions to ask and didn't know where to begin. Leo complained, "Just say what you need to say. I don't sit there frowning in silence, or others might think I owe you money." "Don't interrupt him thinking," Ning Busan said. Leo muttered softly, "Clearly you need something from me. Is this how you ask for help?" What do you think caused the Black Day to come early? Ning Busan asked. Leo's eyes flickered with two glowing green flames as he smiled back. How would I know? The soul flames reflected the state of the wraith, so if a wraith lied, it would be much more evident than a human. Ning Busan suddenly lost the desire to continue the conversation, responding half-heartedly with an "Oh. Are you angry?" Leo tilted his head. I'm not lying, I truly don't know why the Black Day came early. I just feel that this matter may have something to do with you. Not telling you is to prevent you from feeling psychological pressure after you find out, he continued. Ning Busan's heart tightened inexplicably. Why do you say that? Because I am a prophet. Then I'm still a werewolf, do you want me to stab you? Don't underestimate the intuition of a prophet. Leo huffed proudly. Even the exalted god of light might not understand fate and the future better than I do. Ning Busan reminded him, peering too much into the future and interfering with fate will eventually lead to backlash. There's nothing I can do, prophecy is my innate talent, Leo shrugged nonchalantly. I see my future every day. If there were really a backlash, wouldn't I have died long ago? You can see your future fate? Ning Busan asked in surprise. Leo revealed his white teeth, smiling brightly as he said, it's a rather wonderful ending. Then isn't that quite good? Ning Busan smiled and pondered for a moment before finally expressing what truly concerned him. The leader of the Alien Legion told me they've finally found you. What do you think that means, Leo couldn't help but complain. After living for 10,000 years, this is the first time I've learned that aliens can talk. I'm not joking with you, Ning Busan said, frowning. What do you think they want with me? Is it because I killed too many of their kind 10,000 years ago and made it onto their blacklist? Don't overthink it. Even if they are targeting you, so what? Leo said. If we could drive the aliens out of the land of Landia once, we can do it a second time. Hearing him say that, Ning Busan's mood suddenly relaxed compared to before. Aliens were not invincible. Just like this time, weren't they driven back by him? Leo asked, what exactly are you afraid of? Ning Busan stubbornly replied, who is afraid? What exactly is he afraid of? He feared that the one the aliens sought was not Lewis, but himself, Ning Busan. He feared that the 7 cards concealed a massive conspiracy. He feared that he would gradually forget the other world, becoming unrecognizable in this one. But as the saying goes, all fears stem from insufficient firepower. Ning Busan rubbed his face and said firmly, I've made up my mind, I will enter seclusion to cultivate. Going into seclusion to cultivate. Why not just ascend to the heavens? Leo scoffed. Don't blame me for not reminding you, the Black Day just passed, and you have a ton of things to take care of next. You hold the title of a divine envoy, shouldn't you be soothing the people's hearts? As a max-level swordsman seeing only 4 weak swordsmen in the Dawn Empire, don't you have any other thoughts? Not to mention the magical realm. My heavens, it's only been a mere 10,000 years, how can the magical realm be in such a dire state? Ning Busan played the role of a hands-off manager. Aren't you, and Novalia still around? What does that have to do with me? Don't expect me to help that little empress. Leo knocked on his own head. I'll reiterate, I am not clever. Ning Busan was about to say something when Leo started to act foolishly, babbling, Abba, 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 Abba. Unable to win, Ning Busan joined in, Abba, Abba, as well. The two of them continued to Abba, Abba, while staring at each other with wide eyes. After a while, Leo put the black robe back on and walked away grumbling, I truly give up on you. Ning Busan rubbed his nose. Forget it, work first, then enter seclusion to cultivate. In the month following the Black Day, Ning Busan was busier than ever. Matters of reassuring the populace could be handled by Novalia. With teacher Saji in charge of the Mage Association and Leo the Wise One devising strategies, the enthusiasm of commoners to learn magic surged and many promising talents emerged. At this rate, it might only take 100 years for the magical realm to undergo tremendous change. In contrast, altering the circle of swordsmen and martial artists was incredibly challenging. However, after Novalia became empress, she directly entrusted Ning Busan with heavy responsibilities, giving him full management of the empire's legions. Ning Busan felt that such trust was rather burdensome for him. The Dawn Empire has 4 major legions, Thornbreaker, Night Hunt, and the Knights. The Night Hunt Legion excels in stealth and ambush, while the Breaker Legion specializes in strong assaults and charges. The two usually act together in coordinated combat. The Knights, as the core of the Empire's defense, are primarily responsible for maintaining order and stability within the Empire. After Ning Busan took office, he convened a military meeting. Inside the tent, the commanders of the Thorn's Fierce Blade Breakers, Iron Spear, Night Hunt's Shadow Slash, and the Knight's Frost Armor gathered together, exchanging glances. Ning Busan's sudden appointment as their commander meant that they would now have to follow his orders. They all understood that without Ning Busan, the Empire would likely have already fallen. They had witnessed Ning Busan defending a city with a sword, and they were full of admiration for him. However, they were also filled with worry. Having great strength does not necessarily mean understanding military tactics. Ning Busan smiled, slightly breaking the silence. The reason I summoned you today is that I have 3 orders for you to carry out. The 4 of them had serious expressions, their gazes piercing, looking at Ning Busan with a hint of scrutiny. Was this a case of a new official starting with a bang? Ning Busan continued, the first order is to change the existing conscription system. All citizens aged 16 and above are required to join the army. Only those who have accumulated military merits reaching the silver level can apply for retirement. At that moment, a flash of shock crossed the eyes of all 4. Although Lai Feng did not understand why Ning Busan was doing this, he immediately expressed his support. I agree. Ning Busan looked at the burly man with a strange expression as if asking, why did you agree so quickly? Lai Feng scratched his head and gave Ning Busan a silly smile. The former commander of the Thorn Legion was Novalia. Now that Novalia had become the Empress, he had been promoted to commander. Novalia had instructed him to fully support whatever Ning Busan planned to do. He was just following orders. The Iron Spear was hot-tempered and directly asked, Commander, in the past recruitment was voluntary for the commoners. Do you now intend to force them into military service? Forced conscription? Ning Busan chuckled. Well, I don't particularly like the term force. If you say it that way, it's not a big deal. The Iron Spear disagreed. Even if it were forced conscription, the age limit shouldn't be set at 16. What can those kids do? Are we sending them to the battlefield to die? Ning Busan asked, can you guarantee that when the next Black Day arrives you will definitely repel the aberrations and keep them unharmed? The Iron Spear moved his lips, but lacked the confidence to make a promise. Since you cannot guarantee that, do not deprive them of the right to take up arms. Ning Busan said, now is not like before. The future of the Empire depends on the growth and strength of every individual. The four fell silent. The Empire's military merit system is divided into black iron level, bronze level, silver level, gold level, and platinum level. Generally, those who can achieve silver level military merit are already battle generals. This means that even if those young people accumulate enough military merit to retire, they will still have the ability to fight when facing aberrations. Forced conscription may seem like tyranny, but in reality it is true protection for the common people. This commander has a vision that surpasses theirs. Ning Busan asked, do you have any other opinions? The four shook their heads simultaneously. Then let's move on to the second order. Ning Busan's gaze suddenly became sharp. All current soldier training plans of the Empire's legions are hereby nullified, and I will personally draft a new military training plan. Lai Feng still loudly expressed his support. I agree. I disagree. This time it was Frost Armor who voiced his opposition. Ning Busan coldly assessed him. Frost Armor's silver armor was spotless, showing no signs of wear, and the dawn emblem on the hilt of his sword gleamed brightly. Compared to the other three, he appeared delicate and soft, unlike a warrior who had survived the battlefield, but rather like a pampered noble. Startled by Ning Busan's cold gaze, Frost Armor's momentum weakened. The soldier training plan has been like this since ancient times. It cannot simply be changed by your word. Since ancient times? What ancient times are you referring to? Ning Busan sneered. With the training intensity of your knights, are you planning to cultivate soldiers to defend the Empire, or are you treating the entire legion as stepping stones for the noble offspring? How dare you insult us like this? Frost Armor said defiantly. I admit your strength is indeed formidable, but do you understand how to train soldiers? Ning Busan raised his chin, his face full of arrogance. To be honest, regarding how to train an army, everyone present here is rubbish. Each of the four has spent hundreds of years in the army and is an experienced veteran. Ning Busan's words were excessively arrogant. Even Lai Feng felt it was inappropriate. Frost Armor angrily asked, you a young brat, how dare you speak so arrogantly? Just because he is General Lewis. This sentence struck like thunder, shocking the others greatly. What? General Lewis? Ning Busan turned to look at the speaker. Shadow Slash stood like mist in the shadows, her dual blades poisoned and glimmering green. Her breathing was so light it was nearly imperceptible, and her form seemed to merge with the darkness. If it weren't for her speaking, Ning Busan might not have noticed her presence. The Night Hunt Legion consists mostly of assassins, and this commander is also an assassin. Frost Armor looked incredulous and stuttered, You are General Lewis. It is said that Ning Busan is a descendant of General Lewis. Having heard this many times, they naturally formed a cognitive bias, believing it to be the truth. However, upon further thought, there seems to be a more reasonable explanation. Ning Busan is actually Lewis. Ning Busan lifted his eyelids. Yes, I am Lewis. What do you want to say? Frost Armor clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning pale, as if he was trying hard to control something. In the end, he couldn't hold back and covered his face, crying. Well, Ning Busan slowly raised a question mark. Brother, what are you doing? Frost Armor cried. I was so rude to you just now. Oh, I must be condemned. I never expected to see the living General Lewis in my lifetime. Iron Spear murmured. Even if I were to die now, I would have no regrets. Really, General Lewis actually became my commander. I wouldn't even dare to dream of something so outrageous. Ning Busan twitched the corners of his lips. Was it really that remarkable? How had General Lewis been mythologized to such an extent? Ning Busan's gaze slowly shifted to Shadow Slash, the only one in the room who seemed unaffected. Under Ning Busan's gaze, Shadow Slash's cheeks flushed slightly. I did not intend to expose your identity. I just couldn't stand their rudeness toward you. Ning Busan rubbed his forehead. These people are hopeless. So for my second order, do you have any questions? The four answered in unison, no. Ning Busan said, those dukes should also return to their territories. Let them leave some of the soldiers they brought behind to train with your legions. In the future, not just the four major legions, all armies big and small in the Empire will be trained according to my standards. The four were extremely excited, yes. One final command. Ning Busan cleared his throat and said calmly, although the overall caliber of an army is important, we also need a cadre of top-tier masters to hold the line. There are far too few grand swordsmen in the Empire. I intend to personally cultivate a number. If level 100 is the pinnacle, then Ning Busan himself is a max-level swordsman. The Empire's so-called 4 Grand Swordsmen sit roughly between levels 75 and 90. Though a Grand Swordsman cannot, like Ning Busan, garrison an entire city alone, guarding a modest domain is no trouble. Cultivating Grand Swordsmen is not as simple as it sounds, yet it may not be insurmountable. For Ning Busan, guiding swordsmen stuck at a bottleneck to a breakthrough was hardly difficult. You select 100 swordsmen, and I will personally instruct them. Choose another group of gifted martial artists, and I will speak with Liang Demeng and Deku to see if they are willing to serve as instructors. General Luisi, I am also a swordsman, Shuang Kai said excitedly, raising his hand. Does this mean I too qualify for your personal tutelage? As the principal commanders, you 4 will of course receive my focused cultivation. Ning Busan narrowed his eyes. If you cannot even become Grand Swordsman HM. The sound was laced with menace, and the 4 involuntarily shivered. I have issued 3 orders, now it is up to you to carry them out. In 1 year's time, I want to see the Imperial Army changed. The 4 answered in unison, we will accomplish the task. Ning Busan's eyes curved faintly. I am curious about one thing. What does Luisi mean to you? Shuang Kai responded with fervor. You are the undefeated war god, the architect of the empire, the guide toward dawn. Above all, you are the spiritual emblem planted deep within our hearts, an existence that seems impossible to surpass. Ning Busan smiled. Not impossible to surpass. They say only oneself can transcend oneself. Oh, perhaps he will do even better than Luisi. 1 month later. At the training grounds, dust billowed and battle cries rent the air. The entire camp resembled a great beast awakened, brimming with vigor and a keen edge of killing intent. Martial artists and mages wove through the field in seamless coordination. Warriors bearing heavy blades or long swords moved with tiger-like ferocity and led the charges. Mages stood behind the warriors' staff arcs, unleashing fireballs, ice spikes, and bolts of lightning that streaked out to strike distant targets with precision. Assassins lurked within the shadows of the ranks, ghost-like and elusive. Their movements were swift and deadly. Daggers flashed with cold light, each strike aimed for a vital point. Ning Busan watched from a high platform, inwardly gratified. Tanks led the assault. Mages provided both damage and healing. Moreover, each squad embedded 1 or 2 assassins. Warriors and mages fighting in concert. This was the proper way to open a battle. Ning Busan rubbed his chin and fell into thought. Though it already felt near perfect, he could not shake the sense that something was missing from the formation. Then his eyes brightened. What was lacking were ranged marksmen. If only he could coax the jingling archers from Jingling Valley to serve as ranged damage dealers, the arrangement would be flawless. But that was mere fancy. The Jingling dwell in Jingling Valley, sheltered by the Guangming god, and perpetually aloof. How would they ever come into the human world? Commander. Hearing a call from behind, Ning Busan turned eyebrow, slightly raised. Why have you come? The ones who approached were Liang Demeng and Deku. Liang plopped down beside Ning Busan. What, can we take a breather? Ning Busan scratched his nose a touch, embarrassed. You have all worked hard these past days. When he himself labored, he despised seeing others idle, so these 3 had been pressed into particularly arduous toil. Liang sighed. In merely a month, the 4 legions have assumed an entirely new visage compared to before. Indeed, there has been much change, but we are still far from an invincible force, Ning Busan said. You came to see me, as surely there is something you wish to say. Demeng answered. It was the 2 of us who wished to speak with you. Ning Busan suddenly recalled these 2 had once failed in an attempt on his life, and had been compelled to remain here to work. Now that he thought of it, free labor was truly pleasant. The smile on Ning Busan's face grew a degree more sincere. What have you 2 come for? Demeng said. Thanks to your generous teaching, we have finally broken through. We came today specifically to offer our gratitude. If you truly wish to thank me, then work harder, Ning Busan replied. Among the pupils I am training, several are on the verge of breaking into Grand Swordsmen. When they mature, if you desire to leave, I can release you. Deku hastened to say. Commander, we have already decided to remain in the Liming Empire. Ning Busan was somewhat surprised. Are you certain? Demeng nodded. Indeed. We once held ourselves in high regard, but now we see there are always higher heavens. Perhaps by tempering ourselves in the army, we can truly transform. Ning Busan smiled warmly. If you wish to stay, you are naturally welcome. Demeng and Deku knelt on one knee and declared in unison, we swear to follow the commander to death. Ning Busan looked at Liang. Now that the army's prototype has been forged, even if I am not stationed here with the 3 of you, I can leave with peace of mind. Liang asked, Commander, where do you intend to go? Ning Busan replied, I will seclude myself to advance in cultivation. Demeng's pupils dilated. You are already a max-level swordsman, and yet you still seek advancement. Have you forgotten one thing? Ning Busan said softly. In truth, I am a mage. Being a max-level swordsman is only a secondary vocation. Magic is the path from which I came. Having lingered at the mage's rank for so long, it was time to ascend further. The royal palace. Before entering seclusion, Ning Busan deemed it necessary to report the changes in the Legion to Novalia. Since the Black Sunday, the 2 had been occupied with their own matters and had not seen each other. In the council chamber, Novalia sat regally upon the throne, crowned and scepter in hand. Her gaze swept over the ministers below, stirring a complex emotion within her. Once upon a time, she despised the deceit and scheming among these ministers, yet now she found herself confronted with this silent war. Fortunately, she had the backing of her ancestors. If under the complete support of Emperor Leo, she still could not manage this situation, it would be better to dig a hole and bury herself. After dealing with this group of ministers, Novalia pinched her brow. Does your majesty have something troubling you? Hearing the familiar voice, Novalia raised her head momentarily at a loss for words. Ning Busan asked, "Your Majesty did not consult me at all before handing over the 4 legions. Are you not afraid I would create a mess?" Novalia curled her lips, a subtle excitement dancing in her eyes. "You are Lewis, and I believe whatever you do will succeed." "I must apologize for the previous concealment." Ning Busan smiled slightly. "It does not matter who I am. As long as I remain the same as you remember, I am still me." Novalia's expression became exceedingly complex. "Ning Busan, you have changed a lot." It was a subtle and profound change, indescribable, but not unpleasant. Ning Busan replied, "You have changed a lot as well." Novalia raised an eyebrow. "What change do I have?" Ning Busan stroked his chin. From a princess to an empress, Novalia had indeed undergone significant changes. She exuded more of an imperial majesty and calmness, her gaze sharper, and an undeniable authority lingered in her brow. Her demeanor had changed and her aura had strengthened. But most importantly, Ning Busan said seriously, "You look more haggard than before. Your dark circles are much heavier." Novalia's temple twitched. "Is that so?" Ning Busan nodded without hesitation and added, "Make sure to rest well." "Thank you. You're welcome." Novalia was utterly out of patience. Ning Busan said, "I am preparing to advance to a Grand Mage. For the time being, I will focus on seclusion. If there is anything with the Legion, you can ask Kaelan." "All right, I understand." Novalia smiled. "I have a feeling I will witness the birth of the youngest Grand Mage." In his area of expertise, Ning Busan was always confident. That is a certainty. Suddenly, he remembered something. "By the way, I think I just saw Kaelan. Is he working in the royal palace now?" Novalia replied, "He is now the squad leader of the palace guard." Ning Busan was somewhat surprised. "I initially wanted to ask you to take good care of him, but it seems you hold him in high regard." Kaelan is a paladin, and his talent is naturally very high. What is the difference between a paladin and a knight? Novalia explained, "A paladin is someone born under the protection of the divine, capable of receiving blessings from the divine through prayer or faith." Ning Busan skillfully seized on the keywords. "Which divine are you referring to?" Novalia found it amusing. "Are there other deities in this world? Isn't the only true deity the one from heaven?" Ning Busan pondered. "I see. Kaelan was the first kind-hearted person he encountered after crossing into this other world, yet Kaelan was also a paladin blessed by the god of light. Could such coincidences exist?" With questions in his heart, Ning Busan naturally wanted to clarify. Upon seeing Ning Busan, Kaelan's face lit up with surprise. After some pleasantries, Kaelan asked Ning Busan, "Are you truly a descendant of General Lewis?" Ning Busan nodded. "Indeed, that's me." Many already knew he was Lewis' descendant, yet most people remained in the dark. Kaelan smiled shyly. "May I have a look at the legendary golden spear?" "No problem." Ning Busan produced the golden spear. Kaelan rubbed his hands together. "Can I touch it?" "You can touch it." Ning Busan felt it was odd to say it that way. Kaelan murmured, "May the spirit of General Lewis bless me, allowing me to become a 6th-tier swordsman quickly." Ning Busan silently criticized, "Your wish may not come true. General Lewis is still alive. Where would the spirit come from?" Ning Busan casually asked Kaelan, "Do you still remember when we first met?" "Of course I remember." Kaelan thought it was fantastical. "I never imagined I would save the descendant of General Lewis." Ning Busan asked, "The Shadow Forest lies beyond the Empire. Generally few venture there alone. Why did you go to the Shadow Forest then?" "Well, let me think." Kaelan scratched his head. "At that time, I was still a member of the Leonardo family sent by Duke Negan to handle an errand outside, and when I returned I passed by the Shadow Forest." "Are you sure?" "I am sure. Is there a problem?" "The Shadow Forest is so remote. Where were you handling business that required you to pass through the center of the Shadow Forest on your way back?" "Your question has confused me as well," Kaelan said, equally perplexed. Thinking about it, there were obviously closer routes than the Shadow Forest. Why was I so impulsive to go through the Shadow Forest? Ning Busan's gaze shifted slightly. "If you can't figure it out, then don't think about it. It's not an important matter." "Is it really unimportant?" Kaelan said cautiously, "But you seem to care quite a bit." Ning Busan's lips curved into a smile, but the smile did not reach his eyes. "Don't dwell on it. It really isn't important." He had already figured out the answer. Kaelan had unconsciously been manipulated by the god of light, saving him when he had just crossed into this other world and then brought him to the Dawn Empire. How much of everything he experienced afterward was arranged by the god of light? If fate cannot be controlled in one's own hands, then it is no longer fate, but a puppet controlled by strings. To avoid becoming a puppet, there is only one path to take: become stronger. When you become powerful enough that even the divine must yield to you, you need not fear not being able to grasp your own fate. At that moment, Ning Busan's desire to grow stronger reached its peak. What does it feel like when someone brings you a pillow during a drowsy moment? "I've heard you are about to be promoted to a grand sorcerer, so I brought you something." Leo opened his chest and pulled out a book. Ning Busan wore an odd expression. "Your way of hiding things is quite unique." "What is this?" "The Book of Sages." Ning Busan's pupils suddenly constricted. The Book of Sages, also known as the Forbidden Book of Gods, is said to be something even the deities cannot destroy. No one knows who wrote this book. They only know it records countless long-lost forbidden magics. What is even more marvelous is that it possesses prophetic capabilities, allowing one to uncover everything about the origin and end of the universe from its pages. However, that alone is not sufficient to deem it a forbidden book. The most terrifying aspect lies in the fact that the book contains knowledge that surpasses that of the gods. This knowledge could enable mortals to gain power comparable to, or even exceeding that of the deities, shaking their authority. Perhaps the rumors are exaggerated, but Ning Busan knows that the God of Light is indeed searching for this book. In Ning Busan's recollection, to be precise, as he walked through the storyline in the game as a phoenix, the God of Light never gave up on tracking down the whereabouts of the Book of Sages. Thus Ning Busan couldn't understand. Leo, how could the Book of Sages be with you? Leo proudly replied, when I went to the undead realm to find you, it fell from the sky and hit me on the head. Ning Busan generally does not believe in absurd things, but when it reaches this extent, he believed it. Ning Busan asked, are you sure you want to give it to me? The Book of Sages is merely a decoration in my hands, Leo said. Different people will see different things when they open it. And when I open it, I can only see prophecies. But I am already a prophet, and what use do I have for it? Ning Busan patted his shoulder. Good brother. I can give it to you, but it's not for free. Leo chuckled. Since I've given you the Book of Sages, it wouldn't be too much to ask you for a small favor, right? Ning Busan knew he had ulterior motives. Speak up, what do you want me to do? I want to eat meat. Ning Busan doubted he misheard. What did you say? I said, I want to eat meat. Leo said, exceedingly frustrated. Ever since I turned into an undead, the only source of energy has been the sun. What good is sunbathing every day? I haven't tasted meat in 1,000 years. Leo grew more agitated as he went on. I want to eat meat. I want to eat meat. I want to eat meat. Ning Busan found his constant repetition quite bothersome. All right, I will find a way for you. The Book of Sages has its own consciousness, but its temperament is a bit volatile. Leo said, help me ask it if there's a way for the undead to regain human taste buds. Ning Busan preemptively warned, if you can't find a solution, I must clarify that I may not succeed. Leo said ominously, if I can't eat meat, then I will destroy the world. Don't try to stop me when that time comes. Ning Busan slowly typed out a series of ellipses. To destroy the world just for a bite of food. Though it's crazy, it's somewhat reasonable. After returning to Roman alley, Ning Busan looked at the Book of Sages on the table in uncontrollable excitement bubbling within him. The cover of the book was made of deep bronze-colored metal with gilded floral engravings on the spine, giving it an ancient and mysterious appearance. Ning Busan's fingers lightly touched the cover, feeling the cold hardness of the metal with a slightly uneven texture. It is said that everyone sees a different Book of Sages. He wondered what he would see. Taking a deep breath, Ning Busan's fingertips trembled slightly as he nervously opened the first page. On it were only 3 embossed golden characters here, dear. Didn't Leo say the Book of Sages had a volatile temperament? Why does it sound like this? Moreover, Ning Busan inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity with these 3 words. The words slowly transformed. How can I assist you, dear? Ning Busan tugged at the corner of his mouth. No wonder it felt familiar. Isn't this just a customer service chatbot? I'm not some kind of customer service chatbot, dear. Ning Busan was taken aback. This thing can even read minds. I apologize for any unpleasant experience you may have had. The mind-reading function has been disabled. How can I assist you, dear? Ning Busan pondered for a moment and asked, I want to be promoted to a grand sorcerer. Do you have any methods? Yes, indeed, dear. A dazzling golden light burst forth from the Book of Sages, illuminating the entire room. Countless words and patterns manifested around Ning Busan in a 3-dimensional illusion. Ning Busan's fingers gently traced through the air. Those shimmering words flowed around his fingertips like swimming fish. It felt somewhat like a holographic projection. Suddenly, those originally ethereal words solidified, transforming into streams of golden light that surged into his body through his fingertips. Ancient incantations chanted, complex magic circle diagrams, profound runic analyses. They seemed to have a life of their own, automatically arranging and combining to form complete systems of knowledge. The knowledge was overwhelmingly vast, far exceeding Ning Busan's capacity to bear, yet it flowed into his consciousness in an incredibly gentle manner, like seeds finding suitable soil, slowly taking root and growing. Ning Busan eagerly absorbed this knowledge, feeling his understanding of magic enhance at an astonishing rate. He did not know how long had passed when the golden light gradually faded. Ning Busan's fingers unconsciously traced through the air. The magical elements immediately responded to his call, gathering at his fingertips to form a small light sphere. Ning Busan was surprised to find that he could easily manipulate magic without having to draw magical patterns. That knowledge had been deeply imprinted in his soul, allowing him to freely combine different magics and create entirely new spells. Ning Busan murmured, why does it feel like I've been powered up? The book page displayed several large characters again. Are you satisfied with this service, dear? Ning Busan praised. I couldn't be more satisfied. If possible, I would really like to give you a 5-star review. Your affirmation is my greatest motivation to improve. Wishing you a happy life, dear. Ning Busan couldn't help but scoff internally, aware was the volatility in temperament. This attitude was simply too good. But speaking of which, it seems he has indeed become a grand sorcerer. A grand sorcerer is the pinnacle of the sorcerer hierarchy. They can glimpse the future, interfere with fate, manipulate time and space, create life and matter, and even influence the rules and balance of the world. At first glance it sounds impressive, but why, when the black radiant sun arrives, can the grand sorcerer Saiji barely hold up the magical defense formation, unable to wipe out all the aberrations at once? Because the existing sorcerer system has a flaw, it is too reliant on magical patterns. Without the magical patterns that serve as the pillars for casting spells, even a grand sorcerer possesses immense magical power, but can achieve nothing, hence magic can only serve as an auxiliary means. In the ancient times before humanity had awakened intelligence, the god of light sent archangels to teach humans how to use magic, helping them combat natural threats and establish civilization. Thus, the sorcerer system was formed. But what if the current sorcerer system itself is a mistake? In the Book of Sages, Ning Busan saw another possibility. A possibility where humanity could directly summon magical elemental particles without relying on one's magical patterns or chanting spells. However, Ning Busan found himself hesitating over whether to make this magical system public. Magical patterns are both a restraint and a form of protection. If he were to truly adopt another magical system, although it would liberate them from constraints, it would also create an unavoidable issue. That is the birth of faith in the gods. The Mage Association. Saiji was writing a letter when Ning Busan suddenly appeared beside him, nearly giving him a fright. Aren't you supposed to be in seclusion for cultivation? What brings you here? Ning Busan cleared his throat, saying, Teacher, I am now a Grand Magus. Saiji felt as if he had been struck by something, his thoughts momentarily frozen. He had just heard from Novalia yesterday that Ning Busan was going into seclusion to break through, and today Ning Busan had already become a Grand Magus. Wasn't this a bit too fast? Ning Busan began to discuss serious matters. Teacher, you should know that mages rely on magical runes, which essentially borrow the powers granted by the god of light. However, the elements themselves are the inherent forces of this world, requiring no permission from the gods. Saiji nodded. That is indeed the case. Through meditation, we can enhance our affinity with the elements, but merely relying on that to directly harness elemental power has a very low success rate, which is why we need to use magical runes as auxiliary means. Ning Busan said, I have a method that can increase the success rate. What method? Treat the elements as conscious entities, not material particles, believing in their existence and having faith in them. Ning Busan gathered a fireball at his fingertips, saying, Teacher, look now, I can freely manipulate the magical elemental particles even without magical runes. Saiji was astonished, his face filled with disbelief, and then he was overjoyed. If this cultivation method can be made public, the magical world will undoubtedly flourish. But if we do that, it will create new problems. Ning Busan said with a serious expression, when the number of believers in a certain element reaches a critical mass, it will give birth to a conceptual deity with self-awareness, such as the god of wind, god of fire, water god, and so on. Saiji frowned. Human beliefs are often not so pure. If what you say leads to the birth of conceptual deities, it may not be a good thing. Ning Busan smiled. In any case, I have already informed you of this magical system. Whether to disclose it, and when to do so, I leave that decision to you. Saiji let out a wry smile. You really have given me a huge dilemma. After handing off this hot potato, Ning Busan felt completely relaxed. This matter is not urgent. Take your time to consider, teacher. Saiji sighed helplessly. I will first discuss this with Maoan. Ning Busan teased. Teacher, writing letters every day is tiring. Why not invite Shenyang to the Dawn Empire? Go away, go away. Saiji glared at Ning Busan. Why are you so nosy? Teacher, although I don't know what happened between you and Shenyang before. But since you both have each other in your hearts, what does it matter who lowers their head first? Ning Busan began to preach. Some opportunities once missed are gone forever. If you have a chance to make amends, but do nothing that will be a lifetime of regret. Teacher, don't do things you might regret in the future. Saiji remained silent for a long time before sighing. Why are you so worried about everything, child? Ning Busan chuckled. There were still many things he needed to worry about. After returning to Roman Alley, he opened the Book of Sages again. Can I help you with something, dear? Ning Busan asked. Do you know of any way to restore the sense of taste to the undead, allowing them to enjoy human food? Are you asking for that shameless, despicable, vile, and insidious guy, dear? Ning Busan realized for the first time just how many derogatory terms could be used to describe a person. What kind of grudge or feud existed between this person and the book? Ning Busan decided to take a different approach. Actually, it's not for him. I might also become undead in the future, and the issue of eating will definitely need to be resolved. I can't just bask in the sun forever, right? Don't worry, when you become undead, I will let you know, dear. Ning Busan couldn't help but ponder. It had been quite cooperative yesterday, so why had it suddenly become so difficult today? What had Leo done to this book to make it so resentful of him? I'm sorry I couldn't help you this time, but as compensation, can I offer you a free prophecy, dear? Ning Busan's curiosity was instantly piqued. After all, who wouldn't want to see their future? However, teacher Saiji had said that his fate was hidden by the god of light. Can the Book of Sages really see his future? Ning Busan said, then you. Give it a try. The pages began to flip rapidly, as if controlled by an invisible force, finally slowing down to rest on a page engraved with a picture. It depicted a dark and withered forest, the sunlight obscured by heavy clouds, the sky showing a suffocating deep purple, and the stream in the valley thick and murky. In the center of the image stood a towering tree, its leaves wilted and curled, with a trunk covered in black cracks and twisted branches that reached out like the claws of a demon. Even from behind the pages, one could sense a suffocating aura of darkness, as if it could swallow all hope. Ning Busan asked, what place is this? It is the Elven clan, dear. Ning Busan was dumbfounded. Wasn't the Elven Valley always under the protection of the god of light? How did it end up like this? Could that tree be the mother tree of the elves? Ning Busan asked, are you sure this prophecy has anything to do with me? I absolutely won't make a mistake, dear. Ning Busan frowned. Could something have happened in the Elven Valley? But in any case, this matter had nothing to do with him, right? Just when he was having this thought, Whoosh! A golden card suddenly appeared in front of him. Elven Clan, the Kingslayer Feluo. Ning Busan felt a pang in his chest. Brother, what do you mean by this? You can't be planning to make me meddle in the Elven Clan's affairs, can you? Although he didn't know what had happened to the Elven Clan, it was clear that the situation was not good. He wasn't the type to meddle in others' business. Ning Busan began to regret why he had been curious about the future. Now look what he had gotten into. Ning Busan poked the Book of Sages. I now suspect that you are actually an NPC issuing tasks. I don't understand what you're saying, dear. Ning Busan's expression darkened. It was confirmed the Book of Sages was indeed a customer service bot. Noticing Ning Busan's bad mood, the Book of Sages promptly went into hiding. Wishing you a pleasant life, dear. Ning Busan looked at the golden card floating in midair, helplessly saying, all right, I will pay a visit to the Elven Clan. The golden card then disappeared with a whoosh. In truth, Ning Busan didn't want to agree, but he could feel that if he didn't express himself, the violent Feluo would forcibly merge into his body against his will. At that time, this body could end up belonging to anyone. Suddenly, Ning Busan thought of something. If the Elven Valley really turned into what the prophecy showed, wouldn't that mean he could recruit the Elven Clan as archers for the human empire? In that case, a trip to the Elven Valley was indeed necessary. The royal palace. Ning Busan felt that perhaps he had come at the wrong time. Isabella was curled up in Nova Lia's embrace, her golden hair disheveled and her cheeks still glistening with dried tears. Ning Busan rubbed his nose and asked what happened. He remembered that after the Mage Exchange Conference, Isabella had returned to the Holy Light territory, so how did she end up in the royal palace now? Isabella's tears, which had just stopped, began to flow down again. Elven has been taken away. Ning Busan asked. It can't be that he was captured by the Elf clan, right? Isabella sniffed and asked, how do you know? I guessed. Ning Busan couldn't help but scoff inwardly. He had just read the prophecy of the Elf Valley when the news of Elven's trouble arrived. What a coincidence. Isabella clenched her fists. The first time I met Elven, he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Since I saved him, he has always been by my side. I asked him why he didn't return to the Elf Valley, and he said he was an elf who had escaped from there. Now that the Elf Valley has sent someone to capture him, they must be planning to take him back and execute him. You're overthinking it. Ning Busan realized how imaginative this girl was. The Elf clan does not favor killing, especially against their own kind. If it were really, as he said, just an escape, then when he returns they would at most confine him for a while. You really have no idea what you're talking about. Isabella retorted. Me? Talking nonsense. Ning Busan pointed at himself, utterly speechless. I was trying to comfort you, and you say that to me. Isabella pouted, tears flowing down her cheeks. All right, stop crying. Ning Busan said. I also need to go to the Elf clan, I will help you keep an eye on Elven's whereabouts. Novalia suddenly lifted her head, her brows slightly furrowed. Ning Busan, why are you going to the Elf clan? I am entrusted with a task, a matter of loyalty. No, I can't say it like that. Ning Busan couldn't exactly say he was being threatened by himself. In any case, I have a compelling reason to go. Then I will go with you. Isabella's spirit surged. I was originally looking for Sister Novalia to ask if she knew where the Elf Valley is. You want to come too? Ning Busan paused and said gently, actually I can go alone. Isabella remained silent, only continuing to cry. In the end, Ning Busan couldn't bear it any longer. Fine, let's go together. Why do women have so many tears? Isabella smiled brightly. When do we leave? Do you know how to get to the Elf Valley? If you want to go to the Elf Valley, you can ask me. Leo, dressed in black robes, appeared behind them like a ghost. Isabella was startled. A ghost? Novalia introduced. This is a scholar from the undead realm. Oh, just call him Scholar. Leo's identity was easily concealed, as no one would associate a ghostly figure with the legendary Leo the Great. Isabella asked, Scholar, do you really know where the Elf Valley is? Leo opened his chest cavity, rummaged around, and pulled out a dozen rings made of grass, and was tossing them onto the table. The Elf Valley has barriers set up by the mother tree of the elves, and outsiders cannot easily enter. But if you have a token given by the Elf clan, you can find the entrance to the Elf Valley. Isabella asked in confusion. Then why do you have so many tokens from the Elf clan? Don't be fooled by my skeletal appearance now. You can't imagine how handsome I was before I became undead. Leo said proudly. Once upon a time I accidentally entered the Elf clan, and the number of elven maidens who admired me was countless. These are all tokens of affection they begged me to accept. Ning Busan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This nonsense sounded really nonsensical. Just as he was about to grab a ring from the table, Leo smacked his hand away. Did you forget something? Ning Busan certainly hadn't forgotten. It knows you made me ask that question, and it refuses to answer no matter what. Ning Busan said helplessly. I think it has quite a good temperament. How did you provoke it? Leo naturally knew that it referred to the Book of Sages and chuckled. It has a good temperament. It's a pity I don't have any eyes to roll, or I could show you what it's like to roll your eyes back and circle around the land of Landia 3 times while casually tying a bow. Ning Busan had no counter to this. If you really want to restore your sense of taste as a human, you may have to wait until I become undead. Leo chuckled indifferently. As long as there's a way, I can wait. Isabella gathered all the rings from the table and eagerly asked Ning Busan, when do we set off? Now? Ning Busan looked at Novalia and Leo softly, saying, the empire is in your hands. Novalia nodded. Be careful yourself. Leo snorted meaningfully. You better not bring back a bunch of discarded cats and dogs. Ning Busan pretended not to hear and hurriedly pulled Isabella's sleeve to leave. Novalia gazed at Ning Busan's retreating figure, feeling a pang of loss. Leo suddenly asked. Did he give you his anchor? Novalia instinctively touched the pendant around her neck, meeting Leo's half-smiling gaze. She forced a smile and said, How did you know? Leo ground his teeth. 1,000 years ago, I used every trick in the book. It took me 7 years to bring Lewis to my side. In comparison, Novalia, you are truly enviable. You gained his trust without any effort. He even entrusted you with such an important item. Novalia seemed to catch a whiff of sourness in the air, but having been with Leo for so long, she knew how to smooth things over. Isn't it all thanks to you? He trusts me simply because I have a trace of your bloodline, Novalia said. Leo was easily appeased, saying with some delight, At least you're self-aware. Novalia curiously asked, Great Emperor, how did you and General Lewis meet? Leo's eyes lit up with the flames of the soul. That's a long story, if you want to hear it. Leo cleared his throat, and with Novalia's eager gaze, he ruthlessly spat out 3 words, Dream on. Moonlight Valley. The silver moon hung high, casting a cold, luminous glow over the valley, dyeing the mountains and foliage in a dreamlike silver white. The scenery was exceptionally beautiful, yet there was no one to appreciate it. Isabella was filled with thoughts of finding Elven, fearing that he might encounter misfortune if they were even a second late, so she kept urging Ning Busan to hurry along the way. Didn't you say that the entrance to the Elven Valley is hidden in Moonlight Valley? We've searched the entire valley yet still can't find it. Ning Busan sat resting on an ancient tree by the lake. Let's take a break. Being anxious won't help. We have to wait until midnight. Isabella was quite frustrated. The contract is burning hot. I can feel Elven is nearby. How exactly do we enter the Elven Valley? We have the token. When midnight arrives, the path will naturally appear, Ning Busan said. Seeing Isabella's previous attitude towards Elven, he thought it was a one-sided love from Elven, but unexpectedly Isabella was just as anxious about Elven. Ning Busan curiously asked, What kind of contract did you establish? The contracts between humans and mythical beings can generally be divided into 3 categories: transaction contracts, guardian contracts, and soul contracts. For example, Novalia and Mammon had a transaction contract obtaining help by paying a price. The guardian contract refers to a mythical being agreeing to become a human's protector, providing protection or guidance. As for the soul contract, only true love can establish such a bond. A mythical being willingly shares its lifespan with a human, binding their fates and futures, living and dying together. Isabella said, We established a guardian contract. Ning Busan said, Elves are known for their feelings and loyalty. They repay kindness. You saved Elven, so he is willing to establish a guardian contract with you, mainly to repay you right. Isabella let out a muffled sound of agreement. Ning Busan couldn't bear her gloomy demeanor and comforted her. The Elven race is very united. They genuinely won't harm their own kind lightly. Isabella, however, remained unresponsive, continuing to dwell in her own sorrow. Midnight arrived. The moonlight pierced through the lake's surface, but strangely the reflection on the lake was not a mere reproduction of the real world, but instead revealed a mirage of the Elven Valley, as if the 2 worlds were separated by only a thin film of water. An entrance appeared, and without hesitation Isabella and Ning Busan jumped into the lake. Ripples spread across the lake's surface before it returned to calm. At the moment they jumped into the lake, an invisible force pulled them downward, slowly submerging them. The surrounding scenery gradually blurred. The lake vanished, replaced by a deep forest. Towering trees stretched into the clouds, dappled moonlight filtering through the leaves, the ground carpeted with glowing moss, and the air filled with a faint fragrance of flowers and grass. However, before they could carefully observe their surroundings, a faint rustling sound came from all directions. The surrounding trees suddenly came alive, vines slithering down like snakes, revealing dozens of figures among the branches. These elves all had silver hair and emerald eyes, their figures slender and graceful, their skin as pure as moonlight. However, they were either armed with bows and arrows or holding spears. Surrounding Ning Busan and Isabella, their gazes filled with scrutiny and vigilance, their attitudes far from friendly. At the forefront was a female elf, her voice as pleasant as a clear spring, yet her tone was infused with intense hostility. Human, what is your purpose in the Elven Valley? Isabella quickly raised her hand, showing the ring on her finger. We have a token. We are here to visit a friend. The leading elf squinted slightly, her gaze shifting between the rings in Ning Busan's and Isabella's hands. After a moment, she raised her hand, signaling the other elves to remain calm. However, the encirclement did not loosen. The elves' gazes remained firmly locked on the 2, as if ready to attack at any moment. A hot-tempered male elf shouted, The Elven Valley does not welcome humans. Get lost. With that, he lifted his spear slightly, the tip gleaming with cold light, aimed directly at Ning Busan's chest. Talon. The leading elf frowned and halted his rude behavior. Talon reluctantly retracted his spear, looking as if he wished to expel Ning Busan and Isabella immediately. The leading elf smiled apologetically. Normally, since you have the token, I shouldn't stop you. But the Elven Valley is currently not welcoming outsiders. I apologize, but you must return. Ning Busan fell into deep thought. Although the Elven race was reclusive, they had always been friendly. Since these elves were blocking their way, it indicated that something might have happened in the Elven Valley. Everyone, please remain calm. Let us explain our intentions. Ning Busan cleared his throat and sincerely began, Elven and my sister Isabella have married and established a soul contract. Now Elven has been captured by the elves. Shouldn't you at least provide my sister with an explanation? What? Elven actually dared to do such a thing? Talon shouted at the leading female elf. Listlin, didn't Elven have an engagement with you, eh? Lylan's expression darkened as she said, shut up. Engagement? Isabella's voice sharpened slightly. Are you serious? Elven is already engaged. Ning Busan facepalmed, feeling utterly exhausted. He had initially thought that if he mentioned Isabella and Elven's soul contract, these elves would let them in. Unexpectedly, Elven's fiancé had emerged. Elven and I did have an engagement, but it has long been nullified, Listlin said indifferently. Since you are Elven's wife, you are one of us in the Elven Valley. Come, I will take you to see Elven. Isabella, puffed up with anger, said, let's go. I want to find Elven and clarify things. Ning Busan wanted to follow her inside, but was stopped by Listlin. She can enter, but you cannot. Ning Busan asked, why can't I go in? I am her brother. That doesn't matter, Listlin said firmly and coldly. Letting her in is already an exception, you should go back. Ning Busan hadn't expected the Elven Valley to be so heavily guarded. He opened his mouth again. To be honest, I am here on behalf of an old friend to help the Elven race deal with a crisis of extermination. Nonsense. Listlin shouted angrily, what extermination crisis? Don't spout nonsense. All the elves drew their bows, the arrows aimed directly at Ning Busan's heart. Stop. Elven hurriedly rushed over. They are my friends, it do not harm them. Isabella didn't expect to see him so soon, happily rushing over. Elven, I'm so glad you're okay. Ning Busan secretly glanced at Listlin, noticing her expression remained cold and distant, devoid of any other emotions. Elven looked at Listlin. They are my friends, I want to take them inside. Listlin coldly replied, Prince Elven, if anything happens because of their arrival. Elven interrupted her, if anything occurs I will bear the consequences alone. In any case, Elven was unyielding and ultimately brought Isabella and Ning Busan into the Elven Valley. As soon as they broke free from the sight of the elves, Isabella questioned, Elven, why didn't you mention that you have a fiancé? That was a marriage contract bestowed by the king, but I have no feelings for Listlin. She doesn't think highly of me, and I don't like her either, Elven replied. Dear Isabella, you know that my heart belongs only to you. Actually, it doesn't matter whether there is a marriage contract or not. In the eyes of those elves, you and Isabella are already a couple. Elven asked, what do you mean? Ning Busan cleared his throat lightly. Those elves wouldn't let us in, so I lied to them, saying that you two are already married. Elven's pupils trembled. Ning Busan suggested, why don't you pretend to be a couple? Elven turned to Isabella and asked in a gentlemanly manner, Dear Isabella, would you be willing to pretend to be my partner? Isabella took his hand and said confidently, why wouldn't I? You promised to be with me forever, you are already mine. Elven's lips curled up as he held Isabella's hand tightly. Ning Busan pinched his forehead, wondering why the air was thick with the scent of romance. By the way, I just heard that elf call you Prince Elven, Isabella said, puffing up with indignation. Aren't you an elf who escaped from the Elven tribe? Quickly confess what is really going on. Actually, I am the crown prince of the Elven tribe, and as for the escape. Elven paused before continuing. I spoke out against the Elven Queen and left the Elven Valley alone. This behavior could indeed be considered an escape. Then why do they want to bring you back? Isabella asked. Elven replied, besides me there is another crown prince, Sylvan. Now that Sylvan has encountered some issues, that's why they are looking for me. Isabella thought for a moment and said, another crown prince. Isn't that your brother? Elven quickly shook his head. He is not my brother. Isabella asked in confusion, aren't you all children of the Elven King? The Elven King is not my father either, Elven said. Isabella was nearly confused. You are the crown prince, but the Elven King is not your father. This explanation is quite complicated. Just as Elven was pondering how to explain, Ning Busan slowly spoke up. The Elven tribe has the existence of the Elven mother tree, so female elves do not have to endure the pains of childbirth. When two elves fall in love and wish to bear offspring, they simply need to make a wish to the mother tree. The mother tree, upon receiving the wish, will bear fruit. If the fruit is green, it signifies that an ordinary elf is conceived inside. If it is silver, it represents a candidate for the next Elven King. Generally, when a new Elven King ascends the throne, 2 to 3 crown princes will be born, but they are not the children of the Elven King. Is that so? Isabella asked in surprise, and then, aren't you afraid that these candidates will fight each other for the position of crown prince? Ning Busan chuckled, don't underestimate the unity within the Elven tribe, they have always been united. Moreover, the final selection of the Elven King is still determined by the Elven mother tree. If someone truly harms their own kin for the throne, the Elven mother tree would be the first to punish them. Having said all that, Elven looked at Ning Busan with a complex expression. How do you know so much? He felt the aura of the Elven mother tree from Ning Busan the first time they met. Perhaps Ning Busan had some connections to the Elven tribe. Ning Busan casually replied, because I read a lot of books. Isabella didn't quite understand. Humans can kill their fathers and brothers for power, but the Elven tribe has never had any disasters due to the struggle for the throne. It did happen once 10,000 years ago, Elven said. It is said that when the previous Elven King ascended the throne, a candidate who was not chosen, driven by jealousy, cruelly killed the newly appointed Elven King. Really? Ning Busan asked, nonchalantly raising an eyebrow. Are you sure that's what it says in the Chronicles of Silverlight? The Elven King being harmed by his own kin is a taboo in Elven history. Not even a word of it is recorded in the historical texts, Elven said. Ning Busan raised an eyebrow. It turned out that part of history had been erased. No wonder such outrageous rumors could arise. Faluo, meaning light of the forest, was a name personally given by the Elven mother tree. To kill a king out of jealousy. Who was jealous of whom? What hidden truth does that buried history conceal? Ning Busan would uncover it himself. As they passed through the dense forest, they suddenly found themselves in a breathtaking scene, revealing the true Elven Valley. Isabella excitedly shook Elven's arm. It's so beautiful here. The mist in the valley seemed to be coated in a layer of flowing mercury, and every breath was filled with glimmering particles like suspended stardust. Glowing butterflies swept past the treetops and flocks their wings, shedding phosphorescent powder, tracing fleeting light trails in the air. Semi-transparent fawns stepped out from the mist with fireflies resting on their antlers like flowing crowns. Occasionally owl-like creatures dove down from the sky, but they had no physical form. Their bodies were woven from entwined strands of light, and their calls sounded like a string of tinkling crystal bells. Despite the beauty of the scenery, Ning Busan felt a mix of emotions in his heart. It was hard to imagine that this place could turn into the devastated scene described in the prophecy. Elven brought the two to his home, a treehouse that was very much in the Elven style. Let's stay at my place for now, or you may have to stay for a while until the matter with Sylvan is resolved, Elven said. He gave the master bedroom to Isabella and squeezed into the guest room with Ning Busan. Ning Busan wanted to know what changes had occurred in the Elven Valley, so he casually chatted with Elven. What happened to Sylvan? Elven sighed. Do you remember the day we stole the holy water? I mentioned a friend who fell into darkness. Sylvan has fallen into darkness. Ning Busan pondered for a moment. I want to meet him tomorrow. Can you take me there? A fallen elf, especially a crown prince, felt quite suspicious. Elven quietly asked. Ning Busan, Isabella came to find me, but what about you? Why did you come to the Elven tribe? He had just returned and didn't know what changes had taken place in the Elven tribe, but he could feel the oppressive atmosphere within the Elven Valley. Isabella was simple-minded, but Elven couldn't decipher Ning Busan's thoughts. After a long silence, Ning Busan calmly said, I am here to help you. He needed to find out why the visions in the prophecy were happening. Even if the Elven Valley really faced destruction in the future, he would find a way to save the Elven tribe, and then bring them back to the Dawn Empire as archers. The next day, Siren was imprisoned in the confinement room of the Elven clan, a space completely isolated from the outside world where a suffocating silence permeated the air. Siren huddled in the corner of the confinement room, his body entirely shrouded in darkness. Seeing his brother who had grown up with him reduced to this state, Erwin felt an unbearable ache in his heart. Siren, I've come to see you. Siren hoarsely shouted, get out. The fallen elf could not control his emotions, becoming violent and uncontrollable. Erwin was not angered by his rudeness and gently replied, I brought a friend from the human realm. He is a light magic user and may have a way to help you. A human, huh? Siren scoffed disdainfully. When did the Elven clan ever need help from humans? I don't want to see anyone. Get out. Erwin furrowed his brow and opened the door of the confinement room, saying to the person behind him, Ning Busan, come in. Inside the confinement room, there was not a single ray of light. Ning Busan snapped his fingers, and the surrounding light elements coalesced into a source of illumination. Finally, Ning Busan could see Siren's appearance. His eyes were not the emerald green typical of other elves, but rather a murky dark gold. His silver hair hung down like withered vines, the tips tinged with a grayish-black decay. Black patterns coiled around his face like venomous snakes, sometimes contracting and sometimes expanding, as if siphoning his life force. No, Siren curled up, covering his eyes and face with his hands, seemingly terrified of the light. As the light fell upon him, his skin rapidly rotted, turning blackened, as if scorched by flames, splitting open with ghastly wounds. Ning Busan quickly extinguished the light source, and the confinement room returned to darkness. Just as Erwin took a step forward, Siren screamed, stay away from me. Don't come closer. Erwin's footsteps froze, his voice trembling. You can't even bear to see the light. Siren, have you truly fallen to such a degree? Who says fallen elves can't see the light? Ning Busan furrowed his brow, speaking gravely, this is not a fall at all. Erwin's eyes widened in disbelief, not a fall. Ning Busan, unsure how to explain, rubbed his temples in frustration. You probably haven't seen an elf after they have fallen, have you? Fallen elves are rejected by light and unwelcomed in hell. They embody the intertwining of light and darkness, the embodiment of beauty and destruction, an irreversible fall into eternal solitude. Not like this, weak, disheveled, and ugly. As if you've seen a fallen elf yourself, a cold female voice came from behind. Ning Busan turned to see Lucilian. Erwin asked Lucilian, what brings you here? Lucilian coldly replied, Prince Erwin, the Elven King has decreed that fallen elves must repent for their sins in the confinement room, and no clan members are permitted to visit. Please take your leave. Erwin felt a surge of anger, feeling deceived. Siren is not a fallen elf. What has happened to him? Prince Siren has been seduced by a demon and has become a fallen elf, that is the truth. Lucilian looked somewhat disappointed. You'd rather believe a human than us. Erwin hesitated for a moment before replying, Ning Busan is my friend, he has no need to deceive me. What could you possibly be hiding from me? What could we possibly hide from you? Lucilian's tone turned rigid, turning to Ning Busan with a sharp gaze. You say Prince Siren is not a fallen elf. Have you ever seen a fallen elf? Ning Busan helplessly replied, I have not seen one. Although he had never seen a fallen elf, no one understood better than him what they were like. For Faluo is a fallen elf. He had seen the image on Faluo's card, and Siren's current appearance bore no resemblance. Since you haven't seen one, then don't speak nonsense. Lucilian impatiently closed the door of the confinement room, saying, Prince Erwin, do not defy the Elven King's command. Leave here with your human friend. Erwin wanted to say more, but Ning Busan stopped him with a slight shake of his head. Let's go for now. After leaving the confinement room, Erwin couldn't help but say, why didn't you let me ask her for clarification? Ning Busan looked at him as if he were foolish. Do you think she would have answered if you asked? Since they don't want to tell you, the more you press, the more defensive they will become. Erwin became sullen. You're right. Trust me, Zirwin is definitely not in that state because of a fall. Fallen elves must endure the torment of holy light forever. It is impossible for them to fear the light, Ning Busan stated. Erwin was perplexed, but there is indeed a thick, dark element within Zirwin. If it's not a fall, then what could it be? Ning Busan speculated. The black patterns on his face appear to be traces left by a curse. A curse? Erwin looked confused, but elves are naturally immune to all curses. Elves are embodiments of nature, and immunity to curses is a blessing from the mother tree. Ning Busan pondered for a long time before suddenly thinking of a possibility. The scene he saw in the prophecy was a large-scale disaster sweeping through the entire Elven Valley. What disaster could drain the life from the Elven Valley? What disaster could cause the mother tree of the elves to wither? Ning Busan's expression darkened. It's a plague. Erwin was shocked by his idea. The Elven Valley is under the protection of the god of light, and the mother tree has purifying abilities. How could Zirwin be infected with a plague? Ning Busan sighed with a bitter smile. Only a plague would provoke such efforts to conceal the truth, even at the cost of a fallen reputation. The Elven clan has truly stumbled upon a major trouble. Erwin's heart tightened. Are you certain it's a plague? It's almost certain. Ning Busan said seriously. A plague that can infect the Elven clan is definitely not an ordinary one. We must clarify the source of the plague to find a solution. I may know what the source of the plague is. You know, I'm not sure, but I feel that the emergence of the plague might be related to that matter. Erwin said, I clashed with the Elven King and left the Elven Valley all because of that matter. Ning Busan urged, get to the point. Oh, what exactly is that matter? Erwin gritted his teeth and finally revealed the truth. I once witnessed the Elven King and the elders conducting a ritual to a deity, but that deity was not the god of light. Ning Busan was completely stunned. Could this revelation be true? What kind of existence is the god of light for the Elven race? The Chronicles of Silver Light Genesis records when the seventh lunar tide swept across the rift of the star realm, the god of light descended from the heavens, planting the branches of the world tree into the heart of the earth. The rings of time devoured the line of dawn, and dusk the resin congealed into a suspended amber sanctuary with roots entwined around the scorching neck of the earth's core. Until the veins of time nurtured the stirring of life, 100,000 emerald eyes opened within the fruits, a divine gift of creation, and the elves were born into the world. The god of light planted the branches of the world tree, thus giving birth to the Elven race. In the beginning, the elves had no sense of self. They were docile and weak, bathing in the holy light, enjoying the protection of the god of light. Ning Busan believed that the god of light regarded the Elven Valley as his private garden, and the elves were merely his pets until the emergence of Feluo changed everything. Under Feluo's iron-fisted reforms, the Elven race began to use bows and arrows, gradually becoming stronger and developing the ability to defend themselves. Yet, even so, the elves continued to worship the god of light fervently, allowing no one to insult their deity. The Chronicles of Silver Light did not erase the traces of Feluo, not because he killed another heir apparent, but because he ruled the Elven race for a century with a body of dark corruption. To the Elven race, the god of light is as luminous as the moon and stars. However, the traitor Feluo becoming the Elven King is a great shame for the elves. If one day someone were to tell Ning Busan that the Elven race had changed their faith to another deity, he would certainly scoff, believing it to be a lie. Yet this very matter was said by AI Erwin. Ning Busan took a long time to respond, saying, I would rather doubt that you misread than believe this is true. AI Erwin grumbled after witnessing that scene. I nearly collapsed. When he was young, it was his revered elders who told him how magnificent the radiance of the god of light was. But after he became a loyal follower of the god of light, those elders had abandoned their faith first. The question most concerning Ning Busan was, who is the deity they are worshipping? I don't know. AI Erwin scratched his head. After a big argument with them, I left the Elven Valley and only kept in touch with Siren. Later, I was plotted against by humans and severely injured, and met Isabella. Ning Busan, do you think the plague in Erwin might be a punishment from the god of light? No way. Ning Busan directly denied his words. The god of light is great and kind. How could he possibly do such a thing? AI Erwin, how can you doubt your faith in the deity? After a pause, Ning Busan emotionally exclaimed, oh, praise the god of light. AI Erwin was taken aback by this response and echoed, praise the god of light. Ning Busan looked at AI Erwin with affectionate eyes. He praised the god of light because he worried the deity was watching him. What foolishness was this child committing? Even if this plague was not caused by the god of light, he must have turned a blind eye to it. If the private garden was to become someone else's, he had not noticed the god of light at all. If it really is a plague, there must be more than just Erwin who has changed like this. Ning Busan whispered, we still don't know how the plague is spreading. Be mentally prepared. AI Erwin clenched his fists, his gaze dimming. After returning home, Ning Busan and AI Erwin stared in shock at the scene before them, hardly believing their eyes. Isabella wore an elegantly shy smile, chatting happily with a stunningly beautiful tall female elf. Ning Busan had seen Isabella's willful and capricious side, so seeing her now feigning demureness was truly hard to watch. AI Erwin looked terrified. Mother, what are you doing here? How dare you ask? After seeing him, Alloway's expression changed faster than flipping a book filled with disdain. Why didn't you invite me to your wedding? Not that. AI Irwin was about to explain when Isabella clung to Alloway's arm, sweetly whining, "Mother, please don't blame AI Irwin." Alloway, showing no concealment of her affection for Isabella, instantly beamed, "For your sake, I won't hold this against him today. Listen up, you must treat Isabella well in the future, and don't bully her, or beware that I'll skin you alive." How could I dare to bully her? AI Irwin muttered softly. Ning Busan truly did not understand. How could a spoiled and willful young lady so easily conquer her future mother-in-law? So the most miserable one must still be AI Irwin, right? No need to think, in this family he would forever be at the bottom of the food chain. Alloway turned her gaze to Ning Busan. "You are the human who spoke recklessly, aren't you?" Ning Busan offered an awkward yet polite smile. Yesterday, in order to enter the Elven Valley, he claimed he was entrusted by an old friend to solve the Elven race's impending disaster. He guessed this statement raised suspicions among the elves, and Alloway would definitely test his identity. Sure enough, Alloway snorted softly. "Then tell me, who is your old friend? You probably don't know him." Ning Busan smiled. "The average lifespan of the elves is between 8,000 to 10,000 years. Those who knew follow, even if they haven't passed away, are few remaining in this world. Are there elves I don't know?" Alloway's eyes held scrutiny, evidently doubting Ning Busan's honesty. AI Irwin timely shifted the topic. "Mother, why didn't father come with you?" He's busy. What could father be busy with? In 7 days we will hold the blessing of spirits. Your father is an elder and is preparing for the blessing of spirits. The blessing of spirits is a festival for the elven race. On that day, all elves gather together to dance around the mother tree and offer sincere songs of praise. The mother tree will also bless the underage elves, making them stronger. AI Irwin frowned. "That's not right. The blessing of spirits should be 3 months away, right? This year it's being held early." Alloway said nonchalantly. "After the blessing of spirits, take the underage elves to the human world." Why? AI Irwin's pupils shrank suddenly. What are all these questions? "This is an order from the king to let the underage elves experience the human world before returning." Alloway said, "You have lived in the human world for so long. Make sure to protect your younger siblings." As she said these words, a smile radiated from Alloway's face, showing no sign of any flaws. If AI Irwin did not know about the plague, he surely wouldn't think much of it. But the problem was he already knew the truth. The Elven King wanted to wait until after the blessing of spirits to have him take the underage elves away from the Elven Valley. But what about the other elves? Could it be they have all contracted the plague? Ning Busan's attitude was exceptionally courteous. "Rest assured, the siblings of AI Irwin are my siblings. Once we reach the human world, I will ensure they are well taken care of." Alloway raised an eyebrow, looking at him with suspicion. "I am a mage from the Dawn Empire, and also the commander of the 4 great legions of the Dawn Empire." Ning Busan said, "Once the elven race arrives at the Dawn Empire, they will surely experience the warmth of home." Despite Ning Busan speaking these words with sincere intent, Alloway remained vigilant towards him. Isabella smiled sweetly and said, "My lady, Ning Busan is actually the chosen envoy of the God of Light." Alloway's expression softened instantly. Since he is a human chosen by the God of Light, he can naturally be trusted. Ning Busan's forehead twitched. He almost forgot that in the elven race, mentioning the God of Light was the most effective approach. Ning Busan tentatively said, "I have a sincere wish in coming to the Elven Valley, which is to personally visit the Elven King. I wish to express humanity's respect and friendship on behalf of the Dawn Empire. I wonder if you could introduce me." Isabella said with great anticipation, "The Elven King is a legend combining beauty and wisdom. If I could meet him, this journey would have no regrets." Alloway tactfully replied, "It might not be very convenient." AI Irwin coughed lightly. "Even I, the crown prince, am seldom summoned. You two should not think about it." Isabella smiled shyly. "I see. It was bold of us." Ning Busan thought for a moment and then asked, "Can Isabella and I attend the Elven race's blessing festival?" "Of course." Alloway pinched Isabella's cheek. "The mother tree of elves embraces everything. As long as the visitors harbor goodwill, they can feel its warmth and acceptance." Ning Busan smiled. That was truly something to look forward to. In the green wild royal court, on the throne carved from ancient wood, the Elven King sat sideways, resting his chin on his hand, his silver hair cascading down to the ground, looking as if he were in a deep slumber. Listlin respectfully bowed. "Your Majesty." The Elven King opened his eyes, revealing a pair of beautiful emerald green irises like jade that had brushed off the dust. He spoke softly, his voice as smooth and gentle as a string being plucked. "Have the identities of those 2 humans been confirmed?" Listlin replied, "So far no issues have been found. They are merely 2 humans, regardless of whether they have ulterior motives. They cannot stir up much trouble in the Elven Valley. I can handle it, you need not worry." The Elven King then asked, "Has the list of elves leaving the Elven Valley been finalized?" "It has been confirmed. The total number of elves in their juvenile and youth stages is 70,000. Listlin said, "There are still 40,000 adult elves who have contracted the plague and must remain in the Elven Valley." The Elven King asked, "What is the situation with the plague?" "The adult elves have already begun showing symptoms of the plague. The severe cases like Sir Sylvan are confined in a quarantine chamber." Listlin replied, "The blessing festival in 7 days should allow those children to bid farewell to the mother tree properly." The Elven King smiled bitterly. "After that there will be no chance to meet again, and the Elven Valley will cease to exist." Listlin clenched her fists. As long as the Elven race has any bloodline left in the world, there is hope for the reconstruction of the Elven Valley. The Elven King said softly, Listlin, you should also leave the Elven Valley. Listlin's eyes turned red. No, I want to stay by your side. Everything is our own choice. We have woven ourselves into this situation. The mistakes we made should not be borne by you. The Elven King chuckled, be obedient, and leave with AI Air 1. The future of the Elven race is entrusted to you. This is an order. Listlin bit her lip and said tremulously, understood. Now go, I need to rest. Yes. After Listlin left, the Elven King's lips oozed dark blood, and his expression was filled with pain. Dark veins spread rapidly across his skin, with a faint stench emanating from the areas around them. A palm-sized little elf crawled out from Salah's hair. He had the same face as the Elven King, looking like a miniature version of him. The little elf flapped his wings and flew in front of the Elven King, worriedly asking, Salos, have you already been corroded to this extent? Even without the plague, my lifespan is nearing its end, the Elven King murmured. It's a pity that even at death, I still haven't found a way to save the Elven race. The little elf wiped away his tears. It's not your fault, you've done well enough. The Elven King extended his hand, looking at his palm, which was eroded to mere decayed bones, and let out a self-mocking smile. 6,000 years of endurance is indeed long enough. In AI Air 1's home, 3 heads huddled together, whispering conspiratorially. Isabella asked in confusion, if the Elven race truly has a plague, why is the Elven King hiding it? AI Air 1 replied, clearly the Elven King cannot solve the plague problem. If he reveals the truth, it will only cause panic, Ning Busan said. There is another reason. The Elven race will never abandon their companions. If everyone knows the truth, they would certainly be unwilling to leave. The king conceals everything to send the uninfected elves out of the Elven Valley, preserving the bloodline of the Elven race. Even if I confront him directly, he may not tell me the truth. Isabella asked, so what should we do now? Ning Busan said, only by finding the source of the plague can we solve the problem. Isabella said, but you can't even get into the quarantine chamber. You can't possibly come into contact with those infected elves. How to investigate? Ning Busan said, what is the essence of the plague? It is the dark element. So we just need to find the place in the Elven Valley where the dark element is most concentrated. AI Erwin shook his head. That might not work. If the Elven Valley had dark elements, it would be as obvious as ink on a white paper. It would be impossible not to find it. Ning Busan smiled faintly. What if this white paper has long been dyed gray? AI Erwin furrowed his brows. What do you mean by that? Ning Busan said, don't forget the Elven King and the elders of the Elven race also worship other deities. If they really want to conceal something, they will certainly do it very discreetly. AI Erwin asked, what are your plans? Ning Busan began to delegate tasks. Tonight, I will use the authority of the underworld to find the place with the most concentrated dark elements and also probe the situation in the Elven Valley. AI Erwin, go to the quarantine chamber again, try to meet Sylvan, and see if you can extract more information from him. After speaking, Ning Busan turned to Isabella, falling into silence. Isabella grew anxious. What about me? What can I do? Your task is the most arduous. Ning Busan said slowly, go meet the Mother Tree of Elves and ask her what exactly the deity the Elven King worships is. Isabella pointed at herself incredulously. Why do you think the Mother Tree would pay attention to me? Trying won't hurt. Ning Busan chuckled. The Mother Tree has a good temper. As long as your attitude is sincere, she can sense your genuine heart. As night descended, the stars scattered across the deep night sky like shattered diamonds. The Elven race was not nocturnal. They generally went to sleep early after nightfall. A pitch-black mark slowly emerged on Ning Busan's forehead. It was the hellish mark that Lucifer had branded him with during the Holy Spirit ritual. After switching his attribute status, Ning Busan's perception of the dark element reached an extreme state. He discovered that the entire Elven Valley was shrouded in a grayish mist, as if an invisible hand was choking the life out of this land. There were 3 places where the dark element was the most concentrated: the confinement chamber, the Mother Tree of the Elves, and the depths of the Elven Valley. The confinement chamber housed elves infected with the plague, and the Mother Tree, being the pillar of the Elven Valley, was certainly also affected by the plague. What about the last place? Ning Busan concealed the mark on his forehead, quickly enveloped himself in light element as he walked towards the depths of the Elven Valley. He saw a building constructed of white marble and crystal, its walls crawling with lush green vines. Just as Ning Busan was speculating what this place could be, a voice came from behind him. What are you sneaking around for? Ning Busan turned around and found a familiar face. When he and Isabella first entered the Elven Valley, Lislian was followed by a hot-tempered elf, Talon. Ning Busan replied without changing his expression. I couldn't sleep at night and thought I would just wander around, but ended up getting lost. Talon warned, the Green Wilderness Palace is the king's residence. You are not allowed to approach it casually. Ning Busan countered, I accidentally came here because I got lost. Why are you nearby? Talon's expression grew somewhat uneasy as he said defensively, that's none of your business. Seeing Talon's hand behind his back, Ning Busan immediately turned the tables. What are you hiding in your hand? You're not planning to steal something, are you? Don't talk nonsense. Talon felt insulted. I didn't steal anything. Ning Busan pressed, then what are you holding? Lislian, who had been patrolling nearby, approached upon hearing the commotion. What are you two doing here? Talon's face instantly turned bright red as he timidly offered the bouquet he had hidden behind his back, unable to look Lislian in the eye, his voice barely audible. a glazed flower for you. I hope you like it. Ning Busan was dumbfounded. What was going on? Lislian did not reach out to take it and coldly stared at Talon. Her gaze was like a sharp knife piercing straight into Talon's heart. Finally, Lislian spoke, her voice distant and indifferent. Don't waste your time, I'm not interested in you. An awkward silence enveloped the air and Ning Busan shrank his head, trying to diminish his presence. Talon's hand froze in midair, his fingertips trembling slightly. Lislian's gaze remained cold, showing no sign of wavering. She turned to leave, but paused at the last moment, looking back at Talon with a detached voice. The king does not like to be disturbed. Keep your distance from the Green Wilderness Palace in the future. Lislian walked away. Talon stood there, the bouquet in his hand, drooping helplessly, his eyes feeling a bit moist. Ning Busan tiptoed back 2 steps, planning to sneak away and pretend he had never been here. Talon grabbed his arm, his eyes reddened. You must not tell anyone about my failed confession today. I won't say a word. I'll keep your secret. Ning Busan reassured. Don't be sad. Maybe try giving some valuable gifts next time. Talon pouted. In the elven race, a glazed flower is the flower of courtship. There is no more precious gift than this. Ning Busan realized he had misspoken and sealed his lips. From now on, he would remain silent. Talon encouraged himself. It's okay. This is only my 372nd failure. I won't give up. Ning Busan pulled at the corners of his mouth. After 372 times, maybe you should just give up. Lislian rejected me before because she had a betrothal with Elven, Talon muttered to himself. But Elven has already married another woman, so why is Lislian still unwilling to accept me? Ning Busan looked at him with pity. Why? Because she simply does not like you. A devoted admirer ends up with nothing. While indulging in gossip, Ning Busan did not forget his main purpose. He cleared his throat and asked curiously, if Lislian doesn't allow us near the Green Wilderness Palace, why did she go in that direction herself? Talon replied, because Lislian is the only elf who can freely enter and exit the Green Wilderness Palace. Why can she move freely in and out of the Green Wilderness Palace? Lislian's parents died in an accident as she was raised by the king. Compared to other elves, the king has a bit more closeness and trust towards her. Ning Busan pondered, I see. Maybe Lislian knows the truth about the plague. Talon repeated, what happened tonight must not be spoken of. Ning Busan nodded. Rest assured I will keep it a secret. Talon was deeply moved. Good brother. Ning Busan replied perfunctorily. Yes, we are good brothers. With this kind of character once out of the Elven Valley, he might be tricked by humans to the point of losing his pants. After returning, the night was already deep. Ning Busan recounted his experiences to the other two. Elven looked puzzled. Didn't you promise Talon not to disclose his failed confession? Faced with Elven's reproachful gaze, Ning Busan, who had low moral standards in this regard, felt no pressure. That's not the point. The point is that I discovered strong dark elements within the Green Wilderness Palace. So we want to know the truth. We can't bypass the Green Wilderness Palace, and we definitely can't avoid the Elven King. Did you find anything? Elven shook his head. There were increased guards in the confinement chamber, so I couldn't get in. I made a major discovery. Isabella said with a serious expression. The Mother Tree responded to me, and I now know what the deity worshipped by the Elven King looks like. Saying this, she took out paper and pen, sketching a creature with a human body and a serpent's tail in a few strokes. Elven exclaimed, isn't this Satan? Ning Busan's eyes widened. It was as if he saw a huge pot crashing down from above. Even if it is a human body with a serpent's tail, it doesn't necessarily mean it is Satan. We should refrain from jumping to conclusions. Ning Busan said, as we all know, Satan has been missing for 10,000 years. The Elven King has no reason to worship a long-lost demon. Elven didn't pay attention to what he was saying, but fell into his own brainstorming. The demon king who rules over the gluttony of hell, he excels at spreading plagues and diseases. He must have been ordered by Satan to spread the plague to the Elven race. Wait, the gluttony demon king. What does that have to do with him? Ning Busan pinched his brow. If it truly is the work of Hell, the god of light would not sit idly by. I believe there is more to this matter. Elven said angrily. What more could there be? This is a conspiracy from hell against the Elven race. Ning Busan attempted to change his mind. Isn't there a possibility that some unknown entity has stolen Satan's image? Elven shook his head. It is well known that Satan has a human body with a serpent's tail. Who would dare impersonate him? Ning Busan took a deep breath. But Satan is missing. He has gone missing. Even if some strange creature impersonates him, it wouldn't be surprising, right? On the surface, Ning Busan appeared to be analyzing rationally, but in fact he was extremely unsettled inside. This heavy and round burden cannot be borne, absolutely cannot be borne. Elven looked disapproving. Why are you always speaking in defense of Satan? Ning Busan was in despair. All right, this child's logic is self-consistent and cannot be turned back. Elven looked at another person. Isabella, what do you think? Isabella was caught in a dilemma. She understood that one of these two insisted that the behind the scenes culprit was Satan, while the other insisted on Satan's innocence. Both of your arguments are quite reasonable, but to know the truth we still need to see the Elven King first, Isabella said. Ning Busan calmed down. During the Festival of Blessing, I don't believe the Elven King will still hide away. But even if the Elven King appears, he won't meet with you, Isabella said. Ning Busan squinted. That's not necessarily the case. Isabella, Ning Busan, thank you for coming to the Elven Valley to find me, and thank you for everything you've done for me. Elven said gently, yet seriously, "It is my fortune to know you, but after the festival of blessing you too should leave." Isabella's expression changed instantly. "You want to stay? No way, I won't leave you alone. I want to ask you to take the underage elves to the human world as for me. Regardless of whether the plague can be resolved or not, as the crown prince, I should face it with the king." Ning Busan couldn't understand. Do your elven race enjoy self-sacrifice so much? In any case, Ning Busan definitely could not leave. The truth of the plague has not been investigated clearly. If I don't give Faelo an explanation, who knows what kind of consequences will arise when that card goes crazy. Ning Busan turned his eyes. Talking so much is useless. After the festival of blessing, no one will be able to leave. Elven was stunned. What do you mean? Ning Busan said mysteriously the literal meaning. The festival of blessing, huh? He is going to make a big move. The festival of blessing. The moonlight spilled down like a river in the sky, the trunk of the mother tree resembling a jade pillar falling from the heavens, with silvered runes winding around its azure bark. Countless leaf blades shimmered with a cold emerald sheen, the leaf veins flowing with the nectar condensed from moonlight trembling in the night breeze. Ning Busan admired the beautiful scenery before him when suddenly a hard pat landed on his shoulder. Talon put his arm around his shoulder, speaking very casually. "Brother, you are so lucky to catch our elven race's festival of blessing." Isabella exclaimed. "Ning Busan, when did you two become so close?" Ning Busan smiled and said, "I want to know that too." Talon sighed. "You two look so natural in our elven clothes. If it weren't for the different hair colors, I almost couldn't recognize you." Ning Busan said, "Perhaps because we are both light magic users." "What about Elven?" Isabella puffed out her cheeks. "You promised to stay with me during the festival of blessing. Oh, why has he vanished?" Talon looked forlorn. "The king will also attend the festival of blessing. You Elven should be accompanying Lislian at the king's side." Ning Busan glanced at Isabella, then at Talon, and suddenly fell into deep thought. Their hearts are beside the Elven King, so the real winner is probably the Elven King. Boom! Magical flames soared high into the sky and suddenly burst forth like a blooming flower of light. The Moonlight Priestess plucked the harp and the elves began to chant hand in hand. Their sound waves dispersed the golden spores suspended in midair, and the entire Elven Valley was showered with a rain of spores. Each spore contained the blessing of the mother tree, warm and pure. The glowing spores wove a web of light in the air, falling like golden raindrops onto every living being. But there was one exception. Just as the spores were about to touch Ning Busan, they swiftly flew away, forming a strange blank area around him, as if a starless shadow suddenly appeared in the night sky. Talon and Isabella exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. Nearby elves whispered, curiously looking at Ning Busan, as if they were observing some rare creature. Does the mother tree dislike him? It definitely dislikes him, otherwise why would the spores avoid him? This was the first time they had seen the mother tree so clearly express dislike for someone. Ning Busan awkwardly touched his nose. Why does the mother tree not like him? Did it not recognize him as Faelo? No way. If it didn't recognize him, how would he cause trouble later? At that moment, the Moonlight Priestess' fingers plucked the harp strings once again, and melodious notes flowed in the night sky. Next came the highlight of the Festival of Blessing. The mother tree would bless the elven children. The elven children knelt barefoot beside the roots, hands clasped, and closed their eyes in prayer. The roots of the mother tree slowly rose from the ground, wrapping around the children's ankles, conveying warm energy. A faint silver mark gradually appeared on the children's foreheads, symbolizing their eternal connection with the mother tree. The adult elves watched this scene with both joy and a hint of sadness. During the festival of blessing, the mother tree will bless all elven children who have not yet received a blessing. Talon said enthusiastically, "Although you two are not elves according to your ages, you are still children. Why not give it a try? Perhaps you can also receive the mother tree's blessing." "Then I will give it a try." Isabella approached the mother tree of the elves, her hands clasped together. "Great mother tree, you are the source of life, the protector of all things. Please grant me strength and wisdom. I wish to protect the peace and prosperity of the Elven Valley together with Elven." As Isabella's voice echoed in the air, a gentle beam of light descended from the treetop, enveloping her. Isabella felt a warm current flowing in from the top of her head, spreading throughout her body, as if every cell was rejoicing. The light gradually dissipated, and Isabella lifted her dress, bowing to the mother tree. "Thank you." When Isabella returned, Talon asked curiously, "How was it?" Isabella excitedly replied, "The mother tree granted me the power of nature. I am now a dual-element mage." Ning Busan smiled slightly. "Congratulations." Talon looked at Ning Busan, hesitating for a long time before uncertainly asking, "Why don't you give it a try too?" "Then I'll give it a shot." Ning Busan slowly walked forward. The nearby elves looked at him with mixed expressions. Their eyes held no great malice, yet were filled with dissatisfaction. They all saw that the spores of the mother tree avoided Ning Busan. Since the mother tree had clearly expressed its dislike, why would this human dare to approach? What the mother tree despised, they too loathed. Ning Busan slightly raised his head, gazing at the gigantic mother tree, feeling inexplicably awkward and guilty. The mother tree possesses consciousness and thought. When he contemplated from the perspective of the mother tree, he suddenly realized that Faelo truly deserved to die. Since Faelo's birth, the mother tree had bestowed upon him unrestrained favoritism. Regardless of the reasons, Faelo indeed committed regicide and dark descent. Even so, the mother tree regarded it merely as her raised child entering a rebellious phase. Indulgence remained. But it was utterly unacceptable that Phalo had disappeared for 1,000 years without a trace. What a tremendous blow that must be for the mother tree. If he were the mother tree, he would certainly find it hard to tolerate Phalo. Ning Busan sighed. Fine, he would atone for the sins Phalo had committed. Back in modern times, he had a younger sister, and he had never been favored. As for how to placate his old mother, he was exceedingly experienced. In the gaze of many, Ning Busan placed his palm against the trunk flowing with azure veins. The surrounding elves frowned. To them, this action was a disrespect to the mother tree. As Ning Busan caressed the trunk, it seemed he could hear the mother tree's vigorous heartbeat. I apologize for being away for so long. Mother, I have actually missed you all along. These words were spoken on behalf of Phalo. The apology was sincere, and so was the sadness. In fact, this was also Ning Busan's unending voice since arriving in this strange world. The mother tree couldn't bear to see Ning Busan's grief and bitterness, and the moment he finished speaking, it responded. The rings of the tree began to rotate in reverse under the moonlight, and a pulse reminiscent of ancient whale songs emanated from the depths of the tree hollow. The layered flowers slowly unfurled, resembling crushed auroras, each petal transitioning from indigo to crimson hues. The flower buds that had slept for thousands of years bloomed in succession this night. As if to say, don't be sad. The surrounding elves gasped, incredulously gazing at the scene before them. The mother tree has bloomed. The mother tree has bloomed. They only knew that the mother tree could bear fruit, but did not know it could also flower. Talon pinched Isabella beside him. Am I seeing things? I think I've seen the mother tree bloom. Isabella's face contorted as she stepped hard on Talon's foot with her boot. Are you awake? I'm awake. I'm awake. Tears streamed down Talon's face. He couldn't tell if it was from pain or emotion. By the light god, I never expected to see the mother tree bloom in my lifetime. If the blooming of the mother tree was a miracle for the elves, then what happened next completely shattered their worldview. Ning Busan softly said, Mother, it's time to return him to me. A crystalline sound of collision echoed from the treetop, and a fruit slowly descended from the branches of the mother tree. The fruit was crystal clear with a faint golden glow on its surface, as if it was formed from moonlight and starlight. Ning Busan extended his hand to gently catch the fruit. The fruit trembled slightly in his palm, a narrow crack appearing on its surface, and silvery light surged forth like a tide, illuminating the surroundings. As the radiance gradually faded, a small figure emerged from the fruit. It was a tiny elf no bigger than a palm, with wings as transparent as gauze and a face resembling a miniature version of Ning Busan. The harp of the Moonlight Priestess snapped a string. All the elves looked in disbelief at the scene before them, their eyes filled with shock. A guardian elf? It was actually a guardian elf? Every new king upon ascending the throne would receive a guardian elf from the mother tree. What use is a guardian elf? It seems to have no use. The point is that the guardian elf is a being only the Elven King possesses, symbolizing the highest honor and power of the Elven race. But now the Elven King is alive and well, why would the mother tree bestow a guardian elf upon a human? The small elf gently flapped its wings, flying in front of Ning Busan, its chubby little hands outstretched. Hug me. Luo Bao, did you miss me? Ning Busan cupped him in his palm, poking his face, feeling an overwhelming sense of novelty. This tiny version of himself is quite a manifestation. Luo Bao pouted, looking aggrieved and unwilling to speak. The Moonlight Priestess, unsure if she was heartbroken or panicking, kneeled before the mother tree with a thud, asking, Mother tree, why have you done this? The king is still alive. Why have you established a new king? Moreover, he is just a human. He is unworthy of becoming the king of the elves. Who says he is unworthy? Luo Bao grinned. Old thing, do you want to die? Ning Busan covered his mouth. Small in stature, yet with a big temper. Suddenly, emerald cracks erupted in the air, and vines entwined, like living serpents, shattered space. A figure emerged, stepping on falling star fragments, with silver patterns resonating with the mother tree, forming a dazzling light wheel. His features were exquisitely beautiful, with sharp ears adorned with 2 thorny earrings. Golden hair cascaded like a waterfall, with tiny specks of light entwined at the tips, as if weaving starlight into his hair. This grand entrance made it hard for anyone to guess who he was. All the elves bowed and saluted, calling out, King. Ning Busan was not surprised by his appearance. Before Phalo left the Elven Valley, he must have entrusted Luo Bao to his most trusted individual. Undoubtedly, it could only be the mother tree. He deliberately made such a commotion during the Spirit Blessing Festival. If the Elven King still did not appear, he would have to venture into the Green Wild Royal Court tomorrow. The Elven King gazed at Ning Busan's face and slowly spoke, Salos, that is my name. Ning Busan smiled slightly. Your Majesty Salos, shall we have a chat? In the realm of the Green Wild King, tree trunks bend to form arches and columns, while the moss-covered ground glimmers with a ghostly blue light, resembling an ocean reflecting the starry sky. The Elven King sat upon his throne with Elven and Lucilian flanking him. Your Majesty Salos, it's truly not easy to meet you. Ning Busan said, everyone present is our own, so I will ask directly. What is the cause of the plague in the Elven Valley? Salos retorted, what authority do you have to speak with me here? Ning Busan replied, I am a friend of Elven. Salos gazed at Ning Busan's face, sighing, not enough, this identity carries too little weight. Elven fell into contemplation, increasingly disturbed by Salos' words, realizing that the king was implying that he himself was unworthy. What if I were to approach you as a king? Ning Busan smiled, holding Lu Bao in his palm. As you can see, the mother tree has bestowed a guardian elf upon us. Can we now communicate on equal terms? For the first time, Salah's little elf encountered a kindred spirit and could not help but approach Lu Bao, cheerfully greeting, "Hello, I am Xiao Sa." Lu Bao swatted it away with a wing scram. Xiao Sa pouted, teary-eyed, retreating back into Salah's hair. Lu Bao wore a face of disdain, showing no remorse for causing tears. Ning Busan's smile stiffened. This little creature had a real talent for being a villain. Salos spoke. "I can tell you everything you wish to know. But you must promise me one thing. Please go on. I wish to entrust the future of the Elven race to you." Ning Busan readily agreed. "Of course. Elven is my friend. The matters of the Elven race are my matters." Salos paused. He did not mean it that way, but it was not entirely unacceptable. Ning Busan said, "Your Majesty Salos, I am here to resolve the issue. So what is the cause of the plague among the Elven race?" "It all began 6,000 years ago," Salos reflected. "At that time, a human wandered into the Elven Valley gravely injured. We took him in and cared for him with great diligence. But unexpectedly, it was this moment of kindness that pushed the entire Elven race into an abyss of despair. The human was too injured and ultimately did not survive. After his death, elves began to contract a strange disease in the Elven Valley. At first we did not pay much attention, but soon the plague began to spread rapidly through the Elven Valley, and even the mother tree could not purify it. Finally we fell into panic." Ning Busan asked in confusion, "Did you not seek help from the god of light?" Salos sighed. "Of course we sought the god's help, but he could not cure this plague either." Ning Busan's eyes widened in astonishment. "Even the god cannot resolve it. But that is the god of light. What kind of vicious plague could even defeat the god of light?" Salos lowered his gaze and said, "The god proposed a solution. He said that if we kill all the elves infected with the plague, we could stop its spread. But at that time, half of the elves in the Elven Valley were already infected. How could we possibly trade their deaths for our lives?" Ning Busan frowned. "Did you not have any other options?" Salos replied, "We worshipped a wicked deity. Isn't that the creature with a human body and a serpent's tail, eh?" Elven suddenly realized but still struggled to accept this fact. "Your Majesty, Satan is the enemy of the god of light, who once instigated a terrifying dark age. How could you betray the god of light to worship him?" Two piercing glares shot towards him. Faced with the deathly stares of Ning Busan and Salos, Elven shrank his neck and closed his mouth. Salos said, "The wicked deity is not Satan." Ning Busan smiled. "Let the heavens distinguish loyalty from treachery. He is innocent." Then Salos continued, "The wicked deity is the mother who bore Satan." Ning Busan's smile vanished instantly. "How did another mother come into the picture?" Ning Busan retorted, "Wait. How do you know that the wicked deity is Satan's mother?" "The wicked deity acknowledged it herself." Ning Busan was at a loss for words. "What use is it if the wicked deity admits it? Did Satan ever acknowledge it?" Salos continued, "The wicked deity promised to help us resolve the plague, but as a price the elves of the Elven Valley must worship her for eternity. We were faced with two choices: either heed the god of light and kill all the infected elves, or change our faith and become followers of the wicked deity. The choice was ours to make. We chose the latter." At this point Salos painfully closed his eyes. "We betrayed the god of light. We committed an unforgivable sin." Ning Busan, being somewhat of an outsider, believed that the Elven race had done nothing wrong. "The god of light is the deity you have worshipped for generations. If he cannot protect you completely, that is his dereliction of duty. So regardless of the choice you made, he has no right to blame you." Ning Busan said emphatically, "You did nothing wrong. Even if there was a mistake, it was the god of light's fault." Salos frowned and instinctively retorted, "How could a god make a mistake?" Ning Busan truly wanted to shake his shoulders and loudly say, "Do not self-inflict wounds. Be brave and blame others." "Your Majesty." Elven's voice trembled. "You said you chose the latter, but as far as I know, the Elven Valley still worships the god of light." Salos replied, "Worshipping the wicked deity was a last resort. After the plague disappeared, we naively thought the source of the plague had been eliminated. We continued to worship the wicked deity, yet buried this history telling the newborn elves that the god of light is the deity they should serve. But you initially agreed with the wicked deity that the elves of the Elven Valley would worship her for eternity. As the elves who worshipped the wicked deity dwindled, the plague from 6,000 years ago erupted again." Salos nodded. "Exactly." Ning Busan was at a loss for words. They had squandered a good hand. 6,000 years ago, they either chose to sacrifice their kin or worship the wicked deity. In truth, either choice could have resolved the plague. However, they did not want to abandon their kin nor betray their faith, twisting and distorting their existence for 6,000 years. Ning Busan could not comprehend. If changing your faith could save lives, then who you kneel before truly matters. What meaning is there in clinging to such an ethereal thing? Salos asked with a complex expression, "Do you have faith?" Ning Busan shook his head. Salos said, "You have no faith, so you will never understand. There are always things that are 1,000 times more important than life itself." Ning Busan was left speechless. He did not believe in gods, making it difficult for him to empathize. Saros whispered, "I have made an agreement with the mother tree. She will help stop the spread of the plague. You need not worry. The plague will first infect the adult elves. All sins will be redeemed by us. You only need to leave the Elven Valley to survive. But the Elven Valley is our home." Alwyn's voice was filled with despair and heartbreak. If you let us leave, what will happen to you? What about the mother tree? Is there truly no other way, your majesty? Ning Busan weakly inquired. What if you consider changing your faith? Saras shook his head. I understand, my kin, they would rather die than change their faith. It is too painful to betray one's beliefs for the sake of survival. For 6,000 years I have been in constant repentance. I do not wish for them to suffer the same torment as I have. One wrong decision is enough. It cannot continue to be mistaken. Ning Busan awkwardly comforted. Perhaps there are other solutions. Saras wearily closed his eyes, black patterns spreading across his face, and even his body emanated the scent of impending decay. Phalo, I have revealed all the truths to you. Remember your promise. The future of the elven race is entrusted to you. Ning Busan was suddenly startled. He didn't know whether to be more surprised by Saras' transformation or by the fact that he recognized his true identity. It seems you truly do not remember me. Saras spoke with a tone of indescribable melancholy. I have lived long enough for over 10,000 years, yet I fear death. A king must be powerful. A king is lonely. I always thought I could hold on a bit longer, giving Alwyn and Sylvan more time to grow. But I can no longer hold on. He was frozen as a sacrifice in the amber of time, his spine bending into a bow of atonement, a cage forged by betrayal, holding the dawn of an entire race, allowing his soul to bloom into an everlasting painful flower amidst the brilliance and decay. Saras' lips curled into a gentle smile. Phalo, you have returned. How wonderful it is that I can finally be free. Forgive my selfishness. I must depart. Ning Busan was taken aback. Was this a farewell? He had come to meet the Elven King merely to learn the truth about the plague, not to send him away. Alwyn knelt on the ground, crying out, how could this happen? Lislin also knelt beside Saras, her eyes reddened. The king was already nearing the end, and with him infected by the plague. So. Her voice choked, and she could say no more. Saras' hand fell down, and his gentle green eyes dimmed in an instant, as if covered by an endless layer of darkness, extinguishing all the stars hidden within. Little Sa emerged from his hair and nestled on his shoulder, quietly closing his eyes. King Lislin and Alwyn simultaneously cried out in despair. Saras and little Sas' bodies began to turn transparent, transforming into countless sparkling lights streaking across the night sky, like meteors scattering into the distance. These lights, carrying his love and blessings, merged into the land, the forest, and the sky, becoming the nourishment for the Elven Valley. Ning Busan reached out to touch the lights, but suddenly heard an ethereal and unreal voice whispering in his ear, King, this time, don't disappear carelessly again. Ning Busan was momentarily stunned. Did Saras call him king? Well, Saras had lived for over 10,000 years, so it wasn't surprising he recognized him. The departure of the Elven King was felt by all the elves in the Elven Valley. They gathered from all directions, kneeling around the green wild royal court, their faces filled with tears, softly chanting ancient elegies. From the trunk of the mother tree, a transparent liquid flowed. The branches and leaves ceased to sway, and even the wind fell silent, as if mourning the departure of Saras. The entire Elven Valley was immersed in endless sorrow. Ning Busan inexplicably felt a heavy weight in his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. Was the choice of the Elven race truly wrong 6,000 years ago? But what did they do wrong? Was it wrong to save that human? Was it wrong to abandon their kin? Or was it wrong to be overly loyal to the faith in the God of Light? They were not wrong. What caused all this? It was the plague. Ning Busan let out a bitter laugh. What could he possibly do about a plague that even the God of Light could not resolve? Suddenly he thought of an entity. He found an empty room, closed the door, and opened the Book of Sages. The Book of Sages spoke in the familiar tone. What can I do for you, dear? Do you have a solution for the Elven plague? The plague is unsolvable. Even if you bring the elves of the Elven race to the Dawn Empire, they will ultimately die of the plague. This is a guaranteed dead end, dear. Is there really no unsolvable problem for you? You are the most all-knowing and omnipotent Book of Sages. Even if the God of Light is helpless, you must have a way, right? The Book of Sages blushed at the flattery and shyly wiggled. Actually, it's not that there are no solutions. As long as you become a god, dear. Ning Busan was stunned. Can you say that again? By the time I become a god, the Elven race might have already been exterminated. Actually, there is another way. Have you heard of pseudo-gods, dear? Please elaborate. Gods also have ranks. For example, the God of Light, who is currently the only true god, governs the authority of light. In addition to true gods, there are demigods and pseudo-gods. Demigods have incomplete divine attributes, while pseudo-gods have no divine attributes, but they do control certain authorities. The plague belongs to the authority of death, so to solve the plague problem, you just need to create a pseudo-god with the authority of life, dear. Ning Busan asked, what specifically needs to be done? I have a lot of experience in creating pseudo-gods. Let me tell you a secret, I am actually a pseudo-god. Ning Busan was stunned. The Book of Sages is a pseudo-god. He quietly asked, what authority do you possess? Wisdom, authority, knowledge, authority, fate, authority, insight, authority, concealment, authority, secrecy, authority. Looking at the string of words on the page, Ning Busan fell into silence. It seems the Book of Sages was not lying, it really has experience. However, why did he feel that these authorities seemed to be worth little? Professionally aligned, the Book of Sages began to enthusiastically impart knowledge to Ning Busan on how to create a pseudo-god. Finally, the Book of Sages seriously reminded, with your human body you cannot bear the power of the authority of life. Please choose carefully whom to make a pseudo-god, dear. Ning Busan smiled. Since it is the authority of life, there is no more suitable choice than her. When the universe curled into a seed, the world tree nurtured the world. And she is a branch of the world tree. She is also Phalos' mother. The mother tree of the elves stood majestically, each silver leaf shimmering with a faint glow of life. Ning Busan stood before the mother tree softly asking, "Mother, do you wish to become a deity? As long as you wield the authority of life, you can save the Elven Valley." The branches and leaves of the mother tree drooped, resting on Ning Busan's shoulder, forming a heart shape. Ning Busan smiled. "As long as you agree, the rest will be taken care of by me." Although the Book of Sages possessed various powers, it only had the right of use and could not be fully controlled. The deity Ning Busan aimed to create was not a hollow facade like that of the Book of Sages, but one that could completely master the authority of life and gradually cultivate a divine persona. Only in this way could the plague afflicting the elven race be resolved. Of course, creating a deity was not something that could be achieved easily, otherwise why would gods be so rare in this world? Ning Busan could single-handedly handle the magical ritual, but the power of belief required assistance from the elven race. Greenwild Court. The elders of the elven race gathered here, all afflicted by the plague, a faint gray mist cloaking their silver hair. Alvin sat on the throne that originally belonged to Salos, clenching his fists, his mood equally despondent. They had just gone through a dispute. Alvin felt that the elves had the right to know the truth. Even if they were to leave the Elven Valley, they should say their final goodbyes to their families. However, the elders believed that kind deception was the better choice. Just as they continued to argue, Ning Busan barged into the conference hall, directly throwing down a bombshell. Even if the elven race leaves the Elven Valley, they will still be infected by the plague. Alvin was taken aback. "Are you sure?" Ning Busan replied. "This plague is targeted at the elven race. Whether you leave the Elven Valley, the difference is merely in the timing of death. But I now have a method that might save the elven race. Are you willing to give it a try?" The elders exchanged glances. With Salos fallen and Sylvan darkly corrupted, theoretically the mother tree should bestow a guardian elf upon Alvin, making him the next king. Ning Busan's presence became special and awkward. The elders were unsure whether to trust Ning Busan's words. Lillian said without hesitation, "Let's do as he says." The elders looked at Lillian in surprise, not expecting her to be the first to support Ning Busan. Lillian's voice was cold. "Before leaving, the king entrusted the future of the elven race to him, so I trust him." She turned to Ning Busan and asked, "So what is your plan?" Ning Busan smiled and said, "Let me ask you a question first. If both the mother tree and the god of light fell into the water, and you could only save one, who would you choose?" The innocent elves were momentarily speechless. What a cruel question. The clever elves quickly reacted, "There's no need for us to choose, they can both save themselves." Ning Busan smiled and said, "All right, let me rephrase the question. If one must die, who would you choose to die, the mother tree or the god of light?" A deep silence fell. Alvin asked in confusion, "What exactly do you want to say?" "I just want to know how important the mother tree is to you." "Until now you still haven't made a choice, indicating that in your hearts the mother tree and the god of light are equally important," Ning Busan stated. "So," Alvin inquired. Ning Busan replied, "I intend to conduct the ancient ritual of deification to assist the mother tree in becoming a false god wielding the authority of life. Once successful, it could save the elven race from this plague crisis. This ritual carries great risks. A slight misstep could lead to the mother tree's demise. Now the mother tree needs your power of belief. Are you willing to devote your faith?" The elves erupted in a clamor. Deification. As believers of the god of light, how could they create a god? Yet the mother tree was willing to take great risks to become a deity in order to save them. How could they disregard her? Moreover, the mother tree was their common mother. Seeing the expressions of the elves gradually waver, Ning Busan knew they would eventually agree. The evil god sought to seize the belief of the elven race, which was an invasion, something the elves could not tolerate. However, if it were the mother tree and the god of light competing for belief, it would be an internal family conflict. Ning Busan said, "If there are no objections, I will begin preparing the ritual. You will be responsible for informing the elven tribe of this matter." One elder asked, "Should we tell them the truth about the plague?" Ning Busan thought for a moment and said, "There's no need to tell them the truth nor to deceive them. Just say this: the mother tree is dying. Only by offering the most devout faith can we save her." On the night of the full moon, the most crucial power of belief had been resolved, and the upcoming magical ritual was Ning Busan's task. Ning Busan stood before the mother tree, taking out the prepared materials. The eternal spring water did not possess the abundant light power of heavenly holy water, but contained the purest life energy. Elven tears crystals, 6 crystals formed from the tears of 100,000 elves, materializing the elven race's affection for the mother tree into anchors of faith. The core of star's essence, extracted from fallen meteors, could stabilize the flow of energy in the magical ritual, preventing it from going awry. Due to the limited conditions of the elven race, these were the only magical materials Ning Busan could find for the ritual. Following the instructions of the Book of Sages, Ning Busan centered the ritual around the mother tree, using the life spring water, elven tears crystals, and the core of stars to draw complex runes, forming a massive 6-pointed star array. As for the offering to summon the authority of life, it was the mother tree herself. Ning Busan stood at the center of the magical array, softly chanting an ancient incantation. The elves knelt around the mother tree, earnestly reciting prayers. As a river of faith flowed into the heart of the tree, the withered bark peeled away, revealing a new body, silver and translucent. The authority of life emerged from the heart of the tree, emerald light, spreading like a tsunami. Ning Busan's brows finally relaxed. It succeeded. Meanwhile, in the confinement chamber, the dying elves curled up in the corners opened their eyes, enveloped by a green light that gently expelled the plague from their bodies. Tears streamed down Sylvan's cheeks as he clasped his hands together, choked with emotion, saying, "Praise the Mother Tree." The plague in the Elven Valley had vanished. Ning Busan touched the newly sprouted branches of the Mother Tree, and glowing patterns resonating with the tree's veins appeared on his palm. Ning Busan chuckled softly. "Mother, congratulations, you have become a deity." He heard the Mother Tree's whispering response deep within her consciousness. La 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 la. Ning Busan fell into a stupor. The song was joyous, sounding cheerful. But something felt off. Why did it suddenly start singing? For the Mother Tree, having mastered the authority of life along with the power of belief from the Elven race, there may be an opportunity to gradually condense a divine persona in the future. For the Elven race, they no longer have to worry about plagues. The pain of 6,000 years of betrayal of their faith has come to an end. For Ning Busan, helping the elves resolve their crisis of extinction fulfills the wishes of Fae Luo. He faintly sensed that he could now use the card of Fae Luo. This is what they call a win-win situation. Ning Busan was in a good mood, but he noticed Elven frowning behind him. He couldn't help but pat Elven's shoulder, saying, "The plague has been resolved." Why the long face? Elven said hesitantly, "Now that we have dual faiths, isn't that a bit problematic?" Ning Busan replied with a smile, "What's wrong with having dual faiths? The God of Light is your father god, and the Elven Mother Tree is your mother god. You now have both parents. This is a tremendous blessing. Since your parents love you so much, of course they want the family to live well together. How could they bear to make you choose?" Elven pondered for a moment and found no fault in Ning Busan's words. Since both the God of Light and the Mother Tree do not mind, why should they themselves be so conflicted? Ning Busan smiled silently. Both sides have their own advantages. When the Elven race realizes this, they might momentarily fall into confusion, but will ultimately persuade themselves to accept it. Elven remained worried, saying, "The plague has been resolved, but what about that evil god? Will it return?" Ning Busan gritted his teeth, saying, "It just calmed down for a moment. Can you not jinx it?" Elven replied innocently, "I was just asking. But why do you look so bad?" Ning Busan said, "My dear brother, do you think the ritual to create a god is easy? I've exhausted all my magical power, am feeling utterly drained." Ning Busan pinched his brow. "I need to go back and take a nap. We can discuss anything once I wake up." And so he slept for 3 days and nights. 3 days later, Ning Busan was fully revitalized and began to review everything. Upon reflection, if the God of Light couldn't solve the plague, how could the evil god? Or perhaps the plague in the Elven Valley was originally instigated by the evil god. This plague was like a game of divine competition for believers, and the Elven Valley just happened to be the chessboard. The evil god set such a large trap only to be outsmarted by the Elven Mother Tree. Once it realizes this, it certainly won't let it go easily. But Ning Busan was not afraid. Even if the sky were to fall, the God of Light would be there to support him. Ning Busan took out the Book of Sages, his attitude extremely cordial. "Most omniscient and omnipotent Book of Sages, I would like to ask you a little question." "Please go ahead, dear." Ning Busan asked, "As a mortal, do I have the potential to become a god?" "That's indeed a little question. The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed, but I can give you a small hint. Your only path to divinity lies in those 7 identity cards." Ning Busan's pupils shook. Those 7 cards that came with him had the potential for divinity. While Ning Busan was still agitated, a line of text appeared on the Book of Sages. "Once you become a god, can you grant me a small request, dear?" Ning Busan narrowed his eyes. A person does not become a sycophant for no reason. It is either for wealth or for beauty. Similarly, the Book of Sages' fawning attitude towards him was also aimed at achieving some purpose. Ning Busan asked in a deep voice, "What do you want me to do?" The pseudo-god needs a large number of believers to provide faith power to condense a divine persona, but my form of existence makes it difficult to develop believers. But there is another way, bestowment. A true god can consume faith power and grant a pseudo-god a divine persona through verbal decree. Ning Busan suddenly understood. "You want me to bestow you a divine persona once I become a true god?" "Exactly, dear." Ning Busan was a bit puzzled. "The God of Light is also a true god. Why don't you ask him to bestow you?" The God of Light, this exaggerated was full of disdain, overflowing with contempt. The Book of Sages verified despises the God of Light. Ning Busan understood. The Book of Sages found the 7 identity cards he carried to be special and saw hope in his potential to become a true god, so it wanted to invest in him early on in exchange for the possibility of gaining a divine persona. Ning Busan coughed lightly and began to make promises. "You can rest assured, as long as you help me wholeheartedly once I become a true god, I will certainly not treat you poorly. Isn't it just a bestowment? I have even thought of a title for you, the God of Knowledge and Truth. How does that sound?" The Book of Sages jumped up with excitement, the pages rustling as if it wished to sprout arms to hug Ning Busan and give him a kiss. Dual divine positions. Even if the attributes overlap, that is still a dual divine position. "Thank you for your generosity. The Book of Sages is dedicated to serving you, dear." Ning Busan closed the book and touched his nose guiltily. The ugly face of capitalism is just painting a big pie for the employees. Regardless of whether it can be achieved in the future, it's better to paint a big round pie first. The Book of Sages wants to become a god, and so does Ning Busan, who doesn't have a bit of ambition. Perhaps after becoming a god, he would find a way back home. Ning Busan focused his thoughts, and the card belonging to Fa Luo floated before him. Is the path to divinity within it? His fingertips lightly touched the card, which instantly transformed into a golden stream of light, entering his body. Is this it? Ning Busan felt no obvious sensation. His body had turned into a compressed package storing Fa Luo's power, memories, and emotions, which could be slowly released. Ning Busan murmured, why is this different from the last time? Last time he had encountered life-threatening danger and forcibly absorbed Lewis' card. Although he directly gained Lewis' power, he later suffered from the backlash of Lewis' memories. This time he fulfilled Fa Luo's wish and gained his recognition. Although he could not inherit all of Fa Luo's power, at once he avoided the risk of losing himself. Perhaps this is the correct way to use the card. Ning Busan supported his chin with his hand, suddenly noticing a strand of silvery white hair hanging down. He touched his ear and found that it had actually become long and pointed. Ning Busan skeptically found a crystal mirror and looked at himself in it, suddenly bursting into laughter. Wow, I've been expelled from humanity. What a novel feeling. Have they been asleep for 3 days and still haven't woken up? They should be waking up soon. I prepared some food for him. Let's go check. Alvin and Isabella, worried about Ning Busan, went to see him early in the morning. Ning Busan was admiring his brand new appearance. Hearing the voices, he turned around and asked with a smile, what brings you here? His deep green eyes, almost black, glimmered with a cold light, and on his pale skin floated 3 drops of solidified black crystal blood at his brow, exuding an eerie aura of darkness. Isabella tugged at Alvin's sleeve and whispered, don't you think his face looks a bit familiar? What do you mean by familiar? Alvin shouted, this is Ning Busan. Isabella still couldn't believe it, saying, you really are Ning Busan. Is it possible that some strange entity has possessed him? Ning Busan clicked his tongue. What are you thinking? Alvin asked what exactly happened. How did you turn into an elf? Ning Busan replied, actually, I am the child of an elf and a human. My bloodline suddenly awakened, and I became an elf. Alvin suddenly understood, so that's how it is. Don't believe everything he says. Isabella facepalmed, don't you think this is absurd? Alvin said, although it's absurd, there is a hint of reason to it. While Isabella and Alvin were talking, Ning Busan had already opened the breakfast they brought and began to devour it hungrily. At this moment, he was a pure hungry warrior, and no one could stop him from eating. Isabella approached Ning Busan and stared at the ominous 3 drops of blood at his brow, saying, even if you have become an elf, you shouldn't have such a thick aura of darkness. Ning Busan chuckled, it's obvious that I am a fallen dark elf. If a fallen dark elf isn't dark, should I be shimmering with holy light all over? Realizing they had never seen a fallen dark elf, Ning Busan pointed to the blood drops on his brow and explained, this is the symbol of a fallen dark elf. 1 drop represents a questioning of light, a wavering of faith. 2 drops signify a forsaking of light, a sinking of the soul. 3 drops denote a complete fall into darkness with no turning back. Remember, someone like me is a fallen dark elf. Next time, don't confuse fallen dark elves with plagues. Alvin's first reaction was, but I've heard from the elders that fallen dark elves suffer the punishment of being burned by holy light at all times. Are you alright? Ning Busan gave a thumbs up. I feel great. Being a fallen dark elf is exhilarating. With light despising me and darkness rejecting me, it means I have no superiors above me and can do as I please. As for the punishment of being burned by holy light, that thing doesn't kill, it merely adds a debuff. Isabella asked, can you turn back into a human? Ning Busan replied, I can, but it will take some time. After digesting Phalos' memories and powers, he could freely switch between human and elf forms. Before that, he planned to stay in the Elf Valley for a while. Wouldn't it be harder to explain if he returned to the Dawn Empire as an elf? Alvin said worriedly, if the elders find out you are a fallen dark elf, will they expel you from the Elf Valley? Ning Busan looked surprised. Who would dare to expel me? Do you believe I would go to the Mother Tree to complain? Alvin's eyes widened. How can you disturb the Mother Tree over something like this? Ning Busan retorted, why not? One sees the Mother Tree as a goddess while the other sees it as a mother. Their thoughts were simply not on the same wavelength. Just then a guest arrived. It was Lislian. Alvin was stunned. What brings you here? I sensed a dark aura, so I came to take a look. After saying this, Lislian looked towards Ning Busan. Ning Busan took the initiative. No way. No way. No way. I just helped you solve the plague issue, and now you want to kick me out. Lislian fell silent. Did she just say something? It seemed like she didn't say anything, so why was she kicking him out? Lislian slowly spoke. Our people are all very concerned about your situation. Prince Sylvan and the elders would like to thank you in person. Ning Busan smiled shyly and waved his hand, saying, there's no need for such formal thanks. It's quite embarrassing. Please don't be embarrassed just yet. Lislian questioned, I think you should first explain why you have turned into a fallen dark elf. What could Ning Busan explain? The Chronicles of Silver Radiance does not have any record of Phalo. Even if he claimed he was once the king of the elf clan, who would believe that? Alvin seriously explained, Ning Busan is the child of an elf and a human. His bloodline has suddenly awakened. Lislian had a look on her face as if to say, are you kidding me? Isabella quietly commented, Alvin, only you would believe Ning Busan's nonsense. Alvin then looked at Ning Busan, realizing, you lied to me. You're not a hybrid of elf and human. Ning Busan pretended to be mysterious. Do you really want to know why I suddenly became a fallen dark elf? They all nodded simultaneously. Ning Busan shrugged, then go ask the mother tree. Hey, he just wouldn't say. In the green wilderness palace, a group of elders stared at Ning Busan across the way, their expressions serious and their gazes intense. Under the watchful eyes of these elves, Ning Busan felt strangely lacking in confidence and dryly asked, "What are you all looking at?" Sylvan walked up to Ning Busan and bowed deeply, saying, "You have helped our elf clan resolve the plague disaster. You are a forever friend of the elf clan." Ning Busan breathed a sigh of relief. He thought these elves might turn against him. Smiling, he said, "Since we're friends, you don't mind if I stay in the elf clan for a while, right?" Sylvan unhesitatingly agreed, of course. Although there were doubts about Ning Busan's identity as a fallen dark elf, he had saved the entire elf clan and was their benefactor. Sylvan continued, "Actually, there's another matter I would like to discuss with you." Ning Busan asked, "What matter?" Sylvan said, "Don't you remember? You are the chosen heir to the throne by the Mother Tree and His Excellency Solos." Ning Busan shook his head frantically. "I'm just temporarily residing in the Elf Valley. You and Alvin are the crown prince candidates. You decide for yourselves." After that, Ning Busan sat in the corner, listening to their arguments for more than an hour with no results. He propped his chin up, confused and shocked. Both inheriting a throne, the Dawn Empire was full of intrigue, while the Elf Valley was polite and yielding. They were simply two extremes. Ning Busan couldn't help but say, "Why don't we let the Mother Tree decide?" The elves exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Before long, Ning Busan realized he was wrong. When he stood in front of the Mother Tree, what did Alvin and Sylvan have to do with it? A crown woven from silver leaves and green vines floated above Ning Busan's head. He shifted to the left, and the crown followed, shifting left as well. He moved to the right, and the crown followed him again. Ning Busan softly reminded, "Mother, you're supposed to choose one from the two of them. It has nothing to do with me." The Mother Tree feigned deafness. Who was talking? Suddenly she couldn't hear anything. In the end, the silver crown still settled on Ning Busan's head. This was the divine decree of the Mother Tree, which no one could defy. The surrounding elves knelt on one knee, shouting in unison, "We welcome the new king." Ning Busan was left speechless. Did anyone hear him speak? He was just temporarily residing in the Elf Valley and had no intention of staying here as a king. Just a temporary stay to get a feel for it. 1 month later, who was it that said they didn't want to be the king of the elves? Being the king of the elves is simply wonderful. The Elder Council still governs the Elf Valley, and Ning Busan is only responsible for being a mascot, but he is very satisfied with this. Ning Busan has no desire for power, only a longing to become stronger. Every day he absorbs the power and memories of Fei Luo, plays with Xiao Luo Bao when he is bored, and spends time communicating with the Elf Mother Tree, listening to her hum songs. Life is truly comfortable. In the end, even Elvin couldn't stand it anymore. "Your Highness, aren't you going out for a stroll?" Ning Busan asked in confusion. "What should I go out for? You've been in office for a month and more than half of the elf tribe still doesn't know you. If they really want to know what I look like, let Xiao Luo Bao go meet them on my behalf. After all, we have the same face, so this counts as getting to know me." Elvin looked at Ning Busan with a gaze akin to that of a beast. "How can you make your own guardian spirit do such a thing?" Xiao Luo Bao was initially unwilling. "I like being summoned. What's it to you?" Ning Busan pinched Luo Bao's face. "You're the best to Daddy." Elvin's pupils shook, rendered speechless by shock. "Daddy." Elvin trembled and asked, "Is this title correct?" Ning Busan saw nothing wrong with it. Even if he was raising a kitten or a puppy, he would still be their father, let alone with this little creature that looked exactly like him and was so endearing. Elvin did not forget his true purpose for coming and urged, "The tribe is not very familiar with you, so they are all looking forward to seeing you. Can you please not be so aloof and show a little warmth to your subjects?" Encouraged by Elvin, Ning Busan accompanied him to visit a few families of the original residents of the Elf Valley, hoping to convey the kindness of the Elf King. However, after frightening a dozen or so young elf children to tears, Ning Busan decisively gave up. The enthusiasm from the dark fallen elves was not something everyone could handle. He would rather maintain a cold image than become a creepy uncle bullying children. He thought this matter would be over, but the pressure around the Elf Mother Tree grew increasingly low. When Ning Busan went to find the Mother Tree and discovered she wasn't even humming anymore, he finally realized the seriousness of the problem. Ning Busan asked, "Mother, who upset you?" The Elf Mother Tree showed him some images, all of which depicted young elf children whispering and gathering to complain about how terrifying Ning Busan was. Ning Busan was both amused and exasperated. "They mean no harm. I don't mind it myself, so you shouldn't be upset either. He is a dark fallen elf surrounded by dense dark elements. Isn't it quite normal for those little elves to be afraid of him?" Seeing the leaves of the Elf Mother Tree droop, Ning Busan tentatively asked, "How about I sing you a song?" Instantly the leaves of the Elf Mother Tree perked up. Ning Busan cleared his throat, and upon looking up at the crescent moon in the sky, he suddenly changed his mind, singing Hometown, taking advantage of the fact that the Elf Mother Tree couldn't understand Chinese. He thought of his family far away in another world, and his song carried a hint of faint melancholy. The moon hangs in the sky, but it's not in the same world. What they see should not be the same bright moon, right? If the flow of time in the two worlds is different, will they still have the chance to meet again? The leaves of the Elf Mother Tree drooped again. Although she couldn't understand what Ning Busan was singing, she could sense his low spirits. This child indeed cares about what the elves think, but perhaps he is just pretending to be strong. Ning Busan thought he had soothed the Elf Mother Tree, but little did he know that after pondering for a long time, the Elf Mother Tree came up with a grand plan. On a sunny morning, Elvin hurriedly ran to the Green Wilderness Palace. Ning Busan asked in confusion what happened. Elven clenched his right fist, coughed lightly into it to disguise his amusement. It's quite lively over at the elf mother tree. Why don't you go take a look yourself? He vividly expressed what it meant to shut up. Hold it down. Don't stick it out. Ning Busan was puzzled, but seeing Elven's expression, it seemed something good had happened. So Ning Busan leisurely went to see the elf mother tree and found many elves gathered around her, unsure of what was happening. Upon seeing Ning Busan, the elves automatically made way for him. Once Ning Busan saw what was ahead, his blood pressure spiked, and he felt a sharp ringing in his heart. On the main trunk of the mother tree floated a giant memory crystal displaying scenes from Fei Luo's childhood. Not only were there images, but there was also background music. The emerald leaf veins were woven by the mother tree into a 7-stringed harp, and 100,000 silver leaves trembled simultaneously, producing a clear, harmonious sound. From the perspective of the mother tree, Fei Luo was a being even more sacred than an angel. Little Fei Luo leaned against the mother tree, his long eyelashes casting a fan-shaped shadow on his face. His voice carried a child's unique innocence, yet also a hint of wisdom beyond his years. Other elves say that the god of light will protect us, but I think it's you silently guarding us. Ning Busan felt as if he were about to burst. What was the mother tree thinking? What difference is this from a public execution? The surrounding elves were watching with great interest. They didn't know the current king well, and upon hearing that the mother tree was playing a video of the king's childhood, they naturally came to take a look. Then they became engrossed and couldn't tear themselves away. How could their king be so adorable and perfect? The images on the memory crystal suddenly changed. Amidst the elves' gasps, they saw the young king curled up in a tree hollow. All the elves pressed their hands to their hearts, their expressions filled with pity. The next moment, Ning Busan stood in front of the memory crystal, blocking their view. His figure overlapped with that of little Fei Luo, yet the swirling dark energy in his deep green pupils was chilling. Suddenly, the surroundings fell into absolute silence. Enough. This is it. Ning Busan wore a stiff smile, but in reality he was so embarrassed he wanted to dig his toes into the ground. Beauty filters, voice modulation, and filters accompanied by background music. What are they trying to do? Are they planning to turn him into a national idol? Thanks for the invitation, but he doesn't want to face social death. Under the admonition of Ning Busan, the surrounding elves dispersed. However, they were all scratching their heads in curiosity, eager to know what would happen next. Ning Busan noticed their lingering reluctance and couldn't help but sigh, thinking that the mother tree of elves truly possessed extraordinary talent. Wasn't this akin to a soap opera? If it weren't him on display, he would have happily sat there watching with them. Ning Busan earnestly said, "Mother, there's no need for such extravagant things." The mother tree of elves made a heart gesture, obediently agreeing. Ning Busan didn't expect her to comply so readily. A long string of persuading words got stuck in his throat, unable to rise or fall. He said distrustfully, "You must not use the memory crystal again." After the mother tree's repeated assurances, Ning Busan left with lingering doubts. He felt somewhat dismissed. Yet Ning Busan soon lost interest in the matter as Talon came to bid farewell. Ning Busan was quite surprised. "You are leaving the Elf Valley?" "That's right, I plan to go to the human world." Seeing Talon's forlorn expression, Ning Busan's first reaction was, "You didn't fail in confessing again, did you?" Talon nodded gloomily. Ning Busan asked, "Are you planning to escape, hence wanting to leave the Elf Valley?" "I'm not trying to escape," Talon replied. Elven went to the human world, and when he returned, he seemed like a different elf. "Perhaps if I go to the human world, I too will change, and then Lislan might like me." As he spoke, Talon suddenly sighed and posed a question often asked by infatuated individuals: "Why doesn't she like me?" Ning Busan's mouth twitched. Lislan was capable, influential, and intelligent, a very ambitious elf. She understood the truth behind the plague and was wholeheartedly concerned for Solos, while Talon knew nothing, chasing after her like a fool. This, indeed, makes it hard to like him, doesn't it? Ning Busan, having been single from birth, found himself unable to assist in such matters. Although he respected Talon's decision, he couldn't trust Talon's intelligence. Elves in the Elf Valley were like naive, unworldly university students, completely unaware of the harsh realities of the outside world. Ning Busan said, "I support your decision to train in the human world, but there's one thing I must remind you. The human world is like a great melting pot. It's quite rare for Elven who stayed there for so long to still maintain his inherent goodness. There are indeed more good people in the human world, but you won't always encounter them. No matter what you experience, I hope you remain true to your heart and return as the young man you once were." Ning Busan rarely shared philosophical insights, but Talon completely failed to comprehend. Talon nodded, "Rest assured, I will remember my original intentions and will not fall in love with any woman other than Lislan." Ning Busan had a large question mark floating above his head. Is this the original intention I was referring to? Such a troublesome child. On another note, the mother tree of elves indeed did not deceive Ning Busan. She no longer used the memory crystal, but instead created a celestial screen. Ultra-clear large screen with subtitles, it was a significant upgrade from the memory crystal. In a corner unknown to Ning Busan, the mother tree had arranged with the elves to screen the childhood experiences of Wong at fixed times. Under the mother tree's embellishment, the images on the celestial screen were of such quality that each frame could serve as a screensaver. It was stunning. When the childhood experiences of Faluo were revealed, all the elves were filled with pity for him. 10,000 years ago, the elves' worship of the god of light reached a frenzied level. However, Faluo, as a reserve heir, had a weak perception of light elements, unable even to cast basic healing spells. In the eyes of the elves, he had already been abandoned by the god of light. No elf would ostracize or bully him for this, but they would gaze at Faluo with disappointment, as if to say you are simply unworthy of being the reserve heir. Thus, Faluo's personality gradually became strange and reclusive. Only in front of the mother tree of elves would he reveal a smile. The exquisitely carved young king curled up into a ball accompanied by sad music, which made the elves' hearts ache, wishing they could travel back in time to embrace him. What wrong did the king do? How could one treat the king this way? No wonder the king became a dark fallen elf. It must be due to the tragic circumstances of his childhood. It must be said that the mother tree of elves had mastered the essence of redemption. Even if she were to show the scene of Faluo committing regicide as an adult now, the elves would automatically fill in the gaps with his unavoidable difficulties. She was simply a genius. Regarding the events happening in the outside world, Ning Busan knew nothing. He was busy inheriting Faluo's power and memories. As time passed, Ning Busan gradually unlocked some of Faluo's skills, such as nature magic archery and elven secret arts. Additionally, Faluo's memories contained a wealth of knowledge and experience, including magical theories and strategic tactics. The only issue was that during the process of integrating the memories, Ning Busan experienced confusion regarding his identity. Faluo was an elf who had lived for thousands of years. Fortunately, Ning Busan could slowly digest this card. If he were to absorb it all at once, he might just split his personality. However, Ning Busan now faced a new problem. What was his authority? Having authority doesn't necessarily mean one can become a deity, but lacking authority certainly prevents one from becoming a god. Although authority doesn't have levels, there are still significant differences. The power of deities is inextricably linked to the authority they possess. Just as the authority of the Book of Sages relates to knowledge, the Mother Tree's authority is life, all of which align with their inherent characteristics. Yet Ning Busan had no idea which direction he should develop in the future. Lewis' characteristic is combat, while Faluo's characteristic is the power of nature. But Lewis and Faluo are merely his avatars. They are him, yet he is not them. He is Ning Busan. What is his own characteristic? He does not know. If he truly wishes to become a deity in the future, he must choose his authority carefully. Thus, this question is not urgent. He must think it over carefully. Before long, Ning Busan noticed the small movements of the mother tree. How did he find out that the entire Elven Valley was keeping secrets from him? Because Luo Bao had gained weight. It's no big deal if his own child is a bit chubby, but Luo Bao had not just gained a little weight, he had grown 2 whole sizes. Moreover, Luo Bao had been going out far too frequently, and when asked where he had been, he would shyly remain silent. Ning Busan sensed something was off, so he quietly followed Luo Bao to find out who had been feeding him. He then saw that Luo Bao was actually mingling with a group of elven children, and he was surrounded in the middle. Ning Busan, feeling playful, tiptoed closer and asked softly, "What are you all doing?" He had expected the little elves to scatter in fright, but instead a chorus of gasps erupted. Wow! The surrounding little elves looked at Ning Busan with eyes full of admiration tinged with a hint of familiarity. Ning Busan was simply astonished. Previously they had been terrified of him, so why had their attitude changed so drastically all of a sudden? A little girl holding a flower crown ran up to Ning Busan with her cheeks flushed and said, "This is for you." Who said the fallen king is terrifying. With the elegance and nobility of the elves combined with the wildness and unruliness after falling, the fallen king is truly charismatic. Ning Busan picked her up and said, "I remember your name is Paelan. The last time you saw me you cried in fear. Why aren't you afraid of me now? King, I super like you." Paelan hugged Ning Busan's arm and said expectantly, "Will you accept my flower crown?" Ning Busan slightly bowed his head, allowing her to place the flower crown on his head. Who could refuse a sweet and soft little child? He gently kissed Paelan on the forehead. When he looked down again, all the little elves were gathered around him looking eagerly at him. Ning Busan smiled helplessly. They certainly weren't coming for nothing. Once he had appeased the children, Ning Busan picked up Luo Bao and pointed at him, saying to the little elves, "Don't feed him anymore." The little elves replied in unison, "Okay." Luo Bao pouted unhappily. Ning Busan sighed in exasperation, "You really need to control your diet." Luo Bao read the message and did not reply. Ning Busan knew that when something was amiss there was often a hidden agenda. The change in the little elves' attitude towards him was undoubtedly related to the mother tree. Recently, he had been engrossed in his cultivation, neglecting the abnormalities of the mother tree. Now that he thought about it, it seemed the mother tree's mood had become overly joyful. Under Ning Busan's close scrutiny, he finally discovered what the mother tree and the elves had been hiding from him. Incredibly, the childhood experience of Faluo had already been played out, and now the adult version was being screened. As an adult, Faluo went to the human world. At that time, the Dawn Empire had not yet been established, and the human realm was like a hell littered with corpses everywhere. Faluo witnessed the worst of human nature as well as the purest goodness. Evil people bullied the weak, swinging their iron fists, trampling on the dignity of the innocent, yet living freely and comfortably. Meanwhile, the good-hearted who sincerely believed in the God of Light received no favor from the divine, only able to watch helplessly as everything they loved was destroyed. The cruelty of war shattered the brilliance of humanity, magnifying the harshness of fate and causing the lines between good and evil to blur amidst the smoke of battle. If the gods were truly merciful, why didn't they save humanity? Could they not save them, or did they simply refuse to? Luo spent several centuries among humans, returning to the Elven Valley only after the death of the old Elven King. By that time, 2 drops of black crystal blood had already formed on his brow. No elf cared about what he had experienced, nor did any elf care about how painful his fall had been. What they cared about was that Luo's existence tainted the purity of the Elven Valley. Even if the Mother Tree chose Luo to be the next Elven King, they would still expel him from the Elven Valley and elect a new king. Luo looked at the people of the Elven Valley and felt nothing but sorrow. They did not understand that this world was no longer as it appeared in the bard's songs. Exotic iron cavalry rampaged through the human realm while they remained immersed in a millennium of peaceful dreams. When the human defenses were breached, the next to fall might be the Elven Valley. Could the gods truly stand by and watch humanity's demise, and would they really lend a hand to the Elven Valley? Luo was determined to change all of this, so he killed the illegitimate new king and initiated a bloody and ruthless reform of the Elven race. Luo melted his harp into arrowheads, woven vines into battle spears, forcing his kin to take up weapons and begin training. He knew that his kin were all afraid of him. No elf was not terrified of him, including his own parents. But for the future of the Elven race, he had no other choice. Luo ruled the Elven race for 3,000 years, and the elves finally were no longer just pets of the god of light. They grew fangs and sharpened claws. Even if one day the god of light no longer sheltered them, they would still have the power to protect themselves. But these 3,000 years were too difficult for Luo to endure. The Mother Tree projected Luo's silhouette onto the sky, the moonlight stretching his shadow long like a sword piercing through the darkness. This figure, cleaved by moonlight, forged the backbone of the Elven Valley with frost and snow, while his loneliness echoed in the valley as an eternal lament. This was his fate, understood by no one, accompanied by no one, only endless loneliness and responsibility. Subtitles read, "For the future of the Elven race, I am willing to bear everything." The elves cried uncontrollably. Their king had endured so much suffering. Even Ning Busan couldn't help but be moved after watching. If the Mother Tree had been born in modern times, she would surely have a place in the film industry. Alvin saw Ning Busan and knelt down before him on one knee, his voice filled with unmatched firmness and heaviness. "You are the eternal glory and pride of the Elven race." The elves of the Elven Valley echoed in unison, "You are the eternal glory and pride of the Elven race. We will forever be loyal to you, our king." Ning Busan slowly exhaled. Clearly, when he absorbed Luo's memories and emotions, he did not feel such a strong sensation. But now he suddenly fully digested Luo's card, as if all of Luo's obsessions had vanished. Ning Busan suddenly recalled the words Salos had said before his demise: "The king must be powerful enough. The king is lonely." Carefully counting, Ning Busan had already spent nearly a year in the Elven Vale since his arrival from the Spiritwood Glade. Now that the feral cards had been fully absorbed, he could freely shift between human and elven forms. Yet the thought of leaving the Elven Vale filled him with reluctance. Though departure was unavoidable, for the Obsidian Day had once again descended upon the human realm. The moment the news reached the Elven Vale, Isabella could no longer sit still. After consulting with Elwyn, she resolved to depart immediately for the Dawn Empire. When Ning Busan learned of their decision, he paused in mild astonishment. "You're leaving now?" Isabella nodded solemnly. Though the Dawn Empire repelled the aberrants, the toll was devastating. "I fear for my father's safety. I must return to the Holy Light territory." Ning Busan furrowed his brow. "I wonder how dire the situation has grown in the Dawn Empire. It is time we departed ahead of you." Elwyn teased, "Should you choose to leave, your kin will surely cling to you. So bid them a proper farewell before you go." Ning Busan felt a quiet frustration. His original purpose had been solely to lift the Elven Blight. Becoming their sovereign had been nothing short of an unforeseen accident. The Elven Vale lay under the protection of the God of Light. Aberrants could not breach its borders, so he held no fear that chaos would erupt in his absence. His sole dilemma was how to tell the Mother Tree of his impending departure. A child lost for 10,000 years had finally returned home, only to prepare to leave again so soon. She would surely grieve. Just as Ning Busan lingered in this bittersweet quandary, an uninvited guest stormed into the verdant court. His pupils contracted sharply, disbelief flooded his face. Before him stood someone who ought never have existed in this world. Mom. But almost instantly something felt deeply wrong. Though her face mirrored his mother's exactly, a terrifying frenzied darkness coiled around her, a suffocating aura that unsettled him to his core. She wore a gown woven from 12 layers of black gauze. Her skin gleamed pallid as moonlight, yet flushed with a sickly feverish crimson, as if blood boiled just beneath the surface. Ning Busan, tensed voice edged with caution, "Who are you?" A faint cruel curve touched her lips. Her mouth stained deeper than overripe cherries. "My beloved, I am your mother." As she spoke the words "my beloved," 1,000 white-bone roses bloomed across the void, petals unfurling like eternal vows. Ning Busan's heart lurched. "You're a malevolent deity." "Malevolent deity? Such an ugly name. I despise it." She replied, eyes crinkling playfully. "Remember my sacred title. I am Hecate." Ning Busan finally grasped the gravity of the threat. Sacred title? Only deities possessing divine essence bestowed such appellations upon themselves. Had this malevolent deity already attained divinity? Hecate's gaze locked onto Ning Busan, tender yet laced with an unnerving obsessive fixation. "Darling, don't you recognize your mother anymore?" Had Surya not persistently barred my path to you, we would have reunited 10,000 years ago. Never mind, it won't be long now. Once I break free, I shall remain by your side forever. Ning Busan swiftly pieced together the fragments. Hecate was Satan's mother, but Surya the god of light had concealed her existence from him entirely. Hecate must be sealed. This vessel was not her true form, only a fragmentary projection. Yet her words hinted that even Surya's restraint was nearing its breaking point. With radiant anticipation, Hecate spread her arms wide. Come, my dear. Let your mother hold you. Ning Busan took an instinctive step backward, silent and wary. Her appropriation of his mother's visage struck him as a profound desecration, and thus he found no warmth, only revulsion toward her. At his retreat, a shadow flickered in Hecate's eyes. Her expression twisted into grotesque fury, and behind her surged countless clawed tendrils of writhing black mist, roaring as though to rend reality itself. Ning Busan's eyelid twitched. In an instant his demeanor reversed. 2 swift strides forward, then a tight practiced embrace. Mother. At last, I'm overjoyed to see you. A forced euphoria. Hecate softened instantly. Good child. Ning Busan exhaled, relieved. Then her lips curled, not in kindness but in eerie triumph. For our first meeting, I bring you a gift. What gift? Ning Busan asked, suspicion coiling in his gut. 10,000 souls of the elven veil offered in sacrifice, alongside the life sovereignty of the mother tree, shall grant you dominion over life and death itself. Is it not exquisite? I do not wish for such a gift. Hecate's eyes lifted at the corners, her voice a blade dipped in honeyed wax. Sweet as amber, lethal as poison, a good child does not refuse his mother's gift. Do you understand? Ning Busan nearly cursed aloud. He sensed catastrophe unfolding. Bolting from the verdant court, he raced straight for the mother tree. Hecate let out a low, throaty laugh. Jealousy burned black within her, a devouring fire that had long since incinerated reason, edging her toward madness. She could not abide her child calling another being mother, especially the mother tree embodiment of life and nature. That antithetical existence. Above the veil hung the crimson moon, a colossal blood-red eye, cold and unblinking, watching down upon the elven veil. Its light spilled across the land, bathing the entire veil in a scarlet hue. The air thickened with a suffocating, ominous dread. Elves stared skyward in terror, sensing a threat unlike any they had ever known. An external enemy had breached their sanctuary, and the mother tree herself had awakened. Her breath summoned emerald tempests, the thunderous surge of her sap echoed the primordial stirrings of creation. Above, a celestial anomaly unfolded. 2 moons hung in tandem. The jade moon, symbol of life sovereignty, and the crimson moon, emblem of death sovereignty, battled for supremacy, their luminous halos eroding one another. Even the sky above the elven veil split cleanly in two. The eastern vault churned with jade-green light, while the western night wept crimson rain. From the earth's depths rose the mother tree's roots, her branches wove swiftly into a living lattice, a verdant shield radiating soft, unwavering luminescence. Black mists of death coalesced into a serpentine leviathan lunging toward the tree, only to be torn apart atom by atom within the sanctum of life's domain. This was no mere clash, it was a battle between 2 mothers, and a divine war. Yet Ning Busan, standing at its threshold, possessed neither the power nor the right to enter its crucible. Hecate ultimately proved superior. The earth fractured, flora withered, and died. The elven world tree's roots were corroded by dark energy, its silvery boughs trembling as leaves cascaded downward, its vitality waning steadily. Even so, she shielded the entire elven veil. Hecate approached the world tree, her black gown billowing like a blossoming flower of death. She smiled radiantly. Even at less than half my peak power, I am still beyond your reach. A false god cannot stand against me. The gulf between one who bears a divine spark and one who does not is as vast as the heavens themselves. The elven world tree could no longer endure. Its roots plunged deep into the earth, beginning to drain the life force from every living thing within the elven veil. Rather than let Hecate obliterate the veil entirely, it chose a final desperate gambit. Plants shriveled, branches crumbled to ash. Meadows of blossoms wilted, butterflies and bees fell like desiccated leaves. Streams froze in place, leaving only cracked, barren riverbeds. Even Hecate's eyes flickered with shock at the sight. Draining life force. Is this truly the act of a deity entrusted with dominion over life? At that moment, Ning Busan suddenly realized something. If this was a divine war, why did the god of light remain utterly indifferent? He whispered a quiet prayer, beseeching the god of light for aid, yet received no reply. Hecate watched his gesture, her lips curling faintly upward in a smile, both knowing and cruel. Darling, do you know why Surya permits me to do this? Ning Busan did not know. Why would the god of light stand idly by while the entire elven veil was reduced to ruin? Hecate burst into laughter, her mirth vibrating through her clavicles. Because neither he nor I wish to see a new god ascend. Ning Busan felt only absurdity. No wonder there existed only one true god in this world. Every being capable of ascending to divinity had been strangled in the cradle. At last the elven world tree absorbed every trace of vitality from the veil, coalescing it into a viridian comet that tore through the heavens. Under Hecate's command, crimson moonlight converged into a pillar of blood-red light, striking the world tree directly. At the moment of impact, the 2 forces collided with a thunderous low-frequency hum, waves of raw energy surging outward, dimming the very sky. The elven world tree fell. In truth, had she drawn upon the life force of every elf, she might yet have prevailed, but she refused. Deep fissures now marred her smooth silver bark, oozing viscous black sap. Hecate's laughter echoed softly, low, guttural, unnerving, carrying a perverse, incomprehensible delight, as though savoring a pleasure no mortal could fathom. This world needs only the god of light and the goddess of darkness. No new deity is required. And my child needs only me as mother. Just as Hecate raised her hand for the final blow, Ning Busan stepped between them. He had seen through her essence of being consumed by insatiable possessiveness and control. So he softened his tone. I don't seek dominion over life or death. I only wish for them all to live. Spare them. Consider it a welcome gift for me. A look of incredulous disbelief tightened Hecate's dark brows. Her voice sharpened with warning. Darling, don't make mother angry. Ning Busan drew a slow, deep breath. You invade my home, and then threaten my family. What exactly are you angry about? Fine, since I'm your precious darling. Here's a compromise: the elven world tree, or all the elves of the Elven Vale. You choose which lives shall be spared. With icy fingers, Hecate traced his cheek. See how gently I treat you. I even grant you a choice. Now choose. A vein pulsed violently at Ning Busan's temple, threatening to rupture his skin. How could he possibly choose? The world tree spared him the agony, making her own decision. She hummed a gentle melody and willingly ignited her growth rings, the surge of emerald flame illuminating the desolate vale. Every elf saw the blaze, heard the familiar lullaby, and answered with hushed, sorrowful cries. A radiant smile played upon Hecate's lips as she turned to Ning Busan. The eyesore has vanished. Shouldn't you smile now? Tears shimmered in Ning Busan's eyes, only to be instantly consumed by searing fury. With every ounce of will, he clung to his fraying sanity, refusing to yield to despair. The crimson moon still hung overhead. Hecate could annihilate over 100,000 elves at any moment. Ning Busan stared at her, each word deliberate. Keep your word. You will harm no elf of the Elven Vale again. Though she had slain her hated rival, Hecate found no joy in Ning Busan's expression. Tilting her head, she asked, Darling, shouldn't you tell me you love me now? His lips trembled, his teeth ground together with a sharp, grating sound, as if crushing rage and hatred into dust between them. I love you. Hecate's lips curled in delight. Good boy. Soon I shall break free from Surya's shadow. Then you and I will be together, forever. Darling, aren't you eager? Ning Busan forced out two words through clenched teeth. Eager. He swore, on that day's arrival, he would make Hecate pay in full. She laughed softly. Next time I shall greet you in my most beautiful true form. Beneath the crimson moon, her scarlet lips parted. Each syllable ground slowly between molars, spoken in honeyed tenderness, yet carrying the most venomous curse imaginable. Mother loves you most. The red moon vanished, and so did Hecate, leaving no trace. Ning Busan sank to his knees beside the burning world tree. Since arriving in this world, he had known little but ease, winds bending to his will, rains falling at his bidding. This was the first time he tasted utter helplessness. The world tree's lullaby still echoed in his ears, and at last he understood the weight of loss. Death gives meaning to life, yet he refused to accept it. Then creation. Ning Busan lifted his gaze. The world tree's blazing crimson fire illuminated his emerald eyes. Within the creator's pupils, death and rebirth were separated by nothing more than the blink of an eye. The divine realm, bathed in holy radiance, Surya's shadow stirred, then coalesced into a breathtaking woman, her lower body a sinuous serpent's tail. Surya sighed, everything you've done only drives him further away. If I cannot have him, then I shall destroy him. Hecate's voice pierced the air like shards of glass, shrill, frenzied, saturated with obsessive possession and annihilating hunger. Surya replied calmly, you cannot bear to. Yes, I cannot bear to. Her tone dropped, softening into something tender, feverish, a twisted, unbreakable devotion, as though confessing an obsession too profound to sever. Surya frowned. Madwoman. Hecate threw back her head and laughed. But I am you. Ha 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 ha. She was the embodiment of chaos, the source of madness, the mother of destruction who ruled over darkness, and had held a divine seat since her birth. Yet such a being had emerged from the god of light's own shadow, born of him, twin to him. Darkness born from light was the most perfect fall. The Elven Valley. Flowers have withered, the grass is yellow, the stream is murky, and the air is thick with the scent of decay, with even the moonlight obscured by a gray mist. The Elven Valley has lost its former vitality, leaving only silence and desolation. All the elves witnessed the divine battle, and they also saw the mother tree ignite itself. The Elven Valley has become unrecognizable. They do not know where to go, and can only gather around Ning Busan, hoping that the king can show them the way. Ning Busan said solemnly, the Elven Valley can no longer be inhabited, so we must leave this place. As long as we are still alive, wherever we go will be another Elven Valley. Siren forced a bitter smile, but the mother tree is no longer here. The elves behind him let out wails of sorrow. Who says the mother is gone? Ning Busan's lips curled into a faint smile. Siren thought of a possibility and asked with a trembling voice, do you mean? Ning Busan's eyes softened. She is still alive, merely in slumber. To be reborn from death, one must truly experience death to comprehend the precious truth of life. The mother tree of the elves unexpectedly condensed a divine essence at the last moment, ascending to a demigod. However, her physical form has been destroyed, and she has fallen into slumber, leaving only a sapling in Ning Busan's hands. Ning Busan said softly, let us go to the human world. I will help you find a new place to live. Zirwin knelt down following your footsteps, my king. The Shadow Forest. Ning Busan redefined the term, bringing along family. He led over 100,000 elves in a grand migration from the Elven Valley to the Shadow Forest. When searching for a new home, Ning Busan immediately thought of the Shadow Forest. The environment there is similar to the Elven Valley, capable of accommodating the elves, and it is adjacent to the Dawn Empire. In the future, when the Black Sun descends, there can still be mutual support. Ning Busan initially thought that establishing infrastructure in the Shadow Forest would be a troublesome task, but to his surprise, Novalia had already made arrangements. Teacher Saiji, along with members of the Mage Association, had built a magical teleportation array connecting to the Empire in the Shadow Forest. The Empire had prepared supplies early on and sent citizens from the Dawn Empire to help the elves build their new home. As a result, the elves would soon be able to integrate into the human world. The person responsible for coordinating this was Ning Busan's acquaintance Kaelan. Only after meeting Kaelan did Ning Busan realize that Novalia had already prepared everything. Kaelan spoke excitedly, Ning Busan, it hasn't been long since you left the Dawn Empire, and the Emperor has already begun preparing for today. I didn't expect you actually brought the elves from the Elven Valley. Ning Busan felt a headache coming on. Please mind your wording, it don't make it sound like I'm a trafficker. Kaelan hesitated for a moment, but still asked Ning Busan, how did you become an elf? Ning Busan thought for a moment, and his pointed ears and silver hair instantly disappeared, reverting to his black-haired, black-eyed human form. Ning Busan said, in the Shadow Forest, I am an elf. In the Dawn Empire, I am a human. Kaelan was left speechless. His worldview was about to be overturned. Ning Busan asked, those citizens sent to help are actually from the 4 great legions, right? He recognized many familiar faces among the humans, assisting all of whom were elite soldiers from the previous 4 great legions. Kaelan said proudly, exactly. The 4 great legions volunteered to help. They even fought over the opportunity to come to the Shadow Forest. Ning Busan's expression grew strange. You wouldn't have participated in that, would you? Kaelan said triumphantly, I won the fight, so I grabbed this opportunity. Ning Busan asked in confusion, why are you all so eager? Kaelan exclaimed, but they are the elves. The elves possessing healing abilities play a role on the battlefield that is absolutely on par with a high-level light mage, not to mention their proficiency with bows. Now that the aloof elves have suddenly appeared, if they can establish good relations with them, what's wrong with being a sycophant? Ning Busan could only helplessly facepalm. Along the way, he wore his mouth raw, constantly reminding the elves, these foolish beings, to be more vigilant once they entered the human world, and not to naively believe everything they were told. It seems he underestimated the situation. However, seeing the elves and humans getting along so harmoniously, Ning Busan felt a deep sense of relief. Kaelan, noticing the many changes in Ning Busan's expression, scratched his head. Commander, do you think there's something wrong? There's nothing wrong at all, Ning Busan replied. You should arrange things as needed, helping them adapt to life in the human world as quickly as possible. As for me, I have something more important to do. Ning Busan stood deep in the Shadow Forest, holding a sapling that emitted a faint silver light, so delicate it seemed a gust of wind could break it. This is the sapling of the mother tree. Ning Busan slowly crouched down, digging and digging until he created a small hole, then carefully placed the sapling into it. He believed that one day it would grow into a towering tree, restoring its former glory. Ning Busan whispered, everything will have a new beginning. Mage Association. Ning Busan ascended to the top of the tower, gazing at the familiar oak door before gently knocking on it with his knuckles. Since he had returned to the Dawn Empire, he should first visit his teacher. Come in. Ning Busan was taken aback. The voice that came from inside was not that of Teacher Saiji, but a woman's voice. Ning Busan pushed open the door, seeing Teacher Saiji sitting in his usual spot. Opposite Teacher Saiji sat an elegant noblewoman holding a teacup with a faint smile on her lips. Ning Busan, you have finally returned. Saiji looked up, his face filled with surprise, then began to introduce the noblewoman. This is Grand Mage Mauen. Ning Busan quickly bowed, greetings, teacher's wife. Mauen covered her mouth and laughed, fine lines appearing at the corners of her eyes. Saiji often mentions you. I have prepared a gift for you, and today I can finally present it. Thanks to that crazy woman Torquate, Ning Busan now has PTSD whenever he hears the words meeting gift. Mauen took out a delicate hourglass from her spatial ring. Inside the hourglass was not ordinary sand, but stardust that sparkled with a faint glow. This is the time hourglass. Mauen handed the hourglass to Ning Busan, a hint of mysterious amusement in her eyes. It won't truly reverse time, but it can help you obscure time. Obscure time? What does that mean? Ning Busan asked curiously. Mauen explained with a smile, when you encounter danger, you can activate the hourglass. It will release a time illusion, causing everything around to momentarily freeze. This freeze is only for others. For you, time continues to flow normally. You can use this time to quickly escape from danger. Ning Busan looked down at the hourglass in his hand. Wasn't this a life-saving artifact? Thank you, teacher's wife. The correct way to receive a meeting gift is like this. Stop standing there, sit down quickly. Saiji waved his hand, and a chair slid automatically behind Ning Busan. Ning Busan noticed that when he used magic, he did not rely on any auxiliary means, and asked in surprise, teacher, have you adopted a new magic training system? Not just me, Saiji replied with a smile. Now the entire Mage Association is using this new system. Ning Busan sighed, it seems a lot has happened while I was away this past year. Saiji spoke gently, it's okay, oh, I can slowly tell you everything. The Royal Palace. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden hue across the grand hall, evoking a sense of tranquility over the years. Novalia appeared to be in a good mood. Have you seen the teacher yet? Ning Busan nodded. I also met with the teacher's wife. Their bond is quite strong. Novalia teased. The teacher specifically traveled to the Holy Light territory, putting in considerable effort to invite the teacher's wife to the Dawn Empire. Ning Busan chuckled softly. It's a chase after love. I wonder if there will be a chance to hear them share stories from the past. A lot has happened this year, Novalia said slowly. The noble inheritance system has been abolished, and the divide between classes is no longer an insurmountable chasm. As long as one contributes to the empire, anyone can be granted a title. The arrival of the Black Sun has been shortened again, but it's all right. This time our own soldiers blocked the army of the other races. At this point, Novalia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ning Busan, this nation is developing in a positive direction. Ning Busan sincerely said congratulations. This congratulatory remark caused Novalia's smile to fade. She could sense that Ning Busan did not intend to stay in the Dawn Empire for long. After a moment of silence, Novalia asked, I know a bit about your experiences in the Elf Valley. As you have become the king of the elves, do you plan to stay there? Ning Busan shook his head. No, I still have some matters to attend to. Novalia said, no matter where you plan to go, do not forget that the Dawn Empire will always be your home. Ning Busan paused for a moment, then nodded slightly. I will never forget the path I took. However, his path was not in this world. Whether in the Dawn Empire or the Elf Valley, he always regarded himself as a passerby. He had been here, left his mark, but that was all. He needed to become stronger, he needed to become a god, and he had to find a blue planet amidst the torrents of time and space. That was his path ahead. Ning Busan suddenly felt that something was missing. Where was Luo Bao? Clearly Luo Bao had followed him to the royal palace. How could he suddenly vanish? Soon Ning Busan thought of something, and his expression darkened. Where is Leo? At that moment Luo Bao had already fallen into the hands of a creepy uncle. Leo let out a cackling laugh. Little friend, do you know who I am? I am your father's good brother. You should call me Uncle Leo. Luo Bao's heart leaped to his throat, filled with fear for this skeletal figure hidden beneath a black robe. Seeing Luo Bao's dazed expression, Leo couldn't help but question, can't you speak? No matter how Leo coaxed, Luo Bao kept a tense face and refused to respond. A human trafficker. Oh, Leo clicked his tongue. Why are you more difficult than Louis? He extended his bony finger and poked Luo Bao's face. Luo Bao bit down, but ended up hurting his gums, causing tears to stream down his face. By coincidence, Ning Busan witnessed this scene. In a low voice he asked, what are you doing to my son? Luo Bao flapped his wings and flew to Ning Busan's side, clearly articulating his grievances. This ugly monster is bullying me. The soul fire in Leo's eyes flickered violently, clearly infuriated. Who do you call an ugly monster? Luo Bao made a face. It's you. With Ning Busan as his backing, he became incredibly arrogant. Leo shamelessly negotiated with Ning Busan. Let me keep your son for a couple of days. Ning Busan rolled his eyes. You wish. Leo would not easily give up. I promise not to bully him. Just let me play with him for 2 days. Luo Bao wrinkled his nose, pronouncing clearly Peh. Ning Busan chuckled. Serves you right. Leo exploded. What are you laughing at? I want to hold it against your son, but that doesn't mean I can't hold it against you, eh? What did I say before you left? Don't casually pick up abandoned cats and dogs. You brought those elves back, right? Ning Busan raised an eyebrow. I brought back the elf clan, but the arrangements in the Shadow Forest weren't you who made Novalia issue the early order where they owe great profit. Leo snorted lightly, neither confirming nor denying, but instead brought up another matter. I plan to establish a church within the empire. Ning Busan frowned. What did you say? Leo said 10,000 years ago when the Dawn Empire was first established, I explicitly prohibited the church system in the constitution. Under the condition of only having the God of Light as the righteous deity, establishing a church would only lead to a conflict between imperial power and divine authority. Ning Busan understood. A new magical cultivation system has already begun to be implemented, and people believe in more than just the God of Light now. Establishing a church now is to seize management power in advance. Leo nodded in approval. Exactly, that's the idea. Ning Busan felt somewhat expectant about the upcoming developments. In the faith of humanity, the birth of conceptual gods was inevitable. Even if the God of Light and the God of Darkness do not wish for a new god to be born, can they really stop it? Leo's mouth cracked into a grin, revealing his pearly white teeth. The era of the gods is about to arrive. During his time in the Dawn Empire, Ning Busan began to reflect. At the end of Fae Luo's memories, he saw the God of Light once again. Undoubtedly, these cards must be related to the God of Light. If the secrets of becoming a god are hidden within these cards, it implies that the God of Light hopes for him to ascend. However, Hecate had said that the God of Light did not wish for the birth of new gods. In conclusion, the God of Light is both an enemy and a friend, a one cannot trust completely. Ning Busan had a vague intuition that the reason he came to this world, or rather his mission, was to resolve the issues related to the other races. Perhaps it would only be on the day he truly became a god that the mist would be lifted, revealing the truth. In the Elf Valley, upon seeing the mother tree in a dying state, Ning Busan confirmed the authority he desired for the future. That is, creation. Creation is both the authority of the divine and the miracle of mortals. Building houses is creation, The birth of art is creation, the formation of mountains and rivers is creation, the nurturing of life is also creation. The Creator knows no bounds. Even when life fades, they can recreate it through the remaining spirituality. If he possesses the authority of creation, he can retain anyone he wishes to keep. Ning Busan murmured, so which card should I choose next? Under his manipulation, 5 golden cards floated in midair. Dragon Clan, Undead Clan, Siren Clan, Demon Clan, Divine Clan. In the end, Ning Busan chose the demon card belonging to Satan. He wanted to know who Hecate really was and why there had never been a whisper about the god of darkness in the mortal realm. Perhaps Lucifer could provide him with the answers. It was also time for him to pay a visit to hell, which would conveniently allow him to retrieve Nova Lea's magical talent. However, the previous emperor had died prematurely during the establishment of his reign. Just as Ning Busan was planning to head to hell, an unexpected event occurred. He was poisoned. At first, Ning Busan felt an inexplicable thirst, nothing more than a craving for water. Though faintly odd, he paid it no mind. Within 2 days, however, a faint blue viscous fluid began oozing from his skin, carrying a briny metallic tang. Strangest of all were his dreams. Endless descents into the abyssal deep. Waves crashed in his ears, salt-laced air flooded his nostrils, countless unseen hands tugged at his ankles, dragging him downward into crushing darkness. Suspecting foul play, Ning Busan staggered to find Leo. I think I've been cursed, he muttered hoarsely. You feel no curse upon you. Then it must be a plague. No plague either. You bear no trace of shadow elemental resonance. So am I simply ill? My skin's crawling. Fetch me a massive vat. I'm desiccating. I'll crumble to dust any moment. Leo led him to the royal bathhouse's thermal springs. The instant Ning Busan submerged, 4 slender fissures split open along the inner lining of his throat. Blood welled forth, and swiftly coalesced into quivering crimson membranes gills. Gasping for breath, his gill slits flared wide, and out burst a froth of iridescent bubbles. Ha ha! Leo roared with unrestrained mirth, even capturing the spectacle on a crystal scrying orb. Louis, you're blowing bubbles. You actually blow bubbles. Ning Busan writhed under dual torment, body and soul fraying at the edges. Damn it all, what in blazes is happening? Not a curse. Not a plague. Then it must be poison. Leo's tone turned grave. Given your symptoms, this bears the unmistakable signature of sea demon lineage. Sea demons? I've never even seen one. How could one have poisoned me? Leo smiled, a slow, knowing curve of the lips. That depends entirely on whom you've angered. Ning Busan exhaled another bubble. Had he angered anyone? Hadn't he always been unfailingly kind? Could it possibly stem from eating too much seafood? Yet he didn't even like seafood. Soon Novaria learned of Ning Busan's poisoning, and upon seeing him immersed in the steaming waters, her face paled starkly. Leo asked, do you recognize this toxin? Novaria nodded solemnly. My mother died of this very poison. At first she suffered the same unbearable thirst, then began manifesting traits of oceanic life. And as time wore on, what then? Leo pressed. Novaria spoke each word with chilling precision. She lost her reason, forgot she was human, and became a ravenous sea beast feeding solely on fish. Ning Busan released a torrent of bubbles. I hate fish. Novaria declared, Alifon will know who poisoned you. I'll confront him at once. Who is Alifon? The name of the former sovereign. Ning Busan's eyes widened, suddenly understanding. So the king imprisoned in obscurity had a name after all. Once Novaria departed, Ning Busan turned to Leo, add salt to this spring, for me. I suspect I belong in saline water, not fresh. Leo fetched a colossal earthenware jar from the palace kitchens and emptied its contents into the pool. He teased, shall we add herbs next, and simmer you gently over low flame? Your imagination is viciously cruel, Ning Busan retorted. Then with a sigh of pure relief, he glided through the warm, briny water, his skin unmarred by a single wrinkle despite hours submerged. A marvel beyond explanation. Elsewhere, Novaria entered the desolate chamber where Alifon was confined. In the vast hollow hall, his hair hung in brittle straw-like tangles, his beard sprawled wild and unkempt across his jaw. Once an emperor whose pride eclipsed the sun, he now looked wretched, pathetic. Yet Novaria felt not a flicker of pity, only searing loathing and ancient, unyielding hatred. Who poisoned Ning Busan? Was it the same hand that murdered my mother? Alifon's laugh rasped like stone grinding bone. You seek truth, but I shall withhold it just to watch you burn. A furnace of fury ignited within Novaria. How could you be so monstrous? My mother loved you, yet you poisoned her. Alifon bellowed. I told you, the poison was not mine. Not yours. Novaria advanced, voice like sharpened ice. Dare you claim ignorance? Even if you did not administer it yourself, your complicity runs deeper than blood. A flash of venom lit Alifon's clouded eyes. Quina and I were soulbound. Had your grandfather not intervened, what place would that woman have held? Only her death could clear Quina's path to the throne. Novaria's scorn cut like glass. Don't cloak yourself in devotion. Mother loved you, so she asked grandfather to test your loyalty. Had you truly cherished Quina, you'd have refused him outright. Instead, you wed mother to secure grandfather's support and ascend the throne. Once crowned, you banished him from the empire, murdered mother, and installed Quina as empress. You are the basest of traitors. Ha ha! Alifon laughed wildly. Even at my most depraved, I surpass you. The child who slew her own mother. Novaria erupted. veins blazing crimson in her temples, as her blades slashed off his crown. During those final days, her mother's chambers reeked of rotting fish. Live fish, dead fish, putrid liquefying fish. The regal queen, once radiant in grace, had mutated. Her flesh armored in overlapping scales, her only solace a water-filled vat, her sole sustenance raw fish. Novaria exhausted every remedy, yet none availed. Then one day her mother regained lucidity, just for a fleeting moment. Staring into the mirror at her monstrous reflection, she whispered, "This existence is agony. Grant me release." Novaria could have stopped her, but the utter desolation in her mother's eyes robbed her of the will to intervene. Her mother seized Novaria's sword and ended her life with a single clean stroke. Thus Novaria bore the infamy of matricide. "Will you kill me? Dare you?" Alphon shrieked, wild-haired and unhinged. "Those who slay parent and mother burn eternally in hell." Novaria's voice froze the air. "I will not kill you, because death would be too merciful. I shall confine you here, forever, alone, forgotten, until decay claims you. That is your true punishment." "Very well," Alphon hissed, venom pooling in his gaze. "Then I shall curse you both, day and night, until your souls rot in torment in honor of William's eternal rest." No bond remained between father and daughter. Only hatred absolute and unrelenting, as cold and deep as the ocean trench. Unable to find any results on Novalia's side, Ning Busan could only continue to blow bubbles in the hot spring. The thought of Ning Busan potentially becoming a mindless sea monster kept her brow furrowed. Her heart felt heavy, but after seeing what Ning Busan and Leo were doing, she finally understood the meaning of being carefree and reckless. The area around the hot spring was piled high with food boxes filled with various kinds of sashimi, each slice cut as thin as a cicada's wing. As Ning Busan tasted the dishes, he commented, "This meat is delicate and smooth, but a bit fishy. Next time add some lemon juice or white wine to mask the fishy smell." He then switched to another food box and tasted it. His eyes suddenly brightened. "This one is good, not a hint of fishiness. Bring more of this next time." Leo scoffed, "You have a discerning palate." If it weren't for Ning Busan being poisoned, he would have already smeared the food box on Ning Busan's face. Novalia approached and asked, "What are you two doing?" Ning Busan replied, looking aggrieved, "I can't keep anything down. I can only eat fish. Not even cooked fish, it has to be raw." Novalia asked in confusion, "Why does it have to be cut like this?" Leo pointed at Ning Busan and laughed, "This fool doesn't know how to spit out bones when eating fish, ha." Ning Busan said darkly, "Shut up." When he was 9, he had gotten a fish bone stuck in his throat while eating, leading to an esophageal perforation, and he had spent over a month in the hospital. Since then, he had avoided fish. What's wrong with not knowing how to spit out bones? He's not a cat. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, causing the deep blue fish fins growing behind his ears to stand upright. Seeing this, Novalia said with concern, "As your body undergoes transformation, your mind may also change. How do you feel now?" Ning Busan replied, "Actually, it's okay. I just dream about the deep sea when I sleep, and when I wake up, I feel like I've eaten poisonous mushrooms. My head is all muddled." Leo said, "This poison clearly originates from the deep sea. There must be a sea monster hidden in the palace. Did you find anything unusual after searching the entire palace?" Novalia shook her head, "No leads for now. Ning Busan was just poisoned, not brainless." Since these two were unreliable, he had to start analyzing it himself. If Novalia's mother was harmed by the sea monster, then the sea monster must have been in the palace for a long time, making it difficult for you to find it. Setting aside the sea monster, there shouldn't be many people who have enmity with both Novalia's mother and me. Let me think. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Busan asked, "What about Queen Quina? Why do you all not suspect her?" Novalia hesitated for a moment before saying, "She's a good person." Ning Busan was speechless. "Can you just hand out good person cards like that?" Novalia said, "After my mother passed away, Quina became the new queen. Initially, I suspected she might have harmed my mother, but I quickly dismissed that suspicion. You might not believe it, but she treated me very well. I was able to safely reach adulthood thanks to her. Alphon always wanted to kill me. If it weren't for Queen Quina protecting me, I would have died long ago." Ning Busan's pupils trembled. Shouldn't Quina be trying to get rid of Novalia by all means? Isn't this stepmother a bit too merciful? Novalia continued, "However, ever since Queen Quina gave birth to William, she has been targeting me and desperately trying to find ways to put me in danger." Looking back now, her personality changed abruptly, as if she became a different person, which is indeed a bit suspicious. But to Ning Busan, this seemed more normal. Leo chuckled softly, "Since everyone suspects her, why not go and meet her?" Queen Quina wasn't confined like Alphon, as she could move within a limited area. However, she kept to herself, appearing as if she didn't exist at all. When Ning Busan and the others barged in, Quina was sitting by the window, her demeanor graceful as a painting with a hint of faint melancholy in her eyes. Novalia directly asked, "Your Majesty, did you poison Ning Busan?" Quina looked at Ning Busan behind her, tilting her head slightly. "He deserves to die." Ning Busan had killed William, which was William's own doing, so he didn't feel much guilt facing Quina. As a mother, Quina wanted to take revenge for her son, and Ning Busan could understand her feelings, but that didn't mean he would let her go. Ning Busan said coldly, "Hand over the sea monster that poisoned me, and I can let you live." Leo suddenly spoke, "I can't hear her heartbeat. She has no heart." Ning Busan was a bit confused. How can someone without a heart still be alive? Leo replied, "What if she isn't human at all? As far as I know, there is a kind of sea monster called a mermaid who likes to sing on reefs, and their song has the power to captivate people's hearts." A mermaid's heart contains a rare toxin, a poison that is the essence of the mermaid's life, known as the mermaid's grief. When a mermaid falls in love with someone, she will carve out half of her heart to create the mermaid's grief for the person to consume, causing them to fall deeply in love with her. But when a mermaid hates someone, that mermaid's grief becomes deadly poison, and the poisoned person can only meet a torturous and miserable end. If she is a mermaid, then everything makes sense. She divided her heart and poisoned both Novalia's mother and you with the mermaid's grief. Impossible. Novalia exclaimed in disbelief. Queen Quina comes from a noble background. How could she possibly be a mermaid? Moreover, don't mermaids have fish tails? The woman sitting in front of the mirror said softly, I am not Quina at all. My name is Connie, and I come from the mermaid clan. My home was originally in the deep sea, but I was captured by humans after wandering into the human world. Quina is a kind human, she saved me and escorted me home. Humans live only a short 1,000 years, and I wanted her to live happily through those years, so I came to the human world. I made a deal with a witch at the bottom of the sea, trading my singing voice for a pair of human legs. Since then I could no longer sing, and every step I took felt like walking on blades, painful beyond measure. Ning Busan was shocked. What the hell, daughter of the sea? Novalia angrily questioned, then why did you poison my mother? Because Quina is not happy, her lover married another woman, Connie replied, as if it were obvious. As long as I kill that woman, the queen's position would be hers, and then she could be happy forever. At this point, Candace's expression was filled with confusion. But after Quina found out about this, she became even more miserable. She told me to return to the deep sea and never come back to the human world nor look for her again. But all I wanted was for her to be happy. What did I do wrong? Ning Busan clicked his tongue and shook his head. Although Quina was love-struck, her moral standards were high. You poisoned and harmed her. How could she possibly keep you by her side? Novaria's chest heaved violently. Queen Quina was a kind soul. She would never harm another for selfish desire. What then did you do wrong? You erred in your arrogance. You believed you were helping her, yet burdened her with crushing guilt and pushed her toward the abyss. If you are not Queen Quina, then where is the true Quina? Connie sighed deeply. She died, bled to death in childbirth. I saw her for the last time. With her dying breath, she begged me to protect her child. So I assumed her identity and raised William to adulthood. As she spoke, Connie's palm slowly clenched, her eyes darkening with shadowed fury. Every time I look upon William, I long to kill him with my own hands. He is the one who killed Quina. Yet whenever I recall Quina's final plea, I suppress that murderous impulse and wear the mask of a devoted mother. Ning Busan listened and grew increasingly unsettled. Could it be that Quina, fearing Connie would blame William for her death, deliberately wove that final wish into a sacred covenant, a lifeline, a royal pardon for William? Novaria asked, bewildered. Why do you bear Queen Quina's likeness? A faint chilling smile curved Connie's lips. I consumed her. Ning Busan shuddered involuntarily. Consumed her whole? How utterly deranged. If you kill William, then I shall kill you in turn, to avenge him, without violating my vow to Quina. Connie gazed unblinkingly at Ning Busan, not with hatred but with eerie stillness, as if having fulfilled a solemn duty, she could finally rest. To Novaria, the slayer of her mother was unquestionably deserving of death, but Ning Busan had been poisoned, and only Connie knew the antidote. After a silent, agonizing struggle, Novaria spoke low and firm. Hand over the antidote for the Siren's sorrow, and I will spare your life. You may return to the deep sea. There is no antidote for the Siren's sorrow, Connie replied, shaking her head. Liao murmured, unhurried. She lost her entire heart. That she has survived this long is itself a miracle. Connie's skin grew translucent. In her final moments, she beheld visions of the abyss, glowing shoals, colossal whales, and her kin singing atop coral reefs. Connie whispered, voice trembling with sorrow, the only regret, that I shall never return to the deep sea. Her body dissolved into shimmering foam, rising one by one, refracting sunlight into prismatic radiance. Ning Busan scoffed inwardly. Of course, fairy tales always lie. The beginning was true, the ending too. Yet every act this siren committed along the way defied all expectation. Your Majesty, terrible news, Your Majesty. Vinya, Novaria's handmaiden, burst in, breathless and pale. What is it? Novaria demanded. The king has passed. Novaria recoiled in shock. How did he die? He drowned, in his own bath chamber. It was Connie, no doubt about it. Ning Busan instantly grasped the truth. To ensure Quina's happiness was Connie's obsession, so in her final hour she claimed the man Quina loved as her consort in death. The Sirens, the race of fanatical madmen, Ning Busan murmured. Novaria, however, had only one concern. Now that Connie is gone. Ning Busan, what of your poison? What could Ning Busan do? He simply returned to the hot spring and soaked. There he dreamed. Once more the dream plunged him into the abyss, but this time a towering solitary structure rose from the seabed. Sky-piercing stone pillars wound with bioluminescent blue coral, phosphorescent jellyfish drifted like ghosts through hairline fissures. Atlantis! Atlantis! A fractured voice echoed from the depths, icy enough to freeze winter's heart, thick with slaughterous intent, so dense it choked the breath. Ning Busan jolted awake, and instantly began to transform, not into a sea monster, but into a merfolk. His toe bones snapped and reknitted one by one, his feet elongated, webbing into the nascent shape of a tail fin. Then, his legs collapsed entirely, fusing into a single sinuous fishtail. His scales shimmered in gradient blue, from silvery white at his waist deepening to inky indigo at the tip, where the tail flared into a broad fan-shaped caudal fin. Ning Busan stared at his reflection in the water's sea blue hair, deep azure eyes, just like. Panic seized him. He summoned the Siren card, and exhaled in relief when it appeared intact. Siren had lived for tens of thousands of years. If Ning Busan had unknowingly absorbed the card's essence, he feared he might burst. Then, he noticed something amiss. The Siren card is fading. The image on the card blurred, as if veiled by mist, while soft cerulean light bled from its edges. Had the Siren's sorrow poison dissolved because he'd absorbed that leaking energy? But why was the Siren card dissipating? Ning Busan snatched out the Book of the Sage and demanded answers. Disaster. Disaster. Ning Busan, go to Atlantis now or this card will be irrevocably ruined. 3 bold crimson exclamation marks screamed urgency. Ning Busan recalled the towering structure from his dream. It felt less like chance, more like a summons, a vision sent by Siren himself. Just as he turned to ask more, a smug voice rang out behind him. Oh ho ho. Whose lovely mermaid is this? Ning Busan spun around, only for Liao to whip out a memory crystal and grin. Indeed, it is you, Lewis. Or rather, should I say mermaid Lu? Not mermaid, Jiao Run. Jiao Rit. Ning Busan lashed the water with his tail, sending up a thunderous spray. Liao advanced slowly, crystal in hand. Then in one swift motion, slammed Ning Busan's Book of the Sage beneath the surface. He laughed uproariously. Go to hell, you idiotic piece of trash. I'm sick of you. The moment the book glimpsed Liao, every shred of cultivated elegance vanished, replaced by a torrent of vulgar invective. Ning Busan fixed Liao with a quiet, knowing gaze. It refuses to tell you how to restore a ghost's sense of taste. That's poetic justice. Liao smiled coldly. No matter. Watching it suffer brings me greater pleasure than regaining taste ever could. Ning Busan frowned. What grudge do you two truly bear? No grudge, just rivalry. Liao's smile deepened, enigmatic. It has betrayed me repeatedly, sought my annihilation, and I have spent centuries hunting the means to erase it utterly. Ning Busan wondered, was this the legendary love-hate bond? The Book of the Sage, loathing Liao in equal measure, promptly vanished into Ning Busan's spatial ring, gone without a trace. Ning Busan had meant to ask it more, but now with the book fled, he turned to Liao. Have you heard of Atlantis? Liao replied, Atlantis is the sea god's ruin, resting in the eternal night of the abyss. Legend says the sea god once dwelled there, guarding treasures beyond mortal reckoning. Ah, you're intrigued, do? Ning Busan, knowing sea god meant Siren, pressed further. Is that title inflated? Liao understood instantly, and chuckled softly. His divine spark is incomplete, but he remains a demigod. For 10,000 years he sheltered the deep sea. He earned the name. Ning Busan fell silent, thoughtful. Had Siren left something in Atlantis, something powerful enough to destabilize the card's very essence? Could it be his divine core? Ning Busan said, I want to take a trip to Atlantis. Liao scoffed. Can you control your fishtail? Are you familiar with the attack methods of the mermen? Do you know about the deep sea? Do you know where the eternal night realm is? The deep sea is nothing like the Elven Valley. It is filled with all kinds of malevolent spirits. You know nothing, and you are not prepared, yet you dare to go alone. Lewis, you are getting ahead of yourself. Ning Busan began to reflect, realizing he had indeed been a bit impulsive. After reflecting, Ning Busan reached out his hand to Liao. Liao was dumbfounded. What are you doing? Ning Busan responded confidently, waiting for you to explode with gear. Liao. He was truly impressed by this old trickster. Liao opened his chest and pulled out a parchment scroll. I have never been to the deep sea, but I know a pirate whose ancestors spent their lives seeking the secrets of the deep. The parchment recorded the food chain in the deep sea along with the habits and weaknesses of various sea monsters. You should memorize it during this time. Ning Busan accepted the deep sea log and said, I also want a map to Atlantis. I have a slap here, do you want it? Liao laughed in anger. Do you think I am a treasure chest with everything? If you don't have it, then forget it. Why are you getting agitated? Who is getting agitated? Liao suggested to Ning Busan. If you really want to know, go ask the Book of Sages. It definitely knows where Atlantis is. When you reach the deep sea, no matter what problems you encounter, just treat it like a donkey. It definitely won't mind. The Book of Sages, it will really thank you. Ning Busan looked at his fishtail, and then at Liao, chuckling. I can't walk on land like this. Why don't you take me to the sea? Liao ground his teeth. Fine. You are treating me like a donkey. Silver Sail Port. Silver Sail Port is the southernmost port city of the continent, close to the coastline. This sea area is relatively safe with stable currents and many islands, making it the main area for human maritime activities. Liao, holding Nova Lia's hand, decree directly summoned a warship to take Ning Busan to the sea. In a luxurious suite, a massive nautical map hung on the wall above the bed, marking the shipping routes around the world. Liao had thoroughly studied this nautical map and pointed to it, saying to Ning Busan, we have been sailing for 7 days, and we will soon reach the Misty Sea. The Misty Sea is shrouded in dense fog year-round, making navigation difficult. You will disembark there. Once you pass through the Misty Sea, you will enter the Storm Bay, and then you can navigate around the habitat of giant sea beasts to reach the deep sea. Don't worry, I have memorized the map completely. Beside Liao, there was a custom fish tank that occupied half the room. Ning Busan was practicing how to swim with his tail in the fish tank, but he was swimming all crooked. This darn tail just won't listen. Ning Busan even imagined a scenario where if he encountered danger at the bottom of the sea, he would likely panic and crash into a reef, knocking himself out. Leo then asked, "Have you finished reading the contents of the parchment?" Ning Busan replied, "I finished it long ago, but there are truly many types of sea monsters, at least over 1,000. Sea monsters are inherently ferocious. Be careful when you reach the deep sea." Ning Busan raised his chin confidently. "In the deep sea, the mermen are at the top of the food chain, and I am a dominant existence." After inspecting Ning Busan from head to toe, Leo disdainfully curled his lips. "A dominant existence? I see you only have the share of getting beaten up. Ooh, just don't end up hitting yourself with your tail. I may have turned into a merman, but I can still use magic. Do you think a Grand Magus is easy to kill?" After saying this, he suddenly braked too hard and crashed into the fish tank. Leo scratched his head, suddenly regretting it. "Is the deep sea a must-go? Let's go home." "No, let's go home." Going home is impossible because the misty sea has already arrived. Before parting, Leo rarely became serious. The sea monster race is obsessive and crazy about emotions, whether it's love, friendship, or family. In their eyes, liking is love and hating is hate. Ning Busan thought of Connie and couldn't help but sigh. Such emotions become a burden for humans. Leo continued, "The line between love and hate is very blurred. Reaching a certain extreme can lead to extreme reversals. A person who is ready to risk their life for you one moment may raise a knife against you the next. So Louis, don't rely too much on your intuition." Ning Busan said softly, "All right, stop with the riddles. You just say it clearly. You fool, can't you understand this?" Leo cursed. "I urge you to be cautious. Don't get eaten by those sea monsters until there's nothing left." After saying this, he opened the window and threw Ning Busan out. Ning Busan surfaced just in time to hear Leo's wild and arrogant laughter. "Get lost, your son is mine now." After that, Leo closed the window. Ning Busan clenched his fists. He had made a mistake. He shouldn't have left Luo Bao in the Dawn Empire, but should have sent him to the Shadow Forest. As the warship sailed farther away, Ning Busan dove into the depths of the sea, beginning his first journey to the deep sea. The silence of the ocean instilled a sense of inexplicable awe. As Ning Busan swam downward, the light gradually diminished. The sunlight above was filtered through layers of seawater, leaving only scattered points of light. Yet the darkness surrounding him did not invoke fear, as distant luminous creatures occasionally flashed by, and colorful fish swam among them. Ning Busan's body gradually adapted to the pressure of the seawater, and the movement of his fishtail became more powerful. With each flick, his body glided forward like an arrow. He knew that this journey to the deep sea would not be smooth, but he didn't expect it to be this difficult. Ever heard of dying before the journey even begins? Before even catching a glimpse of the deep sea, Ning Busan was captured by pirates. Damn fish traders. Damn. Ning Busan pondered that following the route marked on the map, he should soon reach the deep sea. Yet navigating underwater bore no resemblance to traversing land. Directions blurred beyond recognition. Compounding this, the misty sea remained perpetually shrouded in dense fog, its visibility nearly nil. Thus Ning Busan swiftly lost all sense of cardinal direction. He considered asking a passing sea demon for directions, but the waters near the human realm, far from the deep sea, rarely hosted such beings. So Ning Busan swam alone through the ocean for 3 days, until suddenly a strange vibration resonated from afar. He pricked up the fins behind his ears, alert and wary. It was a sound unlike any he had ever heard, akin to a musical instrument yet imbued with a metallic timbre. Suspecting a singing sea demon, he swam toward the source. As he drew nearer, the sound grew clearer. Rounding a thicket of coral, he at last beheld its origin, a row of silver metal tubes. They swayed gently in the current, clinking softly against one another in harmonious resonance. As Ning Busan marveled at their mysterious provenance, a nearly translucent net unfurled overhead, vast as the sky, and enveloped him completely. The net's filaments, impossibly fine as human hair, yet astonishingly resilient, were studded with microscopic barbs coating their surfaces. The more Ning Busan struggled, the tighter the mesh constricted. His tail scales scraped raw, leaving crimson streaks across the fibers. Then the net began to tighten further, hauling him upward toward the surface. From above, human voices erupted in jubilant cries. Another catch. A growing shadow fell upon the water, the silhouette of a ship. Ning Busan was hauled aboard, net and all, onto the vessel's deck. The sailor Nisha rubbed his eyes in disbelief before bursting into excited shouts. "Captain! A merfolk! A merfolk! I've caught one!" Ning Busan surveyed his surroundings. Pirates abandoned their tasks and gathered round, eyes gleaming with avarice and cruelty. Ning Busan estimated there were at least 200 pirates aboard. Though bound fast within the net, he could still unleash the High-Gear spell Thunder's Wrath, summoning tempests and lightning to sink the ship outright. A man emerged from the cabin, his left cheek scored by 3 deep scars. This was Captain Furlan, master of the pirate vessel. After studying Ning Busan intently, Furlan spoke low and grave. "You are the so-called boss mentioned by the other merfolk. Have you come to rescue him?" Hearing that another merfolk was held captive aboard, Ning Busan chose to bide his time. Sailor Nisha preened proudly. "Chief, once we return to the Dawn Empire and sell both merfolk, our brothers' livelihoods for the rest of our lives will be secured." Captain Furlan snarled, "Fool. Do you find it amusing that a device meant for low-tier sea beasts ensnared a merfolk? This merfolk has an ulterior motive. He did not come alone. Would any merfolk truly fall prey to such a crude trap?" Ning Busan remained silent, yet felt more humiliated than if he'd been shouted down. It was humiliation without a single profane word, bloodless yet devastating. Ferlin calculated the distance in his mind and declared decisively, turn the ship about. Make for the nearest port. We'll reach Mist Bay in 2 days. There we'll sell both merfolk, safer and surer. Captain, where shall we confine this merfolk? Nisha asked. Ferlin glared, exasperated idiot. Must I spell it out? Do you possess a second magical array capable of restraining a merfolk? Oh. So he goes in with the other one, right, Captain? I'll lock him up at once. Nisha yanked Ning Busan, still entangled in the net, and dragged him away down to the lower deck. Sheldon curled tightly within the cramped space, seawater seeping through cracks in the splintered planks, soaking his tattered scales. Hearing the lock rattle open above, Sheldon assumed yet another human had come to tear away his scales, and hatred flared fiercely in his eyes. But then his eyes widened in astonishment. He had never expected to see one of his own kind here. Roughly, Nisha hauled Ning Busan inside. A flash of savage ferocity flickered in Ning Busan's indigo eyes. Nisha scowled. Try glaring again. I'll pluck your eyes out before you blink. You can wait, Ning Busan replied, dismissive and terse. Nisha sneered, still acting tough after being captured. Do you truly believe you'll escape? With that, he hurled Ning Busan downward, relocked the hatch, and strode off laughing. Ning Busan turned toward the fellow merfolk beside him. This was precisely why he had offered no resistance. If he himself did not know the way to the deep sea, why not enlist someone who did? Ning Busan blinked once politely. Excuse me. Would you mind untying me? The net proved difficult to wriggle free of from within, but simple to loosen from outside. Sheldon approached and began to untangle the bindings. Little hatchling. How did humans capture you? Lost my way back to the deep sea, Ning Busan lied, unruffled. Poor little hatchling, don't fear. My chief will surely come for me, and I'll take you with us when we go. I'm Sheldon. And you? Ning Busan. Sheldon tossed the net aside and explained these nets are woven from abyssal vines and enchanted steel cables. Unbreakable, designed solely to hunt deep-sea beings like us. Ning Busan frowned. Sea demons guard the deep sea, preventing aberrant species from invading human waters. We share no conflict of interest with humanity. Why do they seize us? Sheldon spat, furious, because merfolk scales, blood, even our fur, are priceless magical components essential for brewing arcane elixirs. These pirates live by hunting merfolk. Many others are imprisoned aboard this very ship. Humanity is nothing but greedy and selfish. Some even auction off beautiful merfolk to indulge vile, perverse desires. His voice broke. Hugging his tail close, he whispered, wounded, they tore off my scales. My tail isn't beautiful anymore. His azure tail bore countless wounds. Many scales crudely ripped away, exposing raw, bleeding flesh. The ship's rocking made his tail twitch involuntarily, oozing droplets of blood that fell onto the deck, dissolving into the seawater, vanishing without trace. Ning Busan winced just watching. No wound is beyond healing. Unless one cure fails, then 2 shall suffice. In moments, Sheldon's tail healed completely. How did you do that? He breathed, tracing the newly regrown scales with awe. That's utterly miraculous. Ning Busan smiled faintly. Now that he had found his guide, the ship itself had outlived its purpose.